After saving someone and getting hit by a car, he unexpectedly wakes up in a black body. Snap, snap. The light footsteps mixed with the crowd as Wang Xian jogged to the training hall. As usual, was a substitute point guard for the national team, with sharp breakthroughs, ghostly passes, and precise shooting that made opponents tremble. But God did not give him a matching body. 1.9 meters tall, yet only 140 pounds, weak in confrontation, slow in speed, and a sieve in defense, making his teammates shudder. Suddenly, a deafening screeching sound pierced the air. A car lost control, crashing into the green belt, and then colliding with a long-haired woman in the middle of the road. Wang Xian's mind raced, and he rushed over to shield the woman only to have his back slammed hard against the car hood. The excruciating pain of broken bones hit him, and he was thrown into the air, darkness closing in. When he woke up again, he found himself in a stinky alley piled with garbage. Where am I? Wang Xian scratched his heatedly to grasp at air. Looking down, he was horrified to see. His hands had turned black. The skin was rough and scarred. This was not his body. He was clearly a yellow-skinned Chinese. How did he become black? He saved someone and died in the process, but was reborn in the body of a stranger. Whose body was this? Could he still play basketball? With a new body, could he compensate for his defensive shortcomings and become a true top point guard? Is this still me? His exposed skin was several shades darker. Definitely not the color a yellow-skinned person should have. His body had bulked up significantly, and the streamlined muscles looked explosive. As Wang Xian was in a daze, his mind exploded with a buzz. A torrent of information flooded in, along with slideshow-like scenes that were as clear as if he had experienced them himself. After a while, he finally regained his composure, wanting to curse, but instead muttering, "Oh my God!" Another English exclamation. He finally understood had crossed over. He had become an American black man. It was June 20th, 1995, the day he was born. The memory of a round head, big-eared monk surfaced. Little benefactor, you will face a life-and-death tribulation at 24. His mother believed it. Spending nearly 20 years in front of the ancient Buddha, I am willing to dedicate my life for my son to have peace in this life and the next. It turned out the monk hadn't deceived him. It was just that the way to overcome the tribulation was too absurd. The original owner of this body was named Anthony Morton, an 18-year-old from Louisiana. His father had left long ago. His brother had been working out of town for 6 years and had gone silent last year, and his mother was worn out, with 2 clueless younger sisters. Seeing his mother's desperate eyes, Morton made a decision and dropped out of school to support the family like his brother. But at 18, with no education or skills, just size and strength, what could he do? He clung to a glimmer of hope, preparing to enter the NBA draft. In the era of Wilkins, the Bad Boys, and the Twin Towers, a poor black kid from the ghetto with no background or resources. Could he really change his fate through the NBA? Wang Xian had gained a robust new body, along with his top-notch point guard skills. Could these two combine to make a name for themselves in the 90s NBA? Could he help Morton support his family? Did he have a chance against those legendary stars? Thus, he trained hard from a young age, and heaven also granted him a very good body. Barefoot, he was 6 feet 5 inches, 1.96 m tall, weighed 198 pounds and 90 kilograms, had a wingspan of 6 feet 9 inches, 2.1 m, a standing reach of 8 feet 6 inches, 2.71 m, hand length of 8.5 inches, 22 centimeters, a vertical leap of 3 feet 1 inch, 94 centimeters, and a running jump of 3 feet 4 inches, 103 centimeters. Bench pressed 185 pounds, 84 kilograms 19 times, and completed a baseline sprint in 11.3 seconds, with a 34-yard dash in 3.3 seconds. These were the stats from his tryout for the NBA draft last month. These physical attributes were simply explosive, but the problem was these stats appeared on a center. The Lakers tried him out yesterday, making him play as a guard, but gave up in less than 10 minutes. His positioning was so flashy that even his teammates were confused. His shooting was atrocious, and his ball handling was so poor that the manager said, even using your feet would be better than him. Wang Xian felt helpless had he crossed over into the body of such a misfortunate person. Aside from this good physique, Morton was left with a few ragged clothes and the remaining 200 after being robbed. Yesterday, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, lost his money, and got his head cracked open. Wang Xian smiled bitterly in his past life. He knew nothing but basketball, and it seemed he still had to rely on basketball now. He had made it to the national team with that frail body now, with his strong physique combined with his skills. He couldn't believe he wouldn't make a name for himself. But the tryout had already been a disaster, and the Lakers had run away scared. Would any team want him, going back to college? He had no money, and no one would give him a scholarship. If all else failed, would he go to the NBDL? His stomach growled. He had to return to the hotel, the Jacob Hotel. When he arrived, Wang Xian was dumbfounded. The sign was crooked, the letters were blurred, and the walls looked like they could collapse at any moment. Was this really where he was staying now? Wang Xian clenched his fist. She had to make it to the NBA to avoid sleeping in a place that could collapse at any moment. Could he find his next tryout opportunity? Was it really feasible to play as a guard with a center's body? In the 90s NBA, could he stand out with this mismatched style? Inside the hotel, it was much better than outside, at least bright and clean. Oh, Anthony, my child, you're back. What's wrong? Wang Xian was tapped on the shoulder and turned to see the hotel owner, a plump old man with a gray beard, James White, looking at him with concern. The Whites were remarkable people back in the 90s when racial discrimination hadn't been completely eradicated. They dared to open a hotel in a black ghetto, showing particular care for Morton. How was the tryout yesterday? White asked. It was as terrible as dog shit. Wang Xian replied honestly. Maybe it wasn't that bad. White smiled. Mary made a cake. Come try it. He didn't refuse after all. He had little money left, so every bit saved counted. After eating, he returned to his room. In the corridor mirror, he saw his current appearance. Short hair close to his scalp, a slightly childish chiseled face, and a muscular body full of explosive power. Not handsome, but with some grooming, he could pass as a stylish guy. The room was small, just a bed and a broken TV. In the corner was a blue backpack containing a few clothes, and the remaining 200. Next to it was a worn-out basketball. Wang Xian picked up the ball with one hand, feeling strange. His control over basketball with his body was far from the familiarity he had in his past life. He would need time to adapt. With less than 10 days until the NBA draft, most teams had already set their rosters. Wang Xian didn't give up. He heard that the Clippers were holding a tryout the next day. Although he hadn't been invited, he decided to take a chance. At that time, the Clippers were one of the league's bottom feeders, having not made the playoffs for 16 consecutive years, finishing last in the league last season and securing the second overall pick. Wang Xian didn't dare to dream of the second overall pick. He just wanted a second-round pick. Early the next morning, he set off. Back then, the Staples Center hadn't been built yet, and the Clippers were using the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena. Can he enter the training facility without an invitation? Even if he gets in, will the coach give him a chance to showcase his skills? Can the Clippers be interested in such a peculiar combination of a center playing as a forward? The Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena has a long history and was once the venue for 2 Olympic Games, but that is not Morton's destination. The Clippers training facility is located to the south at Spectrum South Bay. Arriving at the training facility around 8, it was eerily quiet, and a security guard approached and asked, "Can I help you with anything?" "I'm here for tryouts," Morton replied nervously, fearing he would be asked to prove himself. Go in and take a left. The security guard waved his hand. Morton was stunned. Was it really that easy to get in? Once inside the training facility, he understood most of the players who came for tryouts were accompanied by family, agents, and coaches, but he was all alone. "Hey, isn't that the genius high school kid?" A large white guy recognized him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Laughter erupted in the room. Even the agents and staff joined in. Morton scanned the area and noticed only one tall, skinny, dark-skinned guy who didn't laugh. It was Garnett, the future big ticket, still a rookie. He picked up a basketball, wanted to show off, but when he jumped for beyond the three-point line, his wrist twitched. Swish an air ball. Nothing but air. The laughter intensified. He should go to the circus. Morton's face turned pale. He was still getting used to his body and was publicly humiliated. Nielsen, who was in charge of the tryouts, frowned. He hadn't received the invitation for Morton, but still allowed him to participate in the tests. His physical stats were similar to before explosive. During the scrimmage, Nielsen called out names: Bryant Rivers C, Antonio McDye SPF. "You guys are one team." That guy who mocked him was actually Bryant Rivers. Morton searched his memory, but hadn't heard of this person, looking like he hadn't made it in the NBA. Which team was Morton assigned to? Could he seize this opportunity to prove himself in front of Garnett? After that airball, could he deliver a decent performance? The rest: Kevin Garnett C, Alan Henderson PF, Michael Finley SF, Jerry Stackhouse SG. "Anthony Morton, you play point guard, you're on their team," Nielsen said. Henderson dramatically covered his head. "I can't believe I'm on the same team as this guy." Stackhouse scoffed. "Even with a donkey, I could dominate them." This guy was the one who claimed he could beat Jordan Onion, later getting schooled by Jordan, who dropped 48 points on him, but at the time, he definitely had an ego averaging 19 points his rookie year, winning Rookie of the Month, and making the all-rookie team. Morton was feeling frustrated when Garnett walked over. "Just give me the ball when the time comes, and he'll help you teach them a lesson." "Okay." Morton's eyes lit up. The whistle blew, and Garnett easily jumped over Rivers. Henderson received the ball. Morton reached out for the ball, but Henderson ignored him and dribbled up the court. "Give me the ball," Stackhouse shouted. Henderson obediently passed the ball without looking at Morton once. Morton had no choice but to run around backdoor cuts, baseline slips, and quick cuts, easily shaking off defenders, but the ball just wouldn't come to him. Stackhouse showcased his skills beyond the three-point line, dribbling between his legs and behind his back for 10 seconds, suddenly stepping left to fake out the defense, accelerating to break through from the left and leaving Barry behind to drive to the basket. Garnett blocked Rivers, and McDyess left Henderson to come over. Stackhouse showed no fear, charging at McDyess as if carrying a bomb, leaping up fiercely. Could he score? Would Morton even get a touch on the ball? Could Garnett's goodwill help him break the deadlock? In this group of arrogant rookies, could he, the unexpected guest, find his footing? As it was the opponent's turn to attack, Morton focused intently on guarding his assigned opponent, Eldris. Although he could not recall any particularly outstanding player by that name in this tournament, one must exert utmost effort, especially since he was neither a hawk, nor was the opposing team a mere rabbit to be toyed with. "Hey kid, pass me the ball." A voice that was decidedly irksome rang out from behind. Without needing to turn, Morton recognized it belonged to Rivers, the hefty player. After a moment's hesitation, Eldris opted to pass the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Rivers's face lit up with evident delight. "Oomph. You think this scrawny frame can stop me now that I've got the ball in this position?" Leaning against Garnett, Rivers dribbled and attempted to force his way toward the basket. However, after a brief struggle, he realized that the situation was not as he had anticipated. No matter how hard he pushed, he could not inch closer to the hoop. Realizing that a drive was futile, Rivers stubbornly refused to pass the ball, turning to face Garnett while performing what he believed to be convincing fakes, though to others, they appeared rather clumsy. Garnett, exasperated, raised his hands, watching Rivers clown around in place. Finally, when Rivers saw that Garnett remained unfazed, he had no choice but to attempt a shot. Clutching the basketball against his abdomen, he leaned into Garnett, laboriously trying to squeeze toward the basket. With a loud clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Garnett leaped high, extending his long arms to secure the ball. After surveying the situation, he disregarded Starkhouse's incessant demands for the ball and passed it to Morton. Without hesitation, Morton seized the opportunity, swiftly advancing toward the front court while the opposition was still out of position. Upon reaching the front court, he passed the ball to the trailing Starkhouse and made a quick cut toward the basket, only to find that the ball had not been passed to him. Turning around, he discovered Starkhouse was still engaged in a contest with Barry. "Damn it," Morton muttered under his breath, hastily exiting the 3-second zone. "Is that all the strength you've got? Or did you spend it all last night?" The familiar taunt echoed in his ears as he looked up to see Garnett, simultaneously jockeying for position against Rivers while spewing trash talk. Upon witnessing the expression on Rivers' face, reminiscent of one who had just swallowed a fly, Morton's heart swelled with an indescribable delight. Thus, this offensive play mirrored the previous one, with Garnett and Henderson grappling in the low post, while Finley quietly lay in ambush at the corner. Morton darted back and forth, attempting to shake off the persistent Eldridge, while Stackhouse remained poised at the arc, engaged in a one-on-one duel. However, unlike the last encounter, Eldridge soon realized that he could not keep pace with Morton, and with Stackhouse showing no intention of passing him the ball, he relinquished his pursuit of Morton and shifted his focus to double-teaming Stackhouse. Faced with the impending double coverage, Stackhouse felt not a trace of panic. Rather, he was invigorated. This was the kind of treatment reserved for superstars, and he reveled in the unexpected attention. Casting a glance at Nelson and the other personnel who were intently watching the game, Stackhouse licked his lips. "Open your eyes and behold," he seemed to declare, "for I am the most outstanding player of this draft. Joe Smith and Kevin Garnett pale in comparison to me." With a series of deft crossovers, Stackhouse accelerated, leaning into Eldridge as he drove towards the basket. Barry quickly retreated, preparing to thwart Stackhouse's advance. To his surprise, Stackhouse executed a sudden stop, effortlessly pulling back to launch a step-back jumper. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and McDyess lunged to secure the defensive rebound. Turning to see Barry and Eldridge racing forward like two thoroughbreds, he delivered a long pass that landed perfectly in Barry's path, providing him with a moment to gather speed. Barry, already at the peak of his pace, surged forward, cradling the basketball tightly as he barreled towards the hoop. One step, two steps, and in a mere instant, he found himself just inside the free throw line. With a powerful push off his right foot, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Oh my heavens, what have I just witnessed? Michael's spirit has possessed him. Can a white man truly soar? As Barry released the rim, he landed gracefully, a subtle smile gracing his face. Clearly pleased with the astonishing spectacle he had just created, especially as he caught Nelson nodding in approval with a smile. Observing Barry's confident demeanor, Morton could not help but silently mourn for him. Oh, what is that boy thinking? Does he truly believe the Clippers would waste such a precious second overall pick on him? What a fantastical daydream. Garnett, straining to retreat, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide as he muttered under his breath, seemingly cursing. Noticing Henderson preparing to retrieve the ball, Garnett suddenly snapped into action, sprinting to take the inbound. He understood that if Henderson were to pass the ball, it would inevitably find its way to Stackhouse, leaving no opportunity for them. "Morton, pass me the ball in a moment," Garnett whispered as he passed by Morton after the inbound. "Understood," Morton replied, effortlessly advancing the ball up the court. As Eldridge did not mount any immediate pressure. This is not a formal competition, so there is no need to be overly tense. Moreover, he believed that there was no necessity to apply pressure on Morton. Perhaps he would inadvertently lose possession of the ball while dribbling. However, today, Morton exhibited an extraordinary performance, successfully advancing the ball to the front court on 2 occasions without any traveling violations or going out of bounds, which can only be described as a remarkable feat. Morton observed Eldridge, who appeared distracted, contemplating a direct drive to the basket. However, he hesitated, fearing that the unfamiliarity of his new physique might hinder his body's response, causing him to falter in execution, as evidenced by his recent miss. Previously, missing an open shot was more improbable than making it. This was his last and sole opportunity. He could not afford to squander it, lest he find himself languishing in the NBDL. The more one cares, the more anxious and fearful they become. Thus, Morton opted for a more conventional approach, lofting the ball to Garnett, who had established position inside, while he lingered outside, awaiting an opportunity. Chapter 6. The free throw that determines fate. "Big dog, witness how I dominate you and reveal what true post skills entail." Garnett's incessant chatter never ceased, his confidence unwavering. Rivers' expression grew increasingly grim. Sensing Rivers' struggle, Eldridge abruptly abandoned Morton to double-team inside. Am I to be so easily overlooked? Despite his naturally self-reliant disposition, Morton found it difficult to tolerate being disregarded. Time and again, the ridicule and provocation had pushed him to the brink of eruption. Suddenly, as he simmered in frustration, the basketball found its way into his hands. It was Garnett, recognizing his open space, who had dished it out. Eldridge remained preoccupied with doubling Garnett, incapable of intervening, and had no intention of doing so, instead wearing a derisive expression. Not only he, but all eyes on the court turned toward Morton, opponents, teammates, and even the coach, all anticipating his next soaring leap and gentle release. Amidst the multitude of gazes, aside from Garnett's encouraging glance, the others bore a countenance of mere spectatorship. Wait, it seemed there was someone who had yet to focus on him. Morton cast his gaze towards the corner, where a shadowy figure remained intent on seeking the flaws of its adversary. Calm and silent, it resembled a venomous serpent, concealing itself and biding its time for the moment to strike with its fangs. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Morton's mouth as he leaped high into the air, fulfilling the expectations of the crowd. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball landed securely in Finley's hands. Without a moment's hesitation or any adjustment, Finley dribbled the ball with the grace of a cheetah, darting past Williams on his left. The crowd's attention fixated on Morton left them completely unprepared for the sudden eruption of the previously quiet Finley, resulting in a shocking absence of defense. Bam! Finley surged forward, executing a powerful slam dunk that seemed to be a tribute to Barry's earlier dunk. That crafty fellow, Rivers, who had anticipated merely enjoying the spectacle, found himself nearly on the receiving end of a dunk, his frustration mounting. Well done. Finley rushed over to high-five Morton, acknowledging the exquisite pass. It was hard to reconcile this moment with the rumors of him being someone who only passed to opponents. What are you two still doing there? Hurry back on defense. Garnett shouted in discontent. Morton and Finley rushed to the backcourt as soon as they saw the ball had been released. Eldridge skillfully dribbled while meticulously assessing the situation on the court. He was a competent ball handler, yet he lacked the brilliance to transform the dynamics of the game in an instant. With a methodical call for McDayus to set a screen, he executed a predictable maneuver around the defender and drove toward the basket. Henderson hesitated, torn between switching defense or sticking with McDayus, while Morton surged past him, pursuing Eldridge's back. Henderson, upon seeing Morton chase after Eldridge, inexplicably followed suit. Oh damn, that fool. Nelson couldn't help but curse at the sight. As Henderson joined the chase, an ominous feeling washed over Morton, and as expected, a basketball whizzed past his ear, landing in McDayus' hands. Morton quickly sidestepped. He had no desire to become the backdrop for McDayus' thunderous dunk. Thud! McDayus slammed the ball decisively through the hoop, riding over Henderson. Witnessing Henderson's misfortune nearly brought a smile to Morton's face. "Morton, I'll return the favor later," Garnett remarked as he passed by Morton. Understood, Morton replied. Morton had just advanced the ball into the front court when Henderson, who had yet to establish himself, was already gesturing for the ball. Hey, toss me that damn ball. I'm going to dunk on him. Shut your foul mouth. You're just a boastful runner. After pondering for a while, Morton finally crafted a somewhat cutting remark. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sickly cat? Henderson, taken aback by Morton's sudden outburst, found himself momentarily speechless. Ignoring Henderson, Morton waved his hand, and Garnett moved to set a high screen. After shaking off Eldridge, Morton accelerated directly towards the basket. Although Rivers was somewhat portly and his words could be rather sharp, he possessed considerable skill and immediately abandoned Garnett to pursue Morton. He recalled that Morton had previously played center and had been utterly inept at dribbling under pressure. He thought that if he applied enough pressure, Morton might just stumble. However, he was evidently unaware that the Morton of today was not the same as the one from just a few days prior. Though still acclimating to his new physique, as a point guard, he was no longer prone to such foolish mistakes. As Morton neared the basket, the ball still secure in his possession and the distance between them widening, Rivers, in a moment of desperation, swung his arm and yanked the airborne Morton down. Caught off guard, Morton lost his balance and fell to the ground. The whistle blew foul. It was an unmistakable foul, without a shred of doubt, and even Rivers, the perpetrator, did not contest it. There was even a suspicion of intentional foul play, given the circumstances. Garnett approached Morton, lying on the ground, and extended a hand, while Finley came over from the baseline to grasp Morton's other hand, both of them helping lift him up. Well done. Garnett patted him on the shoulder. Thank you. Kevin, Morton hesitated for a moment, then added, and Michael. The manner of address differed internationally, where one might refer to an unfamiliar person by their surname, only addressing those closer by their first names. The opposite was true abroad. Thus, he had called Kevin Garnett simply Garnett until this brief encounter revealed Garnett's kindness, prompting him to address him more familiarly. Do well, Anthony. Show them what you're made of. Finley, with a gentler disposition, encouraged Morton without any sign of displeasure at his address. What is there to be so proud of? Henderson muttered in dissatisfaction. However, the newly befriended Morton, having recently gained the camaraderie of Garnett and Finley, clearly dismissed such petty grievances. Receiving the basketball, he wiped his hands on his shirt, inhaled deeply, and relaxed his body as much as possible. With both hands raised above his head, he flicked his wrist gently, sending the ball soaring through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before bouncing off the rim. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, still awestruck by Morton's previous breakthrough. If this free throw had been missed by someone else, like O'Neal, it would merely evoke a sense of regret or frustration. Yet, when it came to Morton, it took on a different significance. Nelson shook his head, perplexed by the head coach's sudden decision to allow him to try out. Although his performance today was not as abysmal as before, it hardly shone in brilliance. His shooting remained consistently poor. An athlete, especially one on the perimeter, must be able to make shots, even free throws, to have any prospect for development. Noticing the disappointment etched on Nelson's face, Morton felt a jolt of anxiety. Although he understood that gaining Nelson's approval did not guarantee a spot on the team, if even this assistant coach did not recognize his potential, then his chances of making the team were virtually non-existent. Taking a slow, calming breath to quell his nerves, he adjusted his stance, fixating intently on the hoop. He knew that this impending free throw could very well determine his fate on the court. Failure was not an option. In Chapter 7 of his Introduction to the NBA, titled The Coach of 1,000 Failures, Morton tapped the ball lightly twice, raised his hand, and released the basketball. He held his breath, watching the ball soar through the air. In this life and the next, it was the first time he felt such tension over a free throw. Swish! The ball cleanly netted through. Yes. Morton clenched his right fist against his chest, whispering a quiet cheer. Humph, it's just one free throw. A rookie remains a rookie. Rivers grumbled, still scoreless and visibly frustrated. If you're so skilled, why don't you make a free throw? Morton retorted with a smirk. Anthony, ignore this fool. Garnett scoffed, causing Rivers' face to shift from pale to flushed. It appeared he had a long way to go before mastering the art of trash talk. At least he was far more advanced than Garnett, who had yet to enter the league, not to mention the notorious loudmouths within it. The ensuing exchanges between both sides featured a flurry of plays: Stackhouse's drive, Barry's dunk, Garnett's jump shot, and Morton's positioning, even though he rarely received the ball. Who was this number 13? Why isn't anyone passing to him? An imposing, hefty white man had appeared at the edge of the training court. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, With meticulously combed hair and a rosy complexion, the current head coach of the Clippers, Bill Fitch, stands with slightly short yet robust limbs in his 60s. While his name may not resonate with many today, his reputation within the NBA is undeniably significant. Over a remarkable coaching career spanning 25 years, he has achieved an unparalleled feat. He is the first coach in league history to amass 1,000 losses. One might hastily conclude that this figure reflects poor coaching skills. However, such an assumption would be gravely mistaken. In truth, Fitch is an exceptionally skilled coach, as evidenced by the fact that teams have tolerated his numerous defeats, a testament to his capabilities. Throughout his illustrious coaching journey, Fitch has mentored 5 teams, all of which were undeniably struggling before his arrival. Yet he successfully guided each of them into the playoffs, culminating in a championship victory with the Celtics in 1982. As a quintessential firefighter in the league, he has received considerable recognition, including 2 Coach of the Year awards. In 1996, he will be honored as one of the top 10 coaches in NBA history. Such a remarkable coach possesses unique qualities. Prior to his arrival, he had thoroughly researched the players participating in today's tryouts, familiarizing himself with their appearances, abilities, and technical skills. However, he could not recall the name of one particular player, number 13, Anthony Morton. Upon seeing the head coach, Nielsen promptly introduced him. Anthony Morton? Bill Fitch furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he contemplated the unfamiliar name. Do we invite him for a tryout? Ah, Bill, wasn't it your impromptu decision? Nielsen inquired with surprise. Fitch shook his head affirmatively, indicating that he had not requested the player's presence. He was unaware of the name until this moment. Could it be that Elgin sent for him? He pondered. Elgin refers to Elgin Baylor, a legendary figure in basketball history. With 10 All-NBA selections, Baylor's greatness is not solely encapsulated by accolades. He is regarded as one of the most aesthetically pleasing shooters in the annals of the sport. Had he been born 25 years later, his mesmerizing moves might have been captured on film. Unfortunately, his brilliance graced the court before the advent of widespread television, leaving his extraordinary performances as mere legends recounted by word of mouth, forever elusive to future generations. Nonetheless, his career averages of 27, 4 points, 3 assists, and an astonishing 13.5 rebounds per game vividly illustrate his prowess. Indeed, you read that correctly, an average of 13.5 rebounds per game, accumulating a total of 143 rebounds over 14 seasons, maintaining the rebounding record for the Lakers, a feat that even the illustrious center Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who also spent 14 years with the team, could not surpass, is a testament to his prowess. Although he never claimed the title of scoring champion, overshadowed as he was by the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain during their prime, and despite having reached the finals 8 times alongside the Celtics dynasty without ever grasping that coveted trophy, his remarkable single-game performance of 61 points in the finals left no room for doubt regarding his scoring capability, dispelling any notions of him being a mere pretender to greatness. It can be said that while his career as a player holds certain regrets, it undeniably deserves the epithet of greatness. However, since assuming the role of general manager for the Clippers in the 1986-87 season, his performance in this capacity has been nothing short of abysmal. Limited by both the interference of Sterling and his own inadequacies, the team's record has been dismal. Furthermore, their poor performance has squandered opportunities for high draft picks, repeatedly missing out on All-Stars and even Hall of Fame caliber players. Even when they fortuitously selected a player or two with potential, they would promptly trade them away without a second thought. Regarding his judgment, Fitch has always held it in contempt, thus ensuring that the draft process would not involve this manager excessively. Elgin did not mention it to me. If Fitch says so, it must not be the case. It seems he entered on his own. That wretched deceiver, I will have him removed. Nelson felt a surge of anger, realizing how long he had been duped. Just then, Fitch was about to nod in agreement when his attention was suddenly captured. Morton had evaded Eldridge with Finley's off-ball screen, finding himself wide open. Garnett delivered the ball perfectly into his hands, and Morton executed a decisive shot that swished through the net. Wait, let me take another look. Fitch called Nelson back. In the absence of a coach, these three had managed to execute such a simple yet exquisite play. From Finley's screening, followed by his cut, to Garnett's court vision in delivering the pass, and Morton's unwavering precision in the final shot, Fitch felt a spark of brilliance. Observing Fitch's increasingly brightened gaze, akin to discovering a precious treasure, an unsettling thought crossed Nelson's mind. Could Fitch be considering Anthony Morton? determined not to let Fitch select Morton under any circumstances. Lest the Clippers become the laughingstock of the league the following day, he promptly approached Fitch, whispering embellished accounts of Morton's lackluster performances during his 2 tryouts. To his astonishment, rather than achieving the desired effect, his comments only intensified Fitch's interest. "Bill, you're not seriously considering selecting this Anthony Morton, are you?" Nielsen swallowed hard and cautiously inquired. Chapter 8. Exile. Fitch looked at Nielsen with confusion. "You must understand what a terrible individual he is," Nielsen said hurriedly. "Oh, dear Lord, forgive me for saying this, but even in a 20-round draft, I would not select that man. It is well known that the current NBA draft is divided into 2 rounds. However, the earliest draft system did not adhere to such limitations. Due to the abundance of rookies and the scarcity of players, the initial drafts were unrestricted, theoretically allowing teams to continue selecting as long as there were new players available. This often resulted in marathon-like drafts. For instance, in 1973, the franchise that would become the Clippers conducted a 20-round draft. While Nielsen's assertion may seem exaggerated, it nonetheless reflects his skepticism towards Morton. "Rest assured, Tony, I will not use the 2nd pick to select him. That's good to know. You should be aware that virtually no scout holds him in high regard." Upon hearing Fitch's resolute response, Nielsen let out a long sigh of relief. "However, I will still sign him," Fitch stated with a tone of certainty and admiration. "He is a remarkable young man. But do we really need to trade another draft pick? Of course not. Perhaps we might stumble upon a hidden gem." A joyful smile graced Fitch's face as he noticed Nielsen's lingering confusion. "As you mentioned, no scouts regard him highly. Thus, it is unlikely that any team will select him. We might just catch a break. Can he truly become an outstanding player?" Observing Morton, who tirelessly moved about the court, Nielsen's thoughts began to waver for the first time. "Now, Tony, you need to send him away." "But—" Bill Nielsen looked at Fitch in bewilderment. Seeing his partner's perplexed expression, Fitch sighed internally. Communicating with him was quite a strenuous endeavor. "Precisely because we wish to select him. We must send him away. The longer he remains here, the more his performance will be recognized by others, increasing the potential for unpredictability." "Oh." Nielsen finally grasped the situation and approached Morton. "Mr. Morton, I regret to inform you," Nielsen halted the game and addressed Morton, who stood at the sidelines. "You are not one of our trial players today. Hence, I am sorry." "Oh, I understand," Morton shrugged, his face reflecting disappointment. His expression was not feigned. In fact, he had noticed Fitch's arrival long ago, believing his performance was compelling enough to impress him. "Perhaps you should explore other teams. You are a very talented player, just not quite suitable for us." "Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble," Morton said, somewhat disheartened, turning to leave. "Anthony, wait for me." Garnett abruptly tore off his training jersey and rushed forward, leaving everyone, including Morton, astonished by the scene. He was aware that Garnett, for reasons unknown, was exceedingly amiable towards him, yet he never anticipated that he would relinquish such a precious opportunity for a tryout. "Oh, Kevin, what on earth are you doing?" exclaimed a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, disbelief evident in his voice. "All right, Andy, I know what I'm doing. You may return. I'm going out to have some fun with Anthony," Garnett replied, mischievously winking. "Come on, don't be as stiff as a log." With an arm around Morton, Garnett sauntered out, leaving a group of astonished onlookers behind. Finley gazed enviously at their carefree retreat, feeling a twinge of temptation, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. Garnett's audacity to leave was underpinned by his impressive credentials: the 1994 Mr. Basketball of South Carolina, the 1995 National High School Player of the Year Mr. Basketball of Illinois, and the most valuable player of the McDonald's All-American game, whose overnight fame at the Chicago training camp had made him the focus of countless scouts and managers, guaranteeing his draft position would be formidable. "Kevin, you don't need to do this," Morton said, a hint of regret in his voice. "Oh, Anthony, do you think I would leave for you? You're mistaken. I have no desire to join such a pathetic team," Garnett proclaimed dramatically. "Just look at their record. These guys are too preoccupied with dating Hollywood starlets to take the game seriously. Even stepping into the training facility, I can smell the scent of defeat. To be candid, due to the stinginess of Clippers owner Sterling, despite being in the nation's second-largest market, he was reluctant to invest, leading to a dismal team record that would persist until the advent of the new king of the league, point guard Chris Paul, in the next century. During this period, the team managed to exceed a win rate of 50 in only one season and made the playoffs 3 times. I know, but why did Morton recognize that Garnett was someone who pursued victory, championships, and glory? Yet this was insufficient to justify his departure during the tryout. Although he was defiant, He was not arrogant. Today's actions could very well render him a source of consternation for managers across the league, potentially impacting his draft position. Do I see a reflection of myself in you? Garnett pondered in silence for a moment, aware that his earlier words might not convince Morton. Would you like to hear my story? I would be delighted. As it was morning and the bar had yet to open, the two of them casually found a long bench by the roadside to sit down. Having just finished a basketball game, they were still slightly perspiring, and a gentle breeze brushed against them, bringing a refreshing coolness. I am Kevin Garnett, born in South Carolina. My recollections of my father are rather faint. I remember only that he played basketball for the military team and divorced my mother when I was young. My sister, Esley, and I were raised by our mother. Oh, my sister is an exceptionally delightful little girl. You will meet her someday. My mother lacked the means to provide for us, and later, she remarried. But my stepfather was not kind to us. Consequently, at the age of 13, I had to enter the workforce to support my sister and myself. In order to survive, I undertook more than a dozen different jobs. I seized any opportunity that allowed me to support my sister, working tirelessly throughout my vacations, sometimes even clocking in 20-hour days. From that point on, I resolved that I had had enough of this life. I aspired to become wealthy. I no longer wished to languish like a dog on the ground, panting only to gain less than a mere dog. I understood that perhaps diligent study could lead to a respectable job, but that was not my ambition. What I sought was not mere subsistence, but affluence. I did not wish to remain impoverished and unnoticed. I yearned to join the ranks of the elite few who achieve remarkable success. Thus, I dedicated myself to basketball, training relentlessly over and over again. I would not allow myself a moment's respite. I aimed to become the greatest player in history. Upon their initial encounter, Morton's heart was deeply stirred as Garnett candidly revealed his aspirations. I believe so too, he replied. Garnett flashed a broad smile, showcasing 2 rows of immaculate white teeth. Hearing Garnett's powerful and confident words, Morton suddenly realized that some individual success is neither coincidental nor predestined. It is the inevitable outcome of hard work and perseverance. The man before him had shone brightly at the Chicago training camp, garnering the admiration of nearly all scouts, and his draft position would undoubtedly be high, promising a brilliant future. Perhaps he himself was unaware of the magnitude of his future achievements, but Morton, from a perspective of hindsight, knew clearly he would become one of the greatest power forwards in history. Championships, Olympic gold medals, regular season MVPs, All-Star MVPs, rebounding titles, and Defensive Player of the Year. As a basketball player, he had nearly obtained every conceivable honor, despite being merely an ordinary young African-American, filled with dreams and youthful innocence. You will too, Garnett suddenly declared after a moment of silence. What did you say? Morton, lost in thoughts of Garnett's bright future, had not heard him. I said, you too will become one of the greatest players in history. I believe in you, just as you believe in me. Garnett suddenly bellowed into Morton's ear. Morton was momentarily stunned, fixated on Garnett, who offered a faint smile and shrugged nonchalantly. The shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Garnett retrieved an antiquated device from his pocket, which in contemporary times would be deemed an ignored relic. Yet, at that moment, it was quite the trend. Andy, what is up? Garnett inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone, for it was hardly a surprise that his agent's call had interrupted him shortly after he had stepped away. Morton could not discern the conversation's details, but Garnett's expression suggested that it was not dire news. It was crucial to note that Garnett had just exited the Clippers training facility, and any unnecessary complications arising from this could be detrimental, hindering a legendary figure from radiating his brilliance, an unforgivable transgression. All right, I understand. Anthony, I apologize. I would love to join you for lunch, Garnett said, casting an apologetic glance at Morton. That's fine, Kevin. If you have matters to attend to, we have plenty of time ahead, Morton replied with understanding. Indeed, there's plenty of time. Garnett seemed to ponder these words. You are right, Anthony. I eagerly await the day we fight side by side on the court. Not one to linger in indecision, Garnett rose and departed without delay. Kevin, as he watched Garnett's retreating figure, Morton suddenly called out, Thank you. Garnett paused briefly, yet continued on without looking back. Kevin, I could truly appreciate you, Morton murmured, not merely for accompanying me from the training facility or for soothing my wounded spirit, but because you're the first to believe in me. In both this life and the last, you are the first who has placed faith in me. In his previous life, frail and plagued by illness since childhood, even his mother doubted his potential on this journey. In this life, his lofty aspirations had drawn nothing but ridicule. Kevin Garnett was the first who wholeheartedly believed in himself. Reflecting on this, Morton felt his once cold heart rekindle with vigor and fervor. However, his enthusiasm was swiftly doused by the harsh reality of his situation. Today marked June 21st, and with just 10 days left in the month, he remained uncertain if any team would offer him refuge. Thus, the money he had hoped to send home was still in limbo. In a capitalist nation like the United States, the welfare system was relatively decent, but it was not a charity. The image of driving a car to collect welfare would be nothing short of absurd. Therefore, Morton's immediate priority was to find a means of earning money. Otherwise, before he could realize his grand ambitions, he would succumb to starvation. But how could he earn? This is a rather perplexing matter. Despite Morton having spent over 20 years in education across 2 lifetimes, his highest qualification remains merely a high school diploma. As for his capabilities, they can only elicit a sigh. Regarding stocks and such, Morton, who is wholly devoted to basketball, possesses scant knowledge in that domain. The only thing he recalls is that in 1995, there were no significant basketball competitions, and furthermore, he lacks sufficient capital. After much contemplation, Morton finds himself at a loss for any lucrative strategies. Reflecting on how the previous owner of this body amassed wealth, he hopes to draw some inspiration. However, his expression soon darkens. The previous owner's method of earning money was alarmingly straightforward and swift. Simply put, it was theft. In an instant, Morton dismisses this approach, not only doubting his own aptitude for such a skill, but also confronting a moral barrier he cannot surmount. As the sun approaches its zenith, Morton resolves to return to the inn. The Jacobin remains as dilapidated and desolate as ever, yet Uncle James continues to exude warmth and optimism. At times, Morton wonders how he manages to sustain himself through this modest establishment. Have you any good news today, young man? Uncle White inquires with a cheerful smile. If being evicted counts, then I suppose I do, Morton replies with a hint of bitterness. Oh, poor lad. Uncle White finds himself at a loss for words, having already offered countless words of comfort over the days. Do not worry, Uncle James. I firmly believe that with persistent effort, rewards will surely follow. Of course, my boy, I have always believed in you. Uncle White notices that Morton seems somewhat different today, though he cannot quite pinpoint what has changed. By the way, Uncle, do you need any additional help around here? After much deliberation, Morton finally poses the question. Need help? Uncle White gazes at him with a puzzled expression, unsure of the intent behind his words. As you know, I have nearly exhausted my funds during these training sessions, Morton shrugs, realizing he has developed an increasing fondness for this gesture since his rebirth. Oh, Anthony, do I appear to be in need of assistance? Though he anticipated this response, hearing Uncle White articulate, it stirs a tinge of disappointment within him. All right, Anthony, let's eat first. I shall inquire about work for you later. Understood. Morton's spirits evidently dampen. While he is passionate about basketball, he is not oblivious to the realities of life. This statement simply conveys that he should find his own solutions. Finding his own solutions, what could he possibly conceive? Truly, it is a single coin that can thwart even the most heroic of endeavors. Perhaps I am destined to be the first time traveler who does not perish from hunger. After finishing his meal, Morton returned to his room and retrieved the old newspaper borrowed from White, which bore recruitment advertisements. He meticulously sifted through its pages. Yet after an entire afternoon of fruitless searching, even reducing the aged paper to tatters, he could not unearth any useful information. Exhausted, he laid the newspaper over his face and succumbed to a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Morton instinctively rose early once again. After completing his morning rituals and donning his attire, it suddenly dawned on him that he neither needed to attend a tryout nor partake in the daily training sessions that had characterized his previous life. Realizing he had nothing to occupy his time left him feeling oddly disoriented. Had he known, he might have indulged in a bit more sleep, perhaps even saving the cost of breakfast. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Once awake, Morton had no inclination to return to slumber. Rather than languishing in idleness, he decided to venture outside, hoping for unexpected discoveries. T had often depicted in novels that when the protagonist whimsically wanders the streets, they either encounter fortuitous events or romantic entanglements. If he possessed remarkable medical skills, he might even find himself saving a suddenly collapsing dignitary. Alas, disappointment awaited him. After meandering about, all he managed was a mouthful of dust and a body drenched in sweat. However, an encounter outside the inn provided him with a spark of inspiration. Upon returning from a stroll, he observed a yellow-skinned man with a suitcase conversing with White. To say they were conversing would be misleading, as a language barrier hindered their communication, relying instead on gestures and a small notebook the man held. The sight of someone with a yellow complexion stirred excitement within Morton. Although he had only been reborn for 2 days, the constant exposure to either white or black faces had left him feeling out of place. The sight of a familiar yellow visage was invigorating. He hurried over, but as he discerned their dialogue, a cold wave of disappointment washed over him, extinguishing his earlier enthusiasm. The man was speaking in the island language. While he could not articulate in that language, he could certainly recognize it. The islander gestured animatedly for a while, only to realize that his interlocutor did not grasp his meaning. Eventually, in resignation, he departed with a forlorn demeanor. Observing the man's dejected figure, an epiphany struck Morton, leading him to conceive a brilliant idea for earning money, becoming a tour guide and translator for the Chinese community. The moment this notion crystallized in his mind, he was taken aback by his own ingenuity. It required no capital, no formal qualifications, and, most importantly, it would allow him to explore Los Angeles while earning a living. It is well known that Chinese individuals abroad are often perceived as generous, and if affluent patrons were to bestow even a modest gratuity upon him, his financial worries would vanish. Once this idea took root in his mind, it lingered persistently, compelling him to visit the nearest Ontario airport that day, hoping for fortune to favor him. Yet, while his aspirations were lofty, reality proved to be harsh. For several consecutive days, his plans failed to materialize. It was not due to a lack of Chinese travelers. Despite the prevailing reluctance towards studying abroad or immigrating, there was no shortage of Chinese individuals traversing Los Angeles. However, unlike the extravagant spenders of the future, most were here for business. Even those who came for leisure were typically part of tour groups, and any solitary travelers remained wary of the attentions of an idle black man. After several days, he had yet to see a single customer. On June 25th, Morton returned to the airport, resolved that if he did not earn anything that day, he would have to relinquish this promising job and seek alternative paths. The morning slipped by swiftly. Although he spotted a few solitary compatriots, these former acquaintances showed him no favor, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. He nibbled bitterly on a hard, dry piece of bread in a bid to save money, which was the most economical option he could find. Observing the successful individuals, clad in fresh attire, traversing the airport, he felt more akin to a beggar. Suddenly, his attention was captured by an aircraft descending from Toronto. He typically paid little heed to such flights, as they were predominantly occupied by Canadians who likely understood Los Angeles better than he did. However, on this final day, driven by hunger and desperation, Morton was unwilling to overlook any opportunity. Before him appeared a woman with distinct Eastern features, tall and graceful, with a beautiful visage framed by shoulder-length black hair, adorned with a few stray bangs. A loose, pale blue sweater obscured her upper body, yet her black jeans accentuated her long, slender legs exquisitely. She was undeniably beautiful, the first impression that surged in Morton's mind. Despite his form having been transposed into that of an African-American, his aesthetic sensibilities remained largely unchanged. He still viewed the world through an Eastern lens. He held little admiration for the foreign individuals characterized by coarse pores and broad frames, instead harboring a fondness for gentle and kind-hearted Eastern girls. The woman before him, though somewhat naive, possessed the budding allure of a true beauty, fully blossomed. She would undoubtedly be a striking figure. She was undoubtedly of Chinese descent, the second thought that arose in Morton's mind, as the short-limbed islanders could not possibly boast such elongated legs. As for Koreans, he discerned no signs of artificial enhancement upon this yet-to-be fully formed beauty. Watching her glance around anxiously while dragging her suitcase, Morton sensed she might be facing some trouble, and a surge of delight coursed through him. After so many days of waiting, there was finally a reward. This innocent young girl would be easy to deceive. "Hello, beautiful miss. Might you be from the marvelous land of China?" Morton approached her, attempting to adopt a friendly and courteous tone. Yet, his robust physique, despite his politeness, rendered it difficult for others to perceive him as a harmless little rabbit. "I am from Taiwan, studying in Toronto," the short-haired girl replied, her face etched with caution. Though out of politeness, she did not refuse to answer. "Oh, the beautiful island of Taiwan," Morton exclaimed dramatically, this time speaking in Minnan dialect, as he was a native of Fujian in his previous life and could fluently converse in Minnan. "Are you speaking Taiwanese?" The short-haired woman widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Morton. "What? Am I mistaken?" Morton feigned confusion as he inquired. Oh no, I merely believe that your articulation is even more authentic than mine, the woman remarked, scrutinizing Morton with an expression brimming with curiosity. The Min-Nan dialect originated in Xuanzhou, Fujian, and over the millennia of migration, it has evolved into numerous distinct branches, with Taiwan and Fujian lying on opposite shores of the strait, resulting in some variations in accent. What is Min-Nan to me? I am proficient in 37 languages, Morton declared with utmost seriousness. 37? Goodness, is that truly the case? The short-haired woman exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Of course, I excel in languages such as Meowish and Woofish, among others, Morton boasted, leaving those unaware to genuinely believe he was a linguistic virtuoso. Meowish? Is it simply the sound meow? The short-haired woman paused, clearly struggling to comprehend the contemporary connotation. After a brief moment, she finally understood and erupted into laughter. Morton observed that the woman before him squinted charmingly when she smiled, revealing two adorable rabbit-like teeth, which was utterly captivating. Your smile is truly beautiful, he remarked. Thank you. In his homeland, such a compliment might be misconstrued as frivolous, yet abroad, it was merely a sincere expression of admiration. The short-haired woman's cheeks flushed slightly, though her demeanor remained composed. Are you here for vacation? I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with, lovely miss? I don't think I need anything at the moment. Someone will be picking me up shortly. Upon hearing this, Morton felt his enthusiasm dissipate and his interest waned. Oh, what a waste of words. Here he comes, the short-haired woman exclaimed, waving excitedly at a car in the distance, which turned around upon noticing her. Zhiling, sorry to have kept you waiting. A man clad in a black trench coat exited the vehicle, casting a wary glance at Morton. Well then, farewell. As the luggage was loaded into the trunk, the woman named Zhiling waved goodbye to Morton. By the way, miss, you haven't told me your name yet. The name Zhiling lingered in Morton's mind, evoking a sense of familiarity that he could not quite grasp. Ling Zhiling. She playfully winked at him before closing the car door and departing. Ling Zhiling? Morton murmured to himself, suddenly enlightened. It must be noted that, in the end, the female protagonist is indeed not her. Chapter 11. A twist of fate. Could it truly be that the short-haired, quietly playful girl he encountered today was Ling Zhiling, the future beauty of Taiwan? Even upon returning to his hotel, Morton found it hard to believe, his thoughts consumed by her visage. So much so that he did not hear White calling his name. Anthony, don't be disheartened. Those teams simply lack vision for not selecting you. White comforted him. Noticing his dazed expression, in reality, he was distractedly thinking of Ling Zhiling. Uncle James, what are you talking about? Morton inquired, puzzled by the suddenness of White's statement. Oh, it's nothing at all. White swiftly changed the subject, adding, the uncle has already found you a job. Morton gazed at White in astonishment. When White had offered to assist him in finding employment a few days prior, he had assumed it was merely a fleeting remark, and as time passed, he had nearly forgotten about it. To his surprise, White had indeed remembered and had truly secured him a position, albeit with an amateur team. It's still within his field of expertise. Observing the kind and cheerful expression on White's face, Morton felt an indescribable weight in his chest. Despite having an abundance of words swirling in his mind, he found himself at a loss for speech, ultimately expressing his gratitude through a heartfelt embrace. Thank you, Uncle James. Work hard, young man. White gently patted Morton on the back. Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you. All right. Just as Morton turned to leave, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. Uncle, is today the draft day? In the past few days, his singular focus on earning money had caused him to overlook such a significant event. White opened his mouth to respond, but said nothing. However, Morton understood everything from his expression. Realizing the implications of White's silence, Morton deduced that he had not been selected. The thought of the job White had introduced him to ignited a horrifying notion within him. He was to play in the amateur league. Oh no, Morton lamented silently, his conscience in turmoil. Even in his previous life, he had never participated in such a trivial league. Anthony White, wishing to offer further comfort, was interrupted by Morton's plea. Uncle, I need some time alone. With that, Morton trudged dejectedly to his room. Lying in bed, scenes from his past flickered through his mind like a film. The fear of death, the solitude of rebirth, the hardships of life, and the uncertainties of the future all enveloped him in an overwhelming darkness, rendering him breathless and restless. It was not until the deep of night that the exhausted Morton finally drifted into a fitful sleep. The next morning, he was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Who is it? He mumbled irritably. "Anthony, there's a call for you," White said urgently as he opened the door. "A call for me?" Morton, still groggy, struggled to comprehend. Due to his lack of funds for a mobile phone, he had only left his contact information at the hotel's public phone, so he doubted many knew his number. Noticing Morton's bewildered expression, a frantic White seized him by the arm and hurried him toward the phone, disregarding his bare feet and casual attire of shorts and shirt. "It's from someone named Elgin Baylor. He claims to be the manager of the Clippers," White exclaimed excitedly, his enthusiasm suggesting the call was meant for Morton. "Elgin Baylor?" Upon hearing that name, Morton's eyes brightened and all remnants of sleep vanished. "Uncle James, why didn't you say so sooner?" White, taken aback by Morton's complaint, was puzzled, having thought he had promptly relayed the message upon receiving the call. "Dear uncle, please hurry." "Never mind, I shall go ahead." With that, Morton dashed off, leaving White behind. Observing Morton's vibrant energy, which starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor, White couldn't help but reflect, youth is indeed a blessing. "Yes, I understand," Morton replied, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Uncle, I have succeeded." White had barely approached when Morton, elated, scooped him up and spun him around twice. "Oh, be gentle. You might break this old frame of mine," White chuckled. The call had come from Elgin Baylor, the manager of the Clippers, who extended an invitation for him to sign a contract. "Uncle James, I am on the verge of entering the NBA," White exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. His exuberance was far from pretense. After immense disappointment, the arrival of such hope was exhilarating for anyone. His greatest aspiration in this life had been to join the NBA, a dream he had tirelessly pursued. However, in his previous existence, physical limitations had confined this ambition to mere fantasies. Who would have thought that an unexpected twist of fate would allow him to inhabit the body of an African American, bringing his dream to fruition today? How could he not be thrilled? "I knew you would reach this day," Morton exclaimed. "Thank you, uncle." Unable to contain his joy, he lifted White again and spun him around. "All right, gently set me down now. Hurry back and dress. Don't catch a cold, or the team might not want you." Upon hearing this, Morton hastily released White and rushed back to his room to get dressed. "He is still just a child," White mused, his smile broadening at Morton's comical panic over such a ridiculous reason. Once back in his room, Morton had emerged from his earlier euphoria after donning his clothes and freshening up. Elgin Baylor had made it abundantly clear during their conversation that he was merely an undrafted rookie, and the only offer extended was a training camp contract. Whether he could secure a permanent position would depend on his performance. "Assess my performance, will they?" A smirk appeared on Morton's lips. His abilities would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Just grant him a stage, and he would shine brilliantly, leaving all who overlooked him regretting their decision. In the afternoon, Morton once again made his way to Phnom Penh to sign the contract. Lacking an agent, he had to manage these matters on his own. As he gazed upon the building once more, his emotions were starkly different. Just a few days prior, he had arrived with a heart full of trepidation, relying on deceitful means to secure a rare opportunity for a trial, only to be unceremoniously dismissed. Now, just days later, he could confidently enter and exit the edifice without the fear of being turned away. This stark transformation prompted a moment of reflection. How was it that he had been cast out like a stray dog only to return today to sign himself into their ranks? What did they perceive him to be, and how would others view him upon learning of this? For a moment, Morton found himself hesitating, torn on whether to proceed inside. The possibility of ridicule loomed large, yet to refrain from entering would mean forfeiting a splendid opportunity, risking oblivion without even the chance to be mocked. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter, for history remembers only the successful, disregarding the minutiae of their journeys. Guided by security personnel, Morton easily located the manager's office on the second floor. Before encountering Baylor, an image of an arrogant, defiant figure surfaced in his mind. Such prodigious talents often exuded an air of superiority, particularly toward a newcomer like him who had faced rejection. However, upon meeting Baylor, Morton found the elder to be not necessarily warm, yet at least his words were measured and devoid of any humiliating remarks. Given his lack of bargaining power regarding the contract, an agreement was swiftly reached, culminating in the signing of a training camp contract with a weekly salary of $1,000. While this figure might seem imposing in the realm of the NBA, it barely constituted a minimum wage, translating to an annual income of just over $50,000. Though the economic landscape of that time differed vastly from the present, the minimum salary had risen to around $200,000, rendering the $1,000 per week akin to a temporary worker's contract. Arrange your affairs in return for training tomorrow. The summer league commences on the 7th of next month. Put in the effort. I have high hopes for you, Baylor stated, effectively signaling the end of their meeting. Morton understood that he should take his leave, yet a matter weighed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to voice it after considerable deliberation. Mr. Baylor, I have one more request to trouble you with. Oh, what else is there? Baylor inquired, raising an eyebrow. I realize this may be an imposition, but Mr. Baylor, would it be possible for you to advance me a week's salary? Upon concluding his words, Morton gazed earnestly at Baylor. Much like the monthly salary system, the weekly wage system disburses payments once a week, typically on Fridays. However, given that it was only Sunday, there were still 5 days until the next payday. No problem, Baylor responded with commendable ease regarding this matter. Thank you, Mr. Baylor. As he counted the freshly acquired green bills, Morton felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pressing issue of survival that had loomed over him was temporarily alleviated, allowing him to focus entirely on basketball. After sending $500 to his mother, he chose to withhold too much explanation about the source of the funds, in case he faced termination, sparing his mother and sister from unnecessary disappointment. With $500 gone and a little over $100 left from his previous funds, Morton found himself with just over $600 remaining. From this amount, he first needed to allocate a portion for his daily living expenses over the next 10 days. Additionally, he sought a residence closer to the training facility. Although Jacobson was pleasant, it was rather distant. Finally, he needed to purchase a phone for future communications. In this era, the renowned Apple was still in the nascent stages of Spindler's low-end computer age. Even the historically significant brands like Nokia, Samsung, and Sony would take several more years to reach their prime. The most prevalent mobile devices at the time were the black and white phones from Motorola, the progenitor of modern smartphones, which were limited to voice calls. If feasible, he had hoped to acquire a vehicle for transportation, but upon surveying his dwindling cash, he relinquished this impractical aspiration. Uncle James, I sincerely appreciate your care over these past days, Morton said as he assisted the inebriated White. Upon learning of his contract with the Clippers, White was positively jubilant, even more so than Morton himself, tirelessly helping him with various tasks such as finding accommodation, purchasing a phone, and moving belongings. Morton felt immense gratitude towards the James couple for their unwavering support. Knowing they would soon part ways, he treated them to a meal. To his surprise, the typically mild-mannered White turned out to be a fervent drinker, spending more time consuming alcohol than eating during dinner. Amusingly, White's tolerance was quite low. After just 2 glasses, his speech began to slur. Thankfully, his demeanor remained amiable, albeit he became rather loquacious. He rambled on about the importance of diligent training and avoiding laziness, his words wrapping Morton in a warm embrace, brightening the chilly streets of the night. Aunt Mary, I apologize for the trouble tonight, Morton said as he helped White into a taxi, casting an apologetic glance at Mary. It's getting late. You should return quickly. There's training in the morning, Mary replied kindly, without engaging in further conversation. Go on home. Upon seeing Morton standing motionless, Mary waved goodbye and slowly drove away, her car vanishing into the vastness of the night until it was no longer visible. Only then did Morton turn and walk towards his newly rented abode. The dwelling was modest, spanning a mere 50 square meters, consisting of a single bedroom and a bathroom. As for a kitchen, it was unnecessary, for his 24 years of solitary existence had not compelled him to acquire the art of cooking. Reclining on the soft, comfortable bed, he gazed at the pristine white ceiling, his mind swirling with reflections on his brief journey through life. A myriad of unfamiliar and familiar faces danced before his eyes, the amiable Whites, the genial Garnet, the acerbic Rivers, and the defiant Starkhouse, eventually coalescing into a radiant smile in his dreams. The following morning, as Morton awakened from his slumber, he confronted a rather serious predicament. He had experienced a nocturnal emission. In truth, it was hardly a grave concern. The physiological urges of an 18-year-old could be quite vigorous. After prolonged restraint, compounded by the tension of an uncertain future, a sudden release was entirely understandable. Ah, what a delightful dream it had been. He could only muse internally. Calming the tumult of his emotions, he reminded himself that today marked the first day of collective training, an opportunity to meet his new teammates and coach for the first time, thus striving to make a favorable impression. Consequently, he arrived at the training facility early in the morning. Within the expansive gymnasium, he found only one other individual present, standing alone beyond the three-point line. tirelessly honing his shooting skills. As he approached, Morton recognized that this early bird was none other than Brent Barry, with whom he had recently competed. Although Barry was not the second overall pick this year, as the Clippers had selected the towering Antonio McDyess from the University of Alabama. He was subsequently traded along with Randy Woods to the Nuggets in exchange for Rodney Rogers and Brent Barry. Barry hailed from a lineage steeped in basketball. His grandfather had been a coach in the ABA. His father, Rick Barry, may be less renowned today due to the passage of time. Yet his brilliance and accomplishments remain indelible. He is the sole player in history to have claimed the scoring title in the NCAA, ABA, and NBA, establishing himself as a scoring machine. As the most distinguished son of Rick Barry, Brent Barry may not have inherited his father's exceptional scoring prowess, but he too carved his name in history. Following in the footsteps of Dr. J, Jordan, and Pippen, he became the fourth player to leap from the free throw line for a dunk in the slam dunk contest. And he holds the distinction of being the first and only white dunk champion, challenging conventional perceptions. Observing Barry train tirelessly, oblivious to Morton's presence. Morton was struck by the realization of Barry's intelligence. He recognized the inherent challenges faced by a player of his complexion, even with astonishing explosiveness and extraordinary physical attributes. Such gifts are fleeting. The sole path for a white player to thrive in the league is through precise shooting. Hey, what are you peeking at? A sudden voice startled Morton, prompting him to turn and see a man of similar height, a black individual, grinning at him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Harold Ellis. Ellis cheerfully extended his hand. Anthony Morton, Morton replied, shaking his hand. Oh, upon hearing your name, Ellis's expression transformed dramatically, causing Morton to furrow his brow. Oh, please don't misconstrue. Ellis hastily waved his hands. I am actually an undrafted player as well. Morton's countenance softened upon hearing his explanation. Brent Barry, whose training had evidently been interrupted by their conversation, approached them. We've met, Morton. Indeed, but it was not a pleasant encounter. That is not my concern, Barry shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, that is all in the past. We shall be teammates from now on. Morton, not one to harbor grudges, recalled that Barry had not ridiculed him that day. As their conversation continued, more players arrived at the training facility, gathering around the trio. Typically, those participating in the summer league are rookies or fringe players, diligently honing their skills and competing without airs, making them relatively easy to get along with. By 8 o'clock in the morning, all 12 participants of the summer league had assembled, and through brief exchanges, Morton had already memorized their names and positions on the court. Good morning, gentlemen. At 8:30, Tony Nelson made his punctual appearance at the training ground. Given that head coaches are often preoccupied with numerous responsibilities, they typically delegate the supervision of summer league assessments to their assistants. In this case, the assistant coach for the Clippers was none other than Tony Nelson, whom I had encountered a few days prior. Among the gathering, a few familiar faces already recognized me, while others remained strangers. Nelson surveyed the group and introduced himself, stating, I am Tony Nelson, your coach for the duration of the summer league. In other words, much of your performance over the next 2 months will be evaluated by me. So should any of you dare to slack off, I assure you, I will not be lenient. With a menacing grin, Nelson concluded, now, without further ado, let us commence our training. Chapter 13. The Summer League basketball training encompasses more than mere scrimmages. It is, in fact, an intricate and elaborate endeavor. In addition to the requisite warm-up stretches common to all sports, there exists a comprehensive series of foundational drills, including footwork, passing, dribbling, shooting, layups, and boxing out. Despite the monotony, Morton executed each task with meticulous diligence. Observing his somewhat disenchanted, inexperienced teammates, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged in his mind. This was a player destined to enter the league next year as the 13th pick, someone who had evolved from a mere substitute, averaging 8 points per game, into a celebrated superstar. He once proclaimed, I know what Los Angeles looks like at 4 in the morning. This legendary shooting guard, who, at the age of 36, had remarkably recovered from a devastating Achilles injury, epitomized the notion that the world values sweat alongside talent. He also recalled a long-haired woman with a voice so enchanting it captivated all who heard it, despite her somewhat blunt inquiry. Mr. Wang Xian, your movement on the court is so graceful. Do you have any special techniques? What techniques could there be? Merely the understanding that with a physique so frail, to secure a place on the national team, one must exert more effort and practice than others. This was my singular secret. Morton, you wretched fellow, what are you doing? Nelson bellowed, noticing Morton's apparent distraction. Need I say more? Just look at that expression. You must be daydreaming about women. Ellis chuckled. Harold, do you wish to find yourself seated in the stands in the future? Nelson shot him a glare, prompting Ellis to immediately shut his mouth and retract his neck. Though not entirely intimidated, the way Nelson addressed them indicated that their private coach was relatively amiable. If you wish to avoid injuries during training and refrain from warming the bench during games, I expect your full concentration during practice. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, Nelson warned, particularly singling out Harold and Morton. Ellis dismissed Nielsen's threats without a hint of concern, even winking playfully at Morton, as if to imply, now, it seems we both have become focal points. Time slipped away quietly amidst the monotony of daily training. Morton grew increasingly adept at controlling his new physique, occasionally executing cross-step maneuvers to break through defenses. His shooting also saw marked improvement, as he no longer faced the embarrassment of missing the basket entirely when unguarded. Among the various aspects in which he made substantial progress, he took the most pride in his defensive skills. In his previous life, despite exerting maximum effort, he often fell short due to physical limitations, frequently finding himself in the awkward position of being easily bypassed. Now, having inhabited a new body and undergone rigorous training for over 10 days, he had not yet transformed into an impenetrable defender on the perimeter, but at the very least, he would not hinder his team's performance. Of course, this standard was relative to his summer league teammates. All right, gentlemen, gather around, Nielsen called after the training session, deviating from the usual practice of allowing everyone to disperse immediately. Upon seeing the serious expression on the coach's face, the players instinctively knew what was at stake. With the summer league set to commence tomorrow, it was likely that the starting lineup would soon be announced, a matter that directly influenced their opportunities for performance over the next 2 months. Even the typically jovial Ellis fell into an unusual silence. I believe you all understand what is about to unfold. You are all exceptional young men. But basketball is a team sport, and sometimes that leads to difficult decisions, Nielsen remarked, shrugging his shoulders. The starting five for tomorrow's game would be Matt Fish, C, Bo Oit, PF, Eric Piakowski, SF, Brent Berry, SG, and Anthony Morton, PG. Matt Fish was selected by the Warriors in the second round of the 1992 draft and only entered the league last year, quickly becoming a significant backup for the Clippers in his inaugural season, even starting in 8 games. Bo Outlaw, an undrafted rookie from 1993, is a robust African-American. Not particularly tall, yet his fervent attitude and indomitable spirit allow him to hold his own in the power forward contests. Last season, he appeared in 81 games, starting 31. Eric Piakowski, a Caucasian from Poland, was drafted 15th overall by the Pacers in the first round of 1994, subsequently traded to the Clippers. He also participated in 81 games last season, starting 11. Aside from Berry and Morton, the majority of these starters are essentially key backups for the Clippers. Some may find it peculiar that these individuals, who are central to the rotation, would partake in the Summer League. But it is important to note that in a struggling team like the Clippers, these primary rotation players would merely serve as custodians of the water cooler on stronger teams. Furthermore, Dirk Nowitzki participated in the Summer League during his 3rd season after securing the starting power forward position with the Mavericks, making the involvement of these players in the Summer League quite understandable. "Oh dear," I exclaimed, holding my head in frustration. "Harold, don't be disheartened. There are still opportunities." Morton stepped forward to offer solace. However, I remained unresponsive, biting my lip in silent observation of Berry. Due to positional competition, the relationship between Ellis and Berry within the team is somewhat strained, whereas the amiable Morton maintains amicable relations with both. All right, gentlemen, it's time to retire early. Remember, do not stay up late or indulge excessively in libations. Otherwise, you may miss out on the beautiful Las Vegas tomorrow. As Nils departed, he did not forget to remind. The NBA Summer League is organized specifically for rookies or free agents who have entered the league within the last 3 years, typically held in Las Vegas, hence often referred to as the Vegas League. Occasionally, it may also take place in locations such as California, Atlanta, and Minnesota. In addition to the league's organization, some teams host their own summer leagues, which have no age restrictions. All free agents and players from the Continental Basketball Association, CBA, may participate. Notable examples include the Southern California Summer League in Los Angeles, the Pepsi Summer League in Orlando, and the Rocky Mountain Summer League held in Utah. These unofficial events are generally organized by a specific team, with neighboring teams coming together to compete. This year, the Clippers are participating in both the Vegas Summer League in Las Vegas and the Rocky Mountain Summer League in Utah. The schedule for the Vegas League has been released, with the following matchups: July 7th, against the Celtics, July 9th, against the Timberwolves, July 11th, against the Trailblazers, and July 13th, against the Rockets. After these 4 games, the Vegas Summer League will conclude, followed by single matches against the Jazz, Nuggets, Kings, and Trailblazers participating in the Rocky Mountain League. Although the intensity is not comparable to the NBA, for these fledgling athletes, it presents a significant physical challenge. Anthony, would you care to join me for a drink? Matt Fish whispered to Morton after Nelson left. Oh, no thanks, Matt. I still want to perform well and secure a substantial contract, Morton replied half-jokingly. Best of luck, buddy. As Fish observed Morton's lack of enthusiasm, he made no further demands and proceeded directly toward the garage. Gazing in that direction, Morton's eyes reflected a tinge of envy. He still had to endure the daily bus commute, uncertain of when he might comfortably drive to training. This summer league represented the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his talents. And with Coach Tony placing such significance on him, he understood the necessity of seizing this moment. He could not afford to falter. The prospect of being usurped by Quincy was a source of humiliation he wished to avoid. Through the bus window, Morton watched the brilliant rays of the setting sun cascading over the steel forest outside, and an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him, a feeling he had not experienced in many days. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, he had navigated strange encounters, spoken clumsily in a foreign tongue, and tasted diverse cuisines. Initially overwhelmed by novelty and confusion, he had adopted the demeanor of a humble observer, cautiously interacting with everyone he met. Perhaps he feared that, as a traveler from another realm, his presence might inadvertently alter the course of this world. Or perhaps he felt the natural restraint of a guest in another's home. However, when Coach Nelson announced his appointment as the starting point guard for the Clipper Summer League, Morton realized that his arrival had inevitably induced subtle shifts in this world. Soon, these small changes would ripple outward like a butterfly effect, leading to significant repercussions. The only way to resolve this predicament would be to find a secluded place and quietly fade away. Yet, that was evidently impossible. Thus, rather than languishing in anxiety over hypothetical concerns, he resolved to confront the situation with equanimity. Who, besides himself, could truly fathom the future of this world? Even if he were to know it, would that knowledge represent the authentic future? With this understanding, the shackles that had burdened him for days finally loosened, and Morton felt a profound sense of relief emanating from within. He resolved to announce his presence in this league and this world through his performance the following day. The next morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, nearly everyone had arrived. Nearly, because Ellis was still absent. Nelson paced anxiously, continually glancing at his watch. Apologies for my tardiness. Ellis finally arrived, just as the others were beginning to lose their patience. Ellis, you are 20 minutes late, Nelson said, his voice laced with anger, omitting Harold's name altogether. His ire was genuine. Though he was typically a gentle and accommodating individual, he transformed entirely when principles were at stake. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Tony. There's a bit of traffic. I will certainly be more mindful in the future, Ellis explained cautiously. I do not wish for there to be a future occurrence. Tony seemed to have accepted his explanation, refraining from further probing into the matter. Ellis discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. But Morton's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of him. He had just noticed Fish surreptitiously raising his eyebrows at Ellis, without needing to ask. He was aware that the two had undoubtedly indulged in revelry at a bar the previous night, and Ellis might have even succumbed to excessive drinking, which explained his tardiness this morning. If it were merely due to intoxication, Morton would not be overly concerned. However, he understood that despite Ellis's carefree demeanor and seemingly irreverent attitude, he harbored aspirations and maintained a rigorous training regimen, largely steering clear of vices like smoking and drinking. The fact that he had diverged from this path and succumbed to drinking was alarming, especially when considering that his starting position during the Summer League had been usurped by the rookie Barry. This loss was not only of his starting role, but also of his confidence. 2 years ago, when he entered the league as an undrafted rookie, he had perhaps held on to the hope that he would prove his worth to those who had overlooked him, making the teams that passed him regret their decisions. Yet, as 2 years have slipped by, he found himself further from that aspiration. In his first season, he had played nearly 20 minutes per game, but last season, that time had dwindled to a mere 9 minutes. This year, he had failed to even secure a starting position in the Summer League. After 2 years of effort, he was left with nothing to show for it. At 25, how many more 2-year spans did he have to squander? Such thoughts inevitably plunged him into despair. Each year, countless young individuals, burdened by despondency, squander their potential. Morton lacked the energy or interest to intervene. Yet, when it came to a friend, He felt compelled to offer assistance within his means. Harold Morton nudged Fish, who had sought to sit beside Ellis, aside, watching him sulkily mumble as he took a seat at the back. Morton couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that this seasoned hotelier had a wealth of experiences he wished to share with Ellis. "When did you start playing basketball?" "At the age of 7. Ellis replied, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "7? That is quite early. I only began in high school." Morton was taken aback that Ellis had commenced his basketball journey so early. Yet after all these years, his ball handling and long-range shooting skills were abysmally lacking. In 2 years, he had managed to sink only 1 three-pointer. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a lack of talent. "Are you going to give up?" "Anthony, are you here to lecture me?" Ellis asked, displeasure evident in his voice. "No, Harold, you know I've always regarded you as a friend. I cannot bear to see you spiral downwards. It would ruin you." "Spiral downwards? I'm already this way. How much worse could it get?" "Harold, Anthony, I've had enough. Do you think I wish to be like this? Don't I long to dominate the court, to overpower my opponents and the rim? I've been practicing since I was 7, and look at the outcome now. At the draft, I was overlooked, spending 2 years as a mere benchwarmer with the Clippers. And now, during the Summer League, I find myself relegated to a backup role behind a rookie. Do you comprehend my feelings?" "I understand." "No, you do not. You could never understand." Ellis interrupted Morton's attempts at consolation. "Oh, my apologies, Anthony. I became a bit agitated. I prefer to be alone for a while." "All right, gentlemen. We have arrived at the airport. Please exit the vehicle swiftly." Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Ellis stood up and exited without acknowledging Nelson's greeting. Watching Ellis's dejected figure retreat, Morton felt a pang of bitterness. Perhaps his earlier words had the opposite effect, failing to uplift him and instead shattering the fragile illusion of self-deception he had clung to. It seemed he was not cut out to be a persuasive speaker. "Anthony, what did you discuss with Harold? Doesn't he appear to be in good spirits?" "I informed him that the woman from last night has a sexually transmitted disease." "Ah." Ignoring Fish's suddenly pale countenance, Morton too walked away, feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 15. Before the season begins, wow, this plane is so spacious and large. Quincy Rich exclaimed. A young man of pure British descent with golden hair. Playing as a point guard, he was also an undrafted rookie this year, set to serve as Morton's backup during the Summer League, a role he accepted with carefree indifference, always wearing a radiant smile. Unlike Morton and his peers, who approached basketball as a profession, Quincy was a Harvard graduate who could effortlessly secure a lucrative job. He played basketball purely for the love of the game. He resembled a wayward son, eager to explore various lifestyles and savor diverse experiences, experiencing a flight specially designed for NBA players. He was filled with childlike excitement upon encountering the unique amenities. In the 1960s and 70s, traveling for away games was a grueling ordeal. Most teams relied on trains or buses, and even those fortunate enough to fly did so on standard commercial aircraft. These giants were confined to cramped spaces, enduring the relentless onslaught of fans and reporters at airports, unable to relish the joys of air travel. It was not until the 1990s that conditions began to improve, with some teams opting for charter flights to ensure their players could rest more comfortably. The interiors of these planes were customized to accommodate the players' unique physiques, featuring wider seat spacing, reduced seating capacity, and enhanced catering options. Morton should count himself fortunate. Had he traversed a decade earlier, he would have had to confine his substantial physique into a rather cramped space. It is worth mentioning that in 1998, the NBA entered into a charter flight agreement with an airline. Nevada, where Las Vegas is situated, lies adjacent to California, home to Los Angeles, and a mere 2-hour flight away. In the time it takes for a brief nap, the plane has already landed at the airport, and Morton and his companions board a coach that is ready and waiting to whisk them away to their hotel, gazing at the vibrant spectacle that rivals Los Angeles. It is difficult for Morton to fathom that just a century ago, this area was nothing but barren desert. In the mid-19th century, a desperate army lieutenant who had once set foot here believed that no one would ever tread upon this arid land again. Yet, who could have anticipated that a century later, the desolation would blossom into the thriving metropolis we see today? During this historical transformation, the Nevada state legislature played a pivotal role in legalizing gambling in 1931 amidst the Great Depression, setting Las Vegas on a trajectory of rapid development. Today, it stands as one of the world's premier vacation destinations, renowned for its vast tourism, resort, and shopping industries centered around gambling, a veritable paradise for the affluent. I don't know when Rich strolled over to Morton's side, but he remarked wistfully, "Indeed, I can already scent the aroma of vice, A faint smile crept across Morton's lips. Conversing with him was always a delightful experience. His optimistic demeanor and carefree attitude, unburdened by trivial concerns, were infectious. "All right, lads, quiet down and lend me your ears." Nelson clapped his hands and called out, "I believe you are more familiar with the land beneath our feet than I, this old man." "Ha ha." His self-deprecating humor elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Although he was only in his 40s, the demands of mental labor and neglect of self-care had taken a toll on his hairline, giving him the appearance of a man in his 50s. "To be frank, I've always been opposed to holding the summer league here. I cannot fathom how many promising young men have been ruined by coming to this place. I hope you will not become one of them." Nelson's tone turned unusually serious. Upon hearing this, Morton cast a worried glance at Ellis, only to find him engrossed in music through large headphones, seemingly oblivious to Nelson's words. "Let us head to our rooms for a bit of rest. We will meet at the gym at 4 o'clock. With the hotel finally in sight, Nelson concluded his brief address. The hotel rooms are shared by 2 individuals, as Coach Nelson explained, to foster mutual oversight among players and enhance camaraderie. However, to Morton, these reasons seemed superficial. The true motivation for the double occupancy was simply to have the costs. Morton initially intended to share a room with Ellis, hoping to continue educating and guiding him back onto the right path. However, Ellis directly dragged Fish into the room, seemingly miffed. As for Richie, by the time Morton turned to seek him out, the affable fellow had already vanished into another room with someone else. Fortunately, Barry was still around. Just as this thought crossed Morton's mind, he spotted Barry walking towards the room alongside the fellow Caucasian, Piakowski. "Anthony, how about we share a room?" Nelson, perceiving Morton's predicament, jested. I think I'll take a room for myself," Morton promptly replied, wrapping an arm around Otero's shoulder. Otero, a person of good temperament, merely chuckled and offered no objections. This minor episode during room selection merely reflected their relaxed mindset, much to Nelson's satisfaction. Otero is a player of remarkable professionalism, whether on or off the court, and regardless of whether he is facing opponents or fans, he consistently maintains a strict self-discipline. As an undrafted rookie, he cherishes this hard-earned opportunity more than most, thus exerting greater effort than his peers. His diligence has been duly rewarded, as he has successfully integrated into the Clippers' rotation, with the potential to advance to a starting position next season. Sharing a room with him and spending time together will greatly aid Morton in acclimating to the NBA. At 4 in the afternoon, everyone gathered punctually at the hotel entrance to board a bus to the arena, where their adversaries for the day were the Boston Celtics. Upon their arrival, they found the Celtics already engaged in warm-up shooting on the court, while a sparse audience comprised mostly of scouts and managers from various teams, along with a handful of young spectators who dismissed the regular season, occupied the sidelines. Morton cast a glance across the court, only to find a sea of unfamiliar faces. It was hardly surprising. Although he harbored a passion for basketball, he was merely human, not a machine, and could not possibly remember every player in the NBA. Moreover, many of these individuals might never even step onto an NBA court, so it was entirely understandable that he did not recognize them. Donning a jersey, Morton joined his teammates for the pregame warm-up, a ritual that none dared to overlook. Insufficient warm-up could lead to underwhelming performance, but worse. The risk of injury was a peril one could not ignore. After approximately an hour, Nelson summoned all the players into the locker room for final preparations and adjustments. In truth, there was little left to discuss. The necessary strategies and drills had already been covered during training. Now it was primarily a matter of personal mental tuning. Observing the varied expressions of his teammates in the locker room, Morton felt a surge of emotion. Tonight would reveal who among them was a dragon and who was but a worm. Chapter 16. Facing the Celtics with a sharp whistle. Fish and the opposing center leaped simultaneously, the tall and long-armed Fish effortlessly tipping the ball to the backcourt. Morton jogged forward, securely controlling the ball in his grasp, while simultaneously advancing towards the front court. He keenly observed his teammates' movements, recalling the introduction of the opposing players made by Otero prior to the match. The player donning the number 4 jersey, named David Wesley, was a shooting guard, yet today he would likely be matched against Morton. Wesley possessed a commendable 3-point shooting ability, making it imperative not to grant him any open looks. Furthermore, his defensive positioning was astute, and his lateral movement was exceptionally swift. He should not be underestimated. The nickname Mickey Mouse David Wesley was somewhat familiar to Morton from his previous life. As a shooting guard, he often performed the duties of a point guard, averaging 7 assists per game during his peak season. He once formed a renowned backcourt partnership with Baron Davis on the Hornets. Morton was acutely aware of his own prowess, particularly due to his later career stint with the Rockets, where he assisted Yao Ming. By that time, he had reduced himself to a mere shooter. Yet he remained an exceptionally reliable offensive asset on the perimeter for Houston. Such a formidable figure as Morton was certainly not to be underestimated. The player donning the number 9 jersey was Greg Minor, a shooting guard with commendable athleticism, although his long-range accuracy left much to be desired. The player in the number 55 jersey was Earl, a center known for his solid defensive capabilities, particularly his shot blocking. As for the other two, they were unfamiliar to me and likely this year's rookies. Otero was correct. The remaining two were indeed rookies from the Celtics. The player in jersey number 32 was Eric Williams, selected 14th overall in the first round, a versatile forward. The one wearing number 5 was Junior Burleson, who was picked 4th in the second round, primarily playing as a power forward. Rookies, daring to lose focus in my presence, I intended to impart a lesson today, making it clear that the NBA is no child's play. Morton's seemingly indifferent expression was interpreted by Wesley as disdain and provocation. After all, he had been the starting shooting guard for the Celtics last season, only to find himself disregarded by an undrafted rookie during the Summer League, which, despite his amicable nature, filled him with considerable indignation. Morton smiled helplessly, realizing he had become the target of ridicule. However, to Wesley, this smile appeared to be a taunt, intensifying the anger brewing within him. He resolved to show this naive rookie his place. Taking a step back, he crouched slightly to lower his center of gravity, extending his arms and glaring fiercely at Morton, hoping to intimidate him with sheer presence. Morton, unfazed by this display, remained composed. After all, he had been a national-level athlete in his previous life, participating in various international competitions. He had witnessed all manner of posturing and would not be easily intimidated. Observing Wesley's self-satisfied retreat to prevent a breakthrough, Morton took advantage of the moment, leaping effortlessly into the air, arms raised, as the basketball swooshed through the net. Much to Wesley's astonishment. A three-pointer, just a stroke of luck, Wesley muttered under his breath. Luck, you say? Just wait and see how I turn you into a defeated mouse today. Morton thought to himself. With the Celtics in possession, Earl passed the ball to Wesley. As Wesley dribbled up the court and positioned himself, he hastily attempted a three-pointer, neglecting the significant height difference between himself and Morton. With a resounding slap, Morton delivered a powerful block that left Wesley dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Morton sprinted forward like a cheetah, snatching the ball and racing down the court. Earl, having just jogged past the halfway line, turned back to chase after him. However, due to his considerable bulk, his speed paled in comparison to Morton's, rendering his efforts futile as he could only watch helplessly as the distance between them widened. As Morton noticed that no one was interfering behind him, he gently tossed the ball against the backboard. He then leaped high, executing a perfect 180-degree turn and deftly dunked the ball into the hoop. Ah, you're late, Morton teased, winking at Earl. Earl's expression darkened as he silently retrieved the ball and walked toward the baseline. Anthony, you great fool. What are you doing? Hurry back and defend, Nelson shouted, observing that Morton was still bantering with Earl. It was then that Morton realized, at some point unbeknownst to him, Earl had already released the ball. He hurriedly sprinted backward, yet he was still a step too late. Although Fish held a considerable height advantage over Wesley due to the mismatched defense, his speed proved to be a calamity. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Wesley left him trailing behind, effortlessly making the layup. Are you here to receive the ball, Anthony? Fish remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Morton smiled awkwardly and said, All right, Matt, I'll pass to you shortly. This time, as Morton dribbled past the halfway line, Wesley swiftly closed in on him, unwilling to grant Morton any significant space. Instead, he stayed closely attached to Morton, his right hand constantly disrupting Morton's dribbling. Morton shook his head twice, seeing that Wesley remained unresponsive. In exasperation, he waved for Otero to come forth and set a screen. With the aid of Otero's imposing physique, Morton successfully evaded Wesley. Observing this, Burrell abandoned Otero and directly obstructed Morton's path to the basket. Although Burrell played as a power forward, standing at only 2.03 meters, his footwork was remarkably swift. He raised both hands and pressed against Morton like a stubborn piece of taffy, effectively contesting his drive. Morton intended to pass the ball to the trailing Otero, but upon glancing back, he discovered that Wesley had tightly intercepted the passing lane. With no other option, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Executing a sudden stop, he performed a deft between-the-legs maneuver, transferring the ball from his right hand to his left feigning a drive from the left side. Successfully deceiving Burl and shifting his weight, Morton then switched the ball back to his right hand with another between-the-legs motion and accelerated past Burl. Earl, enraged by the audacity of the one who had just humiliated him, roared and lunged at Morton. Meanwhile, Fish, who had been waiting patiently for an opening, felt a sudden void beside him, igniting a spark of joy within him. All he needed to do was await Morton's pass and effortlessly score. He had even envisioned the celebration he would perform. Bang! Fish indeed received the ball, but it was not passed by Morton. It had merely fallen from the hoop. Morton faced the imposing Earl without opting for a pass. Instead, he executed a thunderous dunk, concluding the offensive play with remarkable flair. "Wow, how spectacular!" exclaimed the spectators, captivated by the prowess displayed. Among them were scouts from various teams, equally astonished by Morton's trio of diverse scoring techniques, fervently inquiring about the identity of the enigmatic number 48, a name they had never encountered before. The reactions of those on the sidelines inevitably reached Morton's ears, causing a sense of elation to swell within him. Indeed, he was the one wearing the number 48 jersey. During his trial, he had donned the number 13, but considering its unfortunate connotations in the West, he decided to adopt the number 24 to commemorate his age during his previous life. However, upon realizing that Kobe Bryant's iconic number was also 24, he felt a tinge of disappointment and ultimately doubled it to 48. This number held profound significance, representing both his mother's age in his past life and that of his mother in this world upon his rebirth. Pass. Pass. Anthony. Damn it. You're a point guard. Yet, before Morton could revel in his moment, Nelson from the sidelines doused his spirits with a glum expression as he retreated to the backcourt. Wesley, still smarting from the recent reprimand, saw Morton charging forward, brimming with pent-up energy. He refrained from prolonging the confrontation and directly lobbed the ball to Earl, who had established position in the paint, while he positioned himself at the arc to create space for a one-on-one play. Despite his height disadvantage against Fish, Earl utilized his substantial physique to his advantage. Employing his robust frame, he backed Fish down toward the basket and effortlessly executed a reverse layup, sending the ball through the hoop with ease. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Fish growled in dissatisfaction after conceding the basket. "Anthony, you must pass me the ball next time. I want to dunk on that guy." "All right, I will." Morton nodded in agreement. When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, Piakowski opted not to pass to Morton, but instead threw the ball to Barry. After a moment's hesitation, Barry ultimately relented and passed it to Morton. "Looks like your coach and teammates aren't particularly pleased with you." "Huh?" remarked the ever-amiable Wesley, whose demeanor occasionally turned less than friendly. Hearing his words, Morton cast a worried glance toward the coaching bench. Kid, you're still too green to contend with me." As Morton became distracted, Wesley immediately lunged forward, only to find that the ball had seemingly vanished before his eyes. This was merely a deliberate feint by Morton. Turning around, Wesley discovered that Morton had swiftly penetrated the paint, soaring high into the air, intent on executing a thunderous dunk over his defender. At that moment, a large hand reached out from behind Morton, swatting at the basketball in his grasp. It was Williams, Eric Williams, who had been fixated on Morton since he first gained possession. His decisive block electrified the atmosphere within the arena. The audience erupted into a frenzy, astonished to witness such a remarkable display of athleticism during the Summer League, rivaling the intensity of a regular season clash. Just as one wave of excitement subsided, another surged forth. Burl seized the deflected ball and made a long pass to the sprinting Wesley, who, faced with the retreating Barry, executed a deceptive drive before delivering a precise pass to the airborne Miner. In a display of effortless synergy, the basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop, and upon landing, Miner flexed his biceps in triumph. Stunned by the emphatic block, Morton finally regained his composure and prepared to retrieve the ball, only to be met with a stern call for a timeout from Nelson. "Anthony, what on earth were you just doing?" Before he could even take a seat, Morton was assailed with a barrage of reprimands. "Is that wretched hoop all you can see? You're a point guard, not a shooting guard. Your role on the court is to orchestrate the offense, not to focus solely on scoring. You must engage the team through drives and passes, keeping the ball in motion. Can you even pass? If not, you might as well sit on the bench and observe." During the brief timeout, Nelson devoted nearly all his time to chastising Morton rather than devising any strategies. He was deeply frustrated. His initial intention had been to position Morton as a shooting guard, but Barry's overlapping role and Morton's own insistence on this arrangement complicated matters. While Morton had indeed performed admirably in organizing plays and passing during practice, He had shockingly overlooked his teammates in today's match. As he prepared to re-enter the game, Nelson firmly instructed, when you go back in, prioritize passing. Shoot only when you're open, or else I'll substitute you to let you cool off. Morton could not fathom why he felt so isolated today. His mind was solely focused on outmaneuvering the opponent before him and sinking the ball into the hoop. Logically speaking, having played as a point guard for over a decade in his past life, the art of passing should have been ingrained in his very being, an instinctive reflex. Yet today, it seemed as if he had forgotten the essence of passing altogether. Perhaps he was overly eager to showcase his prowess in front of the crowd, to herald his arrival. Or maybe, upon realizing that his adversary was destined to become a formidable force in the future, he lost his composure, stubbornly believing that by dominating him, he could affirm his rightful place in the league. Ultimately, it was a matter of self-confidence. Hey, Anthony, do not fret. You performed splendidly. The coach still holds you in high regard, Odorose said, noticing Morton's furrowed brow, sensing his contemplation, and approaching him with words of comfort. This was not a significant concern for the starters or rotation players, but for the rookies and fringe players, such remarks could weigh heavily on their minds, often leading them to second-guess themselves due to the coach's critiques. At this moment, Nelson felt a twinge of regret. His earlier comments may have been a bit harsh. Observing Morton's silhouette, he genuinely worried that his words might leave a psychological scar. However, he soon dismissed this concern. Upon re-entering the game, Morton heeded the coach's advice, refraining from aggressive plays and one-on-one confrontations, instead channeling his energy into orchestrating the offense. With deft breakthroughs and masterful passes, he repeatedly tore through the opponent's defense. With the ball in hand, the world was his to command. Morton truly embodied this sentiment. By the end of the first half, he had amassed 11 points, 7 assists, along with a rebound, a block, and a steal, albeit with 2 unavoidable turnovers. Despite it being merely his summer league, a rookie achieving such magnificent statistics in a half was commendable. It appeared that the Clippers had indeed stumbled upon a gem. Yet, the clear-headed Nelson was not swayed by these superficial figures. Through the course of the half, he identified 3 issues that had not surfaced during practice, if left unaddressed. They could hinder Morton's further development. Firstly, and most critically, it seemed that Morton's stamina was waning, a common issue among players who hail from streetball backgrounds, though it was particularly pronounced in his case. During training, Nelson had noticed this issue to some extent, though it had not manifested as severely. After just 16 minutes in the first half, Morton was already gasping for breath, his legs trembling. At this rate, he would undoubtedly struggle to maintain his performance in the second half. Could it be a result of excessive fatigue from the previous night? An uncontrollable thought surged within Nielsen's mind, lingering persistently. If this were indeed the case, he would have to harbor doubts regarding Morton's training attitude, which would significantly hinder future progress. The second concern pertained to Morton's reluctance to secure rebounds. Judging solely by statistics, a point guard averaging a single rebound per game should not attract undue criticism. However, when one considers that this point guard stands an impressive height of 1.96 meters with a near 1 meter vertical leap, such leniency wanes. Moreover, this rebound was practically gifted to Morton, having fallen directly into his arms. At times, he even witnessed rebounds soaring past him without any reaction. Nielsen sensed that this individual seemingly lacked any concept of securing rebounds. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Morton. In his previous life, although his height was commendable, his physique was too slender, rendering him incapable of contending within the paint, often risking injury in the process. Consequently, he developed a habit of shunning rebounds over time. The third issue, while less critical than the preceding 2, remained nonetheless significant. Morton played the game with excessive rigidity. Indeed, he was too forceful in his approach. There were instances when simply leaning into a play could easily earn him 2 free throws, yet he insisted on powering through, sometimes even seeking out contact without drawing a foul. Did he not realize that such a strategy would hasten the depletion of his already limited stamina? This, too, harkens back to a historical legacy. In his past life, Morton's frail physique compelled him to circumvent defensive players, avoiding the paint altogether. Now, with a new body, he resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, eager to experiment and explore its capabilities. These 3 issues, 1 inherited from a predecessor and 2 from his past life, posed significant obstacles to his journey ahead. If left unresolved, his path to stardom would be fraught with challenges. Yet, should he find solutions, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, free to navigate the vast expanses of opportunity. Chapter 18. A reunion with Garnett during the halftime intermission, Nelson refrained from devising any intricate strategies. Firstly, for these unfamiliar rookies, complex tactics were mere illusions. The primary objective was to flawlessly showcase the skills honed in practice. Secondly, their performance in the first half had been nothing short of impeccable, as the team, led by Morton, entered the second half with a commanding 15-point lead. However, the prolonged break did not rejuvenate Morton. Rather, it exacerbated his fatigue. His physical state was palpably reflected on the court. Errors, missed shots, and traveling violations ensued, a stark contrast to his earlier performance. Observing Morton's deteriorating condition, Nelson promptly seized the opportunity presented by a free throw to substitute Quincy Rich for him. Rich, who had been merely a bystander, was taken aback upon hearing his name called, joyously leaping from the bench and bounding onto the court, momentarily forgetting to acknowledge Morton. Fortunately, Morton, familiar with Rich's exuberant nature, took no offense. Throughout the entire second half, Nelson opted not to reintroduce Morton, leaving him to watch from the sidelines as the Celtics gradually closed the gap and eventually surpassed the score. Anxious, yet powerless, Morton could do little but observe. In his absence, the formidable Wesley unleashed his prowess, executing dazzling offensive maneuvers, driving, passing, and shooting, that rendered the outmatched Rich utterly ineffective. Ultimately, the Celtics completed a remarkable comeback, overturning a 15-point deficit to secure victory in the Summer League opener with a final score of 98-94. Although Morton did not play much in the second half, his dazzling performance in the first half garnered unanimous praise, including from media scouts, with some even suggesting that his abilities surpassed those of Barry, who was selected 15th overall this year. The players of the Clippers noticed these comments and merely chuckled, including Barry himself, who took no offense. Their minds were consumed with thoughts of how to indulge extravagantly in the entertainment capital of Las Vegas, and the disappointment of today's loss was already a distant memory. Since most of these players were without contracts like Ellis, Fish, and Rich, Nelson could not afford to be overly strict and could only turn a blind eye to their behavior, as long as it did not become excessive. "Anthony, why aren't you going with them?" Outlaw interrupted Morton's reverie. The only ones left in the hotel, aside from the uniformed staff, were Outlaw, Morton, Barry, and Piakowski, who had not ventured out. "Do you think I don't want to?" "But I have no money," Morton replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. "You'll soon have more money than you can spend," Barry and Piakowski chimed in as they approached. "Anthony, your performance today was truly commendable. I'm a bit envious." That evening, while others reveled in the lively casinos and bars, the four of them sat in a corner of the hotel, engaging in discussion and sharing insights. Primarily, Outlaw and Piakowski imparted their experiences, one having fought his way into the team rotation as an undrafted rookie, and the other having represented the United States in international competitions. Their shared wisdom and experiences provided immense benefit to both Morton and Barry, leaving them enriched after their conversation. 2 days later, the Summer League's second game arrived as scheduled, with the Clippers facing off against the Timberwolves. As the Clippers warmed up at the arena, Morton spotted a familiar figure among the Timberwolves, a certain Kevin Garnett. "Hey, Anthony, congratulations." Garnett approached Morton with a friendly greeting. "Thank you," Morton sincerely replied. Garnett did not inquire why Morton had returned to the Clippers after being released. He understood that, for players, circumstances often dictated their paths, much like his own selection by the Timberwolves. "You played well in the last game, but today you may not have as many opportunities to shine," Garnett said, his smile still apparent as he issued a playful challenge. "Oh, really? I'll be sure to dunk one over your head today." "I suggest you keep your distance, Anthony. Otherwise, I might send you flying without knowing where the rim is." "Let us see about that." Morton refrained from further verbal sparring with Garnett and returned to his warm-up, aware that he could never match Garnett in the art of banter. "Anthony, what did that lanky fellow say to you?" Upon the return of Morton, Fish immediately approached him. "Matt, Kevin is my friend," Morton replied with a hint of displeasure. "However, your interaction appears rather unfriendly," Fish responded innocently. "Is it customary for friends to confront each other with such hostility?" "That's just how he is." Morton offered no further explanation. Although he maintained a good rapport with Fish, he did not fully endorse some of his behaviors and attitudes, making it impossible to articulate the warrior spirit embodied by Garnett. "All right, Matt, Anthony, let us warm up quickly. We've arrived a bit late today," Oturo interjected, patting both on the shoulder, interrupting their conversation. Approximately an hour later, the game commenced, and the Clippers lineup remained unchanged from the previous match. As for the Timberwolves, aside from Garnett, Morton was unfamiliar with the other players. Fortunately, Oturo, with his unwavering diligence, had conducted thorough research on their opponents before each game to ensure optimal performance. As in the last match, he briefed Morton and Barry about the adversaries. The number 2 is Askia Jones, a shooting guard. Just focus on not losing concentration, Oturo remarked thoughtfully. Number 30 is Pat Dallum, a small forward, lacking three-point range. Pay attention to his drives. Number 51 is Andres Gilbert, a power forward or center. I'll take him on. Oturo sighed as he regarded this opponent, who was slightly taller than himself. Gilbert entered the league in the same year, occupying the same position and facing the same fate of being undrafted. The difference lay in their respective attitudes towards the game. Through relentless effort and training, he had gradually established his footing in the league, while Gilbert had been swiftly eliminated by fierce competition. Having played only a handful of games last season before being waived, it remained uncertain whether his mindset and skills had improved after such trials. Number 21 is Kevin Garnett, the prodigious high school talent. No further explanation needed, Oturo concluded. As for number 53, I'm unfamiliar. He should be this year's rookie. Anthony, show him what you're made of. After Oturo's comprehensive introduction, Morton surmised that the current Timberwolves indeed deserved their reputation as a struggling team, lacking any notable players aside from Garnett, even in the Summer League. Of course, the Clippers were not in much better shape. With a sharp whistle, the basketball was tossed high into the air. As Morton watched the ball descend slowly, a wave of exhilaration surged within him, marking the beginning of his first encounter with Garnett. Chapter 19. The dominance of the Wolf King. The outcome of the jump ball was unmistakable, no matter how hard he tried. Fisher could never compete with the towering height and remarkable leaping ability of Garnett. The Timberwolves seized possession of the ball. Jerome Allen, the player wearing number 53, swiftly advanced the ball past half-court before hastily passing it to Garnett, who was establishing position in the paint. While Garnett's physique might have appeared somewhat slender compared to Fisher's, his footwork, interior skills, and shooting touch were distinctly superior. Leaning against Fisher, Garnett feigned a couple of movements before lowering his center of gravity and effortlessly executing a jump shot. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches during the draft, later growing to 6 feet 11. Garnett's elevation during the shot was such that no one had yet been born who could contest it. Fisher was rendered helpless, unable even to disrupt the shot, and could only watch as the ball swished through the net. Your sluggish movements resemble those of a clumsy bear, Garnett taunted as he retreated on defense. Just wait. Skinny pole. Soon you will witness my dunking prowess. Having spent a few years in the league, Fisher quickly responded with a wry retort. Anthony, make sure to pass me the ball. I intend to return the favor. Morton did not provide a definitive answer to Fisher's request, for he was acutely aware of Garnett's formidable talents. As a defensive anchor for both the Timberwolves and the Celtics, Garnett's exceptional wingspan and remarkable vertical leap allowed him to dominate in areas stretching from the basket to the three-point line. His defensive prowess extended beyond mere assistance. As the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, his one-on-one defense was equally formidable, although he possessed a lean frame that could be challenged by stronger opponents. His subtle yet effective maneuvers compensated for this disadvantage. Despite being a newcomer to the league, Garnett had yet to reach his eventual peak. Yet his opponents were hardly of the same caliber. Against Fisher, he was more than capable, and Morton believed that if Fisher insisted on retaliating, he was likely to face defeat. Morton anticipated the outcome, yet he remained oblivious to the impending tragedy that lay ahead. As Fish persistently raised his hand, yearning for the ball, Morton, in an effort to preserve the team's harmony and to dissuade Fish from his futile aspirations, lofted the ball to him. Tragically, this moment catalyzed a series of unfortunate events. Fish, confident in his physical stature, believed he held an undeniable advantage against Garnett. He envisioned that with a mere lean, he could send the bothersome opponent crashing to the ground, before effortlessly turning to deliver a thunderous dunk. However, Garnett swiftly shattered Fish's unrealistic dreams, showcasing an unexpected strength that belied his physique, rendering Fish's efforts futile. In other circumstances, Fish would have opted to pass the ball, for he was not a selfish player. Yet this time was different. Recently taunted by Garnett after a successful shot, Fish felt an indignant surge within him. He was determined to retaliate. With a swift turn and a fluid shooting motion, he released the ball. The sound of the basketball ricocheting off the backboard echoed, as Fish watched in disbelief, astonished that a mere 18-year-old rookie had managed to block his shot. Hey, Big Bear, how does that rejection taste? Garnett seized the opportunity to taunt him mercilessly. This time, Fish offered no retort. He was still processing the humiliation. Matt, come here to inbound the ball. Morton called out hastily, eager to prevent Fish from remaining in Garnett's shadow. Upon receiving the ball, Morton glanced at the timer. Fish had consumed too much time during his ill-fated attempt, leaving only 5 seconds remaining. Thankfully, there were still 5 seconds left. Facing Allen's defense, Morton executed a sudden acceleration and change of direction, leaving him behind, as they were simply on different tiers of skill. Observing Morton's advance, Garnett instinctively moved to block him. However, he was still young and inexperienced in the center position, leading to a lack of adaptation that made him susceptible to being drawn out of the paint. Once Garnett vacated the lane, it became alarmingly open, with Gilbert nowhere to be seen, having been pushed aside by Oturo. With a deft bounce pass, the ball landed squarely in Oturo's hands beneath the basket, and the subsequent dunk was executed with ease. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Garnett's frustration bubbled to the surface, and he glared at Morton, seething, "You cowardly passer. Too afraid to face me, dreaming of dunking over me. Kevin, there will be passes, there will be dunks, and there will be victories." Morton was not agitated by Garnett. If the accolade of Defensive Player of the Year were still a matter for the future, the emphatic block just witnessed was undeniably present. Morton would not foolishly seek to contest such a rejection. As the Timberwolves transitioned to offense, Allen, mirroring the previous possession, passed the ball to Garnett just past half-court, leaving Morton feeling as though he had been struck by a punch made of cotton while attempting to focus on his defensive duties. It was hardly his fault. In the last game against Wesley, the slightest lapse would afford the opposition an opportunity to shoot or drive, leading him to mistakenly regard all players participating in the Summer League as being of similar caliber. However, the reality was quite different. At least Jerome Allen had not yet reached that level. This offensive play unfolded as before, with Garnett isolating in the paint while the other 4 players spread out. Witnessing Fish being dominated under the basket by Garnett, Morton felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, despite Fish's efforts and Morton's compassion, the outcome remained unchanged. The ball simply ricocheted off the rim. At this juncture, it seemed that halting Garnett was a matter of fortune. Aside from his own missed shots, there was no other recourse, as Fish was woefully outmatched. Nelson, observing the situation on the court, felt a twinge of regret. How had he failed to recognize Kevin Garnett's formidable talent during the tryouts? Watching Garnett wreak havoc beneath the basket, Nelson grew anxious. While the results of the Summer League were not overly critical for the team, they represented a vital opportunity for these assistant coaches to gain experience and showcase their talents, which could be pivotal in their aspirations to ascend to head coach positions. After Garnett once again executed a successful jump shot, Nelson finally discerned a pattern in the Timberwolves' offense. Every play initiated by Garnett culminated in his own scoring, leaving the other players scoreless. With this realization, Nelson decisively called a timeout. Fish, as he took a seat on the bench, was consumed by frustration, the initial fervor to retaliate now extinguished. His confidence eroded by repeated failures against the opponent. "Come on, Matt. Pull yourself together. The game has only just begun. Everything that happened will be reversed." As I have devised a strategy to counter him, Nelson encouraged Fish, recognizing that as the starting center in the Summer League, he could not afford to succumb to despondency. "Really? What strategy?" Fish's interest was instantly piqued by this remark, and soon others gathered around him, eager to hear more. Observing the team gravitate towards him, Nelson felt a swell of pride and quickly articulated his strategy. After hearing it, Fish's expression fluctuated between hope and doubt, as his earlier enthusiasm dissipated. Nevertheless, he resolved to adhere to the coach's directives. Upon returning to the court, Morton cast a wary glance at Garnett. "Kevin, the real game has only just begun. Are you prepared?" Chapter 20. Strategies. As Morton observed the cautious defense of Allen, he felt a pang of nostalgia. This was not the Allen clad in hip-hop attire, nor was it the one renowned for his three-point prowess. This was a young dreamer destined to fade into obscurity. We often assert that diligence outweighs natural talent. Yet this notion is a fallacy. Without innate ability, all efforts are in vain. Just like the Allen before him, regardless of his relentless toil, he was powerless to thwart Morton-esque crossovers and explosive speed, merely watching as Morton surged into the paint. Despite his better judgment, Garnett could not restrain himself and lunged once more at the reckless Morton, who, this time, opted against passing. With a powerful push off the ground, he soared high, arching his back like a bow, raising the ball with his right hand, intent on delivering a thunderous dunk to fulfill his promise. However, Garnett would not grant him this wish. Seeing no alternative to impede the impending spectacle, he resorted to foul play to shatter the beauty of the dunk. You are quite naive to think you can dunk in my presence. You are far from it. Garnett taunted with no hint of remorse. Kevin, don't get ahead of yourself, Morton replied, shaking his head. He was still acclimating to Garnett's aggressive style, which seemed to disregard all camaraderie once on the court. With that, Morton approached the free throw line. 2 free throws, the simplest means of scoring for him. The first shot went in. On the second, as he dribbled the ball, he glanced at Garnett, a smile gracing his lips. Kevin, although you are formidable, you cannot stop me. Clang. The sound of the ball hitting the iron echoed as the second attempt failed, the ball ricocheting off the rim. Yet, amidst the ensuing tussle, a hand emerged from behind. Morton, he seized his own rebound. With a resounding thud, the dunk that had previously eluded him was finally executed. Oh, what a magnificent slam. I dare say, this young man is destined to become a superstar. The audience erupted in applause, lavishing praise upon such an exhilarating display, with some already pledging their allegiance to Morton. Kevin, did you see that? Morton flashed a gleaming smile. Damn it, this is ridiculous, Garnett muttered, his expression darkening as he cursed under his breath, then hastily moved to inbound the ball, eager to retaliate. The tactics of the Timberwolves revolve entirely around him. It is not that he is a ball hog, but rather that this summer league team lacks any other consistent scoring option, leaving the coach with no alternative. After observing for half a quarter, Nelson recognized this reality and made targeted adjustments. The strategies employed were straightforward. First, perimeter defense aimed at the team's primary scoring threat, which is the most common and practical method, preventing him from receiving the ball. After all, even the most formidable interior player becomes ineffective without access to the ball. Second, there was the implementation of help defense, as the Timberwolves' 3 perimeter players possessed no three-point range, or, to put it bluntly, lacked any shooting range at all, allowing for a relaxed defensive contraction. The third method, however, was less than honorable, fouling, since scoring was inevitable. They could not allow him the luxury of an easy jump shot. If he wanted to score, he would have to pay the price. Aggressive and brutal fouls were Nelson's directive to Fish. In the combative spirit of the 1990s, as long as the fouls were not excessively harsh, they would suffice. Moreover, crucially, in the Summer League, a player would only be ejected after committing 10 fouls, which allowed the Clippers players to play without the fear of being sidelined. During the timeout, the Timberwolves did not alter their tactics. After crossing half-court, Allen still aimed to pass the ball to Garnett, yet Fish's perimeter defense effectively obstructed the passing lanes, leaving no opportunity for a pass. This left Allen feeling somewhat at a loss. Kid, is passing all you know? Morton taunted. If that's the case, I suggest you head home early to spare yourself further embarrassment. Allen refrained from retaliating, but the fury etched on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. It was no wonder. Despite being merely a second-round pick, he had been the undisputed star at his state university, with all offensive plays centered around him. Now, his sole function seemed to be bringing the ball across half-court. As a proud individual, Morton's words were salt in his wounds. With Garnett being closely guarded and the ball unable to be passed, Allen resolved to take matters into his own hands rather than force a pass. With determination solidified, he cast aside any thoughts of the coach's strategy or teammate support. His focus narrowed solely on the insufferable face before him and the distant, infuriating hoop. He was intent on delivering a spectacular shot to demonstrate to his opponents that he, too, was a force to be reckoned with, not merely a facilitator for Garnett. He bent low, lowered his center of gravity, and began to dribble the ball with purpose. With a sudden burst of speed, Allen showcased the acceleration that had served him well in college. However, today he found himself thwarted, for Morton matched his pace, staying tightly beside him. His left hand raised high to disrupt his shot or pass, while his right hand incessantly tugged at him. Morton's defensive skills are commendable, even exceptional, as his previous frail physique necessitated a heightened focus and awareness to compensate for his limitations. Now, endowed with a robust body, he flourishes further, a fact that Allen keenly appreciates. With a fierce determination to announce his formidable rise through a powerful dunk, Allen unexpectedly found himself halted mid-drive. Leaning against Morton, cradling the ball in both hands, he encountered a dilemma. To continue his drive would result in a double dribble, yet passing felt unsatisfactory. Hence, he resolved to shoot. Allen lowered his shoulder, creating a narrow gap, and executed a 3-step layup. However, he underestimated Morton's athleticism. Morton momentarily paused before swiftly regaining ground, continuing his pursuit of Allen. Cursed be the situation. Gritting his teeth, Allen resorted to a reverse layup, aimed solely to evade Morton's block, his shot arcing high. The ball ricocheted off the rim twice before finally descending, prompting Morton to realize he should contest for the rebound. No, rather, retrieve it. Yet, a tall, slender figure surged forward, executing a thunderous dunk before the ball could even touch the ground. Was this a tactic? Observing Garnett's smug expression, Morton quipped. Regrettably, Garnett seemed oblivious to his sarcasm. No, Anthony, your rebounding awareness is akin to that of a primary school student. Garnett replied with a seriousness that left Morton both amused and exasperated, yet he refrained from arguing. Clearly, he was wise enough not to debate rebounding with a four-time rebounding champion. Their defense had been sufficiently executed, though they permitted Garnett a single basket. It was improbable he would consistently seize offensive rebounds. As long as they maintained this defensive intensity, the Timberwolves would resemble a toothless wolf, easily manipulated at their whim. The unfolding of the game aligned closely with Morton's predictions. With Garnett under tight scrutiny and restricted, the Timberwolves' offense promptly stagnated. Meanwhile, under Morton's leadership, the Clippers seized the opportunity to unleash a counterattack, successfully overtaking the score and maintaining their lead until the final whistle. Garnett could only express his frustration at feeling powerless. At merely 18 years of age, he was not yet the dominant power forward of 28. Confronted with the opponent's focused defense, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, he demonstrated his skill and potential throughout the contest. With 22 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks, Garnett demonstrated through his comprehensive and exceptional performance that he undeniably deserved his draft position, silencing those who looked down upon high school draftees. As for his fellow high school competitor, Anthony Morrow, his performance was equally commendable, with a double-double of 18 points and 11 assists. More importantly, he excelled against his opponent, Allen, and led his team to victory, proving that he certainly should not have been an undrafted rookie. At the conclusion of the game, a small incident occurred. When Garnett, known for his fierce demeanor and vocal presence on the court, suddenly approached Morrow, bewildered teammates stood up, fearing a confrontation. However, Coach Nelson appeared remarkably composed, fully aware of the relationship between Garnett and Morrow. It could be said that Garnett's decision to leave the tryout for Morrow was a direct result of Nelson's influence. If their friendship were to dissolve over a mere summer league game, it would certainly suggest that their bond was rather superficial. The friendship between Morton and Garnett is undoubtedly not something to be taken lightly. If Morton harbors any aspirations of cultivating a favorable rapport with a future superstar, Garnett exemplifies genuine selflessness, purely resonating with Morton's spirit. Kevin, have you taken a wrong turn? Morton quipped as he pushed aside a teammate blocking his path and embraced Garnett warmly. Anthony, let us grab a drink later. Garnett merely chuckled at Morton's jest. Off the court, he is remarkably amiable, quite the contrast to his aggressive demeanor during the game. All right, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Morton certainly had no intention of declining Garnett's invitation. Although Nelson felt a twinge of concern, he refrained from dampening the mood, for once the game concluded, one cannot dictate the players' private lives. With that, Garnett made his way toward his team's locker room, having just played, drenched in sweat and in need of a hot shower and a change of clothes. Morton, too, accompanied his teammates toward the locker room. After Morton finished his shower, Garnett was still not out, so he stood at the door waiting for a while. As teammates who had already left passed by him, they greeted him with smiles. Owing to the humility and kindness characteristic of his previous life and his non-isolated style of play, he enjoyed a good rapport within the team. Anthony, don't tire yourself too much tonight. Richie whistled playfully as he walked by. However, Ellis, departing simultaneously, wore a stern expression and remained silent. Since their minor altercation on the plane, the two had not exchanged a single word. Ellis consistently distanced himself from Morton, revealing a deeply conflicted inner turmoil, which in turn affected his performance on the court, leading to further entanglement. Ultimately, he resigned himself to defeat, as his performance had been overshadowed entirely by Barry, leaving no hope of being a starter in the upcoming games. Kevin, what are you pondering? A pair of large hands rested affectionately on Morton's shoulder. Nothing much. Let us go, Kevin, Morton replied with a smile, and the two walked out side by side. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was faithfully captured by a camera hidden in the corner, later to become a treasured classic photograph. They were the two most remarkable high schoolers from the 1995 draft. One a first-round pick, the other an undrafted rookie. One dominated the backcourt, the other the frontcourt. Although they had never played for the same team, they had forged a bond deeper than brotherhood. Kevin, is this what you meant by grabbing a drink? Morton asked incredulously, pointing at the coffee before him. He had not anticipated that Garnett's notion of having a drink was indeed just that, a cup of coffee and not alcohol. Oh, what's wrong? Don't you like mocha? We could switch flavors, Garnett said earnestly. Anthony, the dangers of alcohol to an athletic career are too significant. It's best to indulge sparingly. I understand, Morton nodded in agreement. Since his rebirth, he had yet to taste alcohol, but he was surprised to discover that the seemingly rebellious Garnett could exhibit such self-discipline. Kevin, your performance today was phenomenal. You nearly turned the game around single-handedly. But we still lost, didn't we? Garnett shrugged helplessly. If only you were on our side. Regarding the second-round pick's performance, one could say that, to be fair, Allen's display was fairly average for a late second-round selection, but it paled in comparison to Morton, the undrafted rookie. By the way, Anthony, why didn't you play in the fourth quarter today? During the match, this dilemma persistently lingered in Garnett's mind. The Summer League is not akin to the regular season. It serves as a stage for young players to fully showcase their talents. Therefore, regardless of a significant lead or deficit, no team would consider conserving their strength by resting their key players in the final quarter. Yet, Morton remained on the bench for an entire period, which inevitably aroused Garnett's suspicions. A year into play as well, but Morton's face bore a grimace, indicating his utter exhaustion. Morton, after 2 games, has come to realize that his most significant issue lies in his physical stamina. It is not merely the challenge of sprinting across the court. Even playing 3 quarters has become somewhat arduous. Unable to maintain his performance? Indeed, Kevin, my endurance may not suffice to sustain me for extended durations. Upon hearing this, Garnett's expression suddenly turned grave. Anthony, I am unaware of how you trained or played previously, but in the realm of the NBA, if you aspire to make an impact, abundant physical stamina is indispensable. After all, no key player or star athlete can merely sit on the sidelines cheering for their teammates when the outcome is at stake. Although Garnett's tone was somewhat stern, Kevin harbored no resentment. He recognized that Garnett's intentions were in his best interest. While anyone can offer kind words, not everyone is willing to deliver unpalatable truths. In the time that followed, Garnett meticulously shared his training and gameplay experiences with Morton, elucidating how to effectively manage stamina on the court. Despite Morton's previous systematic training in his past life, the methodologies between China and the United States differ significantly. Furthermore, Garnett's personal insights were invaluable. Even at the venerable age of 38, he managed to average 25 minutes as a starting power forward, which underscored his unique approach to stamina allocation on the court. In the subsequent 2 games, Morton began intentionally experimenting with some of the techniques imparted by Garnett, yielding commendable results. While he could not yet endure an entire game, he could at least ensure 30 minutes of high-efficiency performance, leading the team to victory in both matches. The Summer League differs from the regular season. Although it spans several days, the team's games do not occur continuously throughout that period. In simpler terms, a team does not require an extended series of games in the Summer League. For instance, the Clippers games commenced on July 7th and concluded by July 12th, while the Knicks games began only on July 12th. This arrangement is designed to conserve time for each team, allowing them a better opportunity for training and evaluating new talent during the off-season. After the Clippers games concluded, the team did not return to Los Angeles. Instead, they proceeded directly to Utah to participate in the Rocky Mountain Summer League organized by the Jazz. Prior to this, Coach Nelson sought out Morton and startled him with his opening remark. Anthony, you will not be joining the team in Utah for the upcoming games. Chapter 22. Airport Encounter. Why, Coach Nelson, is my performance not satisfactory? Upon hearing this news, Morton felt as if struck by lightning. In those 4 games, he showcased his utmost potential, leading the team to a commendable record of 3 wins and 1 loss with an impeccable performance. Averaging 17 points, 5 assists, 2 steals, and a mere 0.7 rebounds per game, his statistics were among the elite in the entire Summer League, especially considering he played less than 30 minutes per game. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Anthony, I do not intend to terminate your position, Nelson stated, a knowing smile gracing his face. It was only at this moment that Morton displayed a level of anxiety befitting his age. Through these games, have you identified your most significant issues? Rebounding and stamina. Morton replied without hesitation, clearly having contemplated this matter prior. Excellent. It is evident you are a very astute player. Nelson nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Now that we have identified the problems, we must endeavor to address them. After consulting with Coach Fitch, we believe the Summer League no longer holds potential for your further development. Instead of wasting time in these inconsequential games, We should focus on targeted training to address your deficiencies. Therefore, you will return to Los Angeles. I am confident that under Bill's guidance, you will undergo a transformation. Understood. Coach, thank you. Morton solemnly expressed his gratitude to Nelson, as his departure would undoubtedly impact the Summer League's outcomes. After all, Richie could not compensate for his absence. The Summer League may not hold significant importance for the head coach and the team, yet it is a crucial milestone for assistant coaches. It was through leading the Rockets to consecutive Summer League victories that the resolute Bulls coach Thibodeau gradually caught the attention of various managers. Knowing that he would part ways with the team, Morton resolved to bid farewell to his teammates, for not all of them possessed the talent to remain. And perhaps this farewell would be final, with no chance for future reunions. This is unacceptable. The coach is being exceedingly biased. Richie feigned displeasure. All right, Quincy, enough of the pretense. Who doesn't know you're the happiest about Morton's departure? This way you can enjoy more playing time. Barry ruthlessly exposed him. Brent, your words wound me deeply. Do I truly come across as that type of person? Richie feigned heartbreak. Not at all. Morton scrutinized him for a moment before seriously stating, you indeed are. Enough of this nonsense. Otero, evidently unable to tolerate Richie's antics any longer, interjected, Anthony, train diligently upon your return. Bill is an excellent coach. I am aware, Morton replied, holding Otero, who consistently cared for and supported every teammate like an elder brother, in high regard. Let us strive together. The following day, Morton parted ways with the team and returned to Los Angeles for additional training. Without the team's chartered flight, traveling on a regular plane felt somewhat constricting. Yet Morton was accustomed to such experiences from his past life. After more than 2 hours, the plane gradually descended at the airport. As he was merely a peripheral player, the team did not send anyone to pick him up, a fact Morton accepted without resentment. He understood his current standing, flatteringly described as promising, but more accurately, he was just a rookie, and he was indifferent to such matters. A remarkably easygoing individual, he did not dwell on issues unless they involved deliberate provocation, discrimination, or infringing upon his principles. Jilling, be careful on your way back, and please convey my regards to Uncle and Aunt. Morton heard a familiar voice as he exited the airport. Turning to look, he saw a tall Asian man affectionately adjusting the collar of a slender, familiar-looking girl. The girl shyly lowered her head, her gaze flickering as if she dared not meet the eyes of the man before her. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Aren't you coming back with me? A sweet, trembling voice inquired. No, I have work here and cannot leave at will. The man gently declined with a smile. I will visit you in Toronto when I have a chance. Oh, really? The girl's spirits lifted at the latter part of his statement, and in a surge of excitement, she embraced him. Another Navi girl ensnared by the throes of love. Morton sighed, shaking his head. Wait a moment, that name sounds so familiar. Observing more closely, Morton quickly recognized the girl as the future national goddess, Lin Jieling. At that moment, upon glancing at the man again, a wave of desolation and uncontainable indignation surged from the depths of his heart. With a round face, a flat nose, small eyes, and thick lips, he lacked any distinctive features aside from his somewhat unattractive appearance. How could he possibly have captured the heart of a goddess? Truly, it was akin to a beautiful flower blooming amidst a pile of dung. Morton yearned to disregard all reason and rush forward, to separate the two entwined figures, and deliver a punch to that detestable visage. Yet ultimately his rationality prevailed. Frustrated and unwilling to remain in this distressing environment, Morton hastily exited the airport. Why is that man so furious? Ling Jieling inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed Morton's departing figure. Who knows? Black people's tempers are often quite volatile. The man remarked nonchalantly, glancing back. Is that so? For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that his silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, she pondered internally, attributing it perhaps to the notion that all black individuals bear a striking resemblance. Hey buddy, what has got you so riled up? The taxi driver, noticing Morton's lingering ire, asked with concern once they were inside the cab. American taxi drivers are known for their loquaciousness. Oh, what is the matter? Morton suddenly reflected, realizing, indeed, why was he so irate? Ling Jiling's affairs were of no consequence to him. She was not someone of significance to him. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of indignation simmered within. Was it due to the man's unattractiveness, or perhaps something else? Morton pondered for a moment and finally came to a realization. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of a common fantasy among the underprivileged. Like all ordinary men, Morton, too, would occasionally entertain a few unrealistic daydreams about the dazzling goddesses adored by the masses. This sentiment is not exclusive to his homeland. Individuals from foreign lands share similar inclinations, akin to how every American in the 1950s and 60s regarded Marilyn Monroe as the epitome of their dreams. Having come to this understanding, Morton felt a significant lift in his spirits. He was no longer the nameless benchwarmer of the national team. He believed that with his determination, the strength of his body, and diligent effort, he would carve out a niche for himself and gain recognition in the world. At that point, what kind of beauty would be beyond his reach? Why waste energy being frustrated here? With this thought, Morton suddenly burst into laughter, startling the driver, who wondered if something was amiss with his mind. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Morton took a day to rest before heading to the Clippers training facility in Playa Vista for practice the following day. The expansive training ground, save for a few security personnel at the entrance, was nearly deserted, with only a solitary figure remaining, presumably his coach for specialized training. It was evident that Bill Fitch, the head coach, would not personally oversee such minor matters. His expertise lay in orchestrating games and maximizing player performance on the court, rather than in fundamental training. Anthony Morton? I recognize you from the tryout. The figure approached Morton immediately upon seeing him. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Andrew Roney, and I am the assistant coach for the Clippers. I will be responsible for your conditioning training over the next month. As Roney spoke, Morton scrutinized him closely, noticing that he was relatively young, likely in his 30s, not particularly tall, and appeared somewhat frail. It was difficult to imagine that someone of such stature would possess significant expertise in physical conditioning. Morton had anticipated a robust, boisterous figure, a muscular man who would greet him with an enthusiastic embrace that would leave him gasping for breath. How are you feeling? Any concerns? Roney inquired, noticing Morton's somewhat dazed expression. No, nothing at all, Morton replied, snapping back to attention. I'll be relying on you. Rest assured, as long as you follow my guidance, I guarantee you will perform like an unstoppable little thoroughbred when the season begins, Roney asserted confidently when discussing his area of expertise. Thank you. In the following month, Morton spent his time immersed in training at the gym alongside Roney. During this period, apart from a solitary visit from head coach Bill Fitch, the gym was exclusively occupied by the two of them, while the primary players indulged in rest, leisure, and financial pursuits during the off-season. The fringe players incessantly participated in various summer leagues to hone their skills and showcase their talents in hopes of garnering the attention of more teams. This phenomenon resulted in the gym being a sanctuary for just the two of them. Roney, a coach of remarkable dedication, consistently arrived even earlier than Morton and departed later. Should Morton feel inclined to extend his training, Roney would willingly remain by his side, without a hint of complaint. It is noteworthy that his assistance came without financial remuneration, as the team had yet to commence formal training, leaving the coaches on break, just like the players. Roney's willingness to aid Morton stemmed not only from Fitch's request, but also from his passion for the Clippers. He aspired to nurture one or two exceptional players to contribute to the team's success. Anthony, just as Morton was deeply engrossed in his training, Roney entered and called out, "Mr. Baylor is looking for you." "What is it, Andrew?" Morton inquired, continuing his exercises. The familiarity developed from their daily companionship led to a relaxed demeanor. "It's good news," Roney replied, handing him a towel to wipe away his sweat. "The team wishes to offer you a contract." "You mean?" Morton's heart raced. "Yes, you will be included in the team's roster next season. Although I am not the head coach, I believe that no team or coach should overlook a player of your caliber. That would be a tremendous loss." Roney praised him earnestly. Just as Morton was captivated by Roney's extensive knowledge and unwavering commitment, Roney held great admiration for Morton's relentless and almost self-punishing training regimen. While other players sought shortcuts, Morton approached his training with meticulous attention and frequently requested to increase the intensity. Fortunately, his youth and vigor allowed him to endure what would be unbearable for others. That is wonderful, Andrew. I have awaited this day for so long," Morton exclaimed, enveloping Roney in an enthusiastic hug before dashing toward the manager's office. Upon reaching the door, Morton paused to steady his racing heart. Although he was aware that his relentless efforts would eventually yield this moment, the reality of it left him unable to contain his excitement. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A venerable voice emanated from within. Pushing the door open, Morton beheld an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, seated with a pair of reading glasses, intently examining documents on the desk, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. "Mr. Baylor, you summoned me?" Morton expressed, harboring a profound respect for this esteemed figure. "Oh, little one, you have arrived." Bele removed his reading glasses and placed them on his right side. Today, he sought to discuss matters pertaining to your contract. Do you possess an agent? An agent? Well, Morton does not have such a thing. No. In light of this, you may peruse the contract yourself. To be candid, Morton finds contracts rather perplexing. In his previous life, all his agreements, including commercial endorsements, were managed by his agent. Thus, he did not pay them much heed. His primary concerns revolved around two issues: salary and duration. 3 years for 990,000, with a starting salary of 300,000 and an annual increment of 10. It is worth noting that this annual increment pertains to the first year, meaning that the first year's salary is 300,000, with an increase of 30,000 for the subsequent year, resulting in 330,000 for the second year and 360,000 for the third. Upon first glance at the duration and salary, Morton believed he had misread. After carefully wiping his eyes, he realized he had not erred. Indeed, it was 3 years and not just one. At that moment, he began to suspect that Bele had made a mistake. Although the salary could not be compared to future figures, where aside from Ewing, the maximum salary was merely 7 or 8 million, an average annual salary of 330,000 seemed exceedingly low. Mr. Bele, is this contract perhaps erroneous? Morton inquired as he handed the document back. Erroneous? Bele scrutinized the document once more, furrowing his brow. No, it is accurate. 3 years for 990,000? Morton pressed, still unwilling to accept the terms. Yes, this is the most equitable contract we can offer given your capabilities, Bele responded calmly, seemingly unfazed by Morton's incredulous tone. Most equitable? Morton laughed bitterly, his excitement swiftly evaporating. On his way here, he had envisioned that since the Clippers provided him this opportunity, he aspired to emulate the likes of Duncan, Nowitzki, and Kobe, dedicating his youth to this team and leading them, a franchise yet to prove itself in the playoffs, towards the pinnacle of glory. However, after reviewing this contract, he felt an overwhelming urge to cast it back at Bele's face. 3 years for 990,000 was simply unacceptable. Morton, you are merely an unproven, undrafted rookie. This is already a very generous offer. Were it not for Bill advocating on your behalf, I would not endorse such a lengthy contract for an undrafted rookie. You are still young. Should you perform well, you may command whatever salary you desire in the future. For other undrafted rookies, securing a 3-year contract is undoubtedly a joyous occasion, as it signifies that, barring any cuts from the team, they have at least 3 years to hone their skills and showcase their talents within the league. However, Morton's situation is distinct. He possesses a clear understanding of his own abilities. He recognizes that he is but a latent dragon, waiting for the right platform and moment to soar majestically into the skies. A bargain deal may bring delight to the management, yet it does not resonate with the same joy for the player. If the reluctance to offer a longer contract persists, then let it be a 1-year agreement. I have no objections. Morton had indeed contemplated signing with other teams, as he was only bound by a training camp contract, which would be terminated before the season commenced, rendering any potential signing inconsequential. However, upon reflection, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Firstly, having played merely 4 preseason games, most scouts and managers remained unaware of his true capabilities. Thus, any contract offered would likely not surpass his current terms. Secondly, within this team, he still had a few teammates from the summer league and a coach who appreciated his talent. Transitioning to a new team would mean venturing into unfamiliar territory. In the NBA, it is not uncommon for rookies to be bullied by veteran players. For instance, Sun Yu experienced being sent on errands for hamburgers shortly after joining the Lakers. Given these considerations, a 1-year contract worth 200,000 seemed fitting. Mr. Baylor, somewhat irked by Morton's audacity, found it unprecedented to encounter such a presumptuous, undrafted rookie after all these years. In a fit of frustration, he offered an even lower minimum salary than before. Chapter 24. Returning home, Mr. Baylor, you truly are a shrewd manager, Morton remarked with a forced smile. Morton's words were a blatant mockery, for it is well known that the Clippers are akin to a child clutching a treasure trove, yet utterly oblivious to its value. A manager within the league once remarked that when engaging in trade with the Clippers, one must keep one's eyes wide open, for a player languishing on their bench might very well be the future superstar. Baylor's countenance darkened immediately. It is worth noting that as a man of African descent, his complexion was already quite deep, leaving one to ponder why Morton had such an impression. Well then, 200,000 it shall be. In an effort not to further incite Baylor's ire, Morton continued. If he had previously aspired to be a loyal servant to a single team, he now regarded the Clippers merely as a stepping stone, signing a one-year contract to establish his worth before negotiating a more lucrative deal the following year. With both parties reaching an accord and no further disputes arising. After all, basketball does not entail the same image rights issues as football. Morton inscribed his name upon the contract following amendments to the salary and duration. Observing Morton's stormy departure, a wry smile flickered at the corners of Baylor's mouth. Anthony, do you think I am unwilling to offer you a substantial contract? Alas, what can I do if Sterling is reluctant? Sterling, the owner of the Clippers, Donald Sterling, was the individual subsequently mandated by the league to sell the team due to his racially discriminatory remarks. From the moment Sterling acquired the team, his frugality became synonymous with his name. He even went so far as to have the head coach personally attend to players' bandaging to save on hiring a trainer. Earlier this year, in a bid to cut costs, he traded the freshly drafted second overall pick, Antonio McDyess, to the Nuggets in exchange for Brent Barry. When he sought to hire Bill Fitch as head coach, he pledged to construct a new training facility for the team, a promise that would not be fulfilled until many years later. Beyond his reputation as a miser, racial discrimination was another of Sterling's notorious labels. He treated the Clippers as his personal plantation, with the players resembling slaves on that estate. He had even brought women into the locker room post-game and made comments, such as admiring the beautiful bodies of these black men while the players showered. As a black man, Baylor's situation with the Clippers was far from the rosy picture it appeared to be. In 2008, after 22 years as the Clippers' general manager, Baylor was compelled to resign. In 2009, he filed a lawsuit against Sterling for unlawful termination based on age and racial discrimination, but the case fizzled due to insufficient evidence. Anthony, what troubles you? You seem less than pleased, Andrew inquired. How could that be, Andrew? I am quite content. Morton feigned nonchalance as he handed the contract to Ronnie. What? Mr. Baylor only signed you for a year? Upon seeing the contract, Ronnie let out a piercing scream. Noticing Ronnie's focal point, Morton revealed a wry smile. Truly a case of differing perspectives. From his own standpoint, he perceived a substantial annual salary of $200,000, while from the Clippers' viewpoint, Ronnie discerned a mere one-year signing. Well, Andrew, I am certain that Mr. Baylor possesses his own profound foresight. We ought not to speculate recklessly, Morton remarked with a hint of sarcasm. By the way, Anthony, where do you plan to go in the coming days? Observing Morton's lack of enthusiasm on the subject, Ronnie skillfully shifted the conversation. Where to? Naturally, I shall remain at home to rest. With August drawing to a close, the team will soon commence training, and after a summer of toil, Ronnie yearned for a few days of respite, especially with an entire season ahead of him. Without Ronnie's companionship, Morton found himself unable to train alone, thus concluding his summer training. Yes, I too shall return to visit my parents. It has been far too long since I last saw them. Wishing you a delightful holiday, Ronnie said before departing. Though Ronnie had left, his parting words lingered in Morton's mind, continuing to swirl in his thoughts long after he returned home. Return to see my parents. This phrase haunted Morton like a curse. How long had it been since he last laid eyes on his mother in this life? A full 2 months. Since arriving here, Morton had not once returned home, nor had he made many phone calls. It was not due to a lack of affection, but rather because he was unsure how to confront his mother and sister in this life. Although it was not his intention, the reality of occupying this body was undeniable. Their son, their brother, might have perished because of his presence, rendering him akin to a cruel murderer. The mere thought of facing the victim's family filled him with trepidation. Thus, during the past 2 months, he had refrained from returning home, and his phone conversations were brief and hesitant, often ending abruptly. However, some matters are ultimately unavoidable. No matter how deliberately he attempted to forget or evade them, he could not erase the blood bond he shared with them. Therefore, certain truths, even if Morton could continuously avoid them, would eventually demand his confrontation. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Facing it sooner would lead to resolution, alleviating the burden that might otherwise weigh heavily on him during training and competition. Morton is not a procrastinator. Once he grasped this realization, he promptly purchased a plane ticket to fly directly to his homeland. Morton's hometown is located in Kentwood, Louisiana, a quaint outpost in the southern United States, with a population of fewer than 2,000 inhabitants. This is not a typographical error. The size of this seemingly expansive locale is akin to that of a small village in China. Transitioning abruptly from the bustling vibrancy of Los Angeles to this serene and tranquil town, Morton found himself somewhat disoriented. Morton's residence was situated at the northwest corner of the town, a dwelling that was frigid in winter and tempered in summer, yet succumbed to leaks during rainstorms and swayed with the winds. Upon arriving at his home, guided solely by the impressions etched in his memory, he was truly taken aback by the scene before him. Previously, he had lamented the cramped and overpriced room he rented, but upon witnessing this house, he realized just how fortunate he truly was. This structure stood in stark contrast to the surrounding buildings, its walls peeling to the point where the original color was unrecognizable, the wooden door riddled with cracks, and the roof slightly sagging as if it were on the verge of collapse. "May I assist you with something?" Just as Morton was lost in his reflections, a cautious voice emanated from behind him. Morton turned around and beheld a young girl with slightly dark skin, cascading wavy hair, and bright, captivating eyes gazing at him with a look of curiosity. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet her well-defined figure was remarkably striking. It is often noted that foreign girls tend to mature earlier. As he began to speak, Morton suddenly realized, "Ava, how is it that after such a brief absence you no longer recognize me?" "Brother," the girl exclaimed with delight, leaping into Morton's embrace. "You are back." Morton returned without notifying anyone, feeling a mix of apprehension and inner turmoil. Therefore, when Ava saw him, she rushed towards him in surprise, her ample bosom pressing against him, leaving him somewhat flustered and unsure of where to place his hands. Since their older brother, Benjamin, had been working away since Ava was 8, her memories of him were rather vague. With her mother also occupied with work, the responsibility of caring for Ava largely fell upon Anthony, who filled a unique role in her life as both brother and father figure. "Brother, why didn't you say anything before coming back?" she exclaimed, filled with joy upon seeing her long-concerned brother. She eagerly pulled him into the house, chattering incessantly as they walked. Once inside, Morton gained a deeper understanding of the family's impoverished condition. It could be described as having bare walls. The modest home was divided into 2 rooms by wooden boards, with a table placed in the center of the outer room and a bed in the corner, where he and his brother once slept. Underneath the table lay a small, rickety stool, seemingly on the brink of collapse. During mealtimes, they would turn a bucket upside down to serve as a seat. The inner room contained nothing more than a bed and a few rudimentary cooking utensils, representing all their possessions. Morton found it peculiar that everything remained unchanged since he had left, despite having sent nearly $6,000 back over the past 2 months. While such an amount might be trivial for wealthier families, it could significantly ease the struggles of a household like his. Observing their current state, he mused that even a thief, after rummaging through their belongings, would likely depart with tears in their eyes. Ava, however, appeared unfazed, cheerfully tugging Morton to the edge of the bed and asking him a flurry of questions. Seeing the genuine joy radiating from this little girl at her brother's return, Morton felt a chord within him resonate. At 14, she stood at the threshold of life's most beautiful phase as vibrant youth began to unfold, with the rebellious spirit of adolescence driving all teenagers to seek beauty and uniqueness. Ava, the lovely and charming girl, should have been a proud, pampered princess, adored and carefree. Yet, her gaze fell upon worn, faded clothes and patched trousers, her hair adorned with a barrette that was a birthday gift from a decade ago. Her finest outfit was the school uniform, often ridiculed by others. "What is wrong, brother?" Ava asked, noticing Anthony lost in thought. "Ava, you are an angel," Anthony suddenly remarked, leaving them both puzzled. "You should be as happy and carefree as an angel." "But I am very happy and carefree." If only brother Benjamin could come back. Ava's mood dampened slightly at the mention of him. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," Anthony reassured her, gently stroking her hair. "Where did Mother and Angela go?" Angela is his youngest sister. Their mother has gone to Uncle Spear's house to work. As I am heading to school, Mother is uneasy about leaving Angela alone at home, so she took her along. It should be about time for them to return. "Brother, let us go find them. Mother will surely be overjoyed to see you." "All right." Morton readily agreed to his sister's request. Had it been before their return, he might have hesitated and felt apprehensive. Yet, after spending a brief time with Ava, Anthony discovered an unexpected bond, as if she were indeed his own sister, someone he wished to protect for a lifetime. Thus, he now felt a tinge of impatience to meet his mother's other daughter. Chapter 25. Family. After locking the door, Ava led Anthony towards Uncle Sam's home. To Anthony, the dilapidated house, devoid of any wealth, seemed inconsequential whether it was locked or not. However, noticing Ava's cautious demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Oh, by the way, brother, what do you do for work now?" Ava suddenly leaned closer and whispered as they walked. What did you say? Although Ava had reached an age where she was growing, her height, barely over 1.60 meters, still fell short compared to Anthony, making his comprehension of her question somewhat unclear. Ava cautiously glanced around, then gestured for Morton to lean in closer. Brother, you used to send $500 a month. How come you now send $500 a week? Are you involved in something? Morton queried, puzzled. Ava pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her words, but after a long pause, she could not conjure an appropriate metaphor and directly asked, Have you done something wrong? How could that be? Anthony chuckled at his sister's vivid imagination, finding it both amusing and perplexing. You can't steal $500 in a week by doing something bad. This is all your brother's hard-earned money. I knew it wasn't possible. Mother doesn't believe it and refuses to accept it, Ava murmured. Why not? Anthony asked, somewhat confused. Could it be that his mother was an upright person who scorned money of dubious origin? Upon reflection, this seemed entirely plausible. In her youth, his mother was a beauty. Even though time and toil had diminished her dazzling appearance, she still possessed a certain grace. Yet, even during the most challenging times, working over 10 hours a day, she never contemplated using her body to improve their circumstances. Mother fears that this money might have dubious origins, and if anything goes awry, she could always return it. Ava's unremarkable words stirred tumultuous waves within Anthony's heart. In his mind, two figures emerged. One, gaunt and benevolent. The other, gray-haired and optimistic. Despite their differing complexions, languages, and strikingly contrasting appearances, these two figures gradually converged in Anthony's thoughts, ultimately merging into a single entity. Both shared a tumultuous fate, an existence characterized by solitude, and an unwavering willingness to sacrifice everything for their children. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Stay away from Ava. At that moment, an irate voice suddenly resonated from behind. Anthony turned to see several grim-faced African-American men approaching. Anthony, you're back. What did you return? A chorus of delighted voices erupted, and upon seeing those familiar and friendly faces, a smile spread across Anthony's countenance. These men were his friends, or more accurately, the companions of Anthony Morton. As the star center of the basketball team, Anthony enjoyed considerable popularity in school, thanks to his striking looks and commendable skills. These were his teammates, who, sharing the same heritage, had forged a bond of brotherhood. Before departing for his journey, Anthony's greatest concern had been for his sister, fearing that her beauty might attract unwanted attention, prompting him to entrust her care to these loyal friends. They likely believed they were merely looking out for Ava. It must be said, they were quite diligent in their duties. He embraced each of them warmly. Being close friends, there was no need for words to express their understanding. All right, bro, you guys can catch up later. Let's go pick a mom first. Ava seemed less than enthusiastic about their presence. She always believed that her brother's lack of academic success stemmed from being lured away by these friends to play basketball. Fortunately, these gentlemen maintained a good-natured temperament, showing kindness towards their friend as sister. They offered her friendly smiles, made plans to meet up with Anthony later, and then departed. Uncle Spears is named Jamie Spears, an engineering contractor, while his wife, Lynn Spears, is my teacher. After you left, Mom began helping out at their house. They have 3 children. The eldest, a boy named Brian Spears, is 18. The other 2 are girls, one named Brittany Spears, who is 14, and the youngest, Jamie Lynn Spears, who is just 4 years old. On the road, Ava casually introduced the circumstances of the Spears family. From her words, Anthony seemed to catch a glimpse of something elusive. Yet upon reflection, he found himself unable to grasp it. Brother, you should know that Brittany from Uncle Spears' family is quite remarkable. Her singing is truly captivating. At the tender age of 8, she participated in some talent show, and by 11, she was touring the nation, singing, dancing, and appearing on television. As Ava spoke, a look of envy graced her features. It is no wonder, as every young girl harbors dreams, and how many are not enamored with vanity? This is the nature of humanity, deserving of no reproach. It was Anthony's first time witnessing such a youthful expression on Ava's face. The hardships of life had rendered her mature, resilient, and optimistic, yet they had also stripped her of the illusions of youth. Ava, there is no need for envy. Your future will surpass hers, Morton sincerely remarked. Really? The girl gazed at Anthony with hope. Yes, Anthony began to affirm, when suddenly a realization struck him. Britney Spears, a beautiful singer, wasn't she the one who would later win the Grammy for Best Female Pop Vocalist for 2 consecutive years? Ava remained oblivious to Anthony's sudden insight, for they had already arrived at the Spears residence. The house stood in stark contrast to Anthony's home, a two-story mansion adorned with red bricks and colorful tiles, with a small flower bed nestled in the front yard's lush grass. Through the shrubbery that framed the yard, Morton could see his mother diligently tending to the plants, while Angela played with a younger girl on the lawn. Mother, Anthony, and Ava hurried inside, and upon seeing the middle-aged woman with graying hair and deeply etched wrinkles, Anthony could hardly contain his excitement. Anthony, his mother, Dora Morton, gazed in disbelief at the familiar face before her. "Yes, mother, it is I." Morton embraced his elated mother tightly, feeling her trembling body reflect the tumult of her emotions. 6 years ago, she had been cruelly abandoned by her husband, and 6 months prior, she had lost her first son. For the past 2 months, she had lived in constant dread, fearing the loss of her second son. Now, he had returned, and the weight on her heart had finally lifted. Ms. Lynn. It turned out that Lynn had heard the commotion in the yard and had come out to investigate. A tall, elegant woman, time had left few marks upon her face, and she exuded an intellectual beauty behind her glasses. "This is my brother. He just returned today," Ava explained, noticing Lynn's puzzled expression. "What a fine young man," Lynn remarked with a smile and a nod. "In that case, Dora, you should return now." "How can that be? There's still work to be done today." Dora unexpectedly declined the suggestion. "If it remains unfinished, it can wait until tomorrow," Lynn advised. "Indeed, mother, let's return first." "Tomorrow, I shall assist you," Anthony chimed in beside her. "Very well." Dora hesitated for a moment before consenting. After bidding farewell to Lynn, Anthony embraced Angela and his sister as their mother made her way home. Angela, a charming and obedient 6-year-old girl, had always been a source of unease for Dora. This unease stemmed from the fact that Anthony's father had abandoned his wife, a situation that Dora believed was instigated by the very existence of Angela. It was not that his father was a monster, committing unspeakable acts against his daughter. Rather, it was the fact that Angela possessed fair skin. In the exploration of the NBA, Chapter 26, The Dream Takes Flight, one might wonder why the color of one's skin matters. It is essential to elucidate that, typically, the offspring of a union between individuals of darker and lighter complexions predominantly inherit the darker traits. For instance, Anthony's father, an immigrant of Afro-Latino descent from Mexico, and his mother, of Caucasian lineage, produced 3 children who were all of darker skin. However, the 4th child was unexpectedly fair-skinned, raising suspicions. It is akin to a scenario where your wife, after a full term, gives birth to a girl who resembles the neighbor, Mr. Wong. One would understandably feel a sense of betrayal. Consequently, Anthony's father felt deceived and, in a fit of rage, abandoned the family, vanishing without a trace. Thus, Dora harbored little affection for the catalyst of their familial disintegration. The responsibility of caring for Angela fell squarely on Anthony's shoulders until he ventured out of the home several months prior. On the journey back, Anthony could not avoid explaining the origins of his newfound wealth. When his mother and sister learned of his entry into the NBA, disbelief washed over their faces. Although they were preoccupied with their daily struggles and paid little heed to such matters, they understood the significance of entering the NBA. Since the ascension of Stern, hailed as the most audacious and successful basketball marketer, the NBA has transformed into America's premier sports league through a series of international and commercial initiatives. Wealth, status, beauty, and honor. These are the aspirations that most individuals can only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Yet, for those who enter the NBA, such treasures are within reach. The return of his son, now on the brink of a promising career in the NBA, heralded a double blessing for the family. After enduring years of suffering, Dora felt a genuine sense of joy, and that evening, the family of 4 celebrated together. During dinner, Anthony was momentarily apprehensive that something might fall from the rickety house, adding an unexpected twist to their meal. Fortunately, the structure proved to be sturdier than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he could not allow his mother and sister to reside in such a dilapidated dwelling, now that he had signed a contract and secured a stable income. The $6,000 he had sent home no longer needed to be saved. Persuaded by Anthony, his mother finally agreed to renovate the house. In truth, Anthony believed that this crumbling abode did not warrant mere renovations. It would be far better to erect a new one altogether. However, constrained by financial limitations, he found himself unable to do so. Although he had just signed the contract, it did not imply that the $200,000 were his to spend freely. The NBA's payment structure resembled a monthly salary, with payments distributed bi-monthly from November to April, culminating in 12 disbursements. Prepayment was an option, allowing up to 80% of his salary to be accessed. But given the unpleasant negotiations Anthony had previously experienced with the general manager, and considering Sterling's notoriously frugal nature, obtaining an advance appeared to be a formidable challenge. Thus, reluctantly, he settled for the compromise of renovating the house for the time being, with plans to construct a new one during the off-season when a new contract could be secured. As for whether the new contract would suffice to build a house, Anthony never doubted that it would. If it didn't, then the countless years spent playing basketball would have been in vain. He might as well have worked on a construction site. The following day, Anthony first took Ava to school. Typically, Ava went alone, but since Anthony was back, it was only natural for him to accompany her. Along the way, the siblings chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company. Yet, as is often the case with joyful moments, time flew by, and before they knew it, the school came into view. Also appearing in sight were Ava's teacher, Lynn, and her daughter, Britney Spears. The future pop icon, now just a 14-year-old girl, had recently faced the dissolution of her group, forcing her to leave the beloved stage and return to her hometown to attend school like any other ordinary girl. Physically, Britney bore a striking resemblance to her mother, yet her features were more refined, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting liveliness. The young girl linked arms with her mother, striding towards the school with a buoyant step under the morning sun. "Ms. Lynn, Ava, go inside. Class is about to begin," Lynn said, nodding to Anthony before turning to Ava. "Understood," Ava replied, turning to Anthony. "Brother, I'm going in first. Remember to pick me up after school?" After playfully making a face, Ava and Brittany strolled towards the classroom, their laughter echoing like the chime of silver bells, a testament to their delightful camaraderie. As Ava's figure gradually faded from view, Anthony turned to head home, where his younger sister awaited him. Upon his return, he found Angela seated on the steps at the entrance, her gaze somewhat vacant, lost in thought. "What occupies your mind, Angela?" Anthony inquired gently. A deep-seated tenderness welled within him for this sister of his. The little girl, blessed with an angelic visage, ought to revel in the carefree joys of childhood. Yet she had been born into an unfortunate family. Her fair complexion had not afforded her any advantages or protection. Rather, it rendered her existence profoundly awkward. Black children evidently did not regard her as a playmate, and white children showed her no kindness, regarding her as an impure interloper. At the sound of Anthony's voice, a spark ignited in Angela's eyes, and she ran towards him with outstretched arms. "Is Mom out?" she asked. "No," came the firm reply from the little one, her lips pouting in evident displeasure. "Such a little sprite," Anthony remarked, gently tapping her head with affection. Angela chuckled, but remained silent, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. After a simple breakfast, Morton took Angela and their mother towards the Spears residence. Morton had initially intended to persuade his mother to resign from her jobs and devote herself entirely to caring for Ava and Angela at home. But she resolutely declined his suggestion. It must be said that there exists a significant divergence between Western and Eastern mindsets in this regard. In Eastern culture, the notion often prevails that when one person achieves success, it elevates the entire family. However, in Western societies, there's a profound belief in the realization of individual value. Even those with substantial wealth often engage in work that piques their interest or allows them to contribute to others. Anthony recalls a particular NBA player who, upon retirement, chose to become a truck driver. His mother embodies this philosophy, having labored tirelessly throughout her life. The prospect of idleness at home would be more unbearable to her than death itself. Fortunately, after arriving at the Spears household, Anthony discovered that his mother's workload was relatively light, prompting him to refrain from further persuasion. In the following days, Anthony set aside all his training and relinquished his dreams, fully indulging in relaxation at home. He understood that once he departed from this place and stepped onto that much-anticipated stage, opportunities for such carefree leisure would be scarce. Hence, he cherished these fleeting days immensely. He reminisced about his joyful childhood moments with his childhood companions and rekindled fond memories with his high school teammates of their glorious past. Naturally, he did not overlook the importance of cultivating a relationship with the future superstar, Sweetie, with Ava as a connection and Anthony's charming flattery. Forging a friendship with such an innocent young girl proved to be a rather uncomplicated endeavor. Time flowed like an unceasing river, and before he knew it, the 5-day respite had swiftly vanished. The team's training camp was soon approaching, and despite his reluctance, Anthony had to bid farewell to his family as he boarded the return flight. As the plane ascended gradually, Anthony's resilient spirit soared alongside it, reaching for the heavens. Chapter 1. The roster for the new season. When Morton returned to Pomona Bay, the training facility, which had long been quiet, was finally abuzz with activity, as all the players and staff had returned. Among the players participating in the Summer League, only 3 remained alongside Morton: Barry, Piakowski, and Outlaw. It was unsurprising that Richie had not stayed, given that he was merely dabbling in the sport. Likewise, Anthony had anticipated that Ellis would not remain, as he had begun to deteriorate after losing his starting position to Barry. His decline in performance made his release seem inevitable. However, Fish's departure caught Morton somewhat off guard, as the Clippers' interior remained notably weak. The tallest player on the roster was the 6 feet 11 inches backup center, Stanley Roberts, a name synonymous with high salary yet low capability. The tallest starting player was the 6 feet 9 inches center, Bison Dele. Although height is not the sole criterion for evaluating an interior player, it undeniably holds considerable weight. After all, individuals like Ben and Rodman are not commonly encountered. Fish has been signed by the Nuggets, and next season, they will be our adversaries. Ellis currently lacks any interested teams, as the league is saturated with exceptional backcourt players, and he may find himself playing in Europe. Richie seems to have ventured into Wall Street. This fellow might even become our owner in the future. Otero briefly introduced the whereabouts of Morton's friends, a necessity in today's world where communication is not as advanced. Of course, the last remark was made in jest. Observing the roster for the upcoming season, Fitch furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, this is a team brimming with talent, yet the challenge lies in the obscured potential that awaits discovery. The pressing issue at hand is the team's interior defense and rebounding. Loy Waters is a commendable rebounder, but it is evident that he is a dominator in the paint. Bison Dele? He could have been a formidable power forward, yet after being forced into the center position, one cannot expect him to contribute significantly. Stanley Roberts? His performance in the first 2 seasons once astonished many, yet now it has become a mere joke, earning the highest salary on the team while performing in a backup role. Bo Otero? As an undrafted blue-collar player, he has accomplished all that he can. It is unreasonable to place further expectations upon him. Rodney Rogers? For this undersized power forward, Fitch intends to utilize him more frequently in the small forward position next season. Of course, this team is not lacking in height. Aside from Stanley Roberts, Antonio Harvey stands at an impressive 6 feet 11 inches. Yet this undrafted giant has a career shooting percentage barely above 40%, making him less than reliable. Similarly, Keith Harvey, also at 6 feet 11 inches and weighing in at 113 kilograms, appears promising, yet he has only participated in 14 games over the last 2 seasons, averaging less than 3 minutes of playtime, clearly relegating him to the role of a water cooler guardian. If only McDyess had not been traded, this towering player would undoubtedly have provided the much-needed rebounding and defense. Now, with the acquisition of Brent Barry, it is uncertain how to allocate playing time. Paul Richardson is undoubtedly the starting point guard, while Malik Healy, Rodney Rogers, and Raymond Murray vie for the remaining 2 starting positions, with one serving as the 6th man. Anthony Morton will also hold an important place in his heart, yet there seems to be insufficient time to even accommodate Eric Piakowski, let alone the standout Terry Didhe from last season, now joined by Brent Barry. Is this a delightful dilemma? Not entirely. Although the 7 individuals mentioned possess a certain level of prowess, they merely qualify as commendable role players, lacking the capacity to bear the weight of the team upon their shoulders. The most evident manifestation of this is the inability of Fitch to identify a suitable offensive core. This underscores the extent to which the team's talent is average or even mediocre. After thorough consideration, Fitch ultimately reaffirmed his decision from the previous season to designate Loy Water and Poole Richardson as the focal points. This continuity of last season's core lineup is advantageous for the team's cohesion and stability. Furthermore, Water has served the Clippers for 5 seasons, establishing himself as a veteran, while the 29-year-old Richardson stands as the oldest player on the team, bringing with him a wealth of experience and maturity. Of course, this choice is born out of necessity. To put it diplomatically, it reflects a lack of formidable leaders, while a more candid expression would be that in the absence of a tiger in the mountain, the monkeys shall claim kingship. Fitch remained silent, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light, evoking a sense of trepidation among the players below. All right, gentlemen, let's have a moment of quiet. Allow me to introduce myself. While many of you may already be familiar with me, a new season signifies a fresh beginning, and likewise, a new version of myself. Fitch pressed his hands downwards, and an immediate hush fell over the room. I'm Bill Fitch. Having coached in the league for 22 seasons, with 942 losses to my name, and the league now keenly anticipates when my 1,000th loss will occur. Some speculate it may not be far off. However, upon seeing you all, I believe they are destined for disappointment. Fitch refrained from mentioning his 2 Coach of the Year awards or his championship title. Instead, he candidly acknowledged his shortcomings by referencing his impending 1,000th loss, thereby indirectly conveying encouragement and expectations to the players. I'm not here to focus on that 1,000th loss. I am here for victory. If you can meet my expectations and perform at your peak, those who underestimate us and await our downfall will undoubtedly be taken aback. After listening to numerous invigorating speeches, Morton found himself feeling rather indifferent to Fitch's motivation, as if chewing on bland food, devoid of any passion or drive for perseverance. Turning to glance at his teammates, he noticed their serious and earnest expressions, as if they were absorbing some profound wisdom. Inwardly, Morton sighed. Fitch may indeed be an exceptional basketball coach, but he certainly lacks the qualities of an eloquent orator. It is no small feat to instill a sense of despondency in a group of spirited 20-somethings brimming with dreams. Fitch seemed to sense the ineffectiveness of his motivation and, realizing he needed to deliver a more powerful message, uttered a statement that resonates deeply with all players. With several new faces joining the team, my understanding of your abilities is still limited. Therefore, the starting lineup for the new season will be determined by your performance during this period. If you excel, even as a rookie on a minimum salary, I will have you in the starting position. Conversely, if you're found to be slacking, even if you're a high-salary player, I will keep you on the bench. This was no conspiracy, but rather a straightforward and candid declaration. Upon hearing this, the previously listless group instantly transformed into a vibrant and eager ensemble, all brimming with enthusiasm and readiness to prove themselves. This was especially true for rookies like Barry and young players like didhe, who were filled with aspiration for the future. Even Morton felt a flicker of excitement, though he understood that it was an arduous task for an undrafted rookie to become a mainstay in the team. He resolved to exert himself with unwavering dedication at any opportunity that arose. Thus, under Fitch's formidable influence, all players immersed themselves in training with renewed fervor. "Bill, how do the new players feel?" Nelson inquired, observing the athletes actively practicing on the court. Compared to last year's Clippers, this team boasted 7 new faces: Bison Dele, Rodney Rogers, Stanley Roberts, Brent Barry, Antonio Harvey, Keith Tower, and Anthony Morton. They are quite youthful. Fitch's observations are astute. If the team's immediate concern lies in interior defense and rebounding, the most significant issue is their youthfulness. The eldest player, Poole Richardson, is merely 29, while the majority of the roster comprises individuals aged 24 or 25, with the youngest, Morton, being a mere 18. From the perspective of the team's long-term development, amassing such a plethora of promising young athletes is exceedingly beneficial for a rebuilding franchise, as it signifies hope for the future. However, this is less favorable for the head coach. Regardless of the player's innate talent, their youth inevitably translates to a lack of experience. Basketball differs markedly from soccer. In football, youthful teams may leverage their abundant stamina, vigorous movement, and fearless defense to outlast superior opponents. Yet such a strategy is virtually unfeasible in basketball. A 48-minute game with nearly 100 shots represents a protracted battle of attrition. One might achieve a fleeting surge of 10-0 through sheer fervor. But as soon as the opposition regains their composure, they will methodically reclaim their ground, akin to a frog being slowly boiled. Is this not the case? I beg to differ. Ronnie, having witnessed Morton's diligent training, clearly holds a contrasting view. Youth is a blessing, imbued with dreams. Chapter 2. The Los Angeles Lakers. A month of training camp swiftly passed, and on October 7, 1995, the preseason commenced, with the Los Angeles Clippers hosting the Los Angeles Lakers. The NBA preseason consists of 8 games primarily intended for evaluating rookies and fostering team cohesion. To minimize travel and expenses, opponents are typically chosen based on proximity. For instance, the Clippers belong to the Pacific Division, thus their opponents are predominantly from the same division. At this time, the league had not yet been divided into 6 divisions, but the Clippers' 8 preseason adversaries were all from the Western Conference. The inaugural match was an exhilarating Los Angeles derby. Unlike the Clippers, historically perceived as a struggling team, the Lakers embody a quintessential powerhouse. The name Lakers originates from Minneapolis, known as the City of Lakes, which was their initial home. However, following a harrowing plane incident, the team's owner decisively relocated to Los Angeles in 1960. retaining the original name. With their jerseys predominantly in purple and gold, they are also referred to as the Purple and Gold Legion. The current owner, Jerry Buss, acquired the Lakers in 1979 through a loan from Donald Sterling. Since then, the Lakers have entered a phase of rapid development. Under the stewardship of the late Buss, the franchise flourished, leveraging its exceptional geographical advantages to become one of the most successful and scrutinized teams in the league. Throughout their extensive history, the Lakers have achieved a remarkable series of accomplishments, qualifying for the playoffs 56 times, a record unmatched in the league, and securing 31 division championship titles, still holding the top position. With a remarkable total of 16 championships, the Lakers stand second in the league, trailing only the illustrious Boston Celtics. Countless players, akin to moths drawn to a flame, have flocked to this prestigious franchise. In their glorious moments, they bask in the joy of success. In their times of decline, they shoulder the mission of revival. Legendary figures such as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Wilt Chamberlain, the astute Pat Riley, the Zen master Phil Jackson, George Mikan, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, and James Worthy are inextricably woven into the tapestry of the Lakers' rise and fall. In stark contrast to the Lakers' honor-laden trophy room, the history of the Clippers is, regrettably, quite meager. One could succinctly encapsulate it as a millennium of mediocrity. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the determination of the Clippers players to triumph over the Lakers in this derby, having languished in the shadows for far too long as the perennial underdogs. The mere mention of Los Angeles invariably conjures images of the Lakers, with the existence of a team named the Clippers often forgotten. This is their greatest sorrow, yet also their most potent motivation. This is no longer the Showtime era of a decade ago, when they claimed 5 championships in 9 years. Nor is it the future dynasty of the OK Trio, who completed a three-peat. Although the Lakers remain formidable, this is perhaps their best opportunity yet. With the retirement of Abdul-Jabbar and Worthy, Johnson's forced exit due to his battle with AIDS, and the departure of coach Pat Riley, the Purple and Gold Lakers have descended from their pedestal. Nick Van Exel, often referred to as the Alien, has assumed the mantle of leadership and core of the Lakers. While many may be unfamiliar with this moniker, his other nickname, Vanny the Madman, is quite renowned. This title stems from his reckless shooting frequency and questionable shot selection. As one of the finest left-handed players in the history of the league, Van Exel possessed a distinct advantage. His unorthodox layups and floaters left defenders bewildered and teammates awestruck. Once he was in motion, defenders became merely a movable wall. Without changing direction or evading, he would exploit any slight opening in the paint, deftly utilizing his left hand to thread the needle. He had an uncanny ability to flick, scoop, toss, or fling the ball into the basket. Regrettably, despite being the most lethal weapon in their offensive arsenal, Van Exel often shunned this potential, preferring instead to shoot from beyond the arc. In his eyes, the three-point line and the midcourt were of little value. If he so desired, he could launch a shot from 2 or even 3 steps beyond the three-point line. Defenders often questioned whether he would even attempt a shot from his own half. During free throws, he maintained this peculiar habit, always retreating a few steps behind the free throw line, claiming it was due to his superior accuracy from beyond the arc compared to within it. Shaquille O'Neal, frequently troubled by his own free throw struggles, sought wisdom from various sources, experimenting with this method. Such circumstances culminated in the career of an aggressive point guard whose shooting percentage barely surpassed 40, with a free throw success rate falling short of 80. There was once a humorous remark: "If I were Del Harris, I would put him on the court in the last 30 seconds of the second quarter, allowing him to slam the rim. When the teams switched sides at halftime, the hoop would be so distorted that the opponent would struggle to score." In the backcourt alongside Van Exel was sophomore rookie Eddie Jones, selected by the Lakers as the 10th pick in the first round last year. Before the arrival of his friend Kobe, he was regarded as one of the potential cornerstones of the Lakers' future. Although this versatile swingman could once average 20 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists during his peak, he was only beginning to make his mark. The Lakers' small forward position was filled by Cedric Ceballos, the team's leading scorer, although his scoring methods left much to be desired. As a player capable of dunking with his eyes closed, he lacked the ability to create his own shots, relying instead on positioning and extraordinary athleticism to force the ball through the hoop. Compared to the previous 3, the power forward Eldon Campbell was even less recognized. Standing at 6 feet 11 inches, he primarily played center, but was relegated to power forward due to Vlade Divac's dominance at the position. With a career shooting percentage of 46, which is less than impressive for a big man. He was fortunate to possess commendable defensive skills, particularly his shot-blocking ability, which posed a significant threat to opponents in the paint. The Lakers center, Vlade Divac, hailing from Yugoslavia, is well known among fans for being traded to the Lakers in exchange for the future cornerstone, Kobe Bryant. Undoubtedly a player of considerable talent. He was one of the most adept passing big men in the league, an essential component of the flamboyant Kings team at the turn of the century. However, he is most famously recognized for his intense rivalry with O'Neal, which earned him the title of King of Flopping. When O'Neal received the ball and Divac defended, a gentle nudge from O'Neal would send Divac dramatically tumbling backward, a masterful performance. A journalist once remarked on Divac's artistry in flopping. To be frank, many players in the league understand how to flop, but only Divac can turn the question, "What? Did I foul?" into a poignant form of art. The team is under the guidance of the well-known coach, the Silver Fox Harris, a mentor of the Jianlian and the veteran tactician who led the national team to the quarterfinals of the Olympics. Although this lineup lacks superstars, the synergy of a group of capable players under Harris's leadership renders them a formidable force that no team in the league can afford to underestimate. Logically, facing such an opponent, the Clippers would have little chance. However, the absence of Eddie Jones due to injury has ignited a glimmer of hope. It serves as a reminder that Los Angeles is not solely defined by the Lakers, but also by the presence of the Clippers. This sentiment was the encouragement imparted by Finch before the game, echoing the consensus among all Clippers players. The Clippers set sail. Chapter 3, the first career basket. Morton's inaugural match in his professional career commenced amidst an intense derby atmosphere. The starting lineup for the Lakers closely matched pre-game expectations. Point guard Van Exel, with shooting guard Ceballos stepping in for the injured Jones, small forward George Lynch, power forward Campbell, and center Divac. Many fans may be familiar with George Lynch, a blue-collar player capable of playing both small and power forward positions. Drafted by the Lakers as the 13th pick in 1993, he seemed destined for a splendid career. But injuries gradually led to his decline. His collaboration with Iverson in reaching the NBA Finals in 2001 marked a high point, yet injuries once again marred his playoff journey. Otherwise, the Lakers might not have secured such an effortless victory. In contrast, the Clippers' starting lineup appeared significantly weaker than that of the Lakers. Point guard Paul Richardson, shooting guard Malik Sealy, small forward Rodney Rogers, power forward Loy Watt, and center Bison Dele. The jump ball yielded no surprises, as Divac, leveraging his height and reach, deftly tipped the ball to Van Exel. Then, an unforeseen moment unfolded. True to his moniker Van Madness, Van Exel, after dribbling just beyond the three-point line and before his teammates could position themselves, unleashed a swift shot. Astonishingly, the ball swished through the net. At that moment, barely 5 seconds had elapsed, and Morton, seated on the bench, sighed, pondering how this one-man offensive prowess rendered the concepts of a 7-second offense and fast-paced tactics utterly inferior. The Clippers were evidently stunned by this play, as over the ensuing 3 minutes, the Lakers, propelled by Van Exel, surged to a 10-0 lead, compelling Coach Fitch to call timeout. To call a timeout merely 3 minutes into the game not only served as a blow to the players but also to the coach, indicating that his pre-game strategies had proven ineffective. "What are you doing? Are you all wooden figures merely standing still? Has that cursed hoop been capped? If your performance continues as it has, I foresee many willing to take your places," Fitch remarked, taking a moment to collect himself before outlining the next tactical approach. He emphasized the continued focus on tight defense, recognizing the absence of Jones, and noted that both Ceballos and Lynch were struggling with their outside shooting. As for Van Exel, they would allow him to shoot, confident that he would eventually miss. The directive was clear: tighten the interior defense and stifle their driving and passing lanes. Perform well and show them who we are, making it clear that we are not to be taken lightly. Fitch applauded and encouraged them. Perhaps his admonition had an impact, or perhaps they sensed the looming threat from the bench, but the performance of the 5 starters from the Clippers on the court finally showed signs of improvement. Although they did not erase the deficit, at least they prevented it from widening further. When the game reached 9.5 minutes in the first quarter, the Lakers called a timeout, and Morton understood that it signaled the entrance of substitutes, stirring a flicker of concern within him. As previously mentioned, aside from the 3 starters, the Clippers also had Murray, Didhe, Piakowski, Barry, and Morton as options, meaning that even as a substitute, Morton might not necessarily be called upon. Hence, a slight unease settled in his heart. "Well done," Fitch encouraged, then began to outline the forthcoming tactics. "Next, Roberts, Otero, Murray, Didhe, and you, Morton, will take the court. After deliberation, Fitch ultimately chose Morton over Barry and Piakowski. Although Morton has played as a point guard in the Summer League, his height, wingspan, and shooting skills enable him to excel as a shooting guard. Fitch plans to utilize him more as a versatile guard in the forthcoming matches. In contrast to Piakowski's functionality and Barry's mediocrity, he harbors greater hopes for this physically gifted undrafted rookie. Roberts and Otro will protect the rim, securing rebounds to pass to De'Aaron or Morton. The strategy emphasizes ball movement and active running. Whenever there is an open shot from the perimeter, they are encouraged to take it without hesitation. If the first attempt fails, they should shoot again. Among the three perimeter players about to enter the game, De'Aaron stands out as the Clippers' finest three-point shooter, while Murray boasts a commendable three-point shooting percentage. As for Morton, despite being a rookie, he has already showcased impressive shooting ability during training. Taking a deep breath, Morton steadied his racing emotions. As he surveyed the packed arena, a surge of excitement filled his heart. He was on the verge of taking the most significant step of his life. "Anthony, let's go." Before his appearance, Otro quietly encouraged Morton. Although it was merely a preseason game, the pressure was palpable for a rookie stepping onto the court for the first time. Otro feared that nerves might hinder Morton's performance. Fortunately, Morton, seasoned by previous experiences, appeared composed and returned a reassuring glance to Otro before gradually making his way onto the court. The Lakers' lineup showcased significant changes, aside from Campbell, who remained on the court after transitioning to center. The other four players were substitutes: point guard Seidel Teller, shooting guard Anthony Peeler, small forward Derek Strong, and power forward Corey Blunt. Morton's direct opponent was Anthony Peeler, a seemingly bulky player whose primary asset lay in his commendable three-point shooting. However, due to his lack of offensive creativity, most of his three-point opportunities were generated by teammates. He had previously achieved an impressive league-leading shooting percentage of 48 in one season, only to see it plummet by 10 percentage points the next. A player of such erratic performance, Morton was uncertain of Peeler's current shooting touch and remained vigilant, closely shadowing him. Tyler observed the perimeter for a moment, realizing there were no favorable options, before lobbing the ball to Campbell, who had established position inside. While Campbell excelled defensively, his offensive skills were evidently lacking. After a failed aggressive attempt, Roberts secured the defensive rebound. De'Aaron swiftly advanced the ball, hoping to catch the opposing team off guard during the transition. Unfortunately, the Lakers' defense was prompt, thwarting his strategy and forcing a shift to a half-court offense. As he faced Peeler's defense, a subtle smile crept across Morton's lips. He had countless ways to evade the sluggish defender. Nonchalantly drifting to the corner, he suddenly accelerated towards the top of the arc. Peeler, steadfastly in pursuit, collided with a wall, none other than Otro. During the Summer League, Morton and Otro had developed a certain chemistry, which only flourished during subsequent training sessions as they frequently teamed up. Utilizing Otro's off-ball screen, Morton temporarily shook off Peeler's defense and found himself with a clear shot, the ball arriving precisely in his hands. In this era, prior to Allen Iverson's entry into the league, scoring point guards had yet to become the norm, leading many to adhere to the principle of prioritizing passing. Upon witnessing Morton break free, De'Aaron instinctively delivered the ball to him. The pass was impeccably timed. Upon receiving it, Morton didn't need to adjust his stance, launching into a swift three-point shot. As the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop, a flutter of anxiety gripped Morton's heart. Would his first professional shot find its mark? Chapter 4. A Timeless Voyage? Anthony Morton's exquisite three-pointer. The commentator at the scene exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. It was at that moment that Morton exhaled deeply, a joyful smile blossoming upon his face. "Well done, Anthony." As Outlaw returned on defense, he affectionately ruffled Morton's hair, causing Morton to instinctively retract his head. He vividly recalled how, upon entering the league, the long-haired Manu had lost his locks under Duncan's playful touch. While it could be attributed to the passage of time, it is undeniable that Duncan played a significant role in that transformation. Morton was determined not to let his strikingly handsome image fade prematurely. When it was once again the Lakers' turn to attack, Trett attempted something more intricate than simply passing the ball to Campbell. He executed a pick-and-roll with him at the high post before charging toward the paint. Faced with the mismatched defense of Roberts, who had his arms raised high, Trett refrained from forcing a shot and opted to pass the ball to the trailing Campbell. However, as soon as Campbell received the ball, Otero closed in tightly, denying him any opportunity to rise up for a shot. Left with no other option, Campbell distributed the ball to Blunt. Yet Otero, like an unyielding adhesive, followed the ball and stuck close to Blunt as well. Realizing there were no open opportunities, Blunt returned the ball to Tret. The ball made its circuitous journey back to Tret, who, without hesitation, launched a jump shot, only to see the ball ricochet off the front of the rim, where it was seized by Murray. After passing the ball to De'Aaron, Murray sprinted down the court. Although Fitch suggested passing to De'Aaron or Morton, the duo of Murray and Roberts, who had not collaborated with Morton before, placed their trust in their seasoned teammate, De'Aaron, a remarkably gifted player, statistically emerged as the Clippers' most efficient scorer when evaluated over a 36-minute game. Confronted by the 34-year-old Tret, De'Aaron exploited his speed to forcefully penetrate, tearing a hole in the Lakers' defense. This was the moment Campbell's value shone through. As a top 10 shot blocker in the league, he possessed exceptional awareness and capability in defensive support. Fortunately, although De'Aaron had only been in the league for 3 years, he was not the type to recklessly charge ahead without considering the consequences. Faced with Campbell's impending help defense, he opted not to force the issue and instead passed the ball to Murray, without making any adjustments. Took a mid-range shot that clanged off the rim, allowing Campbell to secure the defensive rebound. When it was once again the Lakers' turn to attack, Tret remained at the helm of ball control. Morton has come to realize that within the Lakers' ranks, only Trey possesses the ability for autonomous offense. The others are merely capable of catch-and-shoot opportunities. Reflecting on the Lakers' roster for this season, Morton discerned that what the team lacks most is a guard endowed with the capacity for independent scoring and a proficient three-point shooting range. Aside from Pillar, the most reliable perimeter shooter for the Lakers appears to be none other than the notoriously unpredictable Van Exel, known for his erratic yet captivating style of play. Morton could not help but cast his gaze towards Del Harris on the bench, lamenting, "Regret not having kept me. Now you shall reap the consequences." What Morton was unaware of was that his aspirations were merely wishful thinking, for in this era, the significance of the three-point shot had yet to be acknowledged. What was Michael Jordan's three-point shooting percentage? It was merely a trifling figure. The other prolific scorer, Clyde Drexler, fared even worse than Jordan. As for Reggie Miller, one of the greatest shooters in history, his percentage was still below 4. This illustrates that the super scorers of this time were not particularly adept at three-point shooting, and in such an environment, teams rarely attempted shots for beyond the arc. In this season, the team with the highest number of three-point attempts was the Dallas Mavericks, averaging only 25 attempts per game, while 20 years later, the Houston Rockets would astonishingly reach 34 attempts, despite averaging a mere 81 shots overall. Had Morton been privy to this information, he might have lamented his ill fortune. "Damn it, Morton, what are you doing?" A furious shout abruptly interrupted Morton's train of thought. Morton hurriedly moved the team away from the Lakers bench, only to find that his counterpart, Pillar, had seized the fleeting moment of his distraction to sink a three-pointer. No wonder Fitch was so furious. Oh, what was this rookie wearing number 48 thinking? His performance was utterly dismal, his focus completely absent from the game. Although he had just made a three-pointer, I cannot commend his professional attitude. The commentators, unrelenting in their critique, did not spare him simply because he was a player from the home team, delivering a scathing rebuke without hesitation. Morton awkwardly received the ball from Otero, then nodded in acknowledgement of the questioning gaze directed at him, indicating that he was unfazed. Dribbling into the front court, he was met with the plump visage of Pila, evoking a sense of distaste within him. Humph! Having been embarrassed to such an extent, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Glancing at the shot clock, he noted that approximately 1 minute remained. Rather than rushing, he opted to manage the time deliberately, a highly practical tactic, especially mastered by seasoned veterans. In 1 minute, if each possession consumed 15 seconds, there would be 4 offensive opportunities, granting the opposing team 2 chances to score. However, if each possession took 20 seconds, the opponents would only have 1 chance. Sometimes, a single possession can determine the outcome of a game. Ignoring Roberts, who was well positioned in the paint, was not due to a lack of faith or willingness to pass. Rather, it stemmed from the indelible impression left by Campbell. Though Campbell excelled in help defense, it did not imply a deficiency in his individual defense. It is worth noting that during the 2004 NBA Finals, the most effective defender against Shaquille O'Neal was not the illustrious Ben Wallace, but rather the 35-year-old Campbell. Despite averaging fewer than 10 minutes on the court, he posed significant challenges for O'Neal in those limited moments. It could be said that the Pistons' championship that year was partially attributed to his contributions. As the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds, Morton slightly bent his knees, adopting a posture suggestive of an aggressive drive to the basket. Yet his intention was indeed to penetrate. He made it abundantly clear that he intended to execute his play, demonstrating an audacious confidence that was difficult to defend against. Suddenly, he exploded into action, effortlessly shaking off the hefty defender clinging to him and surging into the paint. Otero, displaying remarkable synergy, drew away the defender Brown, thus opening up half of the congested interior. Consequently, Campbell was compelled to divert more of his focus toward this unexpected intruder invading his restricted area. Morton, with one hand gripping the ball, assumed a posture indicative of a throw, prompting Campbell to leap for a block. In that moment, he deftly passed the ball to Roberts behind him. As a center, if Roberts could not convert from an open position here, he might as well retire from the game. Oh, what a splendid assist. I retract my earlier statement. Morton's experience is remarkably seasoned, exuding the poise of a veteran rather than novice, demonstrating prowess equal to that of a player who has navigated the league for over a decade. Boom! With a thunderous dunk, Roberts did not disappoint Morton's expectations. After the dunk, the previously sullen Roberts instantly transformed, beaming with joy as he exchanged high-fives with Morton in celebration. His expression so exuberant one might think he had just scored a game-winning shot or shattered a record. It is no wonder he has gradually faded from the spotlight of a promising rookie. His complacent attitude has led him to accept mediocrity, forsaking diligence and self-discipline. Not only has he neglected rigorous training, but he also indulges in excessive eating and drinking, resulting in a significant weight gain that has robbed him of his former vigor. Yet, he remains indifferent, taking no measures to rectify his decline. Observing Roberts lumbering back to the backcourt with his portly physique, Morton could only sigh inwardly, feeling utterly powerless. One could argue that with the departures of Van Exel and Divac, the Lakers' offensive rhythm has come to a standstill. Lacking the orchestrating finesse of Van Exel and the strategic support of Divac, relying solely on Tret was evidently insufficient to revitalize this struggling team, culminating in Strong's missed shot. Roberts seized the defensive rebound and passed it to De'Aaron. Morton glanced at the clock. There were just 22 seconds remaining. This was likely the final offensive play. Typically, the last play is executed by the team's standout player, much like Kobe for the Lakers, Wade for the Heat, and Nowitzki for the Mavericks. But who was the leader on the court for the Clippers? It was Raymond Murray. DeAndre brought the ball up court and reluctantly passed it to Murray. Despite his desire to seize control, he had the ambition but lacked the courage. Upon receiving the ball, Murray gestured for his teammates to create space, indicating he intended to go one-on-one. Morton and the other three players strategically positioned themselves at a distance, watching as Murray faced off against Strong. Dribbling the ball, Murray sought out a weakness in Strong's defense, his mood souring with each passing moment. Having lost his starting position had already dampened his spirits, and he had hoped to make a significant impact upon entering the game, leading his teammates to narrow the gap. However, his 2.5-minute stint had yielded a single shot with no points, while the relatively unknown Morton was flourishing, stirring feelings of discontent within him. Now, he was determined to demonstrate to the coach that he was the true cornerstone of the team, an indispensable asset. Murray attempted a three-pointer. It missed. The commentator's resonant voice exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what have we just witnessed?" As Campbell was about to secure the rebound from the ricocheting ball, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind him, snatching the ball away and delivering a powerful dunk that sent it crashing into the basket. Anthony Morton, what a spectacular dunk. The Clippers were taking flight. Chapter 5. A fierce battle against the Lakers. Anthony Morton, an astute sense for rebounding. The commentator seemed to have forgotten his earlier disparagement, now showering Morton with praise. A keen sense for rebounds? Morton nearly chuckled at this remark. Soon enough, he would truly showcase his rebounding prowess. It was hard to fathom that he was an undrafted rookie. Was it possible that 58 players in this draft were deemed superior to him? Unbelievable. Observing his performance today, it was evident that the Clippers had struck gold. If he could maintain such a level of play, a bright future awaited him. And perhaps the general managers of the other 28 teams would rue their decisions. The brief intermission passed swiftly amidst the commentators' incessant chatter, and the second quarter commenced with a loud whistle. The Lakers and Clippers continued to field their reserves, as Coach Fitch opted not to reintroduce Morton. Although he favored Morton, he understood that the team was not solely his domain. He had to consider the sentiments of the other players as well. Thus, he substituted Barry and Piakowski for Morton and Murray. Consequently, throughout the first half, Morton remained seated on the bench, waving a white towel in vain. Preseason games are typically intended for refining team dynamics and assessing new talent. Under ordinary circumstances, substitutes enjoy ample playing time. However, Today's scenario diverged from the norm. Firstly, the Lakers and Clippers, regardless of the stakes, are rivals, and even in a seemingly inconsequential match, both teams exert every ounce of effort. Secondly, the score remained tightly contested, with the Clippers eager to narrow the deficit, while the Lakers aimed to solidify their lead. This resulted in the starters remaining on the court, battling fiercely, akin to the intensity of a regular season game. Thus, it was not until 3 minutes remained in the third quarter, with the Clippers trailing by 7 points, that Morton re-entered the game. If matched against Pillar, the strategy was clear: exploit Morton's position, receive the ball, and without hesitation, drive forward with speed. Upon reaching the paint, he could either pass or shoot, relying on his own judgment. This was the counsel imparted by Fitch before his players took to the court, and they nodded in agreement. The Clippers' lineup remained unchanged, while the Lakers made slight adjustments. The interior defense was no longer manned by Campbell, but rather by the 35-year-old Fred Roberts, transforming the paint into a duel between two Roberts. As a center, he relied on his commendable shooting skills, capable of extending his range beyond the three-point line. However, defensively, he resembled a sieve, with his height as a forward attempting to play center, leading to dismal protection of the paint and backboard. The sluggish Pillar combined with the aging Roberts rendered the Lakers' defense, in Morton's eyes, as flimsy as paper. After crossing half-court, Aaron directly passed the ball to Morton, who, without the slightest hesitation, surged towards the basket. Although Pillar exerted every effort to guard Morton, the disparity in speed rendered his attempts futile, trailing behind and providing only minimal interference. Noticing this, Fred abandoned Stanley and charged towards Morton. Faced with such an elder, despite his greater height and longer reach, Morton displayed no inclination to retreat. With a powerful push off the ground, he leapt high, prompting Fred to spring up as well, his large palm descending forcefully toward Morton. In response to this crude foul, Morton's first thought was not about scoring, but rather self-protection. He pivoted, colliding into Fred's embrace. In a complete blind shot at the hoop, he tossed the basketball backward with his right hand. The ball traced an unusual arc through the air before miraculously swishing through the net. An astonishing three-point play, with today as highlight destined to be claimed by Anthony Morton of the Clippers, number 48. As the basketball swished through the net, Morton couldn't help but smirk. His original intention was merely to draw a foul, yet unexpectedly, his casual toss found its mark. It seemed that with the aura of a protagonist, everything transformed. With a delicate touch, free throws became effortless points for Morton, who graciously accepted them. The additional free throw was successful when it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Despite substituting Campbell with Fred, their efforts yielded little success. Pillar appeared disoriented under Morton's defense, while Bront was increasingly flustered by Otero's incessant antics. Fred no longer possessed the vigor of his former self, and as for Delonte, his threat beyond the 3-second zone was negligible. Tret found himself once again isolated, compelled by desperation to launch a personal offensive. Under Didhe's vigorous interference, the ball ricocheted off the rim, only for Stanley to retrieve it. After a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Didhe, who then dribbled past half-court before relaying it to Morton. Thus, Morton employed his previous tactic once more, effortlessly shaking off Pillar and charging fiercely towards the paint. This time, Fred had learned his lesson, raising his hands high, unwilling to incur another unnecessary foul. Given the opponent's courtesy, Morton reciprocated with no restraint, gripping the ball in his right hand while using his left to ward off Fred, culminating in a powerful dunk that ignited the crowd's fervor. Anthony Pillar, what a splendid dunk! It was uncertain how many times the commentator had exclaimed Morton's name that evening. It was truly due to the multitude of surprises he had delivered. Any praise bestowed upon this rookie would be well-deserved, at least on this night. Despite not being the central figure, the brilliance he radiated was sufficient to etch the name Anthony Morton into memory. The Lakers found themselves ensnared in yet another predicament. With all their starters sidelined, they not only stagnated offensively, but also struggled to contain Morton's relentless onslaught, as their 7-point lead dwindled to a mere 2 points. Rumor has it that Morton had once tried out for the Lakers during the draft trials, only to be dismissed prematurely by the discerning team. One wonders what thoughts Harris harbored upon witnessing this scene. Of course, this experience could very well be one of the reasons for Morton's exceptional performance that day. Although the Clippers had also expelled Morton mid-tryout, under the current circumstances, that episode was conveniently forgotten. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Harris seemed reluctant to waste another timeout. Yet if the players on the court could not devise a strategy to contain Morton, The scenario might shift dramatically by the time the starters returned in the fourth quarter. Fred fouled Morton once more, sending him to the free throw line. It appeared that this unfortunate fellow was destined to exit the game. Indeed, after a foul by Morton, the beleaguered Harris had no choice but to reintroduce Campbell, who had only just taken a seat on the bench, hoping to leverage his imposing presence in the paint to stifle the Clippers' offense. Harris's intentions were crystal clear. If my own attack falters, I shall refrain from attempting to score. My objective is merely to prevent you from accumulating points. Yet, would the frenzied Morton allow him this satisfaction? The score was frozen at 106-100, with the visitors in the lead and the hosts trailing behind. It was evident that the Clippers had succumbed to defeat in this derby clash, although Morton scored an additional 5 points after Campbell's entrance, achieving a flawless 5-for-5 shooting performance in just over 5 minutes, along with 3 successful free throws, totaling 15 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. The disparity in strength meant that the Clippers helplessly watched their adversaries claim victory on their home turf. Fortunately, this was merely a preseason match. Thus, the focus shifted away from the win-loss debate between the Clippers and the Lakers, centering instead on Morton. Yes, on this individual who had graced the court for less than 6 minutes. After the game concluded, while reporters flocked to interview the prominent figures Van Exel and Didhe, a portion of them converged upon Morton. When the Clippers star player, Poole Richardson, noticed that the journalists who should have been seeking his insights were instead encircling Morton, his countenance darkened. Unbeknownst to Morton, who remained oblivious to Richardson's expression amid the throng, all his focus was devoted to handling the relentless inquiries of these bothersome reporters. Aware of the influence wielded by these unacknowledged monarchs of the media, Morton understood all too well that a masterful pen could transform black into white, and the living into the deceased. Morton was determined not to see his burgeoning career extinguished at the hands of these individuals. On the contrary, he sought to leverage these journalists to amplify his renown. Thus, he endeavored to respond to their inquiries as thoroughly as possible, occasionally dropping hints about his capabilities, such as asserting that he possessed the talent to be drafted among the top picks, and suggesting that the Lakers would come to regret their decisions. When a reporter relayed Morton's remarks to the Lakers head coach, Harris, the old man's expression darkened, yet he maintained his denial. "You mean that number 48? Sorry. What is his name? It's just a preseason game. There are many players like him in the league. They may score high in a single game, but most of the time, they remain unsung. Do you even remember their names?" At this juncture, Bill Fitch, who had consistently shown support for Morton, felt compelled to speak on behalf of his protege, though his words fell short. "Anthony was our greatest acquisition this summer," he declared, dismissively negating the contributions of Bison Dele, Rodney Rogers, and Brent Barry. "His performance today was commendable. Perhaps I should have given him more opportunities back then, and the outcome might have been different." This statement further positioned Morton in stark contrast to the Clippers' entire perimeter lineup. Upon hearing Fitch's remarks, Morton struggled to suppress his urge to retaliate. If it weren't for the knowledge that Fitch genuinely valued him, he might have questioned whether there was some deep-seated animosity between them. Morton resolved to seek an opportunity to converse with Fitch, hoping to prevent him from uttering any further words that might incite animosity. However, before Morton could approach Fitch, the latter had already taken the initiative to find him. Of course, it was not to offer an apology for his previous remarks. Indeed, he had yet to recognize the problematic nature of his statements. Instead, he sought to encourage Morton, first commending him for his outstanding performance in the last game, then cautioning him against complacency and urging him to train diligently. Ultimately, he assured Morton that he would gradually increase his playing time, advising him not to rush but to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. Fitch's heartfelt conversation stirred within Morton, a newcomer, a profound sense of camaraderie, almost a desire to dedicate all his energy to this elder before him, allowing any prior grievances to fade into oblivion. Fitch's words were more than mere platitudes. He fulfilled his promise in the subsequent game, granting Morton ample playing time. Unfortunately, their team was swiftly overwhelmed by the Utah Jazz, who excelled in that match. Unlike the Lakers, who were in a state of transition, the Jazz shone with brilliance, distinctly different from the league's weaker teams in later years. The Jazz of the 1990s were undeniably formidable. With Stockton and Malone at the helm, the Jazz had ascended to become a Western powerhouse, employing a beautifully simplistic pick-and-roll strategy that dismantled opponents throughout the league, solidifying the legendary status of the Utah duo. The final member of the Utah triumvirate, the sharpshooter Jeff Hornacek, should not be underestimated either. While perhaps less heralded, his arrival filled the last gap in the Jazz's lineup. Thus, the Jazz's dance became truly resplendent, capable of countering the Bulls' advances. It is also noteworthy to mention the starting small forward Chris Morris, who had once shattered a backboard in a game against the Bulls. Confronted with such a team boasting 3 All-Stars, the Clippers players found it difficult to muster any desire to win. When a team lacking confidence and motivation begins to succumb to despair, it is understandable that the scene becomes quite disheartening. Trailing by nearly 30 points at halftime, Jeff Sloan, with a decisive wave of his hand, substituted in the bench players for the second half. Fitch, in an effort to maintain the harmony of the game, allowed the starters to merely play a token role before withdrawing them. In truth, Fitch was deeply dissatisfied with the starters' performance. Losing is not terrifying. Throughout his coaching career, he has suffered nearly 1,000 defeats. What is truly alarming is the fear of failure that leads to surrender before the contest has even commenced. Throughout the first half, the 5 starters floundered like headless flies, timid in their offensive approach and riddled with defensive lapses. This reminded Morton of Garnett's remark, "The moment I step into the gym, I can sense the aura of defeat." However, when Morton personally stepped onto the court, he finally gained insight into the mindset of his teammates. The prophet Brigham Young proclaimed that this very place would become the Highland City of Salt Lake City, as the highest altitude home ground in the league. Apart from the Denver Nuggets, every other team that ventures here is unlikely to enjoy a pleasant journey. The altitude sickness and harsh climate torment each player. The once illustrious duo of Yao and McGrady faced elimination here in the playoffs for 2 consecutive years, serving as a poignant testament to this challenge. From the moment the players of the Clippers arrived on this land, accustomed to the warm breezes of the West Coast, they were incessantly subjected to the trials of the climate and altitude sickness. Naturally, as professional athletes, they would not be intimidated by such adversities. However, the moment one gazes upon a packed arena and hears the deafening cheers, such thoughts swiftly dissipate. Utah stands as one of the most formidable home courts in the league, not solely due to its daunting altitude, but also because of its fervent fans and the intimidating atmosphere. It is noteworthy that this is merely a preseason game. One can only imagine the spectacle that would unfold during the playoffs. What Morton was unaware of was that he would soon become an integral part of this fervent atmosphere, experiencing it firsthand. However, for now, he must conquer this land as an adversary. Chapter 7. Awakening the fighting spirit. The Los Angeles Clippers bench remained unchanged from the previous game, comprising point guard Terry Didhe, shooting guard Anthony Morton, small forward Lamont Murray, power forward Bo Outlaw, and center Stanley Roberts. This lineup is formidable enough to rival any team in the league. Unfortunately, they face the Utah Jazz, whose bench is equally formidable. The center, known as the Big Bear, is Greg Ostertag, the 28th pick in this year's first round. His professional career has been characterized by consistency. On the defensive end, he can effectively intimidate opponents in the paint, contributing stable rebounding and shot blocking. However, on offense, he is largely ineffective, merely obstructing his teammates' driving lanes. Even while playing alongside a master orchestrator like Stockton, he has never averaged over 8 points in any season of his career. Morton is remembered in later years for having donated a kidney to his sister in 2002. While people recall the kidney warrior mourning, they seldom remember the name Ostertag. In the power forward position stands Adam Keefe, who, much like Ostertag, serves as a defensive stalwart, albeit with a shorter shooting range, posing no threat beyond the three-point line. The small forward position is occupied by David Benoit, another undrafted player who has gradually established himself in the league through relentless effort and tenacious defense. The shooting guard, Byron Russell, possibly the most renowned among the Jazz bench players, owes his fame not to exceptional skill, but rather to his outspoken nature. In the 1990s, many young players sought to make a name for themselves by challenging or defeating Jordan, and Russell was just one among the multitude. However, what set him apart was that Jordan remembered him. In his Hall of Fame speech, Jordan even specifically mentioned him. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Morton felt a pang of trepidation, as he was, after all, not the deity of basketball. The point guard position is held by Howard Isley, a second-round pick from the previous year whose talent may not be exceptional. Serving as Stockton's backup, he faces challenges in standing out, yet the advantages are evident. Through Stockton's mentorship, he has found his footing in the fiercely competitive league, much like the later DRA in Petrovi. Also a second-round pick and a backup to a great passing maestro, once free from Nash's shadow, he dazzled on the court. Thus, the Jazz bench is equally formidable in both defense and offense compared to that of the Clippers. Indeed, as soon as the game commenced, the Clippers substitutes were left bewildered by their opponents. Isley repeatedly dismantled the Clippers' defense with his playmaking and distribution, assisting teammates for easy open shots. On the defensive end, Russell and Ostertag formed a dual blockade that rendered the Clippers' offense nearly paralyzed, forcing them into desperate shots. Bang! A beautiful alley-oop, regrettably executed by the opposing team. With a flick of his wrist, Isley sent Benoit soaring through the Clippers' interior, completing a thunderous dunk, while his counterpart, Murray, appeared utterly unfazed. Morton slowly turned his head and surveyed the surroundings, only to find no spark of determination or shame in the eyes of his teammates. They resembled mere shells of their former selves, their only thoughts seemingly revolving around how to endure the languid second half. In such a disheartening atmosphere, the efforts of himself and the unyielding Otero appeared almost as a pair of jesters, utterly ridiculous in their futility. Morton could not help but cast his gaze towards Coach Fitch on the sidelines. The outcome of the match seemed all but determined, yet even in defeat, one must maintain dignity. If the current trajectory continued, it appeared they were on the verge of setting an embarrassing record for the largest margin of defeat in preseason history. He hoped that Fitch would consider altering the lineup, but when he met the coach's sorrowful eyes, he sensed a profound helplessness and fatigue that enveloped the elderly man. Such eyes they were, filled with desolation, grief, and despair, as if his heart had turned to ashes. At 61 years of age, this was likely his final opportunity to coach an NBA team. Watching this squad, which had absorbed his every ounce of passion and effort, languidly waste time on the court without a hint of determination, left his heart feeling hollow. Was this what the media deemed the greatest undrafted rookie of all time? Hardly impressive. Russell, while retreating on defense, sneered into Morton's ear. Following Morton's dazzling performance in the previous game, the media had lavished him with praise, nearly bestowing upon him the title of Jordan's successor. The greatest undrafted rookie? Morton paused momentarily. That was not his aspiration. If they wished to witness his capabilities, he would demonstrate that even without being a basketball deity, he could outshine them, hoping to ignite the fighting spirit within his teammates. As De'Aaron dribbled past half-court, Morton promptly extended his hand, requesting the ball. De'Aaron, eager to pass the ball to someone willing to take charge, swiftly tossed it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Morton immediately signaled for his teammates to spread out. He intended to take his opponent one-on-one, to awaken the competitive spirit of his teammates. This shot had to be made, not only made but executed with flair. His teammates, sensing Morton's intent for a one-on-one duel, readily created space for him, or perhaps stood by, anticipating his misstep, as Fitch's earlier remarks had already stirred dissatisfaction among the veteran players. Russell regarded his opponent, who was 7 years his junior, with a fire of suppressed rage in his eyes. He felt belittled. If he were to face off against superstars like Jordan or Pippen, he could find honor in that. But who was his opponent this time? Anthony Morton, this year's undrafted rookie, is merely a high school newcomer who has participated in only a single preseason game. Yet, this audacious young man naively wishes to challenge himself against Russell, a figure renowned for his self-importance. Russell, indignant at the insolence of this inexperienced youth, resolves to teach him a lesson about humility. Russell's audacity in calling out Jordan is not without merit. He possesses considerable skill, primarily playing as a small forward, standing at an impressive height of 2.01 meters, which affords him a distinct physical advantage over Morton. As Morton advances with the ball, Russell takes a step back, lowering his center of gravity into a half squat to thwart any potential breakthrough by Morton. Unlike Pippen, Morton cannot rely on sheer speed to overpower Russell. He has already attempted this strategy in previous exchanges, and each endeavor has met with failure. Thus, he decides to alter his approach. After a few tentative feints, and noting Russell's unwavering stance, Morton accelerates and attempts to penetrate from his left side. Is he resorting to the same tactics again? Russell scoffs inwardly, convinced that no matter how many times Morton tries this approach, it will ultimately prove futile. Morton caught a glimpse of Russell's expression and discerned his thoughts. A subtle smirk gracing his lips, Russell had underestimated him. In an instant, Morton executed a sudden halt, prompting Russell to swiftly stabilize his footing in anticipation of Morton's next move. However, before Morton could completely regain his balance, he unexpectedly accelerated once more, surging past Russell's left side and catching him off guard. It is human nature to rely on habitual patterns of thought. As Morton abruptly halted midway through his leftward advance, Russell instinctively expected a jump shot or change of direction to the right. To his astonishment, Morton defied all expectations and continued his relentless drive from the left. Witnessing this undrafted rookie poised to breach his defense, Russell, in a moment of panic and instability, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Morton, indifferent to Russell's fate, found himself liberated from the bothersome presence of Russell, paving a smooth path ahead. Cradling the ball in his hands, he took a step within the free throw line, and with an explosive leap, his body soared into the air, tracing a beautiful arc before forcefully slamming the basketball through the hoop. In an instant, the raucous arena fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the subtle buzzing of the rim, silently narrating the tumult it had just endured. Chapter 8. The Brawl in Salt Lake City. Upon landing, Morton erupted with exhilaration, his gaze provocatively fixed on the Jazz players and fans, as if to unleash all the pent-up frustration and discontent within him. However, this outburst ignited the ire of one individual on the court, Byron Russell of the Jazz. It could be said that Morton had triumphed over Russell's metaphorical corpse with that astonishing dunk, especially since he had stumbled in the process, likely to become the subject of ridicule in the league come morning. Just look at that guy who boasted he could guard Jordan, now outmaneuvered by a rookie. Without a doubt, Russell could anticipate the mockery that would ensue, all thanks to Morton. As he observed the jubilant figure, Russell, fueled by rage, swiftly advanced and aimed a punch at Morton's nape. "Watch your back, Morton," Otero shouted, immediately alerting him. Upon hearing the sound, Morton swiftly turned to look behind him, only to be met by a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward his face. Before he could react, Morton was struck squarely by the blow, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Could it be that I am to traverse dimensions once more? This was the last thought that crossed Morton's mind before he fainted. As Morton closed his eyes in relief, he remained oblivious to the fact that his fainting would serve as a catalyst, immediately igniting chaos among the two teams. First, there was Otero, Morton's closest friend on the team, who swiftly approached Russell to confront him. However, Russell was not one to back down, whether facing one opponent or two. He stood unfazed before the taller and more robust Otero. Next came Karl Malone, the muscular superstar forward who could not stand idly by while his teammate was bullied. Although he recognized that this incident was Russell's fault, his loyalty to his comrades overshadowed any sense of justice. As for the rule prohibiting bench players from leaving their seats, Malone had completely forgotten about it. Once Malone entered the fray, the situation spiraled out of control. The Clippers bench players quickly joined the fray, followed by the Jazz's reserves. The Clippers players had been simmering all night. If they couldn't outplay their opponents, surely they could outfight them. The Jazz players, emboldened by the fact that this was their home court, showed no signs of retreat. A tumultuous brawl erupted on the court, only subdued by the diligent efforts of the referees, assistant coaches, and staff, who worked tirelessly to restore order. It was at this moment that everyone remembered Anthony Morton still lay on the ground, but upon searching, he was nowhere to be found. In fact, Bill Fitch had promptly instructed the team physician to carry Morton off for treatment the moment he collapsed. After a brief discussion, the three referees decided to eject Byron Russell, Karl Malone, Greg Ostertag, Bo Otero, and Brent Barry from the game, signaling for the match to continue. As for any further sanctions, those would be determined by the league after the game concluded. The remainder of the match unfolded without incident. There were no dramatic turnarounds fueled by anger, and the Jazz maintained their lead until the final whistle. Post-game, Fitch faced the media and launched a scathing critique of Russell. He wasn't playing basketball. This is outright murder. A butcher like Russell, devoid of any professional ethics, has no place on the court. This is an affront to the sport of basketball. When questioned about Otero, he asserted, "I see no issue with his actions." When he witnessed his teammate collapse, he made what he believed to be the right decision. If I were 30 years younger, I would have made the same choice. Fitch's statements clearly displayed his unwavering support for Morton, hinting that he might face league repercussions for his remarks. Conversely, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan exemplified the composure of a victor after the game. Russell is a fiercely competitive young man. He merely acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. I believe he did not act with malice. He is a good boy, and I hope everyone refrains from being overly harsh on him. A good boy? When Otero conveyed this sentiment to Morton, who lay bedridden, Morton scoffed. If a newcomer to the league, one who provocatively stirs trouble, can be deemed a good boy, then he must surely be among the 10 outstanding youths. Rest assured, Anthony, that scoundrel Russell will undoubtedly face the consequences he deserves, Otero reassured. Thank you, Bo. Morton expressed his sincere gratitude. While Russell would indeed face an additional suspension for his violent actions, Otero would also likely be suspended for coming to his defense. It's merely a trifling matter. You must understand that when I saw you sprawled on the ground, I feared a tragic repetition of the Tomjanovich incident was about to unfold. Rudy Tomjanovich, the head coach of the Rockets this season, had once played for the team. In 1977, an astonishing event transpired involving him that irrevocably altered the course of the league's history. During a game between the Lakers and the Rockets, a physical altercation erupted. Tomjanovich rushed in to mediate, but was mistakenly perceived by the Lakers' Kermit Washington as an aggressor and was struck with a powerful punch to the face. Consequently, Tomjanovich collapsed, blood streaming forth. Upon diagnosis, it was revealed that his injuries were far more severe than they appeared: fractures to the jaw and face, and a fractured skull from the impact with the ground. This single blow resulted in Tomjanovich undergoing 5 surgeries, the removal of his tear ducts, and he nearly succumbed to death in the hospital. Afterward, Tomjanovich inquired with his physician why he experienced a salty taste in his mouth following the blow, only to receive the grim reply that he was tasting his own brain matter. When Otero witnessed Morton fall, his immediate association was with Tomjanovich. Fortunately, Russell was not Washington. It is essential to note that Washington had trained in boxing, and his primary role on the court was to safeguard Kareem Abdul-Jabbar during conflicts. That punch is renowned as one of the most brutal in the annals of human athletic history. Morton, unlike Tomjanovich, is endowed with superior physical attributes. A consequence of his heritage, and coupled with a stroke of fortune, he stirred back to consciousness upon returning to the locker room. The team physician, cautious from the precedent set by Janovich, ensured a thorough examination at the hospital, leading to a startling diagnosis: a concussion. The peculiar reason for his fainting spell stemmed from a transient shock induced by fright. In essence, Morton was entirely unscathed, with a period of rest. He would soon be revitalized and ready to return to the court without any lingering repercussions. Although he could have been discharged that very day, Morton opted to remain, not out of fear of a relapse or infatuation with a charming nurse, who, unlike in China, were predominantly older women in this foreign land, but rather to whimsically prolong the expenditure of his employer's funds. Though reclining in the hospital, Morton remained acutely aware of the unfolding situation. The repercussions of the incident finally arrived the following day. Byron Russell received a 7-game suspension and a fine of $5,000. Karl Malone was suspended for 5 games with a $3,000 fine. Greg Osterdig faced a 3-game suspension, while the Clippers' Bo Outlaw was suspended for 4 games and fined $2,000. Brent Barry received a 1-game suspension without financial penalty. Given the mild nature of Morton's injury, these sanctions were relatively lenient, and since it was merely the preseason, neither side raised significant objections, except for one individual. The architect of this debacle, Byron Russell, perhaps feeling the sting of his 7-game ban, resurfaced with comments: "I believe Morton should be grateful to me. I have shown him what NBA-level defense entails, which is beneficial for him. It was evident that he was ill-suited for the sport. Otherwise, with his propensity to crumble at the slightest contact, he might one day meet a dire fate during a confrontation." Russell's remarks did not stem from a belief that Morton feigned injury. Rather, they were a reflection of his own indiscretion. Upon witnessing Morton collapse, a sense of unease enveloped him. Tomjanovich's premature retirement due to injury and Washington's impending fate, marked by a 60-game suspension, left the Lakers with no hesitation in trading him away. Had he faced a similar 60-game ban, given his status as a peripheral player within the team, they would likely have parted ways with him without a second thought, potentially truncating his career at that juncture. Thus, he remained in a state of trepidation until the verdict was announced, and upon learning of a mere 7-game suspension, he exhaled in relief. Yet his tongue could not remain still, leading him to vocalize his thoughts indiscriminately. Russell's remarks, made before Morton could respond, provoked reactions from others who could no longer remain silent. First to speak up was Poole Richardson, the veteran of the Clippers, who, having failed to intervene during the altercation, felt compelled to take a stand at this moment. Russell, better acquainted with Anthony's physical prowess than I, was fully aware that he had just been outmaneuvered by Anthony. Although we lost that match, we emerged with our dignity intact. Next to respond was Morton's friend, Garnett, who only learned of Morton's injury after the league's disciplinary decision was announced. Hearing about Anthony's injury saddens me. Thankfully, he is unharmed, but this does not absolve the perpetrator from punishment. He expressed that Anthony had exhibited excessive leniency. Were I to encounter Russell on the court, I would greet him on behalf of my brother, ensuring he understands the essence of true manhood. Even the league's luminary, Jordan, interjected on Morton's behalf, stating, If by his claim of being able to defend against me he meant in this regard, then I suppose he has succeeded. As the victim of this incident, Morton could not remain silent. He felt compelled to respond. Daily, reporters sought him out, eager to glean his perspective on Russell's comments. In a moment of inspiration, Morton recalled a widely circulated joke from past life. Byron Russell is an exceptionally skilled boxer. Indeed, I believe he is the finest basketball player among boxers. Yet, he seems to have a penchant for misdirection, often finding himself in the wrong venue each evening. He ought to be competing for the WBC title. I sincerely wish him the best in securing this year's championship belt. The inquiry came from a young female reporter named Chloe Keller, representing the Los Angeles Daily News. In her 20s, with golden locks and striking blue eyes, her tall, curvaceous figure undoubtedly contributed to Morton's willingness to engage in the interview. Perhaps she was new to the profession, exhibiting a certain naivety during the interview process, lacking the ability to build rapport, navigate conversation fluidly, or incite discord. She relied on a rigid question-and-answer format. Just pen it as you see fit. Observing her hesitance, Morton couldn't help but lament the utter lack of humor in the girl. "Are there any other questions?" he inquired. "None," Keller replied, glancing at her notebook to confirm there were no oversights. "Really, is that all?" Morton pressed further. "Aren't you curious whether I have a girlfriend, or if I am free tonight? Do you dare to accuse me of sexual harassment?" Keller retorted, her indignation prompting her to abruptly terminate the interview and leave in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Morton felt somewhat aggrieved. Had it not been said that foreign women are quite open-minded, it was merely a jest, yet she threatened to accuse him of harassment. What a perplexing situation. Fortunately, Keller only spoke in jest and did not pursue any allegations against Morton. Otherwise, should others discover he had the leisure to harass a female reporter, the public sentiment would undoubtedly shift dramatically. With the support of Richardson, Garnett, Jordan, and others, Russell eventually subdued his provocations, and the tumult surrounding the altercation gradually dissipated. While his teammates fought valiantly on the court, Morton languidly enjoyed a life of ease in the hospital, where every need was met effortlessly, inciting jealousy in both Otelo and Barry when they came to visit and console him. However, such blissful days were destined to conclude as the new season's regular games approached. Morton was finally granted permission to participate in team training. Morton had initially harbored concerns regarding his lack of participation in 6 preseason games and the considerable number of training days he had missed, fearing it would result in a disconnection with his teammates and a lack of familiarity with the team strategies. In such circumstances, he dreaded being excluded from the team's rotation by the coach, which would render his efforts futile. However, upon his return to the team, he received a piece of news that, while devastating for the team, filled him with exhilaration and instilled confidence for the upcoming season. Poole Richardson was injured. Chapter 10. The Phoenix Suns. The injury to Poole Richardson was indeed a heavy blow for the Clippers, as he served as the brain and core of the team. His absence signified a paralysis of half the team's operations. Yet for Morton, this news was nothing short of fortuitous. Within the team, only Richardson Darren, and he possessed the requisite ball handling and organizational skills. With Richardson sidelined, it was likely that De'Aaron would step into the starting position, thereby securing Morton's role as the primary backup point guard, affording him ample playing time. Richardson had sustained a fracture in his hand during the last preseason game, with a conservative estimate of a month's recovery time. This month would provide Morton with a significant opportunity to integrate himself into the Clippers' rotation. Under such circumstances, Morton and the Clippers were set to face their first opponent of the season, the Phoenix Suns, on November 1st. Phoenix, the capital of Arizona, is nestled within the arid deserts of the American West, characterized by scant precipitation and abundant sunshine, which aptly justifies its name. Since joining the NBA in 1968, the Suns have consistently ranked among the formidable teams in the Western Conference, a feat credited to what was once perceived as a foolish decision, hiring the then 28-year-old Jerry Colangelo as the general manager. If Jerry West is regarded as the godfather of the Lakers, then Colangelo holds a similar esteemed status for the Suns. During his tenure, he was honored with the title of Best General Manager in the league on 3 occasions, a remarkable achievement indeed. Throughout history, among the illustrious managers, Jerry West has achieved recognition twice, while Larry Bird and Pat Riley have each attained this honor once. It is undeniable that the Phoenix Suns' rapid resurgence following their missed opportunity with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is largely attributable to the remarkable contributions of Colangelo. In 1987, Colangelo resigned from his position as the general manager of the Suns, having acquired the team and assuming ownership. Although Colangelo departed from the general manager role, his son, Brian Colangelo, succeeded him in 1992 and subsequently garnered 2 accolades for Best General Manager. Thus, the Colangelo father-son duo collectively secured the title of general manager 5 times during their tenure with the Suns. It can be asserted that while Jerry West may have transformed the Lakers, the Suns would not have retained their identity without the Colangelos. Under the collaborative efforts of the Colangelo family, the current iteration of the Suns stands as a formidable force in the Western Conference. Their impressive track record speaks volumes. Since 1988, they have not recorded fewer than 53 victories in any season, and last season, they achieved 59 wins, securing the 3rd position in the West. Had they not faced the Rockets, led by Hakeem Olajuwon, in the playoffs, they may have cast aside the title of the reigning kings without a crown. After successfully re-signing their core roster from the previous season, the Suns are rejuvenated and poised to embark on a new chapter of glory. In the era before Nash entered the league, when Stoudemire was still in his youth, the Suns' core comprised Kevin Johnson and Charles Barkley. Morton found it hard to fathom how such contrasting personalities could coexist harmoniously within a single team. One was gentle, taciturn, and disciplined, while the other was a conundrum that left Morton pondering for quite some time about how to aptly describe him. Nicknames like the round mound of rebound, the big mouth, the enforcer, and the oak only hint at the nature of this player. Indeed, as Morton suspected, the private relationship between these two individuals was far from harmonious. During Barkley's tenure with the 76ers, he and Johnson had a physical altercation, resulting in Barkley dislocating Johnson's shoulder. Upon joining the Suns in '92, Barkley frequently criticized Johnson, who even managed to deliver a thorough beating to Barkley during training camp. It can be said that while their relationship was devoid of deep-seated animosity, it was certainly not friendly. Nevertheless, both were consummate professionals, and their off-court rapport did not hinder their on-court synergy. In 1993, they led the Suns to the NBA Finals, where they valiantly battled against the Bulls dynasty led by Jordan, ultimately falling short after 6 hard-fought games. This was undoubtedly a championship-caliber team, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert such. Johnson's deft scoring and playmaking combined with Barkley's relentless drives and tenacious defense under the basket instilled fear in the hearts of most adversaries across the league, especially with a commendable supporting cast alongside them. At center was Hot Rod Williams, a quintessential blue-collar player. It is worth noting that nearly every team in the league boasts a blue-collar big man to counter the dominance of supercenters. Over his career, Williams amassed 456 blocks, placing him 39th on the all-time list. However, his rebounding prowess was lacking, as he never recorded a season with double-digit rebounds. The power forward position was held by the Iron Man, A.C. Green, who set an NBA record for consecutive games played at 192, missing only 3 games throughout his career, which was a result of then-coach Pat Riley's decision not to play him. And at small forward stood Barkley, one of the most renowned power forwards in history. Due to lineup issues, he found himself positioned more frequently as a small forward at the outset of the season. The shooting guard, Wesley Person, boasts a remarkable career three-point shooting percentage of 41, a rare achievement in an era where the three-point shot is often undervalued. In addition to the starting 5, the Suns bench features seasoned veterans such as Danny Manning and Wyman Tisdale. Notably, Morton-esque friend from his Clippers tryout, Michael Finley, is also with the Suns. It was Finley-esque development that allowed Barkley to return to his original position as power forward. However, in this particular match, he likely joined Morton on the bench as well. As the Suns players emerged from the tunnel, the starting lineup was predictably comprised of the aforementioned 5 individuals. In contrast, the Clippers' starting lineup underwent significant changes compared to the preseason. Primarily due to the injury of Poole Richardson, Terry Didhe was elevated to the starting position, while Lamond Murray replaced Rodney Rogers as the starting small forward. Coach Fitch made this decision after careful consideration, recognizing the abundance of swingmen on the team. Both Eric Piatkowski and Brent Barry are capable of filling that role. If Murray were also relegated to the bench, it would result in a misallocation of resources. However, the Clippers were notably lacking in the forward swingman position, with Rogers being the only viable option, thus necessitating Murray's promotion to the starting lineup. Good evening, viewers, and welcome to the NBA game broadcasted by ABC. Tonight, we present the first game of the 1995-96 season, featuring the Los Angeles Clippers hosting the Phoenix Suns. Now, let us introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The Clippers have called a timeout, as their current performance indicates a need for change. Despite Williams and Person struggling to find their rhythm, having yet to score, Green, and Barkley have combined for a mere 6 points. In stark contrast, Kevin Johnson has single-handedly tallied 16 points, while the entire Clippers team has managed only 9 points thus far. 8 minutes into the game, the Clippers find themselves in a considerable predicament, struggling to contain Johnson. After attempting to set up his teammates and realizing they are not in form today, Johnson decisively shifted into scoring mode. One should never underestimate this individual. While his current fame may be overshadowed by the legendary Magic Johnson, he was undeniably one of the premier point guards of the 1990s. It's noteworthy that even the likes of Kidd and Nash, upon joining the Suns, found themselves relegated to the bench, which speaks volumes about Johnson's prowess at his peak. Once he activated his personal scoring spree, the only entities capable of halting him were fouls and the referees. In those 8 minutes, he shot 6 times, converting 5, including 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, and made 4 out of 5 free throws, amassing 16 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist, leaving his counterpart, DeAndre, utterly helpless. Coach Finch watched DeAndre with disappointment. Having always believed him to be a player of significant potential, hindered only by Richardson's dominance that limited his playing time and opportunities to shine. However, today's display suggests otherwise. Some players may thrive as reserves, their brilliance even eclipsing that of the starters, but once thrust into the starting lineup, they may become tentative and lost, unsure of their role on the court. Clearly, DeAndre is such a player. Faced with the coach's disheartened gaze, DeAndre bowed his head in shame. He had anticipated that Richardson's injury would herald his own rise to prominence, yet this debut has resulted in a chaotic performance. The Clippers managed a mere 9 points in the first 8 minutes, largely due to his disorganized play. He focused solely on his offense, failing to integrate the team cohesively, thus plunging everyone into a state of isolation on the court. A profound sadness enveloped every player and coach of the Clippers, yet Morton displayed no signs of sorrow. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. With 3 point guards on the roster, 1 injured and another limited in ability, the coach's reliance rested solely on him. After all, they could not afford to be without a point guard. Historically, after Richardson's injury, Finch had given DeAndre 3 starts, only to replace him with Barry after subpar performances, adopting a no-point guard strategy. However, with Morton now in the mix, Finch has an additional option, promising a shift in dynamics. As the timeout concludes, let us observe what new developments unfold on the court. The Suns substituted Michael Finley for Williams, whose performance today has been notably subpar, having failed to make a single shot out of 3 attempts thus far. Finley, a rookie selected as the 21st pick in this year's first round, primarily plays as a shooting guard and small forward. Upon his entry, Barkley will revert to the power forward position, while Green will be elevated to center. On the other side, the Clippers replaced Aaron Fox with Anthony Morton, and Eric Piatkowski took the place of Healy. Today, the backcourt performance of the Clippers has been disastrous, with the two combining for merely 1 successful shot out of 6 attempts. However, Healy at least managed to contain his matchup, Pearson, while the Aaron could only helplessly watch as Johnson repeatedly sent the ball through the hoop. Coach Finch decisively brought in Morton, hoping that his height and reach would help limit the red-hot Johnson. Morton, an undrafted rookie this year, was astutely recognized by Coach Finch, who overcame skepticism to sign him. His performance during the Summer League was nothing short of spectacular, and he also excelled in the first game of the preseason. Notably, the infamous brawl in Salt Lake City was sparked by him. Today, as commentary comes from Teeny Veach of ABC, who has been narrating basketball games for over a decade. Establishing himself as a veteran in the field, he possesses not only a wealth of expertise, but also an exceptional level of professionalism. Before each commentary, he meticulously gathers information about both teams, ensuring even the most peripheral players are not overlooked. The moment Morton touched the ball, he felt his dreams beginning to take flight, though the extent of his ascent would depend on his forthcoming performances. The cautionary tale of De'Aaron loomed large. The coach favored him due to his prowess. Yet Morton understood that failing to deliver what was required would see him quickly relegated to the bench. As he controlled the ball, he surveyed the unfolding dynamics on the court. Currently, the Clippers' standout performer was Loy Alt, who had single-handedly scored 5 points. However, with Barkley stepping into the power forward position, Morton doubted Alt could maintain his previous level of dominance. Bryson Deller had focused solely on defense, astonishingly not taking a shot thus far, leaving Morton uncertain about his condition. Murray, facing Finley's defense, seemed unlikely to gain a significant advantage. It could be said that the Clippers' front court was lacking in opportunities, while the backcourt presented some prospects. Both he and Piatkowski had a height advantage over their defenders, enabling them to shoot comfortably without fear of being blocked. Given this, they resolved to initiate their offense from the backcourt. As he observed Johnson, who positioned himself a step away to thwart Morton's drive, a wry smile crept onto Morton's lips. Johnson had made the same mistake as Morton's initial adversary, Mickey Wesley. In this era, the three-point shot was undervalued. Thus, against an unfamiliar opponent, Johnson subconsciously assumed that Morton wouldn't attempt a three-pointer. However, Morton was acutely aware of the significance of the three-point shot in a game. No matter how formidable a team or how sound a strategy, once faced with a barrage of three-pointers from the opponent, the outcome would inevitably lead to chaos. With Johnson standing a good 10 centimeters shorter and retreating a step, Morton perceived the defense as virtually non-existent, akin to the stationary shooting drills he practiced. He crouched, leaped, bent his elbow, and released the ball in one fluid motion. The basketball arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net, while Morton maintained his shooting posture. In response to Johnson's fierce glare, Morton shrugged innocently before turning to sprint back on defense. Scoring against Johnson was not the primary objective. Rather, it was crucial to contain his scoring. Fitch's rationale for placing him on the court centered on this purpose. Johnson gazed at the somewhat awkward, youthful face before him, reflecting on the moment with a sense of nostalgia. When he first entered the league, he too was filled with aspiration for the future and reverence for the celebrated stars, traversing a path that seemed ever more distant. 8 years have swiftly passed, during which he is transformed into an object of admiration and trepidation for newcomers. 8 years is indeed a considerable span. How many 8-year segments does one have in a professional career? He has savored the sweet taste of triumph and felt the despair of defeat in the finals. Now, he stands more resolute and formidable than ever, bearing the responsibility to guide the fledgling newcomers in the league. Before Johnson could react, he found the ball had slipped from his grasp. A splendid steal. Morton snatched the basketball from Johnson, and before him lay an unobstructed path to the basket, presenting him with countless ways to score. Oh, a magnificent reverse dunk. Morton's movements are truly graceful. This rookie possesses remarkable athleticism, with astonishing leaping ability that allows him to execute any maneuver in midair. Upon Morton's landing, he observed the tardy Johnson, who seemed to perceive his inner thoughts. With a subtle smile, Johnson remarked, "I am a novice, but not an entirely inexperienced one." As the Clippers set sail in Chapter 12, Counterattack, Johnson pondered, "Is this a challenge to me?" The youth of today truly are remarkable. Watching Morton's departing figure, a fierce determination ignited within Johnson's eyes. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, Johnson signaled his teammates to spread out as he crossed half-court, indicating his intent to take on the challenge alone. His teammates, aware of the humiliation Johnson had suffered at the hands of this rookie, were in high spirits and readily complied. Even Barkley, who typically had a contentious relationship with Johnson, cast a look of approval in his direction. In the hero-worshipping atmosphere of the 1990s, isolation plays were not only tolerated but subtly encouraged within the commercial league. Confronting one of the most aggressive point guards in the current league, Morton remained vigilant, taking a step back to guard against Johnson's potential drive. Morton's height and long reach became evident at this moment, allowing him to confidently retreat half a step without fearing a sudden strike from Johnson. His stature and wingspan sufficiently compensated for that distance, effectively interfering with Johnson's shot. Johnson was clearly aware of this, which prompted him to test the waters before decisively attacking the paint. Johnson's speed was remarkable, yet he found himself matched against the equally athletic Morton, who kept pace closely behind. At that instant, Johnson executed a sudden stop, leaning against Morton, pivoting around him to the right. As someone well-versed in breaking through defenses, Morton recognized these tactics and was already alert as Johnson initiated his drive, swiftly adjusting his center of gravity. However, what took Morton by surprise was Johnson's unexpected reversal mid-turn. With 2 consecutive spins, Johnson finally evaded Morton's defense and charged towards the basket. The spacing of the team left the Clippers' paint unguarded. Morton has yet to concede defeat. His reactions and speed are remarkable as he persistently disrupts Johnson from behind. Given Morton's imposing stature, Johnson hesitates to make a move. He feints once, and Morton remains grounded. He feints again, yet still, Morton does not leap. Truly, Morton's experience is profound. At this juncture, Didhe has effectively positioned himself, and together with Morton, they encircle Johnson, leaving no opportunity for a pass. Johnson finds himself in peril. Oh heavens, what are we witnessing? Not only Vicky, but also the spectators, and even the coaches and players on the bench are expressing their astonishment. Faced with the double team of Didhe and Morton, Johnson remains unflustered. Such scenarios are familiar territory for him. Cradling the ball with both hands, he executes a forceful half-turn, turning his back to the basket while leaning against both Morton and Didhe. Then, with a left-handed shot that does not even glance at the hoop, the ball swishes through the net. What an astonishing basket! The Clippers' defense was indeed well-coordinated, yet they could not thwart the brilliance of Johnson's moment of inspiration. For a player of such genius, when they find their rhythm, the hoop appears as vast as an ocean before them, allowing them to score in any conceivable manner. Rookie, you still have much to learn. These words were not uttered by Johnson, but rather by the agile Barkley. Is that so? I doubt he will encounter such fortune again. Maintaining his composure, Morton would never concede defeat verbally, though he acknowledges that Johnson's shooting touch tonight is exceptionally hot, making it a formidable challenge to contain him. As the Clippers prepare for their offensive, will Morton retaliate with a one-on-one? Morton indeed harbored such intentions, yet his teammates were uncooperative. He was not the linchpin of the team. Upon his arrival, he scored 5 consecutive points. Yet the seasoned players on the court were reluctant to play the role of mere supporting cast. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in isolating Johnson. Against a defender whose height and strength paled in comparison to his own, the most effective offensive strategy would be to back him down and execute a turnaround jump shot. However, Morton did not possess this particular skill in his arsenal. His offensive techniques largely stemmed from his previous existence, and given his prior physical attributes. Once he initiated a back-to-basket move, turning back was not an option. With the time since his transition being so brief, and his focus consumed by stamina and tactical training, he had no surplus time to cultivate this skill. Moreover, prior to this match, through careful analysis of his opponent, Morton discerned that Johnson's defense was not lacking. Rather, it was overshadowed by the brilliance of his offensive plays. During the third game of the 1993 finals, it was Johnson who defended against Jordan, who recorded a shooting percentage of merely 44.2, making 19 of 43 attempts. This illustrates that even if Morton were to isolate Johnson, his chances of success were slim, especially since he bore the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offense and restoring order to the Clippers' attack. Upon noticing that the Clippers had no intention of isolating, Johnson immediately closed in, unwilling to afford Morton ample shooting space. As for driving to the basket, he trusted that Barkley and Green would provide assistance in defense. The Suns' core lineup had played together for an extended period, establishing a comprehensive and effective defensive rotation. Johnson was not concerned about losing his position. His tight defense placed considerable pressure on Morton, and the subtle movements made him uncomfortable. Left with little choice, he passed the ball to the high post to Ott, and then set a screen for Piakowski on the weak side. Temporarily shedding his defender, Piakowski received Ott's pass and, without hesitation, took the shot. This was in accordance with the coach's tactical plan prior to the game. Given that the Clippers were no match for the Suns in the paint, they had to initiate their offense from the perimeter. Fortunately, Piakowski's shooting touch was on point today, and he sank the three-pointer. The Clippers surged with a brief 8-2 run, narrowing the score to single digits. One might wonder if Westphal would call a timeout to stabilize the situation. However, the Suns did not call for a break, and the game continued. It seemed that Westphal had great faith in the players on the court, believing they were capable of handling the unfolding circumstances. Yet, it was evident that Westphal had misjudged the situation, as the Suns' performance not only failed to improve, but rather exhibited a trend toward further deterioration. Once Morton entered the game, he relentlessly pursued Johnson, making it exceedingly difficult for him to receive passes, maintain possession, or execute plays, let alone score. Each shot taken by Johnson felt akin to a final, game-deciding attempt, as the defensive pressure was immense. Under such circumstances, Johnson eventually faltered, missing 2 consecutive scoring opportunities. In search of assistance, he turned to his teammates, but their shooting touch remained elusive. While it was understandable that Pearson struggled, the repeated failures of Barkley and Green beneath the basket left Johnson in despair. Conversely, Finley, who came off the bench, managed to sing a shot, yet this was merely a drop in the bucket. On the other hand, since the entrance of Morton and Piakowski, the Suns capitalized on their perimeter influence, creating more opportunities inside. Moreover, with Barkley returning to the power forward position, Murray was finally liberated, though luck was not on his side as he failed to score. Thus, as the first quarter came to a close, the Suns led by a mere 6 points, 28-22, with their advantage precariously hanging in the balance. Chapter 13. Flying Pig. In the inaugural game of the new season, the Clippers appeared markedly better prepared than the Suns, with the latter's players, aside from Johnson, seemingly out of sync. Faced with this predicament, Westphal found himself at a loss, for a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. As the second quarter commenced, he surveyed the bench and opted to deploy center Hot Rod Williams, power forward Wayman Tisdale, small forward Michael Finley, shooting guard Chris Kyle, and point guard Elliot Perry. This lineup, with the exception of Perry, was a blend of aging veterans and inexperienced youngsters. Finley and Kyle are this year's rookies, while Williams and Tisdale are already in their 30s. Finley has yet to evolve into the Dallas Mavericks' future core player capable of averaging 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Kyle is not yet the starting shooting guard for the Timberwolves who will score in double digits in 2 years. Like Morton, they remain mere novices. Williams and Tisdale, once formidable, now struggle to influence the outcome of games. Notably, we often jest that the best basketball players in the music industry and the finest singers in the basketball realm coexist. Yet, we never anticipated that such a person truly exists. Tisdale is a living testament to this, excelling not in singing, but in jazz music. Some individuals have battled alongside legends like Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, Reggie Miller, and Charles Barkley, while others have shared the stage with George Duke, Dave Koz, Bob James, and Kirk Whalum. However, only Wayman Tisdale has successfully navigated both realms. In the twilight of his career, this center, capable of averaging 15 points, joined the Suns to radiate his final brilliance. The Clippers' second unit features center Stanley Roberts, power forward Rodney Rogers, small forward Eric Piatkowski, shooting guard Brent Barry, and point guard Anthony Morton. Coach Finch continues to deploy the informed Morton and Piatkowski to challenge the Suns' defense, while introducing Rogers to assault the aging interior reserves of Phoenix. Though Rogers presently oscillates between starting and coming off the bench, it is important to remember that he was once a nationally renowned power forward during his college days. His contribution was felt when Dream Team I faced defeat in a practice match against collegiate players. As a diminutive, agile power forward with a shooting range extending beyond the three-point line, Morton can only lament that he is a true product of ill-timed circumstances. Had he played in a future league where interior players dwindle and small ball flourishes, he would undoubtedly be a premier swingman in the league. Since the Suns won the tip-off, the second quarter begins with an inbound play from the baseline for the Suns. Morton had just dribbled the ball to the front court when Rogers, positioned well in the paint, reached out for the ball. Morton deftly lofted it to him and then stationed himself in the corner. Confronted by Tisdale's defense, Rogers, who naturally lacked in height, was far too astute to exploit his own shortcomings against an opponent's strengths. Utilizing his nimble footwork, he effortlessly created space in the paint and seamlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. Turning back, Tisdale attempted to leverage his height advantage to overpower Rogers. But to his surprise, he not only failed, but was instead stripped of the ball by Rogers. Tisdale's blunder led to Rogers seizing the opportunity for a long pass to the fast-breaking Morton. Kyle was hustling back on defense, with Barry trailing closely behind, as the Clippers formed a 2-on-1 situation in the front court. Morton faked a pass and sank a two-pointer, earning an additional free throw. Frustrated, Kyle crouched on the ground, cradling his head, watching as his opponent basked in the crowd's adulation, feeling a mix of grievance and confusion. Both were rookies this year. However, Kyle, a second-round pick, found himself utterly defenseless against an undrafted rookie, completely shattering his expectations. Chris Finley gently nudged him, revealing that Westphal intended to substitute him out, but Kyle, too disheartened, had failed to notice. Poor Kyle, his inaugural professional game concluded after a mere minute. Westphal replaced him with Barkley, shifting Finley to shooting guard while Barkley returned to the small forward position. The Clippers, in terms of height and presence in the paint, could not compete with the Suns and had to rely on their tenacious defense and perimeter shooting. Once Barkley re-entered the game, the Suns instantly gained a primary offensive focal point, and despite the players being substitutes, their synergy was familiar, particularly with Perry. Last season, due to Johnson's injury, Perry was signed mid-season and played all 82 games, starting 51, which fostered a well-established rapport with Barkley. After Morton's free throw, the Suns initiated a baseline throw-in. Perry dribbled the ball into the front court and passed it to Barkley, who had established position in the paint. Meanwhile, Williams and Tisdale pulled away, clearing the area entirely for Barkley. Utilizing his greatest asset, his substantial physique, Barkley backed down Piatkowski, gradually asserting his dominance. Standing at 2.01 meters, Piatkowski appeared diminutive in comparison. Utterly defenseless, Barkley effortlessly maneuvered to the basket, spun, and executed a powerful dunk. "You play like a coward," After scoring, Barkley did not relent, but instead directed harsh words at Piatkowski, leaving him utterly humiliated. Remarkably, after uttering those words, he swaggered back to defense as if nothing had transpired. During the Clippers' subsequent offensive possession, perhaps spurred by Barkley's taunts, Piatkowski incessantly demanded the ball, and Morton obliged. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Piatkowski took the shot immediately. Though Barkley was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat portly, his leaping ability was exceptional. While he was unable to block Piatkowski's attempt, he managed to alter the trajectory of the ball with his fingertips. With a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, allowing Williams to secure the rebound and pass it to Perry. Upon reaching the front court, Perry repeated his previous strategy, feeding the ball back to Barkley for another isolation play. Once again, Barkley bulldozed his way to the basket, but this time he failed to score due to an exasperated early foul committed by Piatkowski. Bill, Eric's mindset is becoming increasingly unstable. Should we consider substituting him? Tony remarked to Fitch from the bench. After a moment's contemplation, Fitch replied, "It's only 2 minutes into the second quarter. If we allow Barkley to regain his rhythm, with both him and Johnson at their peak, the Clippers will stand no chance. As a shooter, once one's mindset falters, it becomes exceedingly challenging to contribute to the team. Rather than allowing him to be repeatedly overwhelmed by Barkley and lose confidence, it would be prudent to substitute him sooner rather than later." However, the question remained, who could effectively defend against Barkley? Fitch scanned the bench and finally fixed his gaze upon one individual. The Clippers set sail for their first victory of the season. Fitch's gaze was fixed upon the imposing figure before him. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of height and weight when compared to Barkley, his strength could still pose a significant challenge, and his agility was commendable. With his proactive defensive approach, it was anticipated that he would trouble Barkley. After Oduro replaced Piatkowski, it was not the Clippers who first reacted, but rather the seasoned Suns veteran, Tisdale. He approached Barkley, who was preparing to take free throws, and murmured a few words, casting sidelong glances at Rogers. Barkley nodded in agreement repeatedly. Thus, an unusual scenario unfolded during the game. While the Suns were on offense, Oduro was positioned at small forward to defend Barkley, while Rogers took on Tisdale. Conversely, during the Clippers' offense, Barkley occupied the power forward position to challenge Rogers, with Tisdale defending the offensively challenged Oduro. The positions of the four forwards from both teams became entirely ambiguous, yet the impact was markedly different. Barkley, not at his best today, found it difficult to score against Oduro's relentless defense, and on the flip side, due to the exertion required on offense, he allowed Rogers to score twice. Consequently, during the official timeout, the Clippers not only leveled the score, but also took a 2-point lead. It was evident that the Suns were in a predicament. As the second quarter commenced, the Clippers launched a furious counterattack, led by Rogers and Morton. With Danny Manning absent and Barkley struggling, the Suns could rely solely on Johnson. If no one else stepped up, the Suns were in grave danger today. Everyone's performance has been commendable. Let us maintain this momentum. The Suns are not in optimal form today. We must seize the opportunity. Upon resuming, we need to engage in more physical contact and apply greater pressure in defense, denying them easy shooting opportunities. Oduro, Deller, Rogers, Healy, Morton, you five will take the court shortly. Me? Morton inquired, surprised. Is there a problem? Fitch paused, looking at Morton quizzically. No, none at all. Morton hastily shook his head. Although he was uncertain why the coach opted not to substitute him for didhe, he welcomed the extra playing time. As he stepped onto the court, he caught the envious and resentful glances from didhe. The Sun starters had returned, and Johnson shot Morton a provocative look as he entered the game. Humph. Morton let out a cold snort, choosing silence over words. He preferred to respond through action rather than mere rhetoric. Ideals may be splendid, yet reality often appears starkly different. Johnson demonstrated to Morton that the NBA is not a realm where just anyone can thrive, as he consistently found the net with his scoring prowess. One could argue that divine favor was with Johnson today, or perhaps that the Clippers' other players were channeling their shooting skills through him alone, but the truth remains undeniable. Johnson single-handedly shouldered the offensive burden for the Suns. Had he not achieved an impressive 23 points in the first half, making 8 of 10 field goals, 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, and 5 of 7 from the free throw line, the score would have already widened in favor of the Clippers. Indeed, the first half of the game unfolded in a manner that astonished everyone. The Clippers dominated both offensively and defensively, entering halftime with a 5-point lead. During the intermission, the Suns' locker room was enveloped in an atmosphere of despondency. None had anticipated that what seemed to be a straightforward match would devolve into such a predicament. This was, in part, understandable, as the sluggish starts of older players are a common affliction, akin to the recent struggles of Spurs. The Suns faced similar challenges, with only Tisdale and Williams standing out. Barkley and Green, both 32, along with other core players in their 30s, were understandably underperforming as they grappled with the inevitable decline of age. In stark contrast to the Suns' gloom, the Clippers were buoyed by laughter and confidence, fully believing they could secure victory. Although Morton was unable to contain Johnson, given the latter's current form, only divine intervention might halt him. So Fitch refrained from placing undue blame on Morton. Time passed gently amid this light-hearted atmosphere as the second half finally commenced, much to the eager anticipation of the audience. Morton returned to the bench, while De'Aaron remained in the starting lineup. After a brief respite of over a quarter, upon his re-entry onto the court, De'Aaron perhaps felt the pent-up energy of his prolonged absence, or perhaps he was spurred by the presence of Morton. Sensing his position was under threat, he unleashed an impressive display of combativeness, successfully executing 2 consecutive steals that disrupted Johnson's offensive rhythm and significantly widened the score gap. Observing De'Aaron's remarkable performance, Morton inwardly sighed, realizing that despite his efforts to suppress him, De'Aaron had swiftly reclaimed his footing. It appeared that the path to usurpation would be fraught with challenges. In stark contrast to Morton's concerns and resignation, Fitch felt an immense sense of joy. He welcomed such competition with open arms, given the state of the Suns. Once the score began to widen, it seemed an arduous task to recover. Indeed, when Morton re-entered the game with 3 minutes left in the third quarter, the Clippers had already established a double-digit lead of 75-63, ahead by 12 points. On the court for the Clippers were Murray alongside Roberts, Rogers, Piakowski, and Morton, while the Suns featured Pearson with Joe Klein, Tisdale, Finley, and Perry. From both a strength and momentum perspective, the Clippers held the advantage, a reality reflected in the game as they concluded the third quarter with a surge of 9-2. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Suns, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, deployed their starting lineup in a final attempt to rally. Although they managed to narrow the score to single digits at one point, they found it difficult to progress further. With subsequent successful shots from Rogers and Ott, the Suns ultimately chose to concede the match, withdrawing all their starters. In a show of respect, the Clippers sent in their bench players, allowing Morton to return to the court, where he managed to register his only rebound of the game. As the final whistle blew, the score stood at 112-102, with the Los Angeles Clippers triumphing over the Phoenix Suns on home ground. For players from the Suns scored in double figures, with Kevin Johnson leading all scorers with 39 points, yet this could not alter the outcome of the game. Charles Barkley contributed 21 points and 11 rebounds, albeit with a disappointing shooting percentage. A.C. Green secured 13 points and 9 boards, while the bench player Michael Finley added 14 points. In contrast, the Clippers showcased a collective effort, with all 11 players contributing to the score and 7 achieving double digits. The standout from the bench, Rodney Rogers, netted the highest score of 19 points, while Anthony Morton added 13 points and delivered a game-high 9 assists. Loy Ott amassed 17 points and 12 rebounds, and Bison Dele recorded 13 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. Both Raymond Murray and Eric Piakowski also chipped in with 12 points, while Malik Sealy rounded out the scoring with 10 points. After 2 hours of fierce competition, Morton and the Clippers ultimately emerged victorious. However, this is merely the beginning. Both Morton and the Clippers are poised to journey further along this path. Chapter 15. Post-match interview with Mr. Morton. Having just experienced your first professional game, how do you feel? Following the match, due to the injury of the core player Richardson, the most sought-after individuals among the reporters were the former Prodigy power forward Rodney Rogers and Anthony Morton. The recent brawl in Salt Lake City had already earned Morton a modicum of fame within the league, and as an undrafted rookie demonstrating the prowess of a first-round pick, it was only natural for him to attract increased attention. How do I feel? A bit regretful, honestly. If I had just one more assist, I could have achieved a double-double. Playing for 26 minutes in his debut, surpassing the starter DeAndre's time, left him feeling somewhat elated. Today, you surprised everyone at home by defeating the Suns. What do you think was the key to your victory? A surprise? No, I don't perceive it as such, especially if you witnessed today's game. The match unfolded entirely on our terms. I believe our victory was entirely warranted. Possessing a wealth of experience from past struggles, Morton understood that to maintain the media's attention, akin to flies buzzing around, he must occasionally offer intriguing topics, just as he had done now. Indeed, upon uttering these words, the reporters around him visibly brightened. All right, everyone, I have other matters to attend to. This will be all for today." With that, without awaiting their response, Morton pushed through the crowd and departed. The reporters, having acquired the information they sought, did not impede his exit, allowing him to leave with ease. As Morton prepared to step away from the throng, he suddenly caught sight of a gathering of two large groups nearby. Through the gaps in the crowd, he could faintly discern Barkley and Johnson. Despite the Suns' defeat today, it did nothing to diminish the stature of the two superstars, with reporters flocking to them in droves. For these icons, being constantly surrounded can be a cumbersome ordeal. However, for a rookie like Morton, such attention is a coveted aspiration. Their greatest desire is to be in the limelight. Amidst the peripheral crowd, Morton also spotted a somewhat familiar figure, Chloe Keller, a journalist from the Los Angeles Daily News, desperately attempting to maneuver her way through the throng. Her striking beauty and alluring figure offered no advantage in this instance, as she struggled repeatedly to gain entry. Appearing as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, circling restlessly outside. Observing the girl's anxious demeanor, Morton felt an inexplicable tug at his heartstrings, compelling him to approach her. "Hey, Keller." Upon hearing her name called, Keller glanced back and, upon recognizing Morton, furrowed her brow slightly, offering a terse acknowledgement before turning to continue her efforts to push through the crowd. Morton awkwardly touched her nose, seemingly dissatisfied with her sensory perceptions. She had not anticipated being overlooked by Keller, leaving her in a state of ambivalence, unsure whether to stay or leave, momentarily frozen in place. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure emerged before her. It was Barkley, irritated by the relentless pursuit of reporters preparing to depart. Upon spotting Morton amidst the crowd, he appeared surprised but quickly regained his composure and approached her with a displeased expression. The reporters, initially dispersing, were instantly revitalized by this scene, rallying around like invigorated bees. These incorrigible individuals perhaps hoped for a brawl between Barkley and Morton, envisioning a chaotic spectacle. "You youngsters are fortunate today. Next time, I'll have you weeping for your mothers," Barkley declared, oblivious to Morton's post-game remarks, which would have rendered his tone considerably less cordial. "You might be disappointed. I assure you, it will not be us who are left in tears," Morton replied nonchalantly. Though she harbored no animosity towards this loudmouth, even in retirement, she felt no respect or admiration for him as she would for other veterans. "We'll see about that," Barkley retorted with a scoff before striding away. The journalists, disappointed by the absence of the anticipated confrontation, soon rallied their spirits, already crafting headlines in their minds. "The Sun retreats from Los Angeles. Flying Pig declares war on snubbed rookies." With this material in hand, they chose not to pursue Morton further, leaving contentedly. Except for one individual, Keller lingered, somewhat disheartened. Though she had gathered some newsworthy moments, such as the earlier exchange, she remained unsatisfied. She realized that while she could report on these events, so could others, and she yearned for something uniquely distinctive. Ambitious by nature, she did not wish to remain an overlooked, scorned reporter, nor did she desire to squander her vibrant youth chasing after these towering athletes. Every ugly duckling dreams of transforming into a swan. Every girl aspires to bask in the spotlight. Although she resided in Los Angeles, adjacent to Hollywood, she understood the chasm between her and her dreams. Therefore, when Morton inquired about the need for an interview, she suppressed her distaste and nodded in agreement. "You seem rather reluctant," Morton remarked as she led Keller outside. "This is an exclusive interview. It won't be easy to secure another with me in the future." "Where are we going? Are we interviewing here?" Keller, ignoring Morton's self-importance, asked nervously. "Oh, a friend is waiting for me," Morton replied, her earlier statement to the reporters about needing to leave not being a falsehood. As she approached the door, a tall, dark figure awaited her. "Hi, Michael. I hope you weren't kept waiting." Morton stepped forward and affectionately embraced his shoulder. The figure before him was Michael Finley, one of his good friends from the Clippers tryouts. "No rush, no rush," Finley remarked upon noticing a blonde beauty following closely behind Morton, then flashed a smile that any man would understand. Morton realized he had misunderstood the situation and, with a hint of bemusement, explained, "It's not as you think. He is a reporter for the Daily News, seeking to interview me." "A reporter? An interview?" Finley inquired, astonished. Morton, observing Finley's reaction, felt somewhat perplexed. After all, it was merely a reporter. Was it truly such a big deal? What Morton remained unaware of was that, 5 years hence, Finley would shun journalists with an air of disdain, regardless of his appeal. For now, however, he was merely a rookie, having entered the league as the 21st pick in the first round. In Phoenix, the reporters would focus their attention on the likes of Johnson, Barkley, Manning, and even Tisdale, paying little heed to a player of his insignificance. For a newcomer in the league, what is most essential? Playing time, undoubtedly, but beyond that, visibility. The greater the exposure, the more illustrious his reputation would become. What young athlete does not yearn for recognition? Hence, Finley's reaction was entirely understandable. This is a future all-star, Keller. If you manage to cultivate a good rapport with him, you needn't worry about future headlines, Morton remarked to Keller, a statement imbued with truth. Although he could not recall whether Finley had ever been an all-star, judging by his subsequent prowess with the Mavericks, it was a reasonable assumption. Yet, amidst their gathering, no one took his words to heart, least of all Finley, who was solely preoccupied with establishing his place in the team. Michael, where are we headed? Morton, sensing the waning enthusiasm between the two, hastily shifted the conversation. Are you really asking me that on your own turf? I shall defer to your judgment, Finley replied, his expression one of amusement. Morton felt a twinge of awkwardness under Finley's gaze, realizing he should be more hospitable, yet he was unfamiliar with Los Angeles. He lived a life akin to that of a hermit, confined to a routine that left no room for indulgence in the city's vibrant nightlife. His current skills did not afford him the luxury of recklessness, nor did he possess the financial means to do so. With an annual salary of $200,000 in California's exorbitant taxes, after sending a portion home, what remained was barely sufficient for daily expenses. He lacked the resources to indulge in extravagance. Finley's inquiry left him momentarily flummoxed. Just then, an idea struck him as he recalled another Californian, diverting his gaze towards Keller. Keller, do you have any good places to recommend? Good places? I think this area is quite splendid. Keller mused, though this sentiment remained unspoken. Faced with the two towering figures before her, Keller found herself in a quandary. It was evident they would not be venturing out for coffee or a leisurely stroll, but were likely headed to a bar. The thought troubled her, not that she had never been to a bar. After all, it was rare for an American, regardless of gender, to have never experienced one. The issue was that Keller was reluctant to accompany these two to a bar. Surely, drinking would ensue, and the prospect of inebriation sent shivers down her spine. She had little faith in the integrity of either, particularly that of Anthony Morton, whose intentions appeared far from benign. As Morton observed Keller's prolonged silence, he discerned her apprehensions and remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, we can conclude the interview in the car, and you may depart first upon arrival." Keller nearly believed she had misheard him. Morton's expression did not suggest he was jesting, prompting her immediate acquiescence. Although she remained uncertain of Morton's intentions, she was not foolish enough to decline the offer, recognizing that the journey would afford ample time to complete the interview. "Shall we head to the Nightshade Bar then? Is there a car available?" Morton had yet to sell his vehicle. "Do you think I would drive all the way from Phoenix to Los Angeles?" Finley possessed a car, but it was parked in Phoenix. "I have one," Keller stated. Thus, the trio set off in Keller's vehicle toward the Nightshade Bar. "Mr. Morton, what inspired your exceptional performance this evening?" Keller eagerly initiated the interview as soon as they were inside the car. The sooner they conducted the interview, the sooner it would conclude, averting a lengthy night filled with uncertainties. "Keller, please refrain from calling me Mr. Morton. It feels rather awkward. You may call me Anthony, and I shall refer to you as Chloe." Each time he beheld the striking blonde beauty before him, exuding an air of distance and professionalism, he felt a twinge of discomfort. "Very well." To Morton's surprise, Keller readily agreed, catching him off guard. "Anthony, you have yet to respond to my previous question," she reminded him as he appeared momentarily distracted. "Exceptional? I do not believe my performance tonight was particularly remarkable. Are you suggesting that 13 points and 9 assists do not reflect your best effort? What do you believe your capabilities would yield?" "Indeed, I believe that if I were to perform to my full potential, I could achieve an average of 20 points and 10 assists per game." Morton was determined to assist Keller in any way possible. Finley, witnessing Morton make such bold claims, felt a surge of anxiety. He could already envision the repercussions should such statements be publicized. Achieving an average of 20 points and 10 assists is a feat typically reserved for elite guards within the league, a performance sufficient to secure a starting position on any team. With Richardson's injury, the Clippers' starting point guard position had become vacant, presenting a significant opportunity for Keller. "Have you considered vying for it?" "Certainly. As Napoleon once said, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. I did not come here merely to guard the water cooler." As Morton was expounding at length, his companion Finley abruptly nudged him, startling Morton back to reality. He asserted that averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds meant there was nothing he couldn't accomplish, at worst. He faced derision from the media and certain fans who deemed him overly ambitious. Rather than detracting from his reputation, such criticisms only served to enhance his visibility. However, revealing his aspirations for a starting position posed a significant dilemma. While he harbored such thoughts internally and had expressed them, articulating them aloud was an entirely different matter, akin to piercing through the last veil of pretense, thus irrevocably damaging his standing. Furthermore, his statement inadvertently alienated two individuals, the current starting point guard, didhe, and the first-string point guard, Richardson. His words effectively declared war upon both. While offending didhe might have been manageable, incurring the wrath of Richardson, a prominent figure within the team, would undoubtedly complicate his future within the squad. Morton finally understood why Keller, who had always been guarded and wary of him, has been so forthcoming. It was astonishing how, in less than a month, that naive young reporter had transformed into someone so cunning, having already dug a pit for him to fall into. Observing the barely concealed joy on Keller's face, Morton felt a wave of despondency wash over him, as if he had swallowed a fly. "What is wrong, Anthony?" Keller inquired, unable to see Morton's expression as he drove, noticing his sudden silence with curiosity. "Chloe, could we possibly omit that last statement?" Morton clung to a flicker of hope. The car continued its slow journey, and Keller sat quietly in front, as if he had not heard a word. "Never mind. I have nothing further to say. Perhaps you should interview Michael," Morton suggested, already aware of the unspoken answer reflected in Keller's silence. "Anthony, Michael, I have invested so much. Please do not squander this opportunity," Morton whispered in his ear. He understood that while Finley was eager to be interviewed, he might very well decline out of loyalty to Morton, especially after the deception he had faced. "Mr. Finley, how do you feel about representing the Suns in your first NBA game tonight and scoring 14 points? Keller, entirely focused on ensnaring Morton, inadvertently posed a rather mundane question. "My sentiment is, Jordan, I'm coming for you." Can I consider this a declaration of war against Jordan? Upon hearing this response, Keller felt a twinge of disappointment. The slogan of defeating Jordan had become rather trite over the past 2 years. It seemed anyone could now challenge him, yet none had succeeded, leading to a growing fatigue among readers. "Declare war? No. That is not what I meant," Finley quickly clarified. "Jordan is my idol. I remember 4 years ago, in 1991, while filming a documentary called The Dream Comes True at the Bulls training facility, an 18-year-old boy played a game with Jordan. Afterward, Jordan told the boy, 'I believe I will see you in the NBA in a few years.' From that moment, the boy nurtured a dream, dedicating himself to relentless practice and strict discipline, ultimately entering the NBA this year. That boy is me." "Oh," Keller exclaimed, somewhat astonished that her offhand question had unearthed such a valuable story. Morton, who had only met Finley twice before, was equally surprised to learn of this seemingly melodramatic tale. "All right, we have arrived," Finley called out, spotting the flickering sign from a distance. Keller gradually brought the car to a halt, and both Morton and Finley opened the doors to step out. "Thank you, Miss Keller." Morton suddenly turned to Keller, who was leaning against the window, and then he turned away. As he watched Morton's retreating figure, Keller wished to voice something, yet the words lingered on the tip of his tongue and were ultimately swallowed. From Morton's earlier address, Keller discerned that he was genuinely angry, for he had always referred to him simply as Keller, never appending the term Mississippi. That single word sometimes carries a plethora of meanings. Keller sat quietly in her seat, the dim light making it difficult to discern her expression. After a long moment, she sighed in resignation and then drove into the vast expanse of the night. Chapter 17. Internal strife. Morton and Finley alighted from their vehicle, finding themselves devoid of the inclination to visit a bar. Though they had initially intended to unwind in the company of friends, the unforeseen turn of events had dampened their spirits. The notion of drowning their sorrows in alcohol crossed Morton's mind briefly, yet he dismissed it, recognizing the detrimental effects of alcohol on one's health and the compounded risks associated with excessive drinking. Thus, the two robust men meandered back to their abode, engaging in light-hearted banter as they walked, inadvertently alarming several solitary pedestrians traversing the night. Imagine, if you will, the unsettling experience of walking alone at night and suddenly encountering two towering African-American gentlemen. One could hardly blame anyone for harboring trepidations. Upon Morton's return home, dawn was breaking. Having spent the entire night awake, he found himself devoid of any desire for rest. his thoughts consumed by the anticipated reactions of his teammates to the day's forthcoming report and the strategies he would employ to navigate this crisis. After a prolonged period of contemplation without clarity, he calculated the time and ventured out to procure every sports-related newspaper he could find. The headlines proclaimed, 7 Clippers score in double digits, overcoming the Suns, Suns' entire team lethargic, retreating from Los Angeles, undrafted rookie nearly achieves double-double in his debut, asserting he could have been a first-round pick, and Barkley declares war on undrafted rookies. While the media devoted extensive coverage to the Bulls and Jordan's triumphant return, yesterday's shocking upset remained a focal point of interest. Among the articles, one from the New York Times particularly thrilled Morton. Yesterday, the Suns faced off against the Clippers in Los Angeles and suffered an unexpected defeat. In this match, the Suns' age and sluggishness were glaringly apparent. At the onset of the season, this team, characterized by a significantly aging core, has already shown signs of fatigue, raising concerns about how they will endure the grueling 82-game season. Our outlook on their prospects this season is far from optimistic. In stark contrast, the Clippers, based on their recent performance, fully deserve their victory. Compared to the aging Sun, the players of the Clippers exhibit a fervent determination, exuberance, and resilience, unafraid of confrontation. Their strong desire for victory is palpable on the court, and, more importantly, they embody youthfulness. While a single victory may not significantly alter the Clippers' season record, they have not only secured a win, but also glimpsed a promising future. The Clippers should rejoice, for they unearthed a gem in Anthony Morton this summer. This undrafted rookie possesses talent that rivals that of a first-round pick. Observing him compete alongside Finley, who was selected 21st overall by the Suns, elucidates my assertion. He is a player who is both youthful and seasoned, confident yet cautious, with incisive drives, precise shooting, and tenacious defense that would ensure his standing in the league. Most importantly, at merely 18 years of age, he possesses boundless potential. I suspect that when he fully blossoms, numerous scouts may find their careers hindered by their failure to recognize such a treasure buried in the sands. As I perused this report, I felt a sense of ease enveloping Morton, alleviating some of his worries and fatigue. However, upon receiving the Los Angeles Daily News, his earlier buoyancy evaporated instantly. For Keller had indeed published his words from yesterday. The headline, Clippers Locker Room Concerns. Undrafted rookie vows to compete for starting position, allowed Morton to surmise the content within, flooding him with a sense of helpless exhaustion. He slowly closed his eyes, yet the moment he did, Keller's face intruded upon his thoughts, aggravating his unrest. He was at a loss for how to dissipate the pent-up frustration within him. I have treated you with utmost respect, yet how do you repay me? Upon opening his eyes to a table strewn with newspapers, he felt a wave of annoyance and swept them all to the floor, rising to pace restlessly in the room. Yet this did little to ease his burden. In desperation, he resolved to head to the training facility early, seeking solace through the act of playing. Upon arriving, he found the gym devoid of any presence. After all, few share the fanaticism to train at 4 in the morning. With a fierce determination, Morton seized a basketball and executed a thunderous dunk, attempting to release his pent-up frustrations through sheer athleticism. At that moment, he disregarded any notions of warming up or tending to his body. A tempest swirled within his chest, and he felt that only through such explosive actions could he find fleeting relief. Thus, that morning, the vast gym reverberated with the sounds of the rattling rim and the primal roars of a man in catharsis. "Hey kid, are you here to show off?" came a somewhat irritable voice from behind him. Morton released his grip from the rim and descended, turning to see Terry Didhe. Their relationship had never been particularly cordial. As they played the same position, merely acquaintances exchanging nods, yet they had never been adversaries. However, upon hearing Didhe's tone, Morton discerned that he too had likely seen the report. Didhe was indeed in a dismal mood. Anyone in his position would share the sentiment. This marked his third year striving in the league, and upon being selected 13th overall by the Clippers in the first round, he had quietly resolved that the starting point guard position on this team would eventually be his. For the past 2 years, he had been relegated to the bench due to Richardson's dominance, yet his relentless training and dedication never waned, all in the hope of seizing the moment when it finally arrived. When Richardson sustained an injury, he believed his opportunity was at hand, only to falter. His debut was a disaster, and he barely received more minutes than the bench players. At this juncture, Morton proclaimed his intention to vie for the starting role. Didhe felt a surge of anxiety at Morton's words. Everyone in the team was aware that Morton was the coach's favored protege. The mere fact that he dared to make such declarations in the media suggested that the coach had likely hinted at his support. Thus, after reading the report that morning, Diaz's indignation simmered, prompting him to contemplate a similar outlet for his frustrations as Morton had. Fate, however, seemed to conspire against him, as he unexpectedly encountered Morton here, leading to a heated exchange. "Am I flaunting my prowess to thin air?" Morton retorted, a valid point, given that the gym had been devoid of spectators during his dunk. Yet to Diaz's ears, the implication was stark. Was he not a person? To him, this was a blatant disregard. "Kid, do not presume that your coach's trust grants you the license to act with impunity. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about the decorum expected of a newcomer." "What do you intend to do?" Morton inquired, raising an eyebrow, displeased, feeling that while he may have been at fault, this fellow was certainly overstepping. "I intend to take you down." Didhe suddenly lunged forward, his fist aimed directly at Morton's face. Morton was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Truly, a tiger does not reveal its might. Do you think I am a feeble cat? Strike if you will. Who is afraid of whom?" Morton, unwilling to back down, retaliated fiercely, leading to a tumultuous exchange of punches and kicks between the two. Given Morton's stature, one would expect him to have the upper hand. However, fatigue from a sleepless night and the exertion of a morning spent dunking, an activity known for its considerable physical demand, left him in a vulnerable state. Thus, he found himself evenly matched with the AI in a fierce struggle. Hey, what are you two doing? Stop at once." At that moment, Barry and Piakowski entered the scene, having just arrived together, and immediately rushed forward to intervene. After enduring a few blows themselves, they finally managed to separate Morton and AI, though both continued to hurl profanities at one another, using the most colorful language to insult each other's families. "Wow, you both seem to have an abundance of energy. Fighting so early in the morning, impressive." Assistant coach Ronnie entered the room, his expression giving away his disapproval. "Oh no," Barry exclaimed in frustration. Initially, if the four of them had kept quiet, this incident would never have reached the coach's ears, and thus, no repercussions would ensue. However, with Ronnie having witnessed the altercation, it was inevitable that Coach Fitch would soon be informed. Internal strife is universally regarded as a coach's greatest taboo. History is rife with examples of exceptional teams that have been undone by such discord. Notably, the Pacers from a couple of years ago and the early 2000s Lakers serve as stark reminders. As expected, when Fitch arrived and learned of the incident, his already stern demeanor darkened further. As a head coach, he was acutely aware of the media's narrative and had seen the concerning report in the Daily News. Intending to address Morton today, little did he know that before he could confront him, such an incident would transpire. "Each of you will run 100 laps." Fitch's expression shifted dramatically before he finally uttered this command. It was a heavy-handed response, yet when he added, "Morton, you are not to travel to Sacramento tomorrow," the atmosphere turned even more tense. Chapter 18. The burden of affection. Upon hearing those words, Morton faltered momentarily before responding calmly, understood, and resumed his running. Yet internally, his tumultuous emotions belied his outward composure, as a storm of anxiety surged within him. The Sacramento Kings, tomorrow's adversaries, loomed large in his thoughts. Fitch's implication was crystal clear. He would have no part in the forthcoming match, and the prospect of even being included in the 12-man activation list was utterly out of reach. Had he been relegated to the shadows? A foreboding thought took root in Morton's mind, lingering persistently. He could scarcely recall how he had spent the day, losing track of the laps he had run. Had it not been for Ronnie calling him to a halt, he might have continued running indefinitely. During training, he struggled to keep pace with his teammates, repeatedly faltering. "Bill, is this punishment a bit excessive?" Ronnie asked, concern evident in his voice as he observed Morton's despondent demeanor. "I'm doing this for his own good. Fortunately, Poole is injured. Otherwise, had he faced Poole today, the consequences would have been far graver than merely missing a game or two." Fitch paused before continuing. "His talent is undeniable, but his mentality lacks maturity. He has become somewhat complacent and needs a wake-up call, allowing him to reflect during these few days. However, I fear this might lead him into a downward spiral. If he cannot overcome such a minor hurdle, then he isn't worth the considerable effort I have invested." Given Fitch's resolute stance, Ronnie found little room for persuasion and could only hope for Morton's resilience. "Anthony, are you all right?" After training, Otero inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Morton forced a smile. "Anthony, how about we unwind at a bar later?" Barry suggested, attempting to divert Morton's attention. To his surprise, Morton shuddered at the mention of a bar and vehemently shook his head. The saying goes, alcohol leads to misfortune. Having already made a grave mistake without even drinking the previous day, Morton felt a pang of anxiety at the mere thought of a bar. Am I really that fragile? My goal is to achieve an average of 20 points. How could I possibly succumb to despair over such a setback? Morton declared, his words betraying his true feelings. Well, all right then. You all go ahead. I wish to be alone for a while, he urged, nudging them gently. Okay, we'll head out first. Otero and Barry hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. Wishing you an outstanding performance tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Otero and Barry, Morton ambled toward the exit, reflecting on how, in less than a day, he had plummeted from the heights of euphoria to the depths of despair. A true juxtaposition of extremes. Anthony, at that moment, a timid yet melodious voice called out from behind him. Morton turned his gaze, and there, on the tranquil street, stood a tall figure, elegantly poised. Her cascading golden hair, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, emanated a delicate radiance. A gentle breeze brushed against the tips of her hair, causing a few stray strands to fall before her emerald eyes. Morton glanced back briefly before continuing on his way. Anthony, what troubles you? The woman behind him hurried to catch up, grasping his arm. Miss Keller, is there something you wish to discuss? Morton's expression was cold, his tone even chillier. Anthony, do you still harbor resentment towards me? No. How could I possibly blame you? It's just that I fear I may never have the opportunity to step onto the field again, nor provide you with any valuable news. You should seek out others for interviews. The mention of not having a chance to play caused Keller to murmur softly, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Her complexion turned pale. Anthony, I am truly sorry. I had no idea it would come to this. Otherwise, I would never have reported it. Though Keller aspired to fame and often indulged in cunning schemes, she was inherently good-hearted. Hearing that Morton had been cast aside due to her report filled her with guilt. Do not feign innocence. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this predicament. Morton erupted, stepping forward, his body looming over her, glaring fiercely at Keller. I truly did not intend for this to happen. You must believe me, Anthony. I came here today solely to apologize. Keller took a slight step back, biting her lower lip, her tearful expression evoking sympathy. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Morton, having vented a considerable portion of his pent-up anger, found himself less inclined to blame her upon hearing her explanation. Of course, a significant factor was his burgeoning affection for Keller. Observing Keller's delicate yet resolute demeanor stirred something within Morton, prompting him to lean down and kiss her unexpectedly. Keller, preoccupied with thoughts of how to apologize to Morton, was utterly unprepared for this sudden advance. Caught off guard, she stood frozen in place, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected kiss. Seeing that Keller offered no resistance, Morton grew bolder, gently prying open her tightly clenched jaws with his tongue, slowly stirring within. Meanwhile, his hands were not idle. His left hand rested upon her slender waist, while his right hand audaciously slipped inside her collar. Keller, sensing Morton's movements, felt a jolt of alarm and sought to intervene. However, recalling that Morton's career might very well be prematurely curtailed by her report, a pang of guilt washed over her, causing her to hesitate. It was this fleeting moment of indecision that allowed Morton to seize the opportunity. Morton met his untimely demise at the tender age of 24. As a professional athlete, he was not a notorious libertine, yet he was far from a naive innocent. Coupled with the fact that the previous owner of his current physique was no saint, his experience far exceeded that of Morton's former life. Possessing the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Morton instinctively understood how to seize the moment and pursue victory in such circumstances. His right hand deftly kneaded the soft curves of his companion, molding it into various shapes, while his left hand gradually descended, resting upon her alluring form. With a firm slap upon her shapely rear, he elicited a shiver from Keller, accompanied by a soft gasp. Not here. Let us go to the car, Keller said, her eyes glimmering with a mix of mischief and bashfulness. Such an unmistakable hint. To the car. Was this not an invitation of a more intimate nature? Morton, with no objections, embraced Keller and made his way toward the vehicle. Fortunately, the hour was late and the staff at the training facility had long departed. The area was relatively secluded, sparing them from the prying eyes of acquaintances. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would surely be scandalous. Fueled by desire, they embarked on their passionate rendezvous within the confines of the car, where the ensuing fervor was best left unspoken. Morton had not closed his eyes for 2 days and nights, and during the day, he was ordered by the head coach to rest. leaving him in a state of mental and physical exhaustion. After a surge of passion, the tension within him relaxed, and all thoughts of family burdens and lofty aspirations faded away. Surrendering to the embrace of slumber, he gradually drifted off into a gentle sleep. Keller turned to glance at the slumbering Morton, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over her. She had to admit that in his tranquil state, he was quite handsome. His complexion was not overly dark. His father was not a pure African, and his mother was Caucasian. As a mixed-race individual, his features inherited the best of both heritages, giving him a notably sunny appearance. Keller found herself at a loss regarding her feelings towards the man beside her. Love was certainly not the case, and until yesterday. She had even harbored some disdain, considering him a rogue. However, recent days had led her to reconsider her initial judgment. Dislike was not quite right either. Otherwise, she would not have gone out of her way to apologize today, nor would she have half-heartedly ventured into intimacy. Perhaps it was merely guilt she felt, after much contemplation. That was the only conclusion she could reach within herself. As the ship set sail, Chapter 19, Agent Miller. When Morton awoke the following morning, he discovered to his surprise that he was still in the car. Keller, seeing him sleep so soundly, had refrained from waking him, knowing not where he lived, and had thus decided to park the car in a secluded corner, spending the night together inside. Turning his head, he beheld Keller peacefully lying in the seat. Her golden hair cascading across her face, the coat draped over her concealed her exquisite curves. A blissful smile spread across Morton's face. How wonderful it would be if the first sight each morning were of her lovely visage. After a while, Keller finally stirred awake, stretching languidly. As she did, her coat slipped from her shoulders, revealing her impressive figure, causing Morton to gaze in awe, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. Keller recoiled like a startled rabbit, but Morton persistently pursued her, only to be firmly pushed away by Keller's resolute hands. "I have a boyfriend," she murmured softly, yet it was loud enough for Morton to hear. Upon hearing this, Morton felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him from a clear sky. His joyous spirits dissipated instantly. Staring blankly at Keller, it took him a considerable while to regain his composure. What had last night been? Guilt? Pity? Or merely a transaction? Suddenly, Morton found himself teetering on the brink of hysteria. "You need it, and coincidentally, so do I. That is all there is to it." Keller appeared to embody a gentle and bashful demeanor. Yet when it came to matters of intimacy, he was far less reserved than he initially seemed, bluntly stating his intentions. "Huh." Morton forced a woeful smile before pushing open the car door and stepping outside. He had believed he had discovered a tender refuge amid his lowest moments, only to realize that this sanctuary was not truly his. It was merely a temporary respite from the tempest, and he had foolishly desired to claim it as his own. Now that the winds had calmed and the waves subsided, that sanctuary no longer showed him compassion, casting him out without hesitation. Morton gazed upon the unfamiliar world, utterly bewildered. Just 2 days prior, he had been vibrant, brimming with ambition, resolute in his spirit, and filled with confidence about the future, determined to carve out a significant legacy that would make him known to all. Yet, within the span of a mere 2 days, he had faced relentless setbacks. His future shrouded in uncertainty, and his emotions thwarted. He was overtaken by a profound sense of despair. Perhaps his arrival here was a grave mistake, and death might be his only solace. Some individuals, after encountering the specter of death, adopt a more cautious approach, cherishing life even more. However, others, having briefly traversed the threshold of mortality, become emboldened, for they perceive the remaining time as a gift and thus hold it less dearly, much like Morton in his current state. If Fitch were to learn that his harsh words had driven Morton to contemplate such despair, he would surely regret his actions. Fortunately, a phone call rescued Morton from the depths of darkness. "Is this Mr. Anthony Morton?" A low, magnetic voice inquired over the line. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" "I am Andy Miller." "Andy Miller?" Morton searched his mind, but could not recall knowing anyone by that name. Was he perhaps a friend of someone from the past? Yet, few were privy to his phone number. "I am Kevin Garnett's agent." Miller's explanation brought clarity to Morton. This was the agent he had provided his number to during the summer league. "What does Kevin want with me? Why isn't he calling himself?" No. It is not Kevin. I have a matter to discuss with you." "What matter?" Morton asked, puzzled. He had never met this man, so what could he possibly want? "I heard from Kevin that you currently do not have an agent." "Indeed. Do you think a player on a minimum salary requires an agent? I watched your summer league games and the match from 2 nights ago. Had you encountered me sooner, you might have secured a contract far exceeding the minimum salary." At this, Miller paused before continuing, With all due respect, Mr. Morton, players excel at playing. Matters such as contract negotiations and commercial endorsements should be managed by professionals. If you currently lack a suitable candidate, I would be more than willing to assist you. Mr. Miller, you may be disappointed. I likely no longer require an agent. Morton felt disheartened by Miller's barrage of unproductive chatter. Were it not for Garnett's regard, he would have ended the call long ago. Oh, Mr. Morton, you mustn't say that. Although you have just signed a contract, as I understand it, your deal is only for 1 year. Next summer, you will need to negotiate a new contract. And before that, you have the opportunity to secure some endorsements, which I can manage for you, ensuring you receive a satisfactory reward. Next summer? I don't even know if I will still be with the team tomorrow. What do you mean by that? I have been cast aside by the coach. Cast aside? Miller exclaimed, utterly astonished by this revelation. Morton's debut performance was nothing short of spectacular. It is hard to fathom that even if he were to maintain only half of that form, he would surely secure his position with the Clippers. It is difficult to comprehend that the coach would choose to disregard a promising point guard, especially in the wake of an injury to the starting playmaker. Indeed, I am currently in Los Angeles, and for tonight's game, I have not even made it onto the activation list. As Morton's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the line, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Mr. Morton, I am saddened to hear such news, yet it seems to bear little relevance to our discussion. You are indeed a player of remarkable strength and potential, of that I am thoroughly convinced. You are merely in a phase of temporary obscurity. It won't be long before you radiate your own resplendent brilliance. Therefore, I wish to seize the opportunity while others remain hesitant, to secure this lucrative asset before it slips away. Miller's last statement was somewhat blunt, yet Morton felt no aversion. After all, it is a well-known truth that people may risk their lives for wealth, much like birds in search of sustenance. There is no fault in such an instinct. In fact, Morton could sense a strong confidence emanating from Miller's words. At times, the praise from a stranger can be more uplifting than that from close acquaintances, for it is often more objective and devoid of emotional bias. Mr. Miller, since you hold me in such high regard, it would be remiss of me to decline your offer. After careful consideration, Morton ultimately acquiesced. Firstly, he was the first agent to approach him, and secondly, although Morton had never paid much attention to player agents in his past life, he was aware that Garnett had signed a lucrative contract after his rookie deal and had switched teams thrice while maintaining an image of unwavering loyalty. This was sufficient to attest to Miller's capabilities as an agent. He could adeptly manage Morton's public persona and negotiate a contract that not only matched his skills, but perhaps even exceeded them. Very well. I shall travel to Los Angeles this afternoon, and we can finalize the contract then. Miller's voice carried a noticeable cheer. Please convey my regards to Kevin. After hanging up, Morton gazed at his phone, tightly clutched in his right hand, and suddenly felt a surge of optimism. If even a stranger harbored such belief in him, what reason had he to surrender? What if he had been sidelined? Regaining the coach's trust was all that mattered. He recalled the days when he was overlooked, even dismissed from tryouts, yet through sheer determination, he had successfully entered the league. Compared to those initial challenges, these current setbacks seemed trivial. Miller was correct. He was merely a dragon concealed in the depths. As long as he persisted in rigorous training and honed his skills, there would undoubtedly be a stage within this vast league upon which he could showcase his abilities. Why wallow in self-pity? It was time to rally. A promising future and financial prosperity awaited him. Chapter 20. A new opportunity. Miller's efficiency in handling affairs was remarkably high. That afternoon, he flew to Los Angeles to negotiate with Morton and finalize the contract. In the evening, the two naturally indulged in a modest celebration. They had intended to watch the Clippers match against the Kings together, but to their dismay, the game was not broadcasted, leaving them to await the morning news for updates. After spending a night in Los Angeles, Miller realized that, as Morton was new to the league and had little to occupy his time, he decided to depart from the city. On the way back from bidding farewell to Miller, Morton took the opportunity to purchase a copy of the day's newspaper, a habit that was quickly becoming his routine. He glanced at the Clippers' performance from the previous day, a score of 82-99, with the visiting team in the lead and the home team trailing behind. Morton was not present at the scene and could not ascertain the intensity of yesterday's match. However, from the narratives provided by various newspapers, he could surmise a general understanding. The performances of both teams were rather lackluster, with the Clippers faring worse, possibly due to the discord between Morton and didhe, which seemed to sap the team's desire for victory. They were outmatched in rebounds, trailing 33-45, making their defeat quite predictable. The sole player who performed adequately was Roy Oat, who scored 20 points and collected 10 rebounds, shooting 9 out of 12. Another interior player, didhe, managed to score 16 points, but shockingly failed to grab a single rebound, a dismal record for a starting center. Naturally, Morton was most concerned with the performance of didhe, who, thankfully, did not disappoint, finishing the game with 7 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and 6 turnovers. Witnessing such a performance, Morton felt a sense of reassurance. The day of his emergence was surely approaching. Notably, the New York Times once again mentioned Morton, who did not play, subtly implying a protective stance. The Clippers' defeat was significantly tied to the coach's poor choices in personnel. Dwayne had demonstrated through his performance that he might be an excellent substitute, yet was certainly unfit for a starting role. In light of this, it was baffling that Coach Fitch had left Morton, who had performed commendably in the previous game, in Los Angeles, akin to self-sabotage. The continuous praise from the New York Times left Morton perplexed. He considered himself merely an obscure figure, so why was there such attention on him? Did they harbor some ulterior motive? After much contemplation, he could not decipher the reasoning, so he decided to dismiss it altogether. After all, he lacked both money and influence, rendering their intentions irrelevant. Following a day of rest, the Clippers faced the Seattle Supersonics, later known as the Thunder, on November 7th, with Morton still in Los Angeles. After a grueling 48 minutes, the Clippers succumbed once again on the road, losing 108 to 127. Dwayne, who started, managed to score 11 points, 4 assists, and 2 rebounds, yet also committed 4 turnovers, maintaining his unsatisfactory performance. Morton speculated that Fitch's patience was wearing thin. Indeed, the next day, in a home back-to-back game against the Atlanta Hawks, Fitch decisively altered the lineup, promoting the recently performing Barry to the starting position and employing a no-point guard strategy. This strategic shift yielded initial results. Although the Clippers still lost 92 to 100, Dwayne, now back on the bench, shed the pressure and burdens, unleashing an impressive display of vigor by scoring 7 points, providing 7 assists, and committing only 1 turnover. This strategic alteration solidified Coach Fitch's resolve to relegate DeAndre to the bench. Just 2 days later, during their away game against the Vancouver Grizzlies, the Clippers finally concluded their 3-game losing streak with a narrow victory of 98 to 91. Although the team achieved triumph, Fitch found no joy in it, as he realized that while elevating Barry to the starting lineup had invigorated DeAndre, it still failed to establish a coherent offensive rhythm for the team. Barry, after all, is not a true point guard and lacks the ability to orchestrate plays on the court to stimulate the team's offense. Consequently, Fitch had no choice but to rely on a rotation of perimeter players to intermittently manage the offensive flow. This approach, however, is merely a stopgap measure and cannot sustain long-term success. It is essential to note that the rookie Vancouver Grizzlies, having only entered the league this year, are essentially a movable ATM, and the Clippers' narrow victory on the road only exacerbated Fitch's concerns. At this juncture, Fitch finally recalled Anthony Morton, who had been sidelined for 4 games. With Richardson still nearly a month away from returning, Morton is the only genuine point guard on the team aside from DeAndre. The 4-game internal suspension not only served to refine Morton's character, but also helped to mitigate the tension between him and DeAndre. Now that the team finds itself in a predicament, should Morton seize this opportunity to rise successfully, even DeAndre would have no grounds for objection. Thus, on November 12th, when the Clippers hosted the Denver Nuggets, Morton, having been absent for nearly 2 weeks, was granted his chance to play, and notably, he was in the starting lineup. The Denver Nuggets, originally known as the Denver Rockets, are one of the founding teams of the NBA. Since joining the league in 1976, due to mismanagement in the ABA, they have consistently been a formidable force in the Western Conference, having claimed 7 regional championships, though they have yet to capture the elusive championship title. This team does not boast a glorious history, nor does it feature many renowned superstars who would choose to end their careers here, yet remains remarkably stable and powerful. Regardless of personnel changes, they consistently maintain a strong push for the playoffs and occasionally achieve notable breakthroughs, which is no small feat. The Clippers' next adversary is this very team. When Morton learned of their record, he found it hard to believe, as it was difficult for him to fathom that a team like the Nuggets could have a record of 0 wins and 5 losses. The most prominent and formidable player on their roster is their center, Dikembe Mutombo, an African giant who has participated in the All-Star Game 8 times, earned the title of Defensive Player of the Year 4 times, and has been selected to the All-NBA First Team 3 times. While he may not rank among the 4 great centers of the 1990s, this does not diminish his prowess. Rather, It highlights a disparity in offensive capability compared to his contemporaries. As an African player, he may lack the finesse often associated with softer hands due to his muscular physique. Yet he embodies the qualities of resilience, diligence, and a strong work ethic inherent to his heritage. His agile footwork and keen defensive instincts render him a formidable presence in the paint. Since entering the league, he has never recorded fewer than 3 blocks per game. While this can be partially attributed to the Denver Nuggets' lackluster perimeter defense, it undeniably attests to his defensive prowess. The core of the Nuggets' perimeter is point guard Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. Originally named Chris Jackson, he has endured a severe neurological disorder since childhood. Yet, through immense determination, he gained admission to Louisiana State University, ultimately earning the title of NCAA Rookie of the Year, even surpassing the legendary Shaquille O'Neal on his own team. After joining the NBA, his neurological condition worsened, leading him to seek redemption through faith, at which point he adopted the name Mahmoud. At the power forward position is this year's 3rd overall pick, Antonio McDyess, a transaction that left coaches Fritsch and Baylor quite impressed. After just 1 game off the bench, McDyess secured a starting role, firmly establishing himself as the starting power forward, complementing Mutombo with his versatile offensive techniques. The small forward position is occupied by Dale Ellis, whose most notable achievement is holding the record for the longest single game playing time in the league. On November 9, 1989, the Nuggets faced the Seattle Supersonics at home, enduring 5 overtime periods before losing by a single point. In that match, Ellis played for an astonishing 69 minutes, a feat that remains unparalleled and likely unrepeatable. Although he is now approaching 35 years of age, no opponent dares to underestimate him on the court. His greatest asset is not his stamina, but rather his remarkable shooting precision. He ranks among the finest three-point shooters of his era, having made a total of 528 three-pointers with a commendable shooting percentage, a rare accomplishment in an age where the three-point shot was often undervalued. The shooting guard position is manned by Bryant Stith, arguably the weakest link in the Nuggets starting lineup. With a career shooting percentage slightly above 40%, only marginally better than Ellis's three-point accuracy. Fortunately, he possesses a keen self-awareness, understanding his role within the team, and through diligent defense, he has managed to maintain his standing. This team, on the surface, appears extraordinarily strong, and they have seen little change in their roster over the summer, save for the head coach. Hence, it is perplexing that they have yet to secure a victory since the season commenced. Were Morton to discover the Nuggets team statistics for this season, he would likely be even more astonished, as they boast 8 players averaging double digits in scoring. Chapter 21. The first start on November 12, 1995. The Clippers faced the Denver Nuggets at home, marking Morton's inaugural start in his professional career. To most observers, this was merely a routine adjustment following Richardson's injury, as Fitch sought a suitable player to fill the void. However, years later, when reflecting on this game, its true significance became clear. This starting opportunity not only signified that Morton had regained the trust of the head coach, but also provided him with a platform to showcase his capabilities. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, signaling the commencement of the match, Mutombo outmaneuvered Drell to tap the ball back to the backcourt. Love skillfully controlled the ball and advanced it forward. Despite Love's nerves, his physical prowess and smooth shooting touch allowed him to effortlessly score. In comparison, Morton only had a slight advantage in height. Love gestured for McDyess to set a screen. In half-court play, screens are a prevalent and effective scoring method. The choice of McDyess over Mutombo was straightforward. Once outside the 3-second area, Mutombo posed little threat, while McDyess possessed commendable mid-range shooting skills. As a rookie, McDyess's inexperience led to a less-than-perfect screen, yet Morton valiantly maneuvered through the gap, managing to stay in the play, though the ball was no longer in Lowe's possession. Previously, Ellis had successfully utilized a backdoor cut to shake off Healy's defense. As a shooting guard, Healy boasted height comparable to that of a small forward, which made him susceptible to speed. Recognizing the open space, Love promptly passed the ball to Ellis, who tested his shooting touch, only for the basketball to bounce off the rim and into the hands of the waiting Ott beneath the basket. Morton sought to relinquish possession of the ball and proceeded to dribble past half court, initiating the offensive strategy. Rauf, applying tight defense, was not particularly renowned for his defensive prowess and was somewhat a liability to the team, with Mutombo serving as an imposing barrier in the paint. Rauf felt emboldened to apply pressure and even attempt risky steals. Faced with Rauf's insubstantial defense, Morton effortlessly evaded his grasp, while Mutombo steadfastly guarded the 3-second area. Reluctant to venture out, allowing Morton to execute a jump shot and score first. Displeased, Mutombo cast a disapproving glance at Roth, who remained indifferent, prompting Mutombo to shake his head as he retrieved the ball for an inbounds pass. When it was time for the offense, perhaps to vent his frustration from the defensive end, Mutombo positioned himself well in the post and unusually requested the ball. Roth, glancing at him, decisively opted to take matters into his own hands. Morton finally comprehended why the team's performance had been subpar. Over the course of 2 seasons, they had cycled through 4 head coaches, resulting in a volatile atmosphere. The 2 core players were at odds, hindering effective teamwork on the court. Mutombo resented Roth's laxity on defense, while Roth doubted Mutombo's offensive capabilities. With the 2 key players failing to collaborate harmoniously, how could the team hope to achieve commendable results? Seizing the moment when Morton momentarily lost focus, Roth accelerated and charged into the paint. Despite his discord with Roth, Mutombo, a dedicated player, effectively blocked Deller, creating an easy layup opportunity for Roth. "Morton, what's going on? Stay on him," O commanded, the most senior player in the absence of Richardson. "I understand. I will keep my focus," Morton replied with an expression of humility. Given the recent tensions with Didhe, he felt it prudent to tread carefully and avoid antagonizing the veteran players. After scoring on the offensive end, Roth returned to defense, unusually earnest. It still struggled to contain Morton due to his inherent limitations. Mutombo found himself in a quandary. He hesitated, but Morton did not. Employing the same tactic, he launched another jump shot. Roth trailed behind, and with Mutombo confined within the 3-second area, Morton faced no significant defense, easily scoring once more. "Mahmoud, focus. How can you not even guard an undrafted rookie?" Mutombo exclaimed, frustration evident. He was aware of Roth's defensive shortcomings, but he had not anticipated their severity. Accepting that he could not contain Johnson or Stockton was one thing, but failing to defend against an undrafted rookie was intolerable. Humph. Roth scoffed silently, yet within his heart, he resolved to reclaim his dignity on the offensive end. As Roth dribbled past half-court, McDayus attempted to come up high for a screen, only to be met with a piercing stare from Roth, who waved him off dismissively. Roth's actions unmistakably conveyed his intent to assert dominance. Morton couldn't help but reflect that in an era where team basketball is emphasized, such behavior would undoubtedly be deemed a malignant presence, subject to scathing criticism from the media and fans alike. Yet in the current context, it was all too common. To be honest, Morton found the challenge posed by Love quite enjoyable. With a physique that surpassed most point guards, he possessed an inherent advantage, sufficient to thwart the penetration of the majority of his counterparts, as long as he maintained his position and avoided being caught off guard. Love, evidently unfamiliar with Morton's prowess, believed he could easily bypass him on this occasion, only to find himself sorely disappointed. When Morton was fully focused, no matter how much Love faked or maneuvered, Morton remained steadfast. However, once Love initiated his drive, Morton invariably positioned himself in his path, and had he not halted abruptly, he would have likely incurred an offensive foul. At this moment, Love felt rather awkward. He could neither advance nor pass without losing face, especially after recently dismissing McDayus, who had been willing to set screens for him. With the shot clock winding down to 24 seconds, Love was forced to take a desperate shot, which ricocheted off the front of the rim and was seized by Mutombo, who had positioned himself beneath the basket. After securing the rebound, Mutombo let out a fierce roar, muscling his way past Dell and emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Although less than 2 minutes had elapsed, Mutombo felt a deep sense of frustration. Conceding 2 easy baskets due to Lowe's lax defense was one thing, but the fact that he could only score from offensive rebounds as a starting center was undeniably ironic. "Well done, Morton. Keep it up." Otto was quite supportive of the younger generation, taking the time to encourage Morton, to which Morton responded with a grin. When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, Love, having failed previously, doubled down on his defensive efforts. After being beaten twice, he dared not press too closely, yet he was hesitant to fall back too much. He had sensed from Lowe's earlier shots that this player possessed commendable shooting skills. What he did not anticipate was that Morton had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one contest. After Otto set a high screen for Morton, Lowe found himself blocked from following, leaving McDayus with no choice but to abandon Otto and switch to defend Morton. During Morton's tryout with the Clippers, he encountered McDayus in a rather informal skirmish that left a profound impression on him. McDayus's defensive skills were not particularly commendable, as he devoted most of his energy to offense, resulting in a rather lackluster defense. However, his numerous subtle maneuvers were so excessive that they provoked a desire to strike him directly in the face. under the relentless tugging of McDyess. Morton found it impossible to accelerate, let alone shake him off. Consequently, when Morton ventured into the paint, he was confronted by the imposing defenses of both Mutombo and McDyess. The two muscular figures stood in the paint, obstructing Morton's line of sight, rendering not only the basket invisible, but also his teammates. Morton gently tapped, causing McDyess to leap up, while Mutombo remained steadfast, his serious expression fixed upon Morton, seemingly attempting to intimidate his opponent with his imposing presence. "Do you believe I can make the free throw with my eyes closed?" Morton suddenly declared to Mutombo, who was momentarily taken aback by the remark. It was precisely at this moment. Morton sprang forth from the ground like a spring onion emerging from the earth, showcasing his extraordinary athletic prowess. While standing dunks are typically the domain of interior players, Morton audaciously attempted this feat amidst the defensive embrace of two formidable opponents. Though confined within their grasp, Morton's relatively diminutive stature seemed to spring forth with the vigor of a coiled spring, eliciting astonishment from all onlookers as he emerged unexpectedly between Mutombo and his partner. With his right hand deflecting McDyess's block, Morton aimed to execute a thunderous dunk with his left hand clutching the basketball. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen hand appeared at the side of the ball, swatting it away. Consequently, a rather comical scene unfolded in the arena. The audience, who had been cheering exuberantly, suddenly fell silent, as if a hand had gripped the throat of a person mid-shout, rendering them utterly voiceless. Morton turned to see Mutombo, wearing a smug expression as he gazed at him. "Kid, you still have much to learn." The Clippers set sail. Chapter 22. A gesture of the finger. What a splendid block. The commentator momentarily faltered before quickly adjusting his words. It seemed that Mutombo had said something else to Morton, and one could only hope it would not affect his subsequent performance. As the Clippers were regarded as a lesser team in the league, devoid of any superstars, broadcasts of their games were rare. Commentary was typically provided by the venue's own announcers, often imbued with noticeable bias. "Unfortunately, you won't even have a chance to shoot free throws in my presence," was Mutombo's second remark to Morton. When Mutombo first entered the league, he once faced the Bulls, and during a free throw taken by Jordan, the rookie Mutombo provocatively approached Jordan, questioning whether he could make the shot with his eyes closed. The outcome was predictable. The legendary Jordan showed no mercy towards such an overt challenge. After Morton's consecutive goals, he became somewhat arrogant, disregarding his opponents and believing that mere words could disrupt their concentration. He failed to recognize that he was facing a four-time Defensive Player of the Year. Although slightly delayed, the defender still delivered a resounding block to Morton. While Morton was still grappling with how the shot was denied, an action both familiar yet strangely alien unfolded before him. Mutombo, facing the audience, extended his right hand and slowly raised his index finger, shaking it side to side. The iconic gesture. Morton had seen this countless times through video reviews in his past life, which made it feel strikingly familiar. However, he never anticipated experiencing it in person, especially as the object of humiliation, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. Since his time travel, he had encountered numerous superstars from the past, present, and future, becoming accustomed to their presence and no longer reacting with astonishment. Yet, suddenly witnessing one of the NBA's signature moves left him momentarily dazed, surprisingly devoid of anger. "Morton, have you been stunned by the block? Hurry and inbound the ball." "Oh, understood." The Clippers were on the offensive, but with little time remaining. Murray made a hasty shot after a brief adjustment, easily rebounded by McDyess. When it was the Nuggets' turn to attack, Rauf, recognizing Morton's defensive prowess, refrained from attempting a one-on-one challenge. Instead, he utilized a screen from McDyess, creating a mismatch before passing back to him. Faced with Morton, who was significantly shorter, McDyess confidently took a mid-range shot and scored. Although new to the league, McDyess already showcased the potential of a future elite power forward, exhibiting solid fundamentals, a reliable shooting touch, and explosive athleticism, posing a considerable threat to opponents. When the Nuggets struggled to exploit Rauf's position, they shifted their focus to McDyess. As a player with clear offensive strengths but defensive weaknesses, Alter found himself powerless against McDyess's diverse offensive arsenal. With his back to the basket, relying on strength, spinning, and jump shooting, McDyess repeatedly proved that his selection as a top draft pick was well-deserved. However, while the Nuggets relied heavily on McDyess's isolation plays and Mutombo's aggressive drives for scoring, the Clippers flourished with a more balanced attack. Due to Rauf's disastrous defense, his teammates were compelled to constantly assist, which inevitably led to defensive lapses. All Morton had to do was pass the ball, and an easy assist would be his reward. Fitch, witnessing the Clippers' fluid offensive rhythm, wore a joyful smile. Observing Morton orchestrating the game with an impressive blend of penetration and playmaking, albeit somewhat immature. He radiated the demeanor of a seasoned leader, bringing comfort to Fitch's heart. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Fitch, Nuggets head coach Bigstaff found it challenging to maintain composure, pacing anxiously along the sidelines, frequently glancing at his struggling team with growing frustration. Finally, after a successful offensive play by the Clippers, he was compelled to call a timeout. He had intended to hold out until the official timeout, but observing the current state of the game, it was evident that the team would be in dire straits by that time. Thus, he decisively called for a break. With 13:17 on the clock and over 6 minutes into the game, the Nuggets found themselves trailing by 4 points. More crucially, they were being thoroughly dominated in momentum by the Clippers. Coach Bigstaff's intention in calling this timeout was not only to reorganize their strategy, but also to disrupt the Clippers' prevailing energy. Bigstaff is an exceptionally talented head coach, yet his temperament is overly gentle, resulting in a lack of control over the locker room. Many of his excellent tactics often fail to be executed during games. Compared to the position of head coach, he is more suited to serve as an assistant coach. He took over this team midway through the last season and managed to guide them to the playoffs at the last moment, which allowed him to retain his position. Upon returning from the timeout, there were no changes in the lineups on either side, but a tactical shift was undoubtedly in the works. As the Nuggets prepared to inbound from the baseline, Rauf brought the ball past half court and, contrary to his usual behavior, did not engage with Morton. Instead, he passed the ball to the high post where McDayus was orchestrating the play. Rauf and Ellis began to circle around McDayus, executing cross movements and providing mutual screens. McDayus seized the moment to pass the ball to Rauf, who had maneuvered to the three-point line. Faced with Morton just a step away, Rauf hesitated not an instant, releasing a swift shot that netted the first three-pointer of the game. The very first, having been frustrated earlier in the quarter by Morton's defense, repeatedly missing shots. Rauf had finally discovered a way to counter Morton and resumed his taunting. Morton shot back, reflecting that since entering the league, his basketball skills had not progressed significantly. Yet his trash talk had advanced by leaps and bounds. We'll see about that. He paid little heed to Rauf's provocation, having witnessed Rauf's poor defensive skills firsthand. Upon reaching the front court, Rauf once again closed in. Seeing this, Morton scoffed inwardly. What? Have you forgotten the lessons learned during the timeout? Stick so close, and with a burst of speed, I can easily leave you behind. True to his prediction, with a quick acceleration, Rauf found himself trailing behind, but Stich, positioned on the right side of the free throw line, closed in. Morton attempted to pass back to Healy, only to realize that Rauf had already positioned himself in the passing lane, and the pass would undoubtedly be intercepted. Thus, he pressed on, maintaining his drive against Stich. However, to his surprise, as he initiated his move, McDayus from the baseline quickly closed in, blocking Morton's path to the basket. Double-teaming me? Morton chuckled inwardly and passed the ball to the open Ott. Yet, as the ball reached Ott, the defenders were already upon him. Not only McDayus, but even Stich abandoned Morton to rush over. Leaving me open? Morton was preparing to reach for the ball when he suddenly felt a shadow looming behind him. Turning around, he found Mutombo, who had just been on the other side of the baseline, now standing right behind him, his half-raised hand awkwardly lowering. In the face of the double team from both players, Ott found himself with no opportunity and passed the ball to the awaiting Hilly. Observing that Morton's defense had shifted due to Mutombo, Hilly noticed a significant opening for Delly in the paint and sought to execute a wide-ranging cross-court pass to him. However, as the ball soared through the air, a hand emerged. Steal. Hilly's pass was intercepted, and the ball was snatched by Mutombo. Ellis seized the opportunity, initiating a fast break for the Nuggets with a 2-on-1 advantage in the front court. Ellis feigned a shot, then delivered a precise assist, allowing Lauf to leap into the air for a spectacular alley-oop dunk. As Morton exerted himself to reclaim position beneath the basket, Ellis leisurely released his grip from the rim, descended, and passed by Morton without granting him even a glance, as if he were merely a wisp of air. The timeout taken by the Nuggets proved to be highly effective, as they not only equalized the score with 2 consecutive successful attacks, but also took the lead by a single point. Autry rushed a shot that missed, and Morton committed a passing error, allowing the Nuggets to capitalize on the counterattack. Upon returning from the timeout, the Nuggets seized the moment, executing a brief 9-0 run that extended their lead to 5 points, while the Clippers had yet to devise a strategy to counter the Nuggets' defense. The Nuggets employed a tactical rotation to double-team the ball handler, and thus far, It appeared to be quite effective. It remained uncertain whether the Clippers could discover a solution. Chapter 23. The artful pass. Fitch sensed a shift in the atmosphere on the court and promptly called for a timeout. The defensive strategy employed by the Nuggets was the simplest form of double-teaming the ball handler. In the NBA of the 1990s, due to the pursuit of spectacle, early double-teaming was prohibited. In other words, when a player did not possess the ball, two defenders could not be in close proximity to the offensive player for more than 3 seconds. It was only when the offensive player had possession that double-teaming could commence, which is precisely the method the Nuggets adopted. Double-teaming is a double-edged sword. It can inflict harm, yet also cause self-damage. For once a double team is initiated, it inherently implies that others may be left unguarded. If executed skillfully, it can pressure the defender, forcing them into mistakes or hurried shots. However, if mismanaged, one risks becoming a target for relentless scoring. Thus, the remedy for overcoming a double team is straightforward: constant movement, relentless ball rotation, and a firm commitment to shooting when an open opportunity arises. Yet, while the observer may possess clarity, the players embroiled in the action may not share the same perspective. Therefore, Fitch deemed it necessary to call a timeout to enlighten his players. Morton discarded the basketball in his hand and strode toward the bench with an expression of displeasure. The Clippers have been struggling offensively on the court lately, a predicament stemming not only from the opponent's altered defensive tactics, but also significantly from their own disorganization and impatience. After all, he was still quite young and had never experienced double teaming in his previous life. Do not be disheartened. It is merely a minor double team, and I have already devised a strategy to counter them, he asserted. Soon, Piakowski would replace Healy, Rogers would take the place of Deller, and Ott would assume the center position. Once on the court, they were to create space, increase their movement, and ensure that no player held the ball for more than 3 seconds. They were to shoot decisively whenever an opportunity arose. Among the 5 players entering the game, apart from Ott, the other 4 possessed three-point shooting capabilities, and Ott could also shoot from mid-range. It appeared that Fitch intended to forego interior offense and focus on perimeter play. However, as the players returned to the court, Morton realized that the timeout had been in vain, for the Nuggets had reverted to man-to-man defense. Bigstaff substituted the underperforming Roth with sophomore rookie Jalen Rose to guard Morton. Jalen Rose, a name familiar to anyone acquainted with the NCAA of the 1990s, was one of the prominent members of the famed Fab Five from Michigan. This quintet is regarded as one of the most formidable combinations in NCAA history, comprising Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, Jalen Rose, Ray Jackson, and Jimmy King. Although they never secured an NCAA championship, their remarkable achievement of reaching the finals twice in 3 years left the entire league in awe. As the leader of his team, Rose played as a point guard despite his small forward height, and in the NBA, he primarily operated as a combo guard. Despite his repeated requests to play small forward, the coach never acquiesced, at least during his time with the Nuggets. Faced with a guard who was taller and nearly as swift as himself, Morton finally understood Roth's previous frustrations. He felt utterly constrained. Driving to the basket proved futile, and shooting was met with interference. Even when he brought Rogers up for a screen, Rose seamlessly switched on the defense, facing Rogers with no pressure due to his height and weight, while McDyess exerted tremendous pressure on him. In desperation, Morton could only pass the ball to Piakowski on the perimeter. Faced with an opponent slightly shorter than himself, Piakowski shot a three-pointer without hesitation, but unfortunately, it missed, and the rebound was secured by Mutombo. When it was the Nuggets' turn to attack, Rose surprisingly ventured into the low post to post up, a maneuver that left Morton feeling quite disconcerted. Typically, a point guard's breakthrough and pick-and-roll maneuvers are easily comprehensible. However, back-to-the-basket isolations are seldom witnessed with Morton. Given that Rose has repeatedly expressed a desire to play as a small forward, it is evident that he possesses considerable skill. Confronted by Morton's staunch defense, Rose established his position, gradually powering his way inside. Although Rose's physique may not appear particularly robust, he harbors explosive strength within, compelling Morton to exert maximum effort to avoid being overpowered. Rose cautiously nudged twice, pivoting towards the baseline, and forcefully maneuvered past Morton, threading the ball beneath the armpit of the approaching Otto to seamlessly pass it to Mutombo stationed under the basket. Receiving the ball in that position was tantamount to a gift, as Mutombo clutched it with both hands and executed a thunderous dunk. The Clippers found themselves scoreless for over 3 minutes, and as the basketball clattered through the net, the expressions on everyone's faces soured. The arena was even punctuated by scattered boos, with Morton at the forefront of the criticism. as a point guard failing to create favorable scoring opportunities for teammates while simultaneously conceding points on defense. Morton incited dissatisfaction among the spectators. "Morton, do not panic, calm yourself, and we shall recover," Otto encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Morton responded with a reassuring smile, familiar with such circumstances for his past life. Coach Fitch had recently called a timeout, and it was unlikely he would do so again in the immediate future, thereby necessitating the players on the court to self-adjust. Presently, the momentum had shifted in favor of the Nuggets, and if not curtailed, the widening gap could potentially dictate the outcome of the game by the end of the first quarter. Thus, Morton approached this offensive possession with utmost diligence, fully alert and focused. After passing the ball to the high post for Rogers, Morton seamlessly cut towards the paint, with McDade trailing closely behind. Rogers hesitated to make an errant pass, only for Morton to unexpectedly pivot back, leaving the taken-aback McDade behind and successfully receiving the ball. Upon witnessing this, Rose abandoned Rogers to defend Morton. After receiving the ball, Morton refrained from dribbling, utilizing the recently adjusted McDade to shield Rose behind him, and charged toward the basket for a three-step layup. McDade instinctively reached out, but unfortunately grasped nothing but air. Seeing this, Mutombo had no choice but to leave O'Toole to intercept Morton. Engaging directly with Mutombo, Morton dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. A glance backward revealed a familiar figure. With a deft single-handed grasp of the ball, he deftly maneuvered it backwards, astonishingly threading it through the narrow gap between McDyess and Rose, delivering it into the hands of the descending Rogers before either defender could react. This pass could be deemed Morton's magnum opus to date, as he successfully drew the attention of three players before threading the ball between two defenders and into his teammate's grasp without even making eye contact. Had it not been for his heightened concentration, Morton would have found it exceedingly difficult to execute such a pass at this stage. A beautiful pass ensued, and Rogers soared into the air, yet he ultimately failed to complete the dunk. Despite the attention of three defenders fixated on Morton, Mutombo's reflexes were simply too swift. He understood that he could not allow this remarkable dunk to succeed. While the 2 points seemed trivial, the potential boost to team morale from such a spectacular score was immeasurable. Therefore, he opted to commit a foul to thwart this exquisite play. This marked the second instance in commentary where Mutombo had been made to look foolish, inciting a quiet irritation within him, leading to subtle disparagement in subsequent commentary. With an ungraceful foul, Mutombo marred this splendid dunk, resulting in Rogers receiving 2 free throw opportunities. However, in my view, no number of free throws could compensate for the fans' loss of witnessing that momentous score. Following Rogers' successful free throw, Fitch substituted in a bench player, a move mirrored by the Nuggets. Typically, players exchange nods of respect when entering and exiting the court, yet when Morton approached Darren to greet him, Darren, astonishingly, did not even glance in his direction and walked past him, leaving Morton feeling quite awkward as he sulked back to the bench. "How are you feeling, Anthony? Are you tired?" Ronnie inquired as Morton took his seat. The coaching staff's primary concern regarding Morton as a starter was not his capability, but rather his endurance. It was well known that during the summer league, he could scarcely endure 30 minutes of play, although he had undergone over a month of training. No one could ascertain whether he could match the stamina of other starters who battle for 30 or even 40 minutes. After nearly 2 weeks of rest, "Do you really think I'm tired?" Morton replied, "Stop complaining. You may find it difficult to rest in the future." In response to Morton's grievances, Ronnie sidestepped the topic with a hint of jest. The Clippers found themselves at a disadvantage in the confrontation against the Nuggets bench. Despite having capable players like didhe, Rogers, and Piakowski, their opponents, Rose, Don McLearn, and Tom Hammond, were equally formidable, resulting in a stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. As the second quarter commenced, with over 3 minutes elapsed and the starters gradually returning to the court, the Clippers trailed by a considerable 7 points, 30-37. It was evident that the path to victory was fraught with challenges, a thought that crossed Morton's mind as he caught sight of the fierce gazes from LaRue and Mutombo. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated bloody clash did not materialize. Instead, the situation took an unexpected turn as the Nuggets collapsed in a most bewildering fashion. The Nuggets' disintegration was sudden and without warning, as they found themselves struggling on the offensive front. With LaRue preoccupied with Morton, the primary offensive focus shifted to McDyess, who, after a stellar first quarter, faltered in the second. Perhaps the long absence from shooting had dulled his touch, or maybe Alter had deciphered his strategies, leading to 3 consecutive missed shots that gifted the Clippers a golden opportunity to close the gap. By the time the Nuggets adjusted their offensive approach, the Clippers had already leveled the score. However, the emergence of their new focal point, Stith, a player known for his defensive prowess, failed to yield the desired results under pressure. Consequently, they were left to rely on Mutombo's strong plays and second-chance opportunities to barely keep pace. Such sporadic and insubstantial efforts could hardly withstand the Clippers' relentless assault. Except for Healy, who remained cold, the other four players found their rhythm. Delier had made all four of his shots without a miss, and Alter, having successfully contained McDyess, gained confidence and repeatedly hit jumpers. With their interior dominance, Murray and Morton found ample chances on the perimeter. The score fluctuated back and forth as players from both teams exchanged leads, forcing Coach Bigstaff to call 2 timeouts in a futile attempt to halt the team's downward spiral. Witnessing his team transform from a 7-point lead to a 7-point deficit, with their substantial advantage evaporating in an instant, Bigstaff, in a fit of anger, replaced all the starters except Mutombo, bringing in the bench prematurely. One might say that basketball is indeed round. Tonight's game was a roller coaster of events. Bigstaff's seemingly desperate gamble turned out to be a stroke of genius. The Clippers, poised to capitalize on this fortuitous opportunity to expand their lead, found themselves met with staunch resistance from the rejuvenated Nuggets bench. They have taken the concept of universal conscription to its utmost limits, remarkably filling the void left by the initial blunders and by halftime, narrowing the score to a mere 2 points, rekindling the suspense of the match. On his way to the locker room, Rogers incessantly murmured something. Though Morton could not catch it all, it seemed to revolve around grievances about the lack of shot attempts. Morton chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. In the first half, the player with the most shot attempts was the team's linchpin, Oat, who managed to score 5 out of 10, maintaining a reasonably acceptable shooting percentage, leading to no complaints from the team. However, when one examines who ranked second in shot attempts, it was neither the on-fire Deller, nor the ball-controlling Morton, nor the sharpshooter Piakowski, but Malik Healy, with 9 attempts resulting in merely 3 successes, including 3 unsuccessful three-point shots. Healy amassed only 6 points. Yet, he remained as relentless and diligent as ever, consistently catching the ball and shooting. While Fitch emphasized the importance of sharing the ball within the team, it did not imply shooting indiscriminately regardless of the circumstances, especially when one fails repeatedly. Fortunately, the coach limited his playing time to 15 minutes in the first half. Otherwise, Healy might have overtaken the top spot in shot attempts. Seeing Morton silent, Rogers found himself at a loss. He could hardly brazenly suggest that Morton refrained from passing the ball to Healy in the second half. Such a statement would surely not escape the coach's ears, leading to consequences far beyond mere confinement to the black room. As the first half concluded, both teams had delivered an enthralling match, with the Nuggets trailing by 2 points at 52-54. With another half of the game remaining, the outcome remained uncertain, and the competition in the second half promised to be even more intense. We awaited with bated breath. After a brief halftime respite, the Clippers players emerged with renewed vigor and boundless confidence, as if the coach had imparted some ingenious strategy for victory. In contrast, the Nuggets' Rauf and Mutombo exchanged bewildered glances, while McDyess appeared somewhat distracted and Ellis remained nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the game's outcome. Only Stith exhibited a spark, eager for a fresh start. As the Clippers prepared for a baseline play, Morton faced a dilemma upon crossing half-court. Although he had not directly addressed Rogers' remarks during the break, he was inevitably affected. Moreover, the other 2 Clippers, known for their erratic outside shooting, were proving to be particularly troublesome. With Healy's 3 successful shots out of 9 attempts and small forward Murray managing only 3 out of 8, they collectively shot 6 out of 17. Consequently, Morton found himself at a loss regarding whom to pass the ball, as it appeared that any recipient would yield the same result. A rebound snatched by Mutombo beneath the basket. In his moment of hesitation, Rauf snatched the ball from Morton's grasp and charged towards the backcourt. Realizing his hand was empty, Morton instinctively refrained from attempting to reclaim it and turned to pursue Rauf instead. In terms of straight-line sprinting speed, Morton and Rauf were closely matched, but the presence of the ball in Rauf's hands altered the dynamics. Morton deliberately lagged slightly behind, and as Rauf prepared for a layup, he suddenly accelerated, leaping into the air to execute a spectacular block. Wow, what an extraordinary rejection. Morton's vertical leap was astonishing, seemingly bringing his head perilously close to the rim. It was a prime opportunity for a counterattack. After seizing the basketball, Morton launched a swift pass to Oat. Oh, what a magnificent dunk. Oat soared and slammed the ball home over Mutombo, drawing a foul in the process. After successfully executing a slam dunk, Alt stared fiercely at Mutombo, his right hand incessantly beating against his chest as if to demonstrate his dominance over the opponent. Yet feeling that it was still insufficient, he gradually extended his right hand. Just as he was about to make a move, someone from behind intercepted him. Morton dashed from the backcourt, eager to celebrate with Oat, only to be startled by an unexpected scene that made his heart skip a beat. He hurried to intercept Oat. Morton was all too aware of Oat's impending action, having witnessed it several times throughout the match, waving his finger. Indeed, it was the signature gesture of Mutombo, although the league had not yet formally sanctioned this move. Referees often turn a blind eye. Otherwise, if Mutombo were penalized every time he performed it, he would likely have been sent to the locker room before the first quarter concluded. However, the official showed no leniency when other players attempted this gesture. Morton recalled how both Jefferson and O'Neal had previously been assessed technical fouls for mimicking Mutombo. He did not believe Oat held greater privilege than those two. If he performed this gesture, he would probably face a similar fate. Fortunately, Oat had merely succumbed to the heat of the moment after a rare dunk. Devoid of any intention to delve into the intricacies of Mutombo's signature move, and promptly proceeded to the free throw line. As an interior player, Oat's style was overly graceful, averaging only 7 free throws per game over his career, peaking at a mere 3. Today, he had nearly fulfilled his quota. When it was the Nuggets' turn to attack, Morton noticed Lau's form had improved compared to the first half, as he successfully executed 2 consecutive pull-up jump shots, narrowing the deficit to just 1 point. At this critical juncture, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The Nuggets faltered once again, missing shots, accumulating fouls, and committing turnovers. The Clippers seized the opportunity to widen their lead, and the cheers from the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena echoed louder with each blunder by the Nuggets. In the face of such humiliation, the Nuggets players exhibited no signs of anger or determination to redeem themselves, seemingly resigned to their collapse. The Clippers soared. Chapter 25. The most outstanding rookie point guard. The 4 starters of the Nuggets had exerted themselves tirelessly. If the Clippers could not secure victory at home, they might as well find a block of tofu to end their misery. With a score of 98-108, the visiting team led, and the home team trailed, marking the Clippers' second consecutive victory. In this match, a total of 10 players from the Clippers took the court, and apart from Roberts, all scored, with 6 players achieving double figures, including all starters. Deller showcased an impressive performance, scoring 18 points with 9 of 10 shots, alongside 8 rebounds and 5 assists. Ott contributed 17 points and 12 rebounds, while Murray added 13 points and 9 rebounds, though he attempted 13 shots. In a more astonishing display, Healy took 15 shots, yet managed only 10 points. In comparison, Morton's efficiency was remarkable. In 31 minutes, he made 5 of 9 attempts, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing 15 points, 12 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. His performance was well-rounded, aside from lacking rebounds. Among the substitutes, only Piakowski stood out, making 3 of 9 attempts, 3 of 5 from three-point range, and converting all 4 free throws for 13 points. Morton's competitor, De'Aaron, delivered a commendable performance with 9 points and 4 assists. On the Nuggets side, all 9 players contributed to the score, with 5 reaching double digits. Rauf led the game with 20 points on 19 attempts, also dishing out 6 assists, though like Morton, he recorded no rebounds. Mutombo displayed a notable double-double, scoring 17 points and securing 18 rebounds, with 4 of his 7 field goals coming from offensive rebounds. Despite Mutombo's lack of offensive finesse, it was evident that the disconnect between the Nuggets' inside and outside game was quite pronounced. Stitch made 13 attempts for 15 points, while McDade managed a mere 8 points on 12 attempts. Upon reviewing the statistics, Morton could only lament the stark similarities between their performances and those of Murray and Healy. The starters performed subpar today, yet 2 substitutes excelled. Rose achieved 12 points with 4 assists and 6 rebounds, while McLaurin registered 10 points. With this victory, the Clippers celebrated their second consecutive win at home while handing their opponents a 6-game losing streak, resulting in a jubilant atmosphere among the team. Morton, having recorded his first career double-double, reflected on the marvels of life. Just days prior, he had felt despondent after facing consistent setbacks, yet within 2 weeks, fortune had turned in his favor. Had he acted impulsively or not received that crucial call from Miller, he might have made regrettable decisions. Fortunately, He had the wisdom to pause and await his opportunity, temporarily stepping into the starting role and persevering with the team. As the new season unfolded, the Clippers achieved an unexpectedly balanced record of 3 wins and 3 losses, despite the absence of their main point guard. While this may partially be attributed to the opponent's lackluster performance, it nonetheless instilled hope for the season ahead. Consequently, during post-game interviews, including Coach Fitch, there was a prevailing sense of optimism. "Oh, I know everyone is eager to see when I will reach my 1,000th loss. This season? Next season? The season after that?" The old man laughed heartily, leaving the reporter with a face full of helplessness. After an enthusiastic interview, it turned out he had said virtually nothing. Fortunately, during the basketball interviews, the coaches from both teams were not seated together. Otherwise, Big Staff would have been infuriated enough to leave the venue. Neither team boasted any prominent stars, though the Nuggets' Mutombo could be considered a semi-celebrity. This individual is quite amiable off the court, yet rather taciturn, leaving little of interest for reporters to cover, which has rendered him somewhat unpopular among them. Thus, Morton has once again become the object of everyone's admiration. As the reporters vividly recall his sensational revelations from the first game, Morton anxiously scanned the crowd, yet failed to spot that familiar, radiant figure, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Mr. Morton, a series of calls from a journalist finally snapped him back to reality. "Is it possible to accept an interview?" "Of course," he replied, tugging at the corners of his mouth to muster a smile. "Mr. Morton, having started in the second match, how do you feel?" The initial question was fairly routine. "I feel quite well. The team secured a victory," he responded, a reply that evidently did not satisfy the reporters. "If that's all you have to say, what are we supposed to report on? Who will we show this to?" Thus, the subsequent inquiries took a more contentious turn. "Mr. Morton, your outstanding performance as a starter today, does this imply that you will firmly establish yourself as the team's starting point guard? Mr. Morton, considering your exceptional display in the first game, why have you not played in the subsequent 4 matches? As far as we know, you don't seem to be injured. We noticed Mr. Mutombo conversing with you post-match. What did you discuss? Did he extend an invitation for you to join the Nuggets?" After the game, Mutombo approached Morton with great enthusiasm, embracing him and engaging in conversation, which took Morton by surprise. This was the first time since his entry into the league that a prominent star had sought him out for a dialogue. Of course, Barkley did not count. That fellow had come to issue a challenge. Morton, in his excitement, fumbled through his words, rendering his speech incoherent. Fortunately, Mutombo paid little heed to this, offering a few words of encouragement before taking his leave. To his astonishment, this scene was interpreted by the reporters as an invitation, a remarkable feat of fabrication that rivaled even the most sensational tabloids. Dismissing their insidious inquiries with a scoff in his heart, Morton thought, do they truly believe him to be a novice? Unlike Chloe, their charms would hardly suffice to justify a night spent answering their inquiries. Thus, he casually brushed off their 3 questions. He adhered to the coach's directives. When instructed to start, he would start, and when told to sit on the bench, he complied. If the coach chose not to put him on the court, he would simply cheer from the sidelines. What did Mutombo say? "Oh, he inquired about what I had for dinner, and he seemed genuinely pleased." Morton's words were undeniably dismissive, with his final statement bordering on sarcasm. However, when he saw the news report the following day, he nearly spat out the milk in his mouth. Mutombo had cast doubts on the Clippers' powerhouse regarding the use of performance-enhancing drugs, and after the game, he confronted him directly. Fortunately, it was merely a sensationalist tabloid that had distorted Morton's words for the sake of attracting attention, resulting in no significant repercussions. Had the league been alerted and an investigation initiated, Morton would have found himself in an unjust predicament. The New York Times continued its unabated praise for Morton, even declaring him the strongest point guard among the current rookie class. This bold assertion nearly ignited a verbal clash, with the 7th overall pick of the draft. Toronto Raptors diminutive Dynamo Damon Stoudemire being the first to voice his dissent. Thankfully, Morton refrained from retaliating, having learned to tread carefully in recent days, while Stoudemire inexplicably fell silent, causing the anticipated confrontation to fizzle out, much to the disappointment of onlookers eager for drama. After a day of rest, Morton accompanied his team to Oakland to challenge the Golden State Warriors. Chapter 26. Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors, also hailing from California, can indeed be considered a part of the California Derby. They were one of the original 11 teams to join the league, initially known as the Philadelphia Warriors before relocating to Golden State in 1962. Although the team had become somewhat forgotten in recent years due to lackluster performance, They have a storied history, having claimed 3 championships. The legendary Wilt Chamberlain famously scored 100 points in a single game while playing for this franchise. They are the only team in the league to have been a Black 8, Black 7, Black 6, and Black 5, meaning that regardless of their regular season performance, they become a formidable dark horse in the playoffs. However, they now find themselves far from the playoff contention, leading to a diminished caution from other teams in the league. Since the 1992-93 season, the Warriors have seemed cursed, plagued by injuries that refuse to relent. That season held promise for a resurgence and championship contention. Yet injuries thwarted their hopes. The 4 key starters managed to play together for merely 2 minutes and 37 seconds. While the team endured a staggering 312 games lost to injuries among 14 players, dimming the light of what was once the league's most potent offensive squad. In the 1993-94 season, just as the Warriors sought to regroup, 2 key players, Tim Hardaway and Sarunas Marsilionis, were sidelined for the entire season, followed by another key player, Chris Mullin, missing the first 20 games. The 1994-95 season saw the team continue to be beset by misfortune, with 15 players missing a total of 325 games, setting an unfortunate record in the NBA. In February, the departure of head coach Don Nelson further compounded their woes, extinguishing the team's last flicker of hope. Certainly, the dismal performance has not been without its silver linings. This summer, they secured a remarkably low probability of obtaining the first overall pick, selecting Joe Smith. This season, the Warriors have finally experienced a turn of fortune, having enlisted the renowned coach Rick Adelman, who previously led the Trail Blazers to 2 NBA Finals. More significantly, they have been spared from the clutches of injuries, at least for the time being. With a complete roster, the Warriors have become a formidable opponent that no team in the league wishes to face. Boasting a plethora of prolific scorers, they can dismantle the defenses of any team in the league with their offensive prowess. At the center position is the seasoned Ronnie Sakali, the first Lebanese player to enter the NBA, who later acquired American citizenship and represented the United States at the 1986 World Championship, where he earned a gold medal. He was selected by Miami as the 9th overall pick in the first round of the 1988 draft, enjoying a splendid 6-year tenure on the South Coast, during which he set a franchise record with 34 rebounds in a single game and was honored as one of the top 25 players in the team's history by the fans. At the power forward position is this year's top pick, Joe Smith, who has transitioned from a promising prospect to the coveted first overall selection, marking a commendable journey thus far. Morton suddenly realized that this year's draft featured an abundance of exceptional power forwards. Undoubtedly, one of the most formidable power forwards in history, Kevin Garnett stands out alongside the fierce Rasheed Wallace, the dominating Antonio McDyess, and the top pick Joe Smith. Fans are likely more familiar with Smith due to the infamous dual contract extension incident. In the summer of 1998, under the encouragement of his agent, Fagan, Joe Smith initially signed a contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves for a mere $75 million over 2 years, significantly below market value, only to clandestinely arrange a long-term maximum contract worth $86 million over 7 years to commence 2 years later. This scheme was eventually uncovered by the league, rendering the contract void, and Smith was forced to become a free agent, subsequently spiraling into obscurity and earning a reputation as a notable drifter in the league. It is worth noting that his ascension to the number 1 pick was not without merit, as he was able to surpass talents like Kevin Garnett, Rasheed Wallace, Jerry Stackhouse, and Damon Stoudemire. In his rookie season, he firmly established himself as a starter for the Warriors, averaging 15, 3 points and 7 rebounds, finishing a close second to Damon Stoudemire in the Rookie of the Year voting. Based on his rookie season performance, he demonstrated the potential to become a superstar power forward, a reality that could have been realized had he not found himself in the discordant and tumultuous environment of the 76ers, or had he not signed that ill-fated contract. In the small forward position, we find the prodigious Chris Mullin, often referred to as having the left hand of God. He is an extraordinary player, embodying perseverance and intelligence, alongside talent and hard work. By the end of 1987, this young star found himself in a personal abyss. At the age of 24, he struggled with weight issues, poor performance, jealousy, loneliness, and nights spent in excessive drinking. Coach Nelson was on the verge of giving up on him, sending him to a rehabilitation center in Los Angeles for treatment. However, Mullin experienced a profound transformation, emerging from his struggles in just a month. Reborn from the ashes, Mullin became one of the most formidable opponents in the league, capable of evading defenders from any angle while utilizing screens, effortlessly guiding the ball into the basket. He became a perennial all-star, leading the league in free throw and three-point shooting percentages and serving as the core of the Run TMC trio. Magic Johnson once commented after facing him, "When God created basketball players, he created Chris Mullin." This statement stands as the highest praise and recognition for this Hall of Fame player. Though his performance has waned in recent years due to persistent injuries, his prowess remains formidable. At the shooting guard position stands Latrell Sprewell, one of the infamous trio of the Timberwolves, who still finds himself with the Warriors, untouched by the notorious choking incident. He is a selfless player, displaying a commendable attitude and a strict sense of discipline, even possessing a hint of shyness that makes it hard to envision him committing such an act. On December 1st, 1997, during a practice session, Sprewell was subjected to harsh verbal abuse from assistant coach P.J. Carlesimo. Well, it seems Adelman was dismissed rather swiftly, given their pre-existing tensions. Sprewell finally reached his breaking point, hurling the basketball aside and charging at Carlesimo, gripping his neck with fervor. This shocking turn of events left his teammates astounded. It took a full 15 seconds for them to separate the uncontrollable Sprewell, who, in a fit of rage, stormed out of the arena. However, to everyone's astonishment, 20 minutes later, Sprewell re-entered the venue and unleashed a flurry of punches upon Carlesimo before relenting. The incident garnered significant media attention, leading to severe repercussions for Sprewell, who was subsequently branded as a bad boy, causing teams across the league to shy away from him. Prior to this debacle, he was regarded as one of the hottest shooting guards in the league, excelling in both offensive and defensive capacities, capable of swift fast breaks and long-range shooting. More importantly, he seemed to possess boundless stamina, never appearing fatigued even after relentless running, a trait that evoked envy from Morton. The Warriors' point guard is their cornerstone, Tim Hardaway, one of the finest offensive guards of this era. Many believe that the crossover dribble was introduced to the league by Allen Iverson. However, it was Hardaway, a man of similar stature to Iverson, who originated this signature move. His behind-the-back dribbling has been emulated by the new generation, and when he observed Iverson, he saw a reflection of his younger self. He was the first to bring street dance to the forefront in front of the national dance community. Yet he garnered no animosity. Magic Johnson, who seems to pop up repeatedly, his praises becoming somewhat cliché, hailed Hardaway's dribbling as unstoppable. If you hear a couple of thuds, you might as well accept your defeat. His teammates laud him as the most inspiring warrior on the court. The rookie, Gary Payton, who initially held no respect for anyone, exclaimed after facing Hardaway, "I'll be damned, I need to pay to learn this." He is a man born for basketball, agile, swift, and ferocious. He pays no heed to the defenders in front of him, nor does he concern himself with their numbers, for the outcome remains unchanged. He is affectionately dubbed Tim Bug. This evening, he will pose the greatest threat to the Clippers, as well as being Morton's direct defensive assignment. He is neither aged nor weakened, untouched by illness or injury. He stands at the pinnacle of his prowess. This is both Morton's greatest misfortune and his most profound blessing. Chapter 27. A focus on the paint. The Warriors bench boasts a plethora of skilled players, among whom the most renowned is B.J. Armstrong. During the establishment of the first Bulls dynasty, Armstrong served as the starting point guard, aiding Jordan in securing 3 championships. Following Jordan's retirement, he and Pippen shouldered the Bulls banner until he was selected by the Raptors in this summer's expansion draft. However, disinclined to endure the frigid Canadian climate as a backup to a rookie, he opted to join the Warriors, together with backup center Chris Gatling. He serves as a pivotal source of firepower for the Warriors bench. Chris Gatling, nicknamed Steroid, has transcended the traditional role of a center. While others remain engrossed in the battles of the paint, he has extended his shooting range to mid-range and beyond the three-point line. He is a player who dedicates his life to the game. Before entering the league, he endured a severe car accident that inflicted significant damage to his skull. To safeguard his cranial integrity, doctors implanted a stainless steel plate in his head, resulting in an unusual shape. To divert attention from his head, he frequently alters the color of his headbands. Additionally, there is the veteran Jerome Kersey, a core member of the Trail Blazers who has reached the finals twice, and the promising Donyell Marshall, whom Nelson had high hopes for to bolster the Warriors' frail interior. Notably, Brent Barry's brother, John Barry, also plays for the Warriors, leading Morton to jest with Brent that this game represents a family feud within the Barry clan. Brent chuckled, recognizing that both he and his brother are merely backup players. Uncertain of their chances to see the court, such talk of family rivalry would only invite ridicule. As the game approached, while Morton warmed up with his teammates, Joe Smith unexpectedly approached him. Joe Smith, a pleasure to meet you, Smith said politely, extending his hand. Anthony Morton, likewise delighted to meet you, Morton replied, though inwardly he pondered why Smith had sought him out. As a former first overall pick, he should possess a considerable air of arrogance, dismissing rookies ranked below him. Why had he come to speak with Morton? Could it be that since his arrival, he had somehow exuded an aura of dominance that compelled others to gravitate toward him? I know Kevin often speaks highly of you, Smith remarked, his smile genuine and endearing. I am eager to witness the prowess of the individual who has garnered such praise from Kevin. You know Kevin? Morton immediately regretted his question, realizing it was a rather superfluous inquiry. Indeed, we're good friends. We met before the draft and often played pickup games together. Kevin frequently mentions you. Although your relationship with Kevin is quite amicable, I shall not show any mercy during the impending match. To avoid any misinterpretation, Smith merely exchanged a few hurried words before departing. I, too, shall not hold back. Observing Smith laughing and conversing with his teammates, a sigh of resignation swept through Morton's heart. Once the game commences, he thought, the laughter would likely fade. Fitch had set the tone for today as competition yesterday, emphasizing an interior-first approach, prioritizing the inside game while supplementing it with exterior plays. If one were to seek a team with a less formidable interior presence than the Clippers, one would undoubtedly find the Warriors. It is widely acknowledged that they have been in pursuit of a powerful interior player capable of providing substantial support and screens for their perimeter shooters for the past 4 or 5 years. Yet they remain in search even now, with Seakley and Gatlin aging, Smith still inexperienced, and Marshall proving inadequate. The Warriors have resorted to compensating for their qualitative deficiencies with numerical advantages, though with little success. As the game commenced, to Morton's astonishment, Deller managed to outjump Seakley for the tip-off, marking the first time he had witnessed Deller triumph in this aspect, thereby underscoring the Warriors' lackluster interior play. After advancing the ball to the front court, Morton lobbed the ball to Ott before positioning himself in the corner, a tactical arrangement inspired by the previous match against McDavis. For a rookie, perhaps the initial unfamiliarity of opponents afforded him repeated successes. However, once his tactics become familiar, he may find himself at a loss for options. Thus, Fitch initiated the plan for Ott to go one-on-one, hoping to discern Smith's strategies early on. Upon hearing Fitch's tactical directive, a cold sweat broke out on Morton. After all, he too was a rookie. If his current performance stemmed from opponents' unfamiliarity, what would happen once they became acquainted with his style? This thought consumed Morton's mind, spiraling into escalating anxiety and confusion, rendering him oblivious to the coach's subsequent instructions. A night of mental turmoil had adversely affected Morton's state today, making the coach's strategy of feeding the ball to the interior particularly appealing. Ott's one-on-one against Smith seemed a trivial task. While one could critique Ott's defense, rebounding, or even bemoan his somewhat soft playing style, one could not deny his offensive finesse and gentle touch, as he effortlessly netted the first shot. Smith, undeterred, retrieved the ball for an inbounds pass. From a moment Hardaway crossed half-court, Morton was entirely focused, his attention heightened to an extraordinary degree, scarcely daring to blink, lest he miss the moment before him. Within the confines of the Oakland arena, amidst the adoration of thousands of home fans, Hardaway stood as the sovereign, an omnipotent force. In witnessing the cautious and tentative Morton stirred a sense of grandiosity within him, with consecutive crossovers, followed by a swift sidestep as if to accelerate past Morton on his left. Morton instinctively leaned to his left. However, Hardaway executed another crossover, pivoting in the opposite direction, leaving Morton caught off guard and ultimately tumbling to the ground, helplessly watching as Hardaway surged towards the basket. Oh, what a splendid feint. Witnessing Hardaway play is truly a delight. Indeed, the performance of this rookie from the Clippers is utterly lackluster, as articulated by the sentiments of all the fans present. Deller was equally astonished that someone known for solid defense could so easily succumb, allowing his opponent to penetrate the paint, rendering him a mere backdrop in this unfolding spectacle. Morton awkwardly rose from the ground, casting an apologetic glance at Deller, for it was his past actions that had led to Deller's humiliation. Fortunately, Deller, having also experienced a moment of embarrassment himself, recognized that Morton had done his utmost and chose to remain silent, though his gaze towards Hardaway was filled with fury. Anthony, shall we retaliate? It was Ott who spoke, their bond having deepened significantly following their previous collaborative effort, although the coach's strategy emphasized attacking the interior. Morton's recent embarrassment warranted a slight deviation from a plan. Forget it, Morton shook his head. Ott's suggestion, while tempting, was complicated by the fact that he was the least experienced starter. If he were to press the issue, it could lead to discomfort among the team. More importantly, he was aware of his subpar form. Without assurance of success, the potential for boosting morale through a successful shot was enticing. Yet failure could lead to him being unfairly blamed if the team faltered. In a moment, pass it to me. I shall return the favor. Morton hesitated, filled with trepidation. However, Deller remained unconcerned, being the team's starting center and its sole bastion. Regardless of who was substituted, he would remain unscathed. Given his recent excellent form, his confidence soared, making the indignity he felt intolerable, prompting him to seek retribution. All right, including my shot, let us return the favor together. Passing to Deller wouldn't contradict the coach's pregame strategy, and Morton was pleased to facilitate this gesture. As he dribbled past half-court, Morton passed the ball to Deller and swiftly retreated to the corner, while their teammates instinctively created space for Deller to engage in a one-on-one. Under normal circumstances, Deller would not dare to be so audacious, especially considering Sakali's height advantage. Yet since being positioned as center this season, he had thrived in the role, his performance exceptional, as if it were his destined position. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket, Deller tentatively pushed against Sakali and was surprised to find he could actually move him. As an Asian player, Sakali's strength had always been inferior, and now, at nearly 30, his physical capabilities were waning, prompting him to shift back slightly under Deller's forceful push. Sakali, startled, quickly planted himself to resist, but Deller merely feigned an attack. No longer relying on brute force, Deller gripped the ball with one hand, feigning an aggressive drive from the baseline to draw Sakali's attention before swiftly pivoting to slip past him on the left and executing a layup. By the time Deller unleashed this combination of moves, Sakali was utterly disoriented, unable to mount any defense against the layup. Though Sakali was caught off guard, he was not the only one. Joe Smith, adorned with the title of first overall pick, entered the league with youthful audacity, fully aware of the Warriors' frail interior defense. Eager to make a mark, he remained exceptionally active in every game. This time, he discerned that Sakali was at a disadvantage, swiftly leaping over and delivering a resounding slap that sent Delhi's seemingly certain shot soaring away, gifting him a spectacular rejection. Although the ball was propelled into the air, the Clippers' offensive play was far from concluded, as the deflected ball gracefully arched over Hardaway's head, only to be seized by Morton. Morton displayed a complete lack of awareness regarding rebounding, particularly in the offensive zone. In his perspective, there were only two outcomes during an offensive play. Either the shot would go in, or he would retreat to defend. A third option was inconceivable. Consequently, when Deller drove to the basket, Morton did not even consider positioning himself to seize the offensive rebound, allowing the ball to land in his hands. Upon acquiring the ball and noticing that the defender in front of him was significantly shorter, Morton instinctively launched a three-point shot. It was only after releasing the ball that he recollected the coach's strategic directives and acknowledged his subpar performance that day, leading to a wave of regret. As he watched the ball soaring through the air, he silently hoped for its successful descent. Chapter 28. Enchantment. The basketball traced a beautiful arc as it struck the back of the rim, producing a distinct yet soft sound that lingered in Morton's mind. What should have been an ordinary missed shot became a source of overwhelming thoughts for him, as the minor clang of the rim magnified in his consciousness. What did I miss? Am I experiencing a decline in form? Is my skill level insufficient? Has the opponent discovered an effective strategy to defend against me? Morton found himself increasingly engulfed in trepidation, his complexion deteriorating and his mind becoming ever more disoriented, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In such a distracted state, it was hardly plausible for him to defend against Hardaway, who effortlessly accelerated past him, leaving him far behind and smoothly depositing the ball into the hoop. Witnessing Hardaway score yet again, the repeatedly humiliated Deller could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed at Morton, "Rookie, what are you doing?" The omission of Morton's name spoke volumes about his discontent. Startled, Morton shook himself slightly, trying to muster some resolve. Yet the haunting specter of his nightmares lingered in his heart. "Anthony, what's the matter? Are you unwell?" Otto observed Morton's evident state of disarray and inquired with concern. "No, I'm fine," Morton replied, forcing a smile. "That's good to hear. Pull yourself together. The Warriors veterans are aging. It's our time to shine." Morton's lips moved as if to respond. Yet no words emerged as he dribbled the ball toward the front court. Morton was acutely aware of his subpar condition today. Thus, he endeavored to minimize the duration the ball lingered in his possession. As soon as he advanced to the front court, he prepared to loft the ball to the interior, allowing either Deller or Ott to manage it. During the games, when Morton was confined to the proverbial darkroom and the Clippers employed a lineup devoid of a point guard, those two had assumed the role of facilitators, a task they were not unfamiliar with. Morton's actions were precisely aligned with Deller's desires. Some individuals, upon encountering minor setbacks, succumb to despair and inertia, while others, like Deller, exhibit resilience and fortitude, growing stronger in the face of adversity. After spending 4 years as a benchwarmer with the Magic and the Nuggets, he may not have acquired many skills, but he certainly mastered the art of perseverance and unwavering determination. The series of humiliations he endured did not lead him to despair. Rather, he rallied with renewed confidence, ready to combat once more. Positioning himself adeptly within the paint, he reached out for the ball, and Morton, without hesitation, launched it toward him with explosive force. Upon receiving the ball, Deller swiftly turned, placing Sakali behind him, and with a powerful stride, he descended toward the basket. Before anyone could react, he executed a thunderous dunk, decisively sending the ball through the hoop. Elated and eager to vindicate himself, Deller landed and proudly displayed his muscular physique to the visiting fans, vociferously proclaiming, "Rookie, take a good look. This is the true essence of the NBA." Since Deller faced the audience, Morton was uncertain whether this remark was directed at him or at Smith, who had previously blocked a shot. Regardless, he felt a twinge of discomfort but refrained from expressing it out of respect for Deller's status. Bliss hurried back on defense. Otto, concerned that Deller's actions might provoke the Warriors fans or players, urged him to temper his exuberance, prompting Deller to reluctantly retreat to the backcourt. When it was once again the Clippers' turn, Hardaway seemed intent on targeting Morton, relentlessly pursuing him. Having gained some experience after 2 rounds and spurred on by Deller's fierce admonition, Morton resolved to thwart Hardaway's advances, thinking to himself, "I must stop him at least once. Otherwise, if he gains momentum, it will be increasingly difficult to contain him." Hardaway, disregarding any caution, perceived Morton as an easy obstacle to bypass, akin to a mere log. His overconfidence came at a cost. While he indeed accelerated past Morton with ease, he failed to shake him off. Morton quickly pivoted and maintained close proximity to Hardaway, denying him any space to jump. While subtly applying pressure with his hands against Hardaway's waist, Hardaway attempted to create separation before executing a low layup, convinced that Morton's physical presence would render any interference impossible. However, he was blindsided by Morton's remarkable vertical leap and lengthy reach, as the tips of Morton's fingers grazed the ball from the side, causing it to plummet directly into Otto's grasp. Fast break. As Morton contemplated this thought, he beheld Hilly and Murray sprinting towards the front court like unbridled wild stallions. Mullen, having pursued a few steps, realized the growing distance and could only resign himself to defeat, leaving Sprewell to make a final salvage attempt. Ott executed a long throw, launching the ball to Murray, who, after drawing Sprewell's attention, tossed the ball skyward. Hilly leapt into the air, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The Clippers' offensive maneuver resembled a textbook example, simple, swift, and efficient, successfully penetrating the Warriors' defense with just 2 passes, all while most players had yet to cross half-court. "Damn it," Hardaway muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. To be blocked by a rookie was an utter humiliation, a disgrace he vowed to rectify. Consumed by the desire for vengeance, Hardaway found himself unsupported by his teammates. Sakali opted to pass the ball to Sprewell instead, fully aware of Hardaway's volatile state, realizing that his longtime friend was nearing a breaking point. In this mindset, Hardaway became a perilous threat, not only to his opponents but to his allies as well. Thus, Sakali entrusted the ball to Sprewell, hoping to provide Hardaway a moment of respite. However, Hardaway remained oblivious to his teammates' intentions, or perhaps he simply chose to disregard them, impatiently demanding the ball from Sprewell. The latter, still a selfless team player, dared not defy his leader's wishes and duly passed the ball to Hardaway. Upon receiving it, Hardaway scoffed, casting a hostile glance at Morton, prompting a resigned sigh from Sakali within. This was no longer the audacious, effortlessly talented player of yesteryears. Although he could still attack and defend with prowess, the grace and commanding presence that once defined him had waned. He had transformed from a charismatic strategist into a mere frontline warrior, capable of charging into battle, yet unable to sway the course of a game or reshape a team's destiny as he once did. After successfully defending against Hardaway once, Morton's confidence grew significantly. Faced with Hardaway's relentless crossovers, he no longer appeared flustered. His stable defense left Hardaway in a quandary. In such circumstances, The most prudent decision would undoubtedly be to pass the ball, yet the obsessed Hardaway seemed oblivious to the very concept of passing. Failing means perishing was the only reality that resonated within him. After an unsuccessful drive, he retreated to the three-point line and unleashed a shot. With a resounding clap, Morton once again showcased his remarkable speed and incredible vertical leap, delivering a resounding block that thwarted Hardaway's flamboyant attack. As he landed, Morton surged forth like a leopard, seizing the ball and racing towards the front court. Hardaway, momentarily stunned by 2 consecutive blocks, failed to react as Morton darted past him. Tim was also met with another rejection, allowing the Clippers to seize the ball. Number 48, swift as the wind, left the Warriors defenders trailing far behind. With no opponent in sight, it should have been an effortless layup, yet astonishingly, the basket refused to yield. Incredibly, the Clippers launched their assault. In Chapter 29, Home Whistle, Morton, despite having a clear 2-meter zone devoid of defenders, opted for a layup for safety's sake. However, the basketball merely spun on the rim before rolling out. Fortunately, Hilly arrived just in time to secure a successful putback dunk, or else squandering such a golden scoring opportunity would have severely dampened morale. Although the offense succeeded, Morton's spirits were considerably weighed down. The negative impact of missing an open layup was far more detrimental than that of a missed three-pointer, breeding further self-doubt within him, causing his mind to drift away from the game. Thankfully, Hardaway, bewildered by 2 successive rejections, seemed to withdraw from the offensive end as well. This resulted in a rather peculiar scenario, a 4v4 situation where both Morton and Hardaway were scarcely noticeable. The invisibility of the starting point guards profoundly affected the Warriors more than it did the Clippers. One was the linchpin of the team, while the other merely the 5th, 6th, or even 7th player. The disparity was glaringly evident. Sakali and Deller were engaged in a fiercely contested duel, while Ott and Murray managed to push Smith and Mullen aside, and Hilly and Sprewell were trading offensive blows. Indeed, it was astonishing to witness Hilly, an elite shooting guard in the league, matching offensive prowess with his counterparts. This bewildered Morton, who pondered what insights the coach had imparted to the underperforming Hilly and Murray after the last game, leading them to such a remarkable performance, an utter transformation. With Hilly and Murray invigorated, the Clippers quickly extended their lead into double digits, eliciting an uncontrollable smile from Fitch. In truth, he possessed no ingenious strategies. He merely hinted at the recent commendable performances of Piakowski and Barry, which seemingly ignited a fire within the two. Competition breeds pressure, and pressure cultivates motivation, an adage that holds true in all circumstances. Faced with a growing deficit, the Warriors were compelled to call a timeout to reassess their tactics. During the break, Fitch deliberated extensively before deciding to substitute De'Aaron for the disengaged Morton, allowing him to sit on the bench and collect his thoughts. Upon returning from the timeout, the Clippers replaced Morton with De'Aaron. Morton's performance had been lackluster, having missed all 3 of his attempts thus far, recording only 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 rebound. His substitution was entirely warranted. On the Warriors' side, Hardaway was unexpectedly benched, although he had become somewhat subdued after being blocked on consecutive offensive attempts. His mere presence on the court posed a significant threat to the opponents. The substitution of Armstrong, who took his place, did little to enhance the team's performance. It seemed evident that a more pressing need for change lay in the power forward position. The commentator's observations held merit, and Adelman shared similar thoughts. However, upon glancing at Daniel Marshall on the bench, he ultimately dismissed this notion. Armstrong was no longer the championship caliber guard he once was. Otherwise, the Bulls would not have relinquished him during the expansion draft. Reduced to a bench role, his effectiveness had considerably diminished, and his presence on the court inadvertently hindered the team's offensive flow. Fortunately, the errors committed by Didhe and Healy prevented the score from widening further. And at the end of the first quarter, the Clippers led by 12 points, 34-22. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their reserves for the first 3 minutes. In terms of talent, the combination of Didhe, Barry, Piakowski, and Rogers was undoubtedly superior. However, the outcome was rather surprising. Roberts committed 3 fouls in just 3 minutes against Chris Gatling, granting the opposing team 6 free throws. Gatling capitalized on the opportunity, sinking 5 of 6 attempts without hesitation. The nature of these fouls was debatable, as they fell into the category of calls that could be made or overlooked. Yet the referees consistently opted for the latter. This left Fitch on the sidelines, seething with frustration as he animatedly approached the referees in a fervent discussion. His gestures animated and his words unrelenting. Such behavior, in contemporary times, would likely have earned him at least a technical foul. Fitch's agitation was understandable. The issue transcended mere fouls and points. It is widely acknowledged that once a team accumulates 5 fouls in a quarter, free throws become inevitable, meaning the Clippers could only afford one more foul in the remaining 9 minutes. Any further infractions would result in 2 free throws awarded to the opponents. Contemplating this made Fitch feel an overwhelming impulse to send both Roberts and the referees packing to Los Angeles. It should be noted that among the Warriors starters, whether it be Hardaway, Sprewell, or Seakley, all were adept at drawing fouls and converting free throws. Limiting themselves to 1 foul in 9 minutes was nothing short of a fantastical notion, especially considering it was the Warriors' home court. Consequently, the Clippers played each defensive possession with trepidation, treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice, fearful that a mere twitch could result in 2 free throws awarded to the opposing team. Momentum is a fickle entity. The Clippers' apprehension about fouling led to a conservative style of play, while the Warriors exhibited greater aggressiveness. Moreover, through these officiating decisions, they discerned the referee's bias. Hardaway and Sprewell repeatedly penetrated the paint, even deliberately initiating contact in hopes of drawing fouls, while Seakley adopted a more robust approach, attacking the basket with determination. Hardaway, at the top of the arc, dribbled, stepped back for a jump shot, and Morton's foul was called. Upon hearing the whistle, the players on the field gazed around in confusion until Morton's eyes fell upon the referee's gesture, realizing with astonishment that he had committed a foul. His expression was one of bewilderment, for he had maintained at least a finger's distance from Hardaway. Sprewell, with a burst of speed, evaded Hilly and charged towards the basket, only to be met by a well-positioned Oat, who was subsequently called for a blocking foul. Oat looked at the referee with an innocent expression, only to find a referee returning his gaze with equal bewilderment. Deller, operating from a low position, made a strong move, pivoting and committing a foul. The Clippers were penalized for an offensive foul as Deller elbowed Seakley during his turn. Elbow, you say? Deller was far less amiable than Morton or Oat, forcefully throwing the ball to the ground and striding towards the referee with a fierce countenance. But thankfully, Murray intervened just in time to stop him. Under the relentless offensive onslaught from the Warriors and the coach's blatant favoritism, the Clippers' 5 starters found themselves burdened with multiple fouls, with Deller accumulating his 3rd personal foul, and the score gradually tightened to a mere 5 points. Sensing a shift in momentum, Fitch decided to bring Roberts back into the game. Firstly, he had no better options at the center position, and secondly, even if Roberts were to foul out, it would not significantly impact the game, and he wouldn't feel remorseful about it. Before Roberts took to the court, Fitch imparted a message to the players. Since the referees are intent on calling fouls against us, let us oblige them, but ensure that these fouls carry significance. The term significance was aptly chosen, subtle yet profound, far more civilized than the crude expressions often heard domestically. Upon receiving the coach's directive, the players felt invigorated. They had been incensed by the inexplicable fouls, and now, with the coach's permission, their pent-up fury found an outlet. They readied themselves for action. Even the typically mild-mannered Morton could not resist licking his lips in anticipation. As the 3rd chapter of the Clippers' journey commenced, featuring a showdown between the top draft pick and those overlooked, Hardaway attempted a jump shot, and Morton fouled him. Hardaway fell to the ground, clutching his fingers in evident pain, suggesting a serious injury. Observing Hardaway sprawled on the court, Morton initially displayed an innocent and perplexed expression, before approaching Hardaway to offer his sincere apologies. As a veteran, Hardaway graciously assured him it was no trouble, yet before he could finish his sentence, he gasped in pain. The tone and expression were enough to stifle Morton's laughter. After a considerable pause, Hardaway's finger pain began to subside as he stepped to the free throw line. Making one of his 2 attempts, clearly, his finger was still not fully functional. When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, seeing Hardaway's still contorted expression, Morton seized the opportunity without hesitation. While you are ailing, I shall strike. Hardaway, distracted by his pain, presented an opportune moment for Morton to capitalize upon. Morton executed 2 consecutive behind-the-back dribbles, a technique that has been honed through his past experiences. He then stepped back, drawing Hardaway's center of gravity forward, before swiftly accelerating past him on his left, charging towards the basket. Roberts immediately positioned his imposing frame between Seakley and himself, while Smith, upon witnessing this, abandoned aught and aggressively lunged towards Morton. This marked the first direct confrontation between the two in the match, one being this year's first overall pick, and the other a mere undrafted rookie, one burdened with high expectations, the other frequently met with skepticism. One orchestrating plays from the perimeter, the other dominating the paint. Their clash was both fortuitous and inevitable. At the moment Smith came into view, time and space seemed to freeze in Morton's mind. Thoughts of poor performance and missed open shots vanished from his consciousness. In his eyes, mind, and heart, there existed but one figure, this year's first overall pick. In Morton's eyes, a fierce determination ignited to vanquish his opponent. With a powerful thrust of his right foot against the ground, his body soared into the air, hurtling towards the hoop. Grasping the ball aloft with one hand, he appeared poised to execute a thunderous dunk over his adversary. Simultaneously, Smith leapt into action, resembling an impenetrable wall before him, his enormous hand descending like a fan, ready to thwart the impending attack. Morton immediately withdrew his hands, cradling the ball against his abdomen as he pivoted to face Smith, deftly soaring over him with an athletic grace that defied belief. Smith, taken aback, wore a look of incredulity. It was difficult for him to fathom that a person could execute such a formidable mid-air maneuver in such a brief span of time. Unperturbed by Smith's astonishment, Morton maintained a resolute gaze, gradually extending his body before unleashing a powerful reverse dunk. This was undoubtedly the finest basket of the day, nay, the week, the month. Words elude me in my attempts to extol this dunk. Any praise bestowed upon it would be wholly warranted. Though he was not a member of the Warriors, dear spectators, let us all rejoice in this magnificent dunk. Without uttering a word, the audience erupted into gasps of awe upon witnessing this display, followed by a thunderous cheer that reverberated throughout the arena, leaving one to believe that the Warriors had just triumphed in a decisive Game 7 of the finals. It was only when the cheers reached Morton's ears that he realized the magnitude of the moment, releasing his grip and landing gracefully from the rim. Truly, what a remarkable dunk. I am fortunate to have witnessed it up close. Smith, devoid of any irritation, spoke with a hint of self-deprecation and abundant goodwill. Thank you. Morton responded with a genuine smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Yet, he knew that even the most exquisite dunk merely accounted for 2 points. The atmosphere, which had gradually grown tense and somewhat charged, softened in the wake of Morton's spectacular display. The Warriors' brashness diminished, the referee's biases became less apparent, and the Clippers seized the moment to ignite a scoring surge. The repercussions of Morton's foul on Hardaway during the last defensive play are far from dissipating easily. Hardaway has been enduring the pain, opting to dribble predominantly with his left hand. As one of the league's premier point guards, proficiency in dribbling with both hands is merely fundamental. However, his left hand lacks the finesse of his right. Additionally, he must divert some of his focus to safeguard his right hand from further injury. Seizing the opportunity, while Hardaway's concentration wavered, Morton made a swift move, resulting in a turnover as Hardaway mishandled the ball. Morton capitalized on this, seizing the chance for a fast break for the Clippers. Once again, he found himself unchallenged, and the question arose, would he falter with a missed layup? The answer, undoubtedly, was in the negative. Having successfully outmaneuvered Smith, Morton seemed to have regained his former confidence, culminating the solo fast break with a thunderous windmill dunk. The Clippers extended their lead to 8 points with consecutive offensive plays, and more importantly, Hardaway's finger continued to throb with pain, making it increasingly difficult for him to persevere. The Warriors called for a brief timeout. Well done, Anthony. As Morton took a seat, Otro and Barry rushed over to celebrate with a high five. What's the big deal? It's just a higher jump, Darren scoffed. Yet his tone bore the unmistakable tinge of envy, akin to someone lamenting the unattainability of grapes. With DeAndre absent from the court, it was imperative for the team to consolidate their interior defense, resorting to fouls if necessary, and to play with the same tenacity as Morton. Morton, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, surprised that his rather unsporting foul had been regarded as a paragon. This left him feeling quite self-conscious. Shortly thereafter, Rogers substituted Ott, aiming to maintain the current rhythm and enter the locker room with a double-digit lead. The brief 20-second timeout swiftly passed, and upon his return to the court, Morton discovered that Hardaway had indeed been taken off, with no sign of him on the Warriors' bench, presumably having retreated to the locker room early. Smith had also been replaced, making way for the promising star, Marshall. Morton couldn't help but admire Fitch's foresight. Rogers' defense was somewhat inferior to Otto's. However, his unpredictable nature granted him a considerable advantage on the offensive end. With the Warriors substituting in Marshall, Rogers' defensive shortcomings were rendered inconsequential. As a power forward, Marshall's shooting range extended beyond the three-point line, a commendable trait, yet his accuracy rendered that range almost laughable. With a three-point shooting percentage below 30 and an overall shooting percentage under 40, even a guard would find such statistics embarrassing, let alone a post player. This was precisely why Smith had decisively ousted him from the starting lineup. Upon his entry, the Warriors' offense effectively became a 4-on-5, or rather, a 4-on-6 situation. Given such a significant opportunity, if the Clippers could capitalize on it, not only would they fulfill Fitch's ambitions, but they could also decisively steer the course of the game. Chapter 31. 3 consecutive victories. Ultimately, the Clippers failed to seize this opportunity to extend their lead, returning to the locker room with a mere 8-point advantage, 56-48, leaving the audience with boundless possibilities for speculation. Notably, Roberts accrued 2 more fouls in the final 4 minutes, bringing his total to 5. In just 7 minutes of play in the first half, he had already committed 5 fouls. Such a pace was truly astonishing. Morton found himself at a loss for words to describe it. Even the hack-a-shack strategy would struggle to match such a foul rate. Fortunately, it was Roberts burdened with 5 fouls, not Deller, so Fitch was not overly concerned. His headache stemmed from Morton's performance. Some might argue that Morton had a relatively decent first half, scoring 4 points in the closing moments of the second quarter. However, one must recognize that those 4 points constituted his entire scoring output for the half. With 2 field goals made out of 6 attempts, he recorded 4 points for assists, 2 blocks, 1 rebound, 1 steal, alongside 2 fouls and 1 turnover. While the statistics may not appear alarming, they failed to capture Morton's true impact on the court. Had it not been for his sudden surge of determination in the final moments against Smith, Morton could very well have concluded the half with a dismal score of 4 points on 0 field goals. More concerning to Fitch than Morton's low shooting percentage was his demeanor during the game. A poor shooting night and low percentages could simply result in a single loss, something easily remedied in the next game, much like the experiences of Healy and Murray. However, a player's attitude during a match is of paramount importance, directly influencing the trajectory of their career. Fitch found it difficult to fathom what could have transformed a vibrant, energetic player from the previous game into a sluggish, demoralized figure. "Anthony, you seem off today. Is something bothering you?" Ronnie inquired, approaching Morton at Fitch's behest. Morton hesitated, unable to articulate that it was the coach's remarks that had unsettled him. "Speak your mind. There's no need to be so reticent," Ronnie pressed. Ronnie feigned dissatisfaction. "Ronnie, how do you perceive my capabilities?" Morton wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately deciding to voice his concerns. After all, harboring such questions within was not conducive. To be candid, while you occasionally exhibit astonishing performances, your current prowess merely places you on the precipice between a starter and a substitute, revealing a conspicuous gap when juxtaposed with the elite guards within the league. Ronnie's words were refreshingly honest, devoid of any insincere flattery intended to spare Morton's feelings. "And do you believe this to be my true potential? Or," Morton hesitated, searching for a more nuanced expression, "or is it merely that my opponents are unfamiliar with my style?" Ronnie gazed at Morton with a perplexed expression, struggling to grasp his meaning. "What I mean is, once my opponents become acquainted with my style and devise corresponding strategies, will my performance inevitably decline? Much like McDavis in the previous match and Smith in this one." Ronnie appeared momentarily stumped by Morton's inquiry, contemplating before responding. "Anthony, you are overthinking this. Not every player warrants tailored defensive strategies from their adversaries. My assertion is not meant to belittle you. Rather, only a handful of players merit the attention of opposing coaches, prompting specific tactical arrangements. If you can attain such a level of skill, what is there to fear from any defense? And if you cannot reach that caliber, why burden yourself with such anxieties?" Though Ronnie's perspective seemed reasonable, it offered no solace to Morton, who was reminded of a notably similar figure from the future, Lynn, the Linsanity. When he burst onto the scene with the New York Knicks under Mike D'Antoni, he was a force to be reckoned with, epitomizing a meteoric rise from obscurity. However, after being lured to the Rockets with a lucrative 3-year contract, he could never recapture that initial brilliance. Relegated to merely being a starter without the luxury of a defense specifically tailored to counter him, leading to consistently underwhelming performances. While coaches may not devise elaborate plans, your opponents will undoubtedly conduct thorough research on you prior to the game. The more they study, the more adept they become at countering your strategies. Morton expressed his lingering doubts. Upon hearing this, Ronnie's expression morphed into one of exasperation. "Are you still the same person you were yesterday? Will you spend your life spinning in circles? You are merely 18. Is straddling the line between starter and substitute truly commendable? Are you satisfied with that?" Or do you believe you have exhausted all avenues for improvement? Is this the limit of your innate talent? The barrage of questions left Morton dumbfounded, his mind swirling in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Anthony, you have greatly disappointed me. I always believed you harbored grand ambitions. Yet it appears your aspirations are confined to this. No, Andrew, that's not it. Morton abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, his sudden outburst startling his teammates in the locker room, even prompting a puzzled glance from Fitch. Morton cast an awkward glance at everyone, then hastily took a seat. Turning to Ronnie, whose eyes sparkled with encouragement, he declared, Andrew, I shall prove it to you. As the second half commenced, Morton indeed displayed a remarkable resurgence, his performance contrasting starkly with that of the first half. Although Hardaway, with his fingers wrapped in bandages, attempted a triumphant return, his efforts were no match for the fully revitalized Morton, who was brimming with vigor. Morton exploited his physical prowess to mercilessly dominate Hardaway on the offensive end, executing drives, jump shots, and pull-ups, even resorting to an uncharacteristic post-up move. Defensively, the one-armed warrior Hardaway, nursing an injured finger, clearly had not perfected his craft, continuously misfiring and failing to score a single point in the second half. The Clippers sharpshooters had already unleashed 2 of their 3-point arsenal, and with the final shot now taken, the outcome of the game became apparent. Even with the referees showing favoritism, Roberts fouling out after just 10 minutes, and Deller plagued by foul troubles playing less than 30 minutes, the Warriors' free throw attempts nearly doubling those of the Clippers, the latter still triumphed decisively, resolving the contest in just over 3 quarters. The final score stood at 118-106, with the visitors leading and the home team trailing. The Clippers secured a victory on the road, marking their 3rd consecutive win. 12 Clippers players took the court, with 11 contributing to the score, 6 exceeding double digits, and all starters achieving double figures. Healy showcased an impressive performance, hitting 8 of 15 shots for a game-high 22 points, along with 9 rebounds and 2 assists. Murray shot 6 of 13, making all 4 of his 3-point attempts, accumulating 18 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Deller scored 15 points and grabbed 7 rebounds on 6 of 8 shooting, while Otter netted 10 points and 6 rebounds from 7 shots, and Morton, initially subdued, rebounded in the second half to tally 15 points, 9 assists, 3 blocks, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal. Off the bench, Rogers contributed 13 points and 5 rebounds on 5 of 8 shooting. The Warriors also fielded 12 players, with 11, excluding Marshall, scoring, and 5 reaching double digits. Sprewell mirrored Healy's performance, hitting 8 of 15 shots for 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals. Sakali scored 18 points and collected 5 rebounds, shooting 5 of 9 and making 8 of 12 from the free throw line. Hardaway had an inconsistent outing, making 4 of 11 attempts for 15 points, alongside 3 assists and 3 rebounds, while Mullen recorded 13 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds from 12 shots. Off the bench, Gatlin scored 13 points and grabbed 4 rebounds with 2 assists from 7 attempts, while the starting Smith struggled, connecting on just 2 of 8 shots for 6 points and 4 rebounds. Notably, the 2 leading rebounders from both teams were shooting guards, Healy with 9 rebounds and Sprewell with 8, a rather peculiar sight indeed. Postgame, both coaches expressed their dissatisfaction with the officiating during interviews, coincidentally echoing each other's sentiments. Edelman's grievance stemmed from his belief that Morton's foul was a malicious act warranting ejection, asserting that this decision altered the course of the match. Naturally, such remarks could be dismissed as mere complaint from a losing side, especially given Morton's exemplary conduct following the foul, filled with remorse, politeness, and an apparent wish that the injury had befallen him instead, almost deceiving everyone present. While it is typical for the vanquished to voice their complaints, some might deem the victor's grievances as pretentious. Nonetheless, Coach Fitch had legitimate ground for discontent, as evidenced by the disconcerting statistics: fouls 31, 18, free throws 22-39, and field goals 16-32. The Warriors committed 13 fewer fouls than the Clippers, yet managed to secure a staggering 17 more free throws, resulting in a 16-point advantage from the charity stripe. Under such circumstances, the Clippers' resounding victory was not a testament to their overwhelming prowess or the tactical acumen of Coach Fitch. Rather, it underscored their extraordinary shooting accuracy that night, as if divine favor was upon them. This was an atypical triumph, and Fitch's only remark to the players post-game was to forget this match. During the player interviews, despite the presence of stars like Hardaway, Mullen, and Sprewell, Morton garnered considerable attention from reporters, primarily due to his astonishing dunk that left spectators in awe. Mr. Morton, how do you assess that dunk? That dunk? Goodness. Was that really me? It's simply unbelievable. Morton, having released his pent-up emotions, performed admirably, and with the team's victory, his spirits appeared high. Witnessing the dunk firsthand, reporters were in good spirits during the evening interviews, steering clear of any pointed inquiries regarding Hardaway's foul, instead opting for lighthearted topics. Morton, too, engaged in more conversation, creating an atmosphere of mutual enjoyment. The following morning, Morton habitually returned with an abundance of newspapers. Despite the previous day's marquee matchup between the Bulls and the Magic, numerous publications dedicated significant coverage to Morton, specifically his remarkable dunk. A jaw-dropping slam. Fans rally behind him. Undrafted rookie outshines the top pick with a reverse dunk. A defiant glare. A thunderous dunk, the Tiger unleashed. The New York Times relentlessly praised Morton, nearly elevating him to the status of a rare gem in the heavens. As Morton contemplated a future visit to New York, he resolved to uncover the reasons behind such adulation. After a day of rest, the Clippers were set to host the Vancouver Grizzlies on November 16th. Morton had eagerly awaited this encounter. On his last expedition to Canada, he had regrettably missed the game due to being sidelined, but this time he was prepared and eager to present his best form against this opponent. Not because they were formidable, but due to the presence of Bryant Rivers on the team. Chapter 32. Vancouver Grizzlies Bryant Rivers, a name that echoed from the past. Morton had previously crossed paths with him during his tryout with the Clippers, an encounter he would not soon forget. The mockery he faced that day lingered in his memory, fueling a vow to repay every slight in due time. Upon entering the league and learning that Rivers had been selected by the Grizzlies in the draft, he recognized that his opportunity for retribution was drawing near. Although he missed the opportunity to engage in their initial encounter due to injury, the prospect of avenging that setback at home while leading his team to a fourth consecutive victory against the Grizzlies presents a far more delightful outcome. The Grizzlies are one of the two teams newly introduced into the league during this year's expansion, with their home base situated in Vancouver, Canada. Perhaps many years hence, should the franchise relocate to Las Vegas, the Grizzlies might rise as a formidable force in the league. Bolstered by the prowess of their dual towers and a robust cadre of defensive stalwarts, potentially dominating the standings for an extended period. However, at present, they're decidedly a team of little repute. Lacking a glorious history, dazzling superstars, or formidable strength, most of their players are those discarded by other teams. The expansion draft, as its name implies, is an event orchestrated by the league to assist newly established teams in forming their initial rosters, occurring prior to the draft itself. Notably, this draft does not involve selecting new players from the pool, but rather entails selecting players from existing teams. Original teams can protect up to 8 of their players from being selected in the expansion draft, yet each must expose one player for the new teams to choose. And this player cannot be a free agent. The newly formed teams are permitted to select a minimum of 14 and a maximum of 27 players, with each team limited to selecting only one. Consequently, the players selected by the Grizzlies are predominantly those who would typically occupy the 9th or even the 10th spot on other teams, particularly given the introduction of 2 new franchises this year. What level of competitive strength can one expect from a team cobbled together in such a manner? Morton's glance across the roster reveals only 2 somewhat familiar names, Rivers and Byron Scott. Byron Scott, sharing the name with the current head coach of the Lakers, is indeed the same individual. He is a remarkably accomplished coach, having led the Nets to the NBA Finals twice, and his achievements during his playing career were even more illustrious. Drafted by the Clippers in 1983, he was subsequently traded to the Lakers. Throughout his 14-year career, he participated in 183 playoff games, ranking 7th in history, and secured 3 championships as a core player during the Lakers Showtime era. Had he not aged, it would have been unlikely for the Grizzlies to acquire a former all-star caliber shooting guard like him. In the frigid climate of Vancouver, even as a bench player, Scott continues to exhibit exceptional tenacity, averaging double-digit scoring, making him the most significant scoring asset on the Grizzlies bench. He stands as the most prominent player on the team, while the rest, even among the starters, struggle to match his stature. The intellectual backbone of the team is Greg Anthony, a dreamer with aspirations for a political career, yearning to become Nevada's first African-American senator, who ultimately had to yield to fate and embrace the path of basketball. Selected by the Knicks in 1991, he was gradually transformed into an outside shooter and defensive specialist. Upon joining the Grizzlies, he was compelled to shoulder the organizational burdens and it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the most pivotal player on the team. Scott was relegated to the bench by Bruce Edwards, whose performance had shown a consistent upward trajectory during his first 4 years in the league, culminating in an impressive average of 16, 9 points, 4, 7 rebounds, and 2, 6 assists in his 4th year, resembling that of a reliable third or even second option for the team. Regrettably, this promising ascent was short-lived, as he soon found himself grappling with inconsistency, often teetering between starting and bench roles. The Grizzlies had hoped to ignite a resurgence in him, yet, as it stands, such signs remain elusive. In the small forward position is Chris King, a player selected in the 2nd round by the Supersonics in 1992, who vanished from the league after a mere 3 seasons. Even within a struggling team like the Grizzlies, he found it challenging to secure a starting position, underscoring his limited capabilities. The power forward slot is occupied by Kenny Gaddison, a 6'8" player who has managed to fill the center role, as the Grizzlies aspire for him to impart resilience, tenacity, and much-needed defensive experience. At center is Benoit Benjamin, another former Clipper who entered the league with the promise of a 3rd overall pick and once showcased remarkable double-double averages, yet has since succumbed to the ravages of time. This starting lineup could aptly be described using a popular contemporary phrase, teammates of the CBA. Facing such a team, as long as the players remain vigilant and do not falter collectively, achieving victory should be relatively straightforward. At 7 o'clock, the game commenced amidst the deafening cheers of the audience. Owing to the Clippers' recent commendable form, having secured 3 consecutive victories, the turnout of fans was significantly higher than before. Deller, using his height and reach, managed to tip the ball away from the towering Benjamin, allowing Morton to gain secure control and advance the ball up the court. He felt a tinge of disappointment upon noticing that Rivers was not starting, realizing that he would have to bide his time for revenge. A glance toward the bench revealed Rivers engaged in a hushed conversation with Scott, who, upon noticing Morton's gaze, provocatively raised an eyebrow. Morton snorted softly, shifting his gaze from the bench of the Grizzlies to his opponent. With Rivers unable to take the court, he decided to make an example of you first. Spotting Anthony just a step away, Morton unhesitatingly executed a step-back 3-pointer. Although Anthony made a valiant effort to disrupt the shot, the considerable height difference rendered his interference futile. He could only watch helplessly as the basketball soared past him and swished through the net. Morton's face radiated with excitement as he cast a defiant glance at Rivers, only to find that the latter completely disregarded him, leaving Morton with an unsettling sense of futility. "Anthony, why do you keep staring at that hefty fellow? Do you have a score to settle with him?" asked AUT from behind as they transitioned back on defense. "Well, somewhat," Morton replied. "I'll help you teach him a lesson later." The implication of AUT's words was unmistakable. "Since you have a personal grievance, I shall assist you in reclaiming your honor. But for now, we must focus on the game. One must not undermine the boss's dignity." Morton nodded in feigned agreement, though in his heart he resolved to reclaim that honor himself. No assistance would suffice. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Anthony first called for Gaddison to set a screen. To Morton's surprise, Gaddison and Benjamin both surged forward, leaving him momentarily bewildered, believing he was witnessing a sophisticated tactic. Seizing the moment, Anthony capitalized on the cover provided by the 2 formidable men, breaking free from Morton and driving toward the basket. AUT abandoned Gaddison to bolster the defense in the paint, leading to an absurd turn of events. Both Gaddison and Benjamin cut into the lane simultaneously, transforming what had been an open space into a congested area, thereby obstructing Anthony's path to the hoop. Morton, witnessing this chaotic scene, was so perplexed that he momentarily forgot to defend. In desperation, Anthony passed the ball to the awaiting Edwards, then utilized the screen to dash toward the corner. It was only then that Morton regained his focus, but alas, it was too late. Edwards returned the ball to Anthony, who found himself unguarded 2 meters from basket. After a leisurely adjustment, Anthony launched a 3-point shot. As the ball soared through the air, Morton inwardly cursed, fearing that another 3-pointer would come back to haunt him. The ball, however, did not find its mark. Instead, it ricocheted off the rim, landing in AUT's grasp beneath the basket. Morton exhaled deeply, relieved that it had not gone in, for he would have faced yet another round of scolding. Stealing a glance at AUT's expression, he noticed a glare directed his way before AUT tossed him the ball, signaling him to orchestrate the next offensive play. Morton managed an awkward smile as he dribbled towards the Grizzlies' half of the court. Anthony's recent missed 3-pointer had misled Morton into believing that he was facing a player of limited capability. While Anthony had once exhibited commendable defensive and shooting skills, Those days of prowess seemed long past. Consequently, Morton approached this offensive play with an alarming lack of diligence, his dribbling careless and unfocused. Tragically, this complacency led to his downfall. Morton committed a turnover, allowing Anthony to intercept the ball and instigate a fast break for the Grizzlies. With a 2-on-1 advantage in the front court, Morton hurried back, yet the prospect of catching up appeared bleak. Chapter 33. The Dawn of Vengeance. Morton ultimately failed to reach the ball. Anthony and Edwards executed a seamless 2-on-1 play in the front court, easily converting a layup. Look at that clown's pitiful performance. Rivers, witnessing this scene, could not suppress his derisive laughter, causing Morton's expression to darken ominously. Anger surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to recklessly charge at that detestable face and deliver a couple of kicks. At that moment, a cold snort jolted him from his fury. Oat walked past Morton, merely emitting a disdainful grunt, showing no inclination to chastise further. He silently retrieved the ball and passed it to Healy, yet this simple act spoke volumes. Healy recognized that he was not the orchestrator of the offense and passed the ball back to Morton, offering him an encouraging glance. What was wrong with Anthony today? Hadn't he claimed that Morton had resolved his inner turmoil after the last game? Fitch, observing Morton's continued subpar performance, questioned in confusion. Ronnie also appeared bewildered. After a brief exchange, it was clear that Morton had indeed resolved his issues, as evidenced by his outstanding performance in the second half. However, if he had truly overcome his struggles, how could his initial performance be explained? Could it be that he had developed a new issue? If he had a psychological barrier before this game, perhaps he should abandon coaching altogether and become a psychologist instead. Rivers glanced at the Grizzlies bench and noticed Fitch and Ronnie wearing expressions of perplexity. He recounted the mockery Morton had faced during his tryout. Should we consider substituting him now and then bring him back when Rivers takes the court? Nelson proposed a rather peculiar suggestion, shaking his head afterward, deeming it impractical. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener took heed. Nelson forgot his words, yet Fitch contemplated the feasibility of the suggestion. Moments later, a confident smile appeared on his face. Winning was paramount, and everything else was secondary. When the next dead ball occurred, Fitch substituted De'Aaron for Morton. In just 3 minutes into the game, a seemingly untroubled starter was benched, leaving commentators, fans, teammates, and opponents in a state of uproar. The Clippers made an astonishing adjustment, replacing their starting point guard within the opening minutes. Although Morton's performance today seemed off, he had not committed any grave errors. It was far from a benching-worthy display. Did this substitution signal something ominous? De'Aaron sprinted onto the court, brimming with excitement. He believed that Morton's lackluster performance had pushed the coach to his limits, and his opportunity to seize the position was at hand. He was determined to capitalize on this chance and avoid the mistakes of his previous game. Morton returned to the bench in a fit of anger, sulking as he draped a towel over his face, refusing to engage with any of his teammates or coaches. His ire was not due to being substituted by the coach, nor was it a fear of the AI usurping his starting position. In his eyes, the AI posed little threat. His frustration stemmed from the possibility of missing yet another opportunity to face Rivers. This missed encounter left him pondering when their next meeting would occur. As the saying goes, a noble man avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. But he was no nobleman. He could scarcely wait a single day. Anthony Roney nudged the sulking Morton, who remained indifferent, not even removing the towel from his face. Bill remarked that as soon as Rivers stepped onto the court, he would be the one to replace him. Really? Morton exclaimed as he yanked the towel from his face, a look of surprise illuminating his features as he gazed at Roney. Of course, if you don't believe me, just ask Bill, Roney replied, his expression revealing a sense of certainty as he gestured towards Ficknew. Morton would certainly not foolishly approach Fitch. Instead, he excitedly embraced Roney, almost as if he were tempted to nibble at him. Thus, one must fervently hope that Rivers will receive more playing time, Roney suddenly remarked with a mischievous grin. Morton paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and proclaimed with great enthusiasm, as long as I can face Rivers. Even a mere minute on the court is of no consequence. Once Didhe took to the floor, burdened by the weight of Morton and Richardson. His performance could only be described with a dismissive meh. In the presence of defensive specialist Anthony, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to showcase his skills. After being stripped of the ball once, he hesitated to dribble further. Upon reaching the offensive end, it appeared his duties were fulfilled. He would casually pass the ball to a teammate and then retreat to the corner, lying in wait. It is indeed a bitter irony that a point guard has devolved into merely a shooter. without the orchestrating presence of a traditional playmaker. The Clippers were left to fend for themselves on the court, and fortunate were they that their opponents were the Grizzlies, which spared them from greater humiliation. The Grizzlies, hastily assembled over the summer with players cobbled together from various teams, lacked significant talent, and the 3 months of practice had failed to coalesce into a coherent strategy. This resulted in frequent chaos on the court, explaining why, when Anthony called for a pick and roll, both Benjamin and Gaddison rushed to the forefront simultaneously. As the game approached the 8.5-minute mark, the Grizzlies finally introduced Rivers into the fray. In response, Fitch substituted Morton and Roberts into the game. Upon hearing the coach's directive, Morton sprang from the bench, his eyes gleaming at the sight of Rivers in the distance, eagerly cracking his knuckles and brimming with anticipation. Morton replaced Didhe, while Roberts took the place of Della. This time, Morton entered the game with a vigor that dispelled the lethargy of the opening moments. Could it be that Fitch's decision to bench him was not a punishment, but rather a tactical insight? Observing his forthcoming performance might yield the answer. Roberts' substitution for Della was a highly strategic move, as his primary task was to engage in a physical contest against the formidable Rivers in the paint. Bryant Rivers, affectionately nicknamed Big Country, was selected as the 6th pick in this year's first round, making him a cornerstone figure for the Grizzlies. In an era dominated by formidable athletes, this white center's rise to prominence was largely attributed to his imposing physique. To refer to him as large is a slight elevation. A more candid description would be obese. Weighing in at 125 kilograms, his bulk was his ticket to survival in the league, especially considering that the legendary Shaquille O'Neal weighed only 147 kilograms. With his ample frame, Rivers carved out a niche for himself in the league through sheer under-the-basket finesse and an unwavering defensive demeanor. Unfortunately, as it is often the case, what aided his ascent ultimately contributed to his downfall. His very weight became his undoing. During the 1998-99 season, his knees, burdened by excessive strain, finally succumbed to the pressure, causing him to miss half the season. As one issue begins to manifest, a cascade of others inevitably follows. His ankle and waist soon encountered troubles, leading to a gradual decline in his condition, ultimately resulting in his departure from the court after the conclusion of the 2000-2001 season. Coach Fitch's decision to substitute Roberts was driven solely by the hope that this somewhat portly individual could withstand the onslaught of Rivers. While Rivers' weight was formidable, Roberts was not exactly lightweight himself. During the preseason physical examination, his weight reached an astonishing 128 kilograms, slightly surpassing that of Rivers. One can only imagine the astonishment on Morton's face had he known that Roberts' peak weight had even soared to 144 kilograms, rivaling that of O'Neal. To enable Morton to unleash his potential and redeem himself, Fitch specifically deployed the formidable Roberts for support. With the coach's encouraging gaze and palpable concern, a fierce determination ignited within Morton. Chapter 34. Revenge. After dribbling past half-court, Morton called upon Stanley to set a screen. There are advantages to being hefty. At least during the screen, Stanley's substantial frame effectively shielded Anthony, forcing the Grizzlies to adopt a switch defense. Upon entering the game, Morton immediately matched up against Rivers, igniting his excitement. He recalled their previous encounter during tryouts, where he had utilized Garnett's screen to evade Eldridge, subsequently facing Rivers in a classic David versus Goliath scenario, mirroring the current situation. On that occasion, Rivers resorted to a foul to thwart Morton, but this time, Morton would not allow him the same opportunity. Rivers, having gained valuable experience after several games in the league, refrained from employing the same tactics. He had frequently encountered situations of switching defense, where some opponents were not necessarily slower than Morton. He pressed closely against Morton, subtly tugging at his jersey to impede his acceleration. Frustrated by Rivers' incessant harassment, Morton executed a sudden stop followed by a burst of speed. Due to his considerable weight, Rivers struggled to shift his center of gravity, allowing Morton to break free. Rivers reached out in an attempt to commit a foul, but Morton denied him even that chance, passing the ball to the trailing Roberts. Like Morton, Rivers' attention was wholly fixated on his opponent upon seeing him. In recent days, he had heard various reports about Morton, yet he had always dismissed them, refusing to believe the sensationalism of the press. To him, it was evident that these unscrupulous publications were merely profiting from Morton's success, intent on elevating him unjustly. He failed to consider that even if some newspapers had indeed benefited from Morton, it was improbable that all of them had. Upon arriving in Los Angeles and witnessing Morton take the court as a starter, his delusions were ruthlessly shattered. He was unwilling to accept this reality. He grappled with the question, Why? He was the 6th overall pick in this year's draft, which means only 5 players are deemed superior to him. Yet, he finds himself unable to secure a starting position with the Memphis Grizzlies, while a mere undrafted rookie has risen to become the primary point guard for the Clippers. Consequently, envy and anger consumed him. Once merely a clown, subjected to humiliation without the courage to object, a pitiful creature who would have been cast aside even during tryouts. He now seeks to prove to everyone that he remains just a rookie, perpetually vulnerable to ridicule and incapable of rising above his circumstances. Thus, as Morton stepped onto the court, Rivers focused all his attention on him, entirely oblivious to Roberts trailing behind. Little did he anticipate that Morton would make such an audacious pass. Upon receiving the ball, Roberts deliberately nudged Rivers aside before executing a powerful two-handed dunk, his imposing physique causing the entire hoop to tremble. After a celebratory high-five with Morton, he turned to the visibly flustered Rivers, uttering a mocking fool before darting away with buoyancy. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Anthony seized the moment to learn from the sidelines, prompting Rivers to set a screen, which he utilized to penetrate towards the basket. Just as Rivers struggled to keep pace with Morton, Roberts found himself equally unable to match Anthony's speed. However, one notable difference was that Anthony lacked Morton's height. In the face of Rivers' defense, Morton could confidently approach the basket after creating some distance, whereas Anthony felt too intimidated to do the same, constantly aware of the looming threat posed by Roberts' relentless pursuit. Thus, a remarkably similar scene unfolded once more as Anthony passed the ball to the approaching Rivers. Morton had long awaited this moment. He lunged forward, intercepting the ball with precision. A splendid steal, Rivers remained entirely unprepared. Did the Clippers now have an opportunity for a fast break? Morton turned his gaze and noticed that the Grizzlies' defenders were quick to retreat, leaving little opportunity for advantage. Thus, he steadied his pace instead of hastily seeking a quick score. Transitioning into a set play, Morton gestured for Roberts to come forward for a screen. The audience discerned that these 4 players, in their respective pairs, seemed to have engaged in a competitive dance, sharing the same position and strategy, while the other 6 on the court had become mere spectators. This time, Rivers refrained from running alongside Roberts. Instead, he retreated slightly to thwart Morton's drive, utilizing Roberts' screen to shake off Anthony. Morton found himself with a clear view and decisively took a jump shot. The basketball swished through the net, adding 2 more points to Morton's tally. Did you think that merely retreating like a turtle would suffice? Although American vernacular lacks the colorful expressions found elsewhere, Rivers recognized the disdain in Morton's eyes, understanding that it was far from a compliment. Don't celebrate prematurely. Rivers' retorts appeared feeble in the face of Morton's prowess. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Anthony sought to have Rivers set a screen for him, but Rivers disregarded him entirely, positioning himself firmly in the paint and demanding the ball. As the team's starter and strategist, Anthony would typically intimidate a rookie like Rivers. Yet it was evident that Rivers' status as a high-ranked draft pick far surpassed Anthony's in the team hierarchy. Given Rivers' potential, he was undeniably viewed as the cornerstone for the team's future, while Anthony's place remained uncertain, likely relegated to a supportive role. After a fleeting display of annoyance on Rivers' face, Anthony ultimately succumbed to the pressure and passed him the ball. Upon receiving it, Rivers finally showcased the value of being the 6th overall pick. Though he shared a similar build with Roberts, he was more robust and agile. Establishing position against Roberts, he began to exert force, using his body to push toward the basket. Even with all his might, Roberts could only marginally delay Rivers' advance, with Rivers already deep in position. After a couple of steps, the hoop came into view behind him. Cradling the ball with both hands, he executed a jump step and half turn, forcefully displacing Roberts as he slammed the ball through the hoop. After landing, Rivers unleashed a roar towards Morton, seemingly aiming to release all the frustration from their previous exchanges. "Your dunk was quite ungraceful," Morton scoffed, adding that even if Rivers scored 10 baskets, it mattered little to him, as he was not the one defending against him. At this remark, Rivers fell silent, realizing the fundamental difference between inside and outside play. When the perimeter and the paint contest one another, the advantage invariably lies with the perimeter as they wield the initiative. Much like Morton, if he wishes to engage Rivers in direct confrontation, he could easily create mismatches through screens or movement. However, should he choose to avoid this confrontation, Rivers cannot simply abandon the paint to swap defensive duties with Anthony. When it is Rivers' turn to attack, he cannot merely dribble out to the 3-point line to challenge Morton, who has the option to apply double coverage against him. Observing Rivers' frustrated retreat to the backcourt, Morton silently scoffed. He had no intention of letting this fellow off the hook so easily. As the Clippers initiated their offensive play, Morton called upon Roberts for a screen for the third time, and the other three stalwarts on the court displayed no signs of discontent. Fitch had long declared his unwavering support for Morton in his duel against Rivers, and with the coach's endorsement, Morton instantly became the privileged player on the court. Roberts dashed over eagerly. The recent dunk by Rivers before him appeared to have left no mark on his spirits, which led Morton to reflect on the man's remarkable resilience. With Stanley positioned at a high spot, Rivers found himself in a quandary. Should he pursue him? If he did, Morton would drive inside. If he hesitated, Morton would take the shot. Regardless of his choice, it seemed an inescapable deadlock. In the midst of his indecision, he unfortunately caught sight of the contemptuous smirk at the corner of Morton's mouth, recalling the earlier metaphor Morton made about a turtle. Resolutely, he decided to follow suit. Morton's smile widened as he suddenly sprang into action when Rivers emerged, completely disregarding Roberts' screen, and instead darting out from the opposite side of Anthony. This seemingly illogical maneuver proved remarkably effective, as no one anticipated Morton would opt for a counter-directional drive after Roberts had already established his position. This unexpected action disrupted the Grizzlies' defensive strategy, prompting Rivers to hastily change direction midway through his run. Once freed from Anthony's grasp, Morton charged toward the Grizzlies' paint with lightning speed, and Rivers barely managed to arrive in time. Faced with the soaring Morton, Rivers, in a moment of impulsive zeal, attempted to leap for a block. However, it is wise to possess self-awareness, a lesson Rivers evidently overlooked. For a man of his stature to elevate even 30 centimeters off the ground would indeed be a remarkable feat. Morton embraced the ball with both hands, facing the oncoming wall of flesh without flinching. Determined to exact his revenge, he opted for the most straightforward and brutal method to dismantle his opponent, a means to release the pent-up fury within him. With a resounding thud, Morton forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, igniting a thunderous roar of cheers from the crowd. Yet, no one seemed to notice the fleeting pain that flickered across his face. Morton released the rim and gracefully descended to the ground, basking in the adoration of the audience. As for Rivers, he served merely as a backdrop, his valiant leap resulting only in a foul against Morton. In Chapter 35, titled Injury, Rivers committed a personal foul, allowing 2 points to be counted, along with a free throw. Both head coaches seized the opportunity to substitute their lineups, granting their starters a brief respite. With Rivers remaining on the court, Fitch opted not to replace Morton and Roberts. Following the successful free throw, the Clippers, under Morton's leadership, surged with a 7-2 run, not only leveling the score, but also taking a 4-point lead, and the situation appeared promising. Perhaps overwhelmed by Morton's consecutive baskets, Rivers' performance subsequently plummeted. Missing shots in the paint and having passes intercepted were bad enough, but as a center, failing to convert an open layup was enough to earn a spot in the annals of blunders. Having avenged his earlier grievances, Morton felt a sense of relief. The game became increasingly effortless for him. After entering the game in the latter half of the first quarter, he had not left the court since. However, as the match progressed, he began to sense a dull ache in his thigh, the result of a collision with Rivers during a forced layup. Initially manageable, the pain intensified to the point where, by halftime, he could no longer endure it and sought help from the team physician. Having concluded the first half with a commanding 15-point lead, Fitch was initially in high spirits, but upon learning of Morton's potential injury, his mood swiftly soured. "What is the injury? How serious is it?" Fitch inquired anxiously. "It appears to be a strain of the inner thigh ligament," the team doctor hesitantly replied. "What do you mean by appears?" Fitch asked, his dissatisfaction evident. The Clippers' physician, a tall, thin man in his 40s with prominent cheekbones that hinted at a childhood of malnutrition, was now sweating profusely, his speech faltering. "I'm not entirely certain. It could be a ligament strain or a tear, but we'll need to await the results of the MRI." Fitch cast an irritated glance, but refrained from pressing further. He recognized the limitations of the Clippers' medical staff and could only await the MRI results the following day. The term MRI refers to magnetic resonance imaging, an imaging technique used in medical examinations. Morton, having been a basketball player in his previous life, was no stranger to MRIs. The necessity of an MRI often implied a serious injury, and upon hearing the possibility of a ligament tear, his heart inexplicably raced. How did Derrick Rose transition from an MVP-caliber superstar to a perennial patient? Was it not due to a torn ligament? However, Morton was unaware that Rose had suffered a knee ligament tear, while the potential tear in his inner thigh ligament was of a different severity altogether. Even so, a 3-month period of rest is imperative. Whether there are any lingering effects will depend on the recovery situation. Are you certain? Fitch inquired, his persistence unwavering. Uncertain, but it is a possibility, came the team's physician's meticulously guarded response. Yet, even the most favorable scenario of a ligament strain, a minimum of 1 to 2 weeks of rest is required. At least 1 to 2 weeks. Fitch's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed a rather bleak piece of news. Tomorrow, they are set to face the Mavericks at home in a back-to-back match, followed by the Los Angeles Derby 3 days later, and then yet another back-to-back away challenge against the Trailblazers. After 5 games in 4 days, their subsequent opponent will be the Nets, should Morton recover well. He might make his return in that match. However, if fortune does not smile upon them, the following challenges will be against the Spurs and the Rockets, with a potential return only in time for the next confrontation with the Spurs. Fitch found it difficult to envision the scene of D'Angelo taking the starting position for 1 to 2 weeks. It was a picturesque scenario, fraught with challenges. Despite his inner turmoil, he had to maintain an air of calm and composure, projecting an image of control. He reassured the team that there was nothing to be overly concerned about, and he conveyed to Morton that his injury was not severe, with a minimal chance of ligament rupture and a swift recovery anticipated. Morton, with a sense of despondency, nodded faintly. He had absorbed the team physician's words. If it were indeed a torn ligament, his career would be in jeopardy. Even a mere ligament strain would render his professional journey fraught with challenges. 4. Even if he returned to face the Spurs on November 30th, it would not be long before the team's star point guard, Richardson, was back on the court as well. He had intended to seize the opportunity during Richardson's 1-month absence to demonstrate his prowess and secure the primary point guard position, but with this unfortunate turn of events, he found himself sidelined alongside Richardson, and those aspirations were dashed. After half a month of competition, with 2 point guards injured, the atmosphere within the team was notably somber. Perhaps only didhe could still find a reason to smile within. Though the game was not yet concluded, it was evident that most players' thoughts had strayed from the match itself. As the second half commenced, Coach Fitch deliberated extensively before deciding to place Barry in the starting lineup to replace Morton, relegating didhe once again to the bench. Morton's injury had stirred some ripples, yet it quickly faded into the background amidst the mounting tension on the court. With the primary point guard injured and team morale dwindling, the Grizzlies seized a precious opportunity to close the gap, even narrowing the deficit to 3 points at one stage. In a crucial moment, Barry, who had stepped up to replace Morton, delivered 2 consecutive three-pointers to stabilize the situation. Witnessing this, didhe felt his briefly revived spirits sink once more. Was he truly destined to remain a non-starter? Richardson's injury had paved the way for Morton, and now Morton's injury had led to the emergence of Barry, who was not even a point guard. If Barry were to sustain an injury, what sort of player might take his place? Would Fitch resort to a center to fill the starting point guard role? Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, confined to the recesses of his mind. Thanks to Barry's remarkable performance in the second half, the Clippers ultimately secured a narrow victory with a score of 104 to 109. In this match, 11 players took to the court for the Clippers, 10 of whom scored, with 6 achieving double digits. Otto was particularly impressive, shooting 9 of 17 to amass a game-high 19 points and 19 rebounds. Deller contributed with 5 of 10 for 15 points and 7 boards. Barry shone in the second half with 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, totaling 15 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. Murray shot 4 of 8 for 11 points. Roberts, coming off the bench, managed 4 of 5 for 10 points and 5 boards. Morton played only half of the game, shooting 5 of 9 for 14 points, alongside 4 assists and 2 steals, while Healy, following his previous breakout game, returned to form with only 3 of 10 for 8 points. The Grizzlies demonstrated remarkable resilience, nearly achieving a dramatic comeback after trailing by 15 points at halftime, though their efforts ultimately fell short. In this contest, they fielded 9 players, all of whom contributed to the scoring, with 5 reaching double digits. Surprisingly, the highest scorer was Scott, who came off the bench to achieve an impressive 18 points on 6 out of 10 attempts. Anthony managed to secure 17 points and 8 assists from 15 attempts, while Edwards contributed 16 points and 4 rebounds from 13 shots. Derek Martin scored 12 points on 5 out of 9 attempts, and Chris King added 11 points along with a team high of 6 rebounds from 6 attempts. Following the game, journalists, after interviewing the coaches of both teams, found themselves at a loss regarding whom to approach among the bench players. Undoubtedly, Scott was the most prominent figure, yet his years of experience in the league had rendered him adept at evading probing inquiries, leaving journalists with little valuable insight. In that moment, they began to reminisce about Morton, recalling his audacity and unfiltered expressions, with thoughts echoing those of the Clippers players. How wonderful it would be if Morton were not injured. Chapter 36. The rise of De'Aaron for Morton. This sudden injury was gravely disheartening, having finally established his presence within the team and prepared to showcase his talents. Everything had now crumbled into dust, obliterated by this injury. That evening, Morton tossed and turned, unable to find solace. The mere thought of a potential ligament tear filled him with deep regret, lamenting his impulsive actions and reckless heroism, insisting on executing a spectacular dunk over a defender. Now, should it indeed be a ligament tear, he had no doubt that the team would unhesitatingly release him to save costs and create cap space. Even if he were to recover, it would be futile. For the first time, he felt the night stretch interminably, as if his soul endured an eternity of torment. Simultaneously, he sensed the night's brevity, wishing dawn would never arrive, fearful of the grim news awaiting him. Yet time, indifferent to human desires, continued its relentless march. Eventually, night would yield to day, and sunlight would once again grace the earth. The following day arrived as anticipated, and the results of the MRI were unveiled. Upon witnessing the doctor's grave demeanor, Morton felt akin to a condemned prisoner, despondently lying on the hospital bed. "Mr. Morton, I must convey unfortunate news. Our tests indicate a strain in the ligament on the inner side of your thigh. While it is possible to play through the injury, to prevent further deterioration and safeguard your career, you may need to miss the upcoming 2 weeks of games." "I understand. Rest assured, I will comply," Morton responded, only to suddenly process the information, his face lighting up with surprise. "A ligament strain? Indeed, that is splendid," Morton exclaimed with exhilaration. Although he might have to rest for 2 weeks, the strained medial ligament was, under the circumstances, the most favorable outcome. It was not a severe injury. Even an average person may experience a ligament strain while playing basketball, and with a period of proper rest, recovery is assured, leaving no lingering effects upon return. Fitch, who was diligently preparing for the game that evening, also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. 2 weeks was manageable. That night, Morton watched from his hospital bed as the Clippers faced the Mavericks at home, following the injuries to both star point guards. What initially seemed a foregone conclusion turned into an unexpected upset. The game concluded with the visiting team leading 101-90, with the home side trailing behind. The Clippers triumphed over the Mavericks, led by the formidable 3J trio, through their indomitable home spirit and seamless teamwork. To others, this result was a surprise, yet to Morton, it was entirely predictable. Being from a future time, Morton was acutely aware that the so-called most potent trio in the league was merely a farce. Not only did these three fail to maintain their partnership, ultimately parting ways due to a woman, but their impressive scoring was also predicated on excessive attempts. This season, Jamal Mashburn averaged 21, 3 shots per game, yielding 23, 4 points. Jason Kidd averaged 16 attempts for 16, 6 points, while Jim Jackson's efficiency was slightly higher, averaging 16 shots for 18, 9 points. In Morton's view, if a team could manage to achieve success with these 3 offensive black holes on the court, it would indeed be a miracle. Thus, he was not the least bit surprised by the Clippers' victory in this match. Following this win, the Clippers extended their winning streak to 5 games, with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. They found themselves tied for third in the Western Conference alongside the Supersonics, Jazz, and Kings, trailing only the Rockets and Spurs. The favorable performance and exceptional chemistry among the team members infused the Clippers' locker room with a lighthearted atmosphere, dissipating some of the gloom that Morton's absence had cast. De'Aaron even privately remarked that the team's success was not significantly impacted by Morton's presence or absence. However, his words would soon be harshly contradicted. On November 19th, the Clippers faced the Lakers in an away game for the Los Angeles Derby. In the absence of star shooting guard Eddie Jones, the Lakers triumphed with a resounding 109-88 victory over the Clippers. In the aftermath of his bold claims from the previous game, De'Aaron had a chance to shine, playing 14 minutes, making 1 of 4 attempts, and contributing 2 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. Yet his teammates faltered, and the team could not secure the win. Upon reading the news in the Los Angeles Times, Morton relished the moment, grateful there was no alcohol around. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to drunken revelry. Yet his joy was perhaps premature. The following day, during a back-to-back away game against the Portland Trail Blazers, De'Aaron redeemed himself with an outstanding performance, playing 35 minutes, making 6 of 8 attempts, and scoring 17 points along with 10 assists and 5 rebounds. helping the team stay competitive until the final moments. Regrettably, the team faltered in the final moments, succumbing to a decisive surge from the Trailblazers. De'Aaron appeared to shed his burdens during this match, and although his performance fluctuated in subsequent games, there was a general upward trajectory. On November 22nd, the Clippers faced the New Jersey Nets at home, delivering one of their finest performances of the season. The score, 125-92, reflected a resounding victory by 33 points, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. De'Aaron once again excelled, playing for 24 minutes, shooting 6 out of 8 attempts, and accumulating 19 points, alongside 4 assists and 3 rebounds. On November 25th, the Clippers hosted the San Antonio Spurs, concluding the game with a score of 100-91. The Clippers' interior defense was overwhelmed by the formidable Robinson. Yet De'Aaron's performance remained commendable, as he played 26 minutes, making 3 of 5 shots and contributing 12 points and 6 assists. If there was a Clippers game the night before, the first thing Morton would do upon waking was to check De'Aaron's statistics. Observing De'Aaron's consistent improvement and stability, Morton found himself torn between joy for the team and concern for his own position. With Richardson's return looming, the pressure on Morton intensified, as De'Aaron's relentless pursuit made his own standing precarious. Beset by anxiety over his role upon returning, Morton struggled with his recovery, rendering it far from ideal. After a follow-up examination, the doctor delivered unfortunate news. Due to the slow progress of his injury, his return would be delayed by another week. Another week? Upon hearing this, Morton became agitated. He could scarcely endure another day, yearning to don his gear and reclaim his starting position. However, when he approached Coach Fitch with this request, he was met with a resolute refusal after the coach consulted with the medical staff. Fitch urged him to focus on his recovery, assuring him that a place on the team would always be available. A place on the team? What sort of position? Fitch's vague assurances left Morton feeling deeply disappointed. He had always viewed Fitch as a mentor, aspiring to repay him with loyalty and create a legendary teacher-student narrative. Yet upon hearing those words, a bitter smile crept across his lips. Had Fitch told him that, due to tactical necessities or the team's need for victory, he might serve as Richardson's substitute or the 6th man upon his return, Morton, though reluctant, would have accepted the role without hesitation. However, upon hearing those words, the last remnants of his unrealistic fantasies were shattered. The NBA was not a paradise. Chapter 37. A familiar stranger since the coach refused to allow him to take the court. The rookie Morton knew he could not twist the coach's arm with his feeble strength and could only remain on the bench, focusing on his recovery while quietly observing Didhe dominate in the position that should have been his. On November 28th, the Clippers faced the Western Conference leaders, the Rockets. Under the formidable presence of superstars Olajuwon and Drexler, the Rockets seized an early lead that they maintained throughout the game, resulting in a victory devoid of suspense. This defeat was anticipated, so the Clippers players were not overly disheartened. However, one matter weighed heavily on their minds. Their only interior backup, Roberts, suffered a back injury due to Olajuwon's dazzling footwork, further exacerbating the Clippers' personnel woes. Didhe once again delivered an impressive performance, playing for 34 minutes and accumulating 13 points, 11 assists, and 4 rebounds. His consistent excellence finally earned him a chance to start. 2 days later, in the away game against the Spurs, Didhe successfully usurped Barry's position, becoming a starter. In this game, Didhe exhibited a newfound confidence, shooting 4 of 8 and scoring 14 points along with 7 assists and 3 rebounds, numbers that aptly suited a starting point guard on a struggling team. Although the team still lost the match, one could not fault him excessively. When Morton learned this news, a wave of despondency washed over him. As if someone had closed the door to his once bright world, he began to regret his incessant daydreaming and lack of commitment to his rehabilitation and training. Had he been more proactive in his recovery, perhaps Didhe would not have claimed his position. Now he found himself destitute, back in the awkward situation he faced when he first joined the team, relegated to the role of second-string point guard. Once a person has savored delicacies, they are loath to return to meager fare. Once someone has grown accustomed to wielding power, they are unlikely to willingly embrace mediocrity again. Morton, too, resented his sudden fall from the starting point guard to a position of insignificance, barely seeing any playing time as the second-string point guard. Yet he felt powerless to change his fate. This encapsulates the sorrow of those lower-tier players in the league. They remain on the bench, patiently awaiting the coach's call. They must perpetually maintain peak condition, seizing every opportunity to shine, all for the slim chance of securing a starting role. Yet, even if they are fortunate enough to claim a starting position, A single injury or a temporary slump can swiftly revert them to their former status, necessitating a fresh start. Morton now finds himself in a rather awkward predicament, desperately yearning to reaffirm his worth to the head coach. The impending match against the league-leading Chicago Bulls presents an excellent opportunity. However, the coach has already advised him to rest for an additional week under the pretense of recovery. It is certain that he will not be included in the lineup while still nursing an incomplete injury. In this challenging scenario, Morton unexpectedly encounters someone he never anticipated, Chloe Keller. She is the first woman he has loved since his arrival in this world, the only one with whom he has ever shared an intimate connection, and she has occupied a special place in his heart. Each time a visitor came to see him, he found himself hoping to catch a glimpse of that beloved face. Yet disappointment greeted him time and again, leading him to relinquish any hope of seeing her. Following his injury, teammates from the Clippers had paid him visits. Kevin Garnett had even called to express his concern, and his agent Miller reached out with words of care, yet she remained absent. Now, she appears, just as his recovery is nearing completion, leaving Morton feeling somewhat bewildered. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his voice laced with confusion. "Why shouldn't I come?" Keller replied, casting him a flirtatious glance, her tone slightly playful. Morton discovered that the woman before him had transformed, the bashful girl with familiar brows, whose demeanor was once modest and restrained, had vanished, replaced by an alluring woman who cast flirtatious glances and spoke with enchanting grace. Morton found it hard to fathom how a person could undergo such profound transformation in less than a month. Although her appearance remained unchanged, her demeanor, gestures, and aura were entirely different, as if the world had been turned upside down. Keller, without a hint of hesitation, seated herself beside Morton's bed, leaning in to scrutinize him. Morton inwardly sighed. In the past, she would have been exceedingly cautious around him, offering no pretense of warmth, let alone encroaching upon his personal space. Even after their intimate encounter, she had merely asserted a boundary with a self-righteous claim of mutual benefit. "Is there a reason for your visit today?" Morton inquired. "Can I come to see you if there is nothing else?" Keller's sudden shift in demeanor left Morton feeling quite unsettled, goosebumps prickling over his skin. "Let us keep the conversation civil," Morton remarked, raising an eyebrow in mild annoyance. The revelation of his awareness seemed to embarrass Keller, a flicker of anger flashing across her face as her eyes widened in indignation. However, upon noticing Morton's indifference, her expression softened, betraying an undeniable weariness. "What's brought about this change in you? What change? Why should it concern you?" Though Keller's tone was laced with discontent, Morton felt a sense of relief. This was the Keller he recognized. "Do you still wish to conduct interviews?" Who cares for your interviews? I have no need for them anymore," Keller scoffed dismissively. Her words struck a chord in Morton, casting a shadow over his heart. This connection through their interviews was their sole remaining bond. If Keller no longer desired his insights, their opportunities to meet would dwindle significantly. "I plan to resign in a few days. I shall no longer interview you insufferable men," Keller said, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, reflecting her hopeful aspirations for the future. "I recently met a screenwriter who promised to help me break into Hollywood. Perhaps one day you will see me on the big screen." In that moment, Morton was transported back to their first encounter, where she had radiated enthusiasm and innocence. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, words poised on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately swallowed back. He did not wish to delve into the darker aspects of the entertainment industry. He couldn't believe Keller was unaware or had not already experienced them firsthand. He was at a loss as to what words or stance to adopt to dissuade her from such ambitions, considering the sacrifices she was willing to make for her dreams. "Well, congratulations. I look forward to witnessing your performances on screen," Morton offered sincerely. "Thank you. I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend to the league," Keller replied, visibly delighted by Morton's compliment. Ascend to the league? After his injury comeback, it remains uncertain whether the team will have a place for him. The future of the league is shrouded in ambiguity, and Morton's countenance grew somewhat grim. Keller, having some understanding of Morton's predicament, noticed his somber expression and silently resolved to lend a helping hand before departing. "By the way, you did not come here merely to discuss this, did you?" "Indeed, I have come to bid you farewell." "Farewell? Did not that screenwriter assure you a passage into Hollywood?" "Yes, but he mentioned that I must first gather experience, credentials, and notoriety elsewhere. I believe I will be in New York for a while." Upon hearing Keller's words, Morton felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet the thought of Keller making a special trip to say goodbye lifted his spirits considerably. "You're my only friend of the opposite sex in this city. Keller suddenly pressed her right hand against Morton's chest, leaning forward, gazing deeply into his eyes. "Did you not mention having a boyfriend?" Morton inquired, puzzled. Keller smiled without a reply, the allure in her expression igniting a warmth within Morton, leaving his lips parched. Just as he prepared to make his next move, Keller abruptly sat up straight, bursting into laughter. "Such splendid acting. I am confident that Hollywood will eventually find a place for you." Morton felt deceived, a flicker of irritation igniting within him. Yet Keller remained unperturbed, continuing to laugh until tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, only gradually restraining her mirth as Morton's expression grew increasingly troubled, prompting him to turn away. Once more, she leaned down, gently brushing her lips against his, whispering, "Anthony, we are friends, but merely friends forever. Well, I must take my leave. Take care of your injury. Do not dwell on it. Everything will be all right." With that, without waiting for Morton's response, Keller elegantly turned and departed. Morton stood, staring blankly at her retreating figure for a considerable time, acutely aware that from that moment on, the girl he once knew would be forever altered, replaced by an actress named Chloe Keller. The Clippers set sail, Chapter 38, The Legendary Bulls, the following morning. As Morton habitually perused the newspaper, an article in the Los Angeles Times captured his attention. What does the Clippers' victory lack? The piece began with a succinct overview of the Clippers' current state, highlighting well-known areas in need of improvement, such as a lack of strength in the paint, the youth of the players, and the minimal disparity in skill between starters and substitutes. If the article had merely concluded here, Morton would have regarded it as nothing more than a trivial discourse aimed at inflating word count and earning fees. However, the subsequent content captured his attention. Even with a roster of this caliber and the absence of starting point guard Richardson, the Clippers achieved a respectable record of 7 wins and 8 losses, securing the 8th position in the Western Conference. This accomplishment can undoubtedly be attributed to the strategic acumen of the head coach, the players' relentless efforts, and the team's unwavering collaboration. Yet, I contend that the most pivotal factor is Anthony Morton. One might wonder what impact a rookie who has only participated in 3 games could possibly have. However, it is noteworthy that in the 3 games Morton played, the Clippers emerged victorious, each time securing their triumph well in advance. In stark contrast, during the other matches from which Morton was absent, the Clippers managed a dismal record of 4 wins and 8 losses. Neither Barry nor De'Aaron, who filled in for him as starters, could alter the team's fate, regardless of their performances. The contributions of some individuals cannot be quantified by mere statistics. While they may seem inconspicuous during their presence, their absence reveals their irreplaceable value. And Morton epitomizes such a person. When Morton read this article, the first image that flooded his mind was that of Kayla, her enchanting silhouette, accompanied by the comforting words that everything would be all right, warming his heart. This news did not create a significant stir, as Morton is no superstar, and there are no endless debates regarding his merits. Indeed, one might question how many people even took notice of this news. Nevertheless, it remains an undeniable fact that Coach Fitch recalled him to the team and placed him on the active roster prior to the home game against the Bulls on December 2nd. Fitch's rationale was straightforward. With Roberts injured, the Clippers were left with only 11 players eligible to play. Rather than squander that slot, it was wiser to bring Morton along, with decisions about his participation to be made as circumstances dictated. The Chicago Bulls of the 1990s are a team familiar to any basketball fan. They were the dominant force in the NBA during that era, clinching 6 championships in 8 years, achieving 2 remarkable three-peats that left other teams in their wake and caused superstars of the time to lament their misfortune. This legacy has transcended time, evolving into a legend. Within this legend, numerous well-known names emerge. Horace Grant, B.J. Armstrong, John Paxson, Bill Cartwright, and Stacey King from the first three-peat, alongside Dennis Rodman, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley, and Ron Harper from the second. Yet, both of these triumphant eras are inextricably linked to 3 names: Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Phil Jackson. There is no need to elaborate further on the basketball deity. If someone is unfamiliar with him, they hardly qualify as a true fan. Following the conclusion of the 1993 season, Jordan announced his retirement for personal reasons. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand the solitude that came with being away from the game. At the conclusion of the 1994 to 1995 season, Michael Jordan famously proclaimed, "I'm back," and once again, the league fell under the relentless domination of the Bulls. Morton recalls that during Jordan's first season back, he and Scottie Pippen led the Bulls to an unprecedented and unparalleled record of 72 victories. Accompanying his airness in crafting a legacy of achievements that future generations would find insurmountable was the unwavering Batman, Scottie Pippen. Despite being a superstar capable of being the unequivocal centerpiece of any team, Pippen willingly embraced the role of the second-in-command beside Jordan. The debate over whether Pippen or Jordan was the architect of the other's greatness remains eternally unresolved, much like the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Perhaps the only blemish on Pippen's illustrious career is the absence of success when leading a team on his own. Nonetheless, no one doubts his greatness. The number 33 jersey proudly soars above the United Center, commemorating one of the finest defensive players, small forwards, and all-around talents in the history of the league. Of course, the Bulls' glory and the triumphs of Jordan and Pippen could not have been achieved without the support and guidance of the Zen master, Phil Jackson. One of the greatest coaches in history, he possesses the most championship rings and has effectively implemented the triangle offense, a strategy that has proven formidable against all challengers in the league. However, this tactical approach is not one that just anyone can grasp. Take the current Knicks, for instance, who, despite their hopeful adoption of the so-called elixir of the triangle offense, have seen their performance plummet to the depths of the standings, even lower than the intentionally underperforming 76ers. Achieving such dismal results while the entire organization, including ownership, is fervently committed to winning is a feat few could accomplish. Fortunately, Jackson sought players with high basketball IQs who aligned well with the triangle strategy. At the center position was Australian Luke Longley, selected 7th overall by the Timberwolves in 1991. His performance had been rather unremarkable until he was traded to the Bulls, where his potential was gradually unearthed, allowing him to realize his true value. Within the Bulls system, while his offensive capabilities may not have significantly bolstered the team's scoring, his tenacity and defensive prowess secured him a starting position as a crucial piece in the second Bulls dynasty. After the dynasty's collapse, he was traded to the Phoenix Suns. At the power forward position was the notorious Dennis Rodman, a player whose infamy was as renowned as his rebounding prowess. He was undoubtedly the preeminent rebounder of the 1990s NBA, securing the rebounding title for 7 consecutive years, a feat that would stand tall even in an era teeming with rebounding titans. Rodman was among the league's most exceptional and versatile defenders, capable of contending with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, Larry Bird, as well as Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Magic Johnson. In short, there was no player he could not guard, and he never shied away from a confrontation on the court. Rodman was one of the league's most controversial figures. His flamboyant hairstyles and eclectic tattoos were merely the tip of the iceberg. Altercations with players and disputes with referees were commonplace. His most infamous incident occurred during a 1996 game when he headbutted a referee in protest of a call, causing quite a stir. Less than a year later, in 1997, he committed an even more egregious act. While battling for a rebound, he inadvertently tripped and collided with a sideline cameraman, subsequently kicking the cameraman in a fit of frustration. This incident underscored the high-risk nature of being an NBA cameraman. Consequently, he was fined $200,000, equivalent to Morton's annual salary, and faced an unprecedented 11-game suspension. Rodman's south antics on the court were matched by his unrestrained behavior off it. He famously remarked that the NBA was half about money and half about sex, a sentiment elaborated upon in his autobiography, which he whimsically promoted while donning a white wedding dress. Numerous tales, including his connections with Madonna and the political implications of his visits to North Korea, are well known and need not be elaborated further. Due to his myriad transgressions, Rodman became, apart from Michael Jordan, the most troublesome player on the Bulls. Fortunately for the team, he was sidelined due to injury, and in his stead was Dickie Simpkins, a player devoid of standout qualities, capable of executing fundamental tasks such as defense, screens, and rebounding, yet unable to meet higher expectations. The point guard was the versatile Ron Harper, who, in the twilight of his career, assisted 2 of the greatest shooting guards in history, Jordan and Kobe Bryant, in achieving a triumphant three-peat, although he now averaged a modest 7 for points, 6 assists, and 7 rebounds per game. One should not underestimate his capabilities at the age of 31. His widely recognized nickname, Jordan on a bad team, speaks volumes of his formidable talent. In his rookie season, he averaged an impressive 5 points, 8 assists, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, showcasing his all-around skill. In the subsequent 8 seasons, his scoring never dipped below 18 points. However, upon joining the Bulls last year, his performance plummeted to an average of merely 6. 9 points, 2 assists, and 3 rebounds as a bench player, primarily due to insufficient playing time and ball possession. Following Jordan's return, his role on the offensive end diminished significantly, leading him to gradually transform into a defensive specialist. The Bulls' remarkable success this season can be attributed not only to their formidable core and starters, but also significantly to their bench, particularly their sixth man, the illustrious Tony Kukoc. Renowned as the White Magic and the European Jordan, it is no wonder the Bulls excelled so remarkably, possessing 3 players of Jordan's caliber. Standing at an impressive 6 feet, 11 inches, he primarily played as a swingman, often assuming the role of small forward. His years of rigorous training in European leagues provided a solid foundation for his tenure in the NBA and established him as a crucial offensive asset for the Bulls bench. With a career shooting percentage of 45 and a three-point shooting accuracy of 34, his statistics remain respectable, though they have been affected by a decline in performance during the later stages of his lengthy career. This season, with Jordan drawing defensive attention, his shooting percentage soared to 49, while his three-point accuracy exceeded 40, greatly enhancing the Bulls' tactical options. When discussing the Bulls bench, one cannot overlook the remarkable Steve Kerr, a prodigy of Jackson and the current head coach of the Warriors. Without the Bulls dynasty, this name might have faded from memory. Likewise, without Kerr, a second Bulls dynasty may never have materialized. In the most critical moments on the basketball court, 2 types of plays evoke unparalleled excitement: the thunderous dunk that soars through a sea of defenders and the three-pointer, especially those taken in complete isolation, because everyone knows the shot is forthcoming. In that fleeting moment before release, the palpable tension among the audience often sends adrenaline levels soaring. Each time I witness Reggie Miller navigating through countless screens to finally find an opening beyond the arc, one cannot help but anticipate the outcome. Will it be yet another miraculous comeback or a heart-wrenching disappointment? Regardless of the result, Miller consistently ignites the crowd's fervor and unpredictability. However, with Kerr, one approaches his shot with a certainty. When he receives the ball unguarded, success is virtually assured. Over his 15-year career, Kerr has seamlessly integrated a unique talent for stable outside shooting into his instinctual repertoire. With a career three-point shooting percentage of 46, he puts many so-called shooters to shame. This season, his three-point accuracy peaked at an astounding 51.5, surpassing even his overall shooting percentage. This seemingly inconspicuous character, once he graces the court, compels one to be wary of their hoop. Some players prefer to make their comeback against weaker teams, hoping to gradually regain their competitive edge. Even if their performance is subpar, they aim to avoid dismal statistics. In Morton's eyes, this is undoubtedly a display of cowardice. If one is to return, if one is to proclaim their resurgence, they should do so with the commanding presence of Jordan, creating waves of astonishment. While others relish the opportunity to bully weaker opponents, he chooses to topple formidable foes. On December 2nd, 1995, the Los Angeles Clippers faced the Chicago Bulls at home, marking Morton's inaugural encounter with the basketball deity. The Bulls starting lineup featured point guard Ron Harper, shooting guard Michael Jordan, small forward Scottie Pippen, power forward Dickie Simpkins, and center Luke Longley. The Clippers starting lineup had seen significant changes, including point guard Terry Didhe, shooting guard Malik Sealy, small forward Rodney Rogers, power forward Loy Vaught, and center Bison Dele. This match was not broadcasted, as it was widely perceived to be devoid of suspense or intrigue. Even in the absence of the formidable Rodman, the Bulls were expected to sweep the Clippers away like fallen leaves in autumn. However, as the game commenced, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to expectations. With a score of 2-8, the visiting team took the lead, perhaps due to Morton's return truly bestowing fortune upon the squad. Or perhaps the Clippers players ignited by the basketball deity's fervent desire for victory. Surprisingly, the Bulls found themselves thoroughly dominated by the Clippers, faltering in their performance. Regrettably, this promising scenario was short-lived. Just 4 minutes into the game, Rogers, who had replaced Murray in the starting lineup, twisted his ankle while defending and could no longer continue. Coach Fitz, after surveying the bench, ultimately substituted Murray for Rogers. The intention behind starting Rogers was to employ him as a secret weapon. During the college team's match against the Dream Team, Rogers had showcased commendable defensive skills against Pippen. Fitz hoped to replicate this success, but misfortune struck as Rogers exited to the locker room with an uncertain injury. With 2 interior players injured in quick succession, Fitz's strategic arrangements were left in disarray, forcing him to contend with a diminished roster against their opponents. The unexpected injury to Rogers also dealt a blow to the morale of the Clippers players, who became somewhat unsettled during the game. Competing against the Bulls, even with full effort, could lead to a comprehensive defeat, let alone when their focus wavered. Seizing the moment, Jordan and Pippen orchestrated a resurgence, turning the tide and overtaking the score. Murray, who had just stepped onto the court, became the Bulls' conduit for scoring. While his defensive prowess against Pippen remained to be seen, in an unexpected turn, he was repeatedly stripped of the ball by the formidable Pippen. The series of blunders shattered his confidence, leaving him so intimidated that he hesitated to even touch the ball. Witnessing this, Fitch could only shake his head in resignation. His decision to bench Murray was influenced by such considerations. After all, Murray is still a remarkably young player who spent the previous season as merely a substitute. Lacking experience in high-stakes situations, faced with the battle-hardened and illustrious Pippen, it is only natural for him to feel trepidation, shrinking back in apprehension. Conversely, Rodgers, although he had not showcased the anticipated prowess, had once been a prodigious high school talent, steeped in the media spotlight, and remained impervious to the intimidation of any opponent. Despite Murray's lackluster performance, Fitch found himself in a quandary. Following Rodgers' injury, the options for the small forward position were rather limited. Aside from Murray, the only alternative on the bench was Piakowski, while Barry could also assume the role. However, with uncertainty surrounding Morton's potential participation, Fitch preferred to position Barry as the point guard. Fortunately, apart from Healy and Murray, who were being overwhelmed by the league's two superstars, the remaining three players were thriving. In the absence of Rodman, Dell, and Ott dominated the Bulls' interior, compelling even Jordan and Pippen to focus on securing defensive rebounds. Didhe and Harper exchanged victories, with Didhe exhibiting superior playmaking skills, yet Harper boasting a higher shooting percentage and fewer turnovers. In this context, the Clippers engaged the Bulls in a fiercely contested battle at home, leaving Morton on the bench, his heart racing with anticipation. He yearned to approach Fitch and volunteer for playtime. Yet ever since Fitch's fateful phone call, he instinctively distanced himself from the portly, seemingly amiable coach, wishing to avoid any further personal interaction. As Richardson's return loomed and D's strong emergence diminished Morton's significance in Fitch's eyes, he surmised that even if he spoke up, Fitch would likely decline on the grounds of prioritizing physical health. Rather than attempt to impose himself where he might be unwelcome, he chose to remain on the sidelines, observing the unfolding drama. He found it hard to believe that the Clippers lineup could remain competitive against Jordan's Bulls. If that were the case, such a Bulls team would hardly deserve a record of 72 wins in a single season. With 6 minutes elapsed in the game, the Bulls initiated a change, substituting Bill Wennington for Luke Longley, who had accrued 2 fouls. It remained ambiguous whether this was a precautionary measure or strategic decision, as Longley's earlier performance had been subpar, with no successful shots and merely 1 rebound, an eye-catching statistic for a starting center. Wennington's name was familiar to many. As when Jordan returned at the end of the previous season, questions abounded regarding the effectiveness of the 2-year-absent superstar. In the 5th game at the iconic Madison Square Garden, Jordan showcased his undeniable prowess by scoring an astonishing 55 points, proving to the world that he had never truly departed. In the dying moments of the match, he drew the Knicks' defense, assisting Wennington in sinking a game-winning shot that transformed the contest into a classic, forever etching Wennington's name into the annals of basketball history. His amiable demeanor, humility, and diligent nature made him a memorable figure. Together, Jordan and I amassed a combined total of 57 points, leading our team to victory. Following Wennington's substitution of Longley, the Bulls' interior defense may have weakened, especially considering that the absence of Rodman had already diminished their defensive intensity, but offensively, the options visibly expanded. As the game approached the 9-minute mark, both teams initiated their first significant wave of substitutions. The Bulls brought in Steve Kerr for Harper, Tony Kukoc for Pippen, and Jason Caffey for Simpkins. Jackson, wary of relinquishing a lead, hesitated to remove both Jordan and Pippen simultaneously. Without these primary scorers, the team's offensive momentum could falter. The Clippers, in turn, substituted Barry for Healy, Piakowski for Murray, and Oturu for Durrell, with Oturu stepping into the center position. Keeping De'Aaron and Oturu on the court was a reluctant decision, as the bench was nearly depleted. Due to injuries to Richardson and Morton, the Clippers' genuine point guard options were reduced to just De'Aaron. Similarly, injuries to Roberts and Rodgers left the interior devoid of depth, with only Oturu remaining as a reliable backup. Both Antonio Harvey and Keith Towey were deemed inadequate for crucial moments, and Coach Fitch was reticent to deploy them during tight scoring situations, fearing they might become liabilities on defense. Watching the players rotate in and out, Morton felt a pang of regret, sensing that what should have been his triumphant return had devolved into a farce, relegating him to the role of an observer, deprived of even a minute of playing time. In Chapter 40, A Sea of Adversaries, Morton spent the entire first half seated on the bench, watching his teammates pour sweat and exert themselves on the court. The Bulls, whether due to a lack of form or a deliberate approach, often allowed their offensive momentum to falter after establishing a comfortable lead, letting the Clippers gradually chip away at the deficit. Just as the Clippers seemed poised to overtake them, the Bulls would suddenly regain their footing and extend the score, leaving the Clippers with a glimmer of hope. Consequently, as the halftime whistle blew, the Bulls led by a mere 5 points, 46-41. Perhaps feeling the pressure from Morton's presence, Aaron erupted in a display of talent, playing the entire first half without rest. He shot 4 out of 8 from the field, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, amassing an impressive 10 points and 5 assists, an exemplary performance befitting a top-tier point guard, and the primary reason the Clippers remained competitive in the first half. With Aaron excelling, Morton's expression naturally soured, especially as he witnessed it firsthand. Didhe would not let slip the golden opportunity to strike at Morton, engaging him in grandiloquent discourse filled with scorn during the halftime break. Morton wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. He dared not openly confront Didhe, for the threat of being confined to the dark room loomed, leaving him with little chance for redemption. Among his teammates, only Odilo attempted to mediate the conflict, while the others offered no support, which to Morton seemed a deliberate bias towards Didhe. Their passive tolerance of Didhe's relentless attacks and defamation made it painfully evident that he was the forsaken one in this dilemma. Morton felt no sorrow over this betrayal. After all, their relationships were merely superficial, revolving around training and matches. However, one person's silence during this critical moment left him feeling a profound sense of loss. Brent Barry, a friend with whom he had forged a bond prior to the Summer League. Barry's choice to remain silent in such a time felt like a betrayal. Though upon reflection, Morton found solace. Barry had been a good friend, but that was contingent upon the absence of self-interest. When Morton was healthy, serving as a starting player with a fully equipped team, Barry's role was that of a backup shooting guard, sharing minutes with Piakowski. After Morton's injury, Barry transitioned to a starting point guard, and even if he had recently been relegated to the bench, he still averaged a substantial 20 minutes of playtime, a stark contrast to his previous role confined to garbage time. Barry was no saint. He was merely a normal person with his own aspirations and selfish motives. He would not forsake his interests for the sake of so-called friendship. That he refrained from further undermining Morton during Didhe's onslaught could be seen as a gesture of loyalty, yet expecting him to rally in support of Morton was utterly unrealistic. What you all doing? Did we win a game? At a pivotal moment, it was Ronnie who alleviated Morton's awkward predicament. Although reprimanded by Ronnie, Didhe appeared unfazed, flashing a smug grin at Morton before departing, embodying the demeanor of a victor, while the rest of the teammates dispersed in a chaotic flurry. How is your injury recovering, Anthony? Ronnie inquired as he settled beside Morton, his concern palpable. It's manageable. If I were to play now, it shouldn't hinder my performance, Morton replied, uncertain whether Ronnie's inquiry stemmed from a friend's concern or a coach's obligation. Thus his response was somewhat ambiguous. Indeed, while it's a minor injury, poor recovery could impact your future career. It's imperative to take it seriously. Thank you, I will. After all, my health is paramount. Ronnie continued to discuss matters related to recovery, given his expertise as a fitness trainer. His insights held considerable weight in such discussions. As the halftime break slipped away, the second half of the match commenced as scheduled. The Clippers players rallied their spirits, readying themselves for the impending clash. After enduring a fierce battle in the first half, the young players of the Clippers gradually realized that the Bulls were not as invincible as they had imagined, and that the legendary player was not omnipotent. He too could miss shots and commit turnovers. Consequently, the players began to shed their burdens and fostered a burgeoning belief, as long as they united in purpose. Toppling the Bulls on their home turf was not an unattainable feat. Just as hope blossomed, calamity struck, within merely 2 minutes of the second half. Healy twisted his finger while contending for a rebound. Truly, misfortune does not come alone. Losing 2 key players in a single game meant that even if they were to win, it would be a hollow victory. What's more, it was likely that victory would elude them, meaning they sacrificed 2 vital players for a match they were destined to lose. At that moment, Coach Finch felt utterly despairing. With no choice but to substitute the injured Healy with Barry, who had performed commendably against the legendary player, Finch found some solace. In fact, Barry had shared equal playing time with Healy in the first half, scoring 8 points on 3 attempts. Thus, his entry to replace Healy seemed reasonable. Morton, upon witnessing Healy's injury, was filled with unbridled joy. Do not misconstrue this. He bore no deep-seated grudge against Healy, nor was his mindset twisted. Rather, he sensed that his opportunity to play was on the horizon. With both Rogers and Healy sidelined, the Clippers' options for perimeter substitutes dwindled to just Piatkowski and himself. Unless the coach opted for a 7-man rotation in the second half, he was certain to see playing time. The injuries of 2 starters would typically devastate a team's morale. Yet Barry's remarkable performance dispelled any lingering negativity. His immediate contributions reignited an unprecedented fighting spirit within the Clippers, keeping the competition fiercely contested. As the third quarter approached its final 2 minutes, the Bulls led narrowly at 72-69, a scenario that astonished all observers. Many formidable teams would struggle to maintain such a close contest against the Bulls, often succumbing by halftime. Yet the undermanned Clippers achieved what others could not, earning admiration and perhaps regret from broadcasters who overlooked this match. During a dead ball, both teams initiated extensive substitutions. The Bulls replaced Harper with Randy Brown, Cole with Jordan, and Winnington with Longley, while Pippen and Kukoc remained on the court. On the Clippers side, Finch substituted Ott with Otro, Piatkowski with Murray, and Morton with D, leaving Barry and Deller on the floor. When Morton heard his name called, he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, but swiftly inhaled, determined to prove himself through his performance. As D exited the game, a smug smile adorned his face, and, as he passed Morton, he offered a feigned word of encouragement. Be careful, and do try not to get injured again. Morton initially felt quite optimistic about his chances of playing, but upon seeing that face and hearing those words, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Disgusted, he glared at the distorted, arrogant visage before him and venomously remarked, I hope you can maintain that cheerful smile forever. Chapter 41. Epiphany. After entering the game, the Clippers prepared for a backcourt inbound. Instead of passing the ball to Morton, Deller opted for Barry. This decision ignited a sense of foreboding within Morton. Unless the shooting guard exhibited exceptional prowess or the point guard performed abysmally, the ball would typically be directed to the point guard in the absence of explicit direction from the coach and without relentless defensive pressure from the opponent. As fellow rookies, Barry and Morton were arguably on equal footing within the team, perhaps Morton even possessing a slight edge. However, Deller's choice to pass to Barry instead of him subtly hinted at an unsettling signal. Upon receiving the ball, Barry also refrained from passing to Morton, instead advancing it himself. Having played point guard during Morton's absence and possessing some organizational skills, Barry's actions went unchallenged by Morton, who merely expressed his displeasure through sullen off-ball movements. Morton's awareness of positioning has not only remained intact since his debut, but has indeed flourished through his encounters and competitions with various skilled players. After engaging in a brief skirmish in the 3-second zone, he suddenly surged forward, leveraging Otelo's off-ball screen to elude Brown's defense and reach the corner. Observing this, Barry wasted no time and promptly delivered the ball to him. This pass was executed with remarkable finesse, showcasing Barry's solid passing fundamentals. Morton, requiring no adjustments, simply extended his arms to take the shot. However, due to the lingering effects of his injury, his jumping power was slightly compromised, resulting in a marginally lower elevation than before. This minor discrepancy caused Morton's shot to fall short. The basketball struck the rim and bounced high, but rather than veering outward, it ascended towards the hoop. Consequently, players from both teams beneath the basket remained tense, craning their necks in a fierce battle for position while engaging in subtle, concealed movements without daring to leap for the rebound. With a swish, the descending basketball miraculously found its way through the net, leaving all the towering figures below empty-handed. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable stroke of luck that Morton experienced in that moment. A joyous smile illuminated Morton's face. The fact that he could score even in such circumstances indicated that fate still favored him. Barry rushed over to celebrate with a high five, while Otro approached to pat Morton's head in encouragement. Upon seeing Piatkowski in the distance, nodding and smiling, Morton momentarily felt transported back to the days of the Summer League. Back then, aspirations ran high, and carefree laughter filled the air as they showcased their talents on the court, reveling in each other's company. Yet in an instant, Morton was jolted back to the harsh reality. Many things had irrevocably changed. Once close friends had gone their separate ways, and those who remained were often driven by ulterior motives. Beneath those once familiar smiles, genuine joy had given way to inscrutable intentions. When it was the Bulls' turn to attack, it was Pippen who orchestrated the play. and Morton felt no surprise. After watching 3/4 of the game, he understood well that in the triangle offense, the point guard served merely as a facilitator, often functioning as a stationary shooter. Confronted by Piakowski's defense, Pippen did not underestimate his opponent simply because he was perceived as a lesser player. Given the current state of the game, he had learned not to underestimate any member of the Clippers. With a deliberate and meticulous organization of their offensive strategy, every attack and each point scored has now gained immense significance. The team that enters the fourth quarter with a lead will undoubtedly possess a psychological advantage. As the time for the offensive play dwindled, Kerr, with the assistance of his teammate screens and his elusive movement, finally broke free from the relentless pursuit of Barry. Receiving a pass from Pippen, he instinctively raised his arms to shoot. Although Kerr's shooting rhythm had been off today, having made only one of 6 attempts, and failing to score on 3 three-point attempts, Pippen, without a moment's hesitation, entrusted the ball to him as he found himself in an open position. Upon receiving the pass, Kerr exhibited no trace of trepidation. He radiated an overwhelming confidence, as if he had just completed 6 successful shots, as though that ball was destined to find the net. The basketball sliced through the air and swished through the three-point net. There was no visible change in Kerr's expression, nor did Pippen display a hint of elation as they jogged back to defense, as if such a shot was simply expected. Under normal circumstances, this would not have elicited any reaction from Morton. However, witnessing this moment just after he had scored himself, he finally recognized the chasm that existed between himself and those superstars, the clutch shooters. He realized he lacked the requisite self-assurance. The stoic Duncan, known for his impassive demeanor during games, whether executing a dunk, blocking a shot, or sinking a crucial basket, always remained unflustered. His unwavering confidence stemmed from a deep-seated belief that the shot would invariably succeed, that victory was as certain as the sun rising and setting. Despite his firm conviction that his soft touch, keen instincts, and exceptional athleticism would carve out a niche for him in the league, the weight of being an undrafted rookie, coupled with the arduous journey into the league and the solitude of being unsupported in his aspirations, had inevitably shaken his confidence. Now, as he observed this scene, familiar figures flitted through his mind. Jordan, O'Neal, Duncan, Kobe, Iverson. From the diverse expressions, some defiant, others indifferent, some fearless, Morton gleaned a profound sense of inherent confidence. To perpetually believe in oneself, to have unwavering faith in one's correctness, to trust that the next shot will find its mark, to be assured of one's ability to lead the team to victory, and to recognize oneself as one of the finest players in the world. This epiphany washed over Morton, dispelling the shadows of despondency and resentment, replacing them with an aura of confidence. When it was the Clippers' turn to attack, with Oturo set to inbound from the baseline, he naturally passed the ball to Morton. As Morton advanced the ball into the front court, Brown, defending him, felt an inexplicable shift. The young man before him seemed more formidable than before, exuding an aura of danger. Facing the cautious Brown, Morton suddenly sprang into action. Although his speed was slightly diminished due to injury, it caught Brown off guard momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure and positioned himself closely beside Morton. Morton took 2 swift steps before suddenly stopping short. He skillfully maneuvered the basketball to his left hand behind his back and accelerated past Brown on the opposite side. Observing this, Kukoc abandoned his defense on Oturo and rushed to assist. Filled with confidence, Morton disregarded the tall, slender figure of Kukoc entirely. With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air, clutching the ball as he soared above Kukoc's outstretched arms, forcefully dunking it into the hoop. The electrifying slam dunk ignited a roar of cheers from the thousands of spectators, celebrating this extraordinary moment, Morton's triumphant return and the prospect of an impending victory. On the sidelines, Ronnie couldn't help but furrow his brow at the sight. He recalled that Morton's ligament injury had been caused by a similar dunk over Rivers. It was astonishing that just 2 weeks later, with his scars still healing, Morton would dare to execute another dunk. He leaned in to whisper something to Fitch, whose gaze flickered with contemplation before he finally nodded in acknowledgement. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, under Morton's sudden surge of energy, the Clippers mounted a remarkable 8-3 run, not only leveling the score, but also securing a 1-point lead as they entered the final quarter. As Morton left the court and caught De'Aaron's disapproving glare, he responded with a calm smile, his perspective having shifted beyond the immediate competition for a starting position. He now aspired to grander, more long-term ambitions. Chapter 42. The decisive moment when the final quarter's buzzer sounded, Morton sat on the bench, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He could not fathom why the coach chose to keep him on the sidelines after having played only a little over 2 minutes despite his impressive performance. He believed he had contributed sufficiently, scoring 8 points, with 2 successful shots out of 3 attempts, along with 2 assists and a steal. In every respect, he had outperformed Piakowski and Murray, yet the coach preferred to send them onto the court instead of him, leaving him incredulous about the coach's intentions to win. Nevertheless, with a newfound understanding and a shift in mindset, Morton felt only a slight disappointment and growing dissatisfaction towards the coach, devoid of any other emotions. After all, not allowing me to take the court means that the loss is yours, not mine. The fourth quarter's competition had truly escalated to a fever pitch. The Clippers star Ott hastily re-entered the game after a mere 2 minutes of rest at the end of the third quarter, while didhe followed closely behind, having only rested 2 additional minutes. Soon after, the Bulls' formidable duo, Jordan and Pippen, returned in succession, marking the onset of the decisive phase of the match. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the league's most formidable duo, the young Clippers players remarkably withstood the immense pressure, refusing to falter in the final moments. Instead, they maintained a slender lead over the Bulls. Although this advantage often appeared precarious, it resembled a frail elder, seemingly on the brink of drawing its last breath. Yet one could never ascertain how long that next moment would truly be. As the clock dwindled to the final 20 seconds, a powerful play by didhe resulted in the Clippers miraculously leading by 4 points, prompting the audience to erupt in cheers of celebration. The Bulls' chances of victory had dwindled significantly. With only 20 seconds remaining, they needed to make a quick 3-pointer and then commit a foul. Following the Clippers' free throws, should they convert one of 2, the Bulls would require a 2-pointer to equalize or a 3-pointer to seize victory. Conversely, if the Clippers made both free throws, the Bulls would need a 3-pointer to tie the game. Despite the serious expression on Fitch's face, his heart was brimming with joy. His team was a mere 20 seconds away from overcoming the seemingly invincible Bulls. Since the start of the season, various pundits and media outlets had speculated on when his coaching career would falter. However, since the commencement of the new season, he had delivered a resounding rebuttal to those eager to witness his downfall with his extraordinary performance and results. And today's victory would serve as a second slap to those naysayers. Jackson refrained from calling a timeout, preferring to allow his players to dictate the course of the game, and they seldom disappointed his expectations. Jordan deftly maneuvered past the Clippers' full-court press, swiftly advancing the ball beyond the 3-point line. Didhe, the Clippers' interior player, immediately rushed out to double-team Jordan alongside Barry. The Clippers' strategy was unmistakable. They were willing to allow 2-point attempts, but staunchly refused to permit a 3-pointer. Thus, Kerr and Pippen's defenders closely shadowed them, while didhe emerged from the paint to provide assistance. Their approach, though sound, overlooked one crucial player, Tony Kukoc. Often hailed as the European Jordan, Kukoc, despite being positioned as a power forward and having previously shot only 1 out of 9, possessed the range to extend his shooting to beyond the arc. While Kukoc may not have the robust physique of Ott or the solid interior skills, his agility far surpassed that of Ott. Kukoc deftly utilized Wennington's screen in the 3-point area to elude the relentless defense of Ott, sprinting to the perimeter and extending his hand, signaling for the ball. His towering height of 2 meters was strikingly evident, even with much of Jordan's figure obscured by Drell. His raised hand remained clearly visible. However, at that moment, he hesitated, uncertain whether to pass to Kukoc. In his mind, his first option was undoubtedly himself, followed by Kerr, with Pippen as the third choice, none of whom had favorable opportunities at that juncture. As for Kukoc, he had squandered too many chances throughout the game. This precious opportunity could no longer be wasted. The dynamics of the game shifted rapidly, leaving Jordan scarcely any time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, he saw it break free from Wennington's grasp and charge toward Kukoc. With determination, Jordan clenched his teeth and decisively threaded the ball through the narrow crevice between the 2 defenders. Kukoc barely managed to catch the ball, nearly fumbling it. As Ott lunged toward him, leaving him no time to adjust, he sprang into the air, slightly leaning back, holding his breath as he released the 3-point shot. Ott leaped with all his might, hoping to disrupt Kukoc's shot. Yet, given his shorter stature and Kukoc's slight backward lean, Ott's outstretched hand failed to impose any significant interference. The basketball soared gracefully through the air, gliding toward the hoop, while the crowd fell into an anticipatory silence, every pair of eyes fixated on the descending sphere. Yes, the ball went in. A smattering of cheers echoed through the vast arena, sounding almost jarring. Kukoc exhaled a long sigh of relief, flashing a smile at Jordan that conveyed gratitude for the moment. Jordan, however, appeared remarkably composed. Having endured numerous trials, he regarded this merely as another regular season game. He had faced far more consequential moments, so what was this in comparison? More importantly, the game was still not won. As the Clippers prepared to inbound from the baseline, DeAndre broke free from the Bulls' staunch defense and successfully caught the ball, only to be immediately fouled by Kerr, sending him to the free throw line. DeAndre approached the line slowly, inhaling deeply. In such a critical moment, despite his heart racing with anxiety, he maintained an outward facade of calm. Receiving the ball from the referee, he gazed intently at the basket, flicking his wrist as the basketball, carrying his silent prayers, swished through the net. DeAndre felt a sense of relief. If he made the next free throw, his team would hold a 3-point lead, effectively placing victory within their grasp with less than 3 seconds remaining. At that moment, he envisioned himself as the hero of the game, his standing within the team rising significantly, rendering any challenge from Morton trivial. With that thought, his trembling hands gradually steadied as he prepared for his second shot. Just then, he caught sight of Pippen winking at him, accompanied by an enigmatic smile, causing a jolt of surprise and a moment of hesitation within him. Yet time does not wait for him. As the violation loomed, the AI could only act hastily, and the outcome was predictable. Winnington seized the rebound beneath the basket and promptly called for a timeout. The AI, in frustration, clutched his head, utterly bewildered as to why he had cast a glance at that rascal Pippen just before the free throw, ultimately resulting in a missed shot. If the Bulls managed to sink a three-pointer and the Clippers were to suffer defeat, he would bear the brunt of the team's downfall. The stark contrast between the heights of heaven and the depths of hell unfolded within a mere minute, leaving the AI in a state of disarray. The Bulls' timeout was devoid of any tactical schemes. After the AI's missed free throw squandered a precious second, they were left with less than 2 seconds on the clock, merely needing to execute a front-court free throw while arranging how to inbound the ball. For the Clippers, the task was more straightforward: assign defensive duties. Deller would guard the inbounder, Ott would cover Kukoc, and Murray would face Pippen, all decisions beyond doubt. However, the allocation for the remaining players, Kerr and Jordan, proved more challenging. Kerr boasted an extraordinarily high three-point shooting percentage, and although his performance in this game had been lackluster, one could never afford to underestimate him. Jordan, while not renowned for his three-point accuracy, was a man capable of miraculous feats, defying conventional expectations. With the AI out of sorts following his missed free throw and facing a height disadvantage against these two, Fitch opted to keep him off the court, narrowing the choices down to Morton, Barry, and Piakowski. At that moment, a somewhat subdued yet confident voice emerged from the side. "Allow me to defend Jordan." The Clippers set sail. Chapter 43. The Clutch Shot. When Morton made this request, he harbored no ulterior motives. He sought neither fame through thwarting Jordan's last-minute shot, nor did he contemplate the potential imperfection that would mar the 72-win season if he succeeded. His singular thought was simply that he could defend against that man. Fitch turned to Morton, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Morton's defense, while playing on the Clippers' perimeter, was commendable. His agile reflexes, exceptional speed, seasoned experience, and extraordinary wingspan ensured he could guard most of the league's shooting guards and small forwards when fully focused. Morton shadowed Jordan, while Barry followed Kerr, with the Bulls determined to double-team any player receiving the ball. After imparting his directive, Fitch cast a solemn gaze around the court. He had done all he could, and now it was a matter of fate. It was unforeseen that a seemingly certain victory would evolve into this predicament. Had Kukoc's three-pointer missed, or had these two free throws been successful, his current plight would not be so dire. As a long whistle pierced the air, both teams' players nervously ambled onto the court. In 9 seconds, victory and defeat, heaven and hell, were contained within that fleeting moment. The Bulls prepared for an inbounds pass. Winnington stood at the sideline, wiping his hands before accepting the ball from the referee. The Bulls employed an explosive inbound strategy, a method favored and frequently utilized by Jackson. The four players positioned themselves in a line, and at the sound of the whistle, they would suddenly disperse to receive the ball. This approach's advantage lay in its unpredictability, rendering the defenders helpless, while the players could easily screen for one another to evade their guards. Morton, from the moment he stepped onto the court, closely shadowed Jordan, fixated on his every move. This was his first encounter at such proximity with the idol he admired. Yet Morton maintained a calm demeanor, taking the opportunity to scrutinize Jordan intently. The prominent brows and full lips did not lend him an air of striking handsomeness, but the resolute expression imbued his features with a distinctive allure. His robust muscles glistened with perspiration, and he rested his legs on his knees to alleviate fatigue, exhaling softly as he caught his breath after 43 grueling minutes of play. He was utterly exhausted. Jordan noticed that he was being defended by a rookie who had played for merely a couple of minutes today, causing him to glance over with curiosity. Although Morton had interjected during a verbal exchange with Russell, it was a trivial matter in Jordan's mind. He could scarcely recall the opponent from the Jazz game, let alone remember Morton's name, much less his appearance. It was beyond his comprehension that the coach would deploy such an inexperienced player in such a critical moment, especially to guard him. Was there something remarkable about him? This thought compelled Jordan to steal a few more glances. Morton seemed to sense Jordan's gaze, raising his head to meet him eye to eye, unafraid and unwavering. Jordan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, what an intriguing young man. With the sound of the whistle, the four members of the Bulls scattered like leopards. Undeterred, Morton resolutely shadowed Jordan, denying him any space to receive the ball. On the sidelines, Winnington held the ball high, his heart racing with anxiety, as his teammates were tightly marked, leaving him with no viable options. The team's timeouts had all been exhausted. They could not request another pause to rearrange their strategy. Delaying any further would result in a violation. Resolved, Winnington decided to take a gamble, throwing the ball to Jordan, who was running towards him with his back to the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Jordan dared not linger for even a moment. Lacking the time to gauge the hoop's position, he swiftly pivoted and launched a three-point shot. The moment Jordan received the ball, Morton was intensely focused. As he observed Jordan leap into the air, he too ascended with great vigor. However, at that instant, the pain from the injury on the inner thigh subtly resurfaced, slightly hindering the height of his jump. Morton inwardly exclaimed his dismay. The height of his jump was unlikely to significantly hinder Jordan's shot. In a moment of regret and frustration, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the defensive tactics of Battier, a renowned perimeter defender, who had successfully employed a tactic of obscuring Kobe's vision. Though he had never attempted such a maneuver before, he felt compelled to give a try. What seemed intricate unfolded in the blink of an eye. Instead of contesting Jordan's shot with a block from his right hand, Morton diverted his focus to shield Jordan's eyes. Jordan's line of sight was entirely obscured, rendering the hoop invisible to him. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, he resolutely launched a three-pointer. The arena, filled with over 10,000 spectators, fell into a profound silence, each person holding their breath, some even rising from their seats in anxious anticipation, silently praying for the shot to miss. Swish! The sound echoed, and the entire crowd fell into a hushed stillness, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Morton, without needing to glance back, understood that he had failed. Pippen, with a fervent roar, leapt onto Jordan in celebration of the game-winning shot. Although Jordan did not exhibit overt excitement, the intensity of his clenched jaw revealed the tumult of emotions within him. Battling a team depleted of four key players, Richardson, Roberts, Rogers, and Healy, had stirred a deep-seated frustration in Jordan's proud heart. However, both Pippen and Jordan were seasoned veterans of the game. After the initial exhilaration subsided, they quickly returned to a state of composure. Ultimately, it was merely a regular season game, one that would bear little significance on the outcome of the entire season. Morton observed the jubilant players of the Bulls, feeling little sorrow, anger, or anxiety. He had performed admirably. No one else could have done better. There are moments when only divine intervention can alter the outcome, and neither the coach, teammates, nor fans could justly place blame upon him for that shot. Barry approached, a touch of disappointment evident on his face as he patted Morton's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Despite the disheartening result of the evening's efforts, he prioritized offering comfort to his friend. You did exceptionally well. That was beyond your control. Don't let it weigh on your heart. Rest assured, I'm fine. Morton replied, offering a reassuring smile. Had it not been for their conflicting roles and playing time, they might have forged a strong friendship. Barry sighed softly, recognizing that while Morton claimed to be untroubled, his gaze remained fixed on Jordan's retreating figure. If he were privy to Morton's thoughts, it would not merely be a matter of sighing, but rather a struggle for breath. One day, I shall conquer the man before me, a seed planted in Morton's heart today, destined to take root and flourish. Jordan, sensing something, turned to glance at Morton, momentarily taken aback before walking toward him under the incredulous stares of the crowd. You are quite impressive. Thank you. I am Anthony Morton. Remember this name. I shall. Chapter 44. The influence of the flying man, the inaugural confrontation between Morton and Jordan has concluded, with Jordan triumphing in every aspect: playing time, individual statistics, critical performance. And the outcome of the game. The final score was 102 to 101, with the visiting team in the lead and the home team trailing. The Bulls, after a grueling 48 minutes on the road, managed to secure a hard-fought victory thanks to Jordan's last-minute heroics. The Bulls deployed 9 players, 4 of whom scored in double digits. Jordan played for 43 minutes, shooting 13 out of 22 attempts, amassing a game-high 33 points alongside 4 assists and 13 rebounds. Pippen contributed significantly in 40 minutes, making 8 of 17 shots for 21 points, 5 assists, and 11 rebounds. Harper, with 6 successful shots out of 8, scored 16 points and grabbed 3 rebounds. Off the bench, Winnington scored 12 points and secured 6 rebounds from 6 attempts. The Clippers utilized 10 players, all of whom scored, with 4 reaching double digits. The Clippers' ability to contest the Bulls for such an extended period was largely due to the extraordinary performances of all players, particularly Otto and Aaron. Otto played for 46 minutes, scoring 21 points and collecting 12 rebounds from 9 of 17 attempts. Aaron, on the court for 44 minutes, led the team with 23 points, 12 assists, and 3 rebounds from 9 of 16 shots. Drell added 17 points and 8 rebounds from 15 attempts. Notably, Barry, coming off the bench, shot 6 of 7 overall and 3 of 4 from three-point range, totaling 17 points with an astonishing effective field goal percentage exceeding 100. Following the match, Morton awaited a journalist's interview after showering, but after a considerable wait, none approached him, as they all gravitated towards Jordan and Pippen. A few reporters, perhaps out of courtesy to the home team, chose to interview the team's new darling, Aaron, leaving Morton completely overlooked. Observing this scene, Morton merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Engaging with these unscrupulous journalists would only lead to defeat. The absence of interviews provided him with a rare moment of peace, an opportunity not likely to come again. Little did he expect that from the very next day, tranquility would be a distant memory. Upon arriving at the training facility the following morning, he found the entrance swarming with reporters. As soon as they spotted him, they converged, bombarding him with questions. He perused the newspapers each morning, thus grasping the situation. The uproar stemmed from Jordan's remarks during an interview the previous day and the subsequent reporting. The dialogue between Jordan and Morton had been transcribed verbatim by ESPN and published, prompting industry insiders to dissect the implications of the 3 statements made. Was the undrafted rookie challenging Jordan, hinting at a rematch in the future? Was Jordan designating a successor, suggesting the rookie might inherit the mantle of the Airness? As experts delved into the intricacies of these statements, the meanings became increasingly convoluted, to the point where speculation of an affair between the two was not far-fetched. Other major newspapers quickly recognized the significance of this story and sought to uncover the true meaning behind the 3 statements made by the parties involved. As the foremost figure in the league, Jordan is always accompanied by his bodyguards. Outside of the matches, his willingness to engage in interviews is largely dictated by his mood, making it quite challenging to secure a conversation with him. In stark contrast, Morton, a relatively minor player, finds himself overwhelmed by the grandeur of the situation, often struggling to comprehend the enormity of it all. Yet, he skillfully extracts information with ease. Another noteworthy event transpired during an interview with Jordan last night, where he stated, "Luck was on my side today." In the final moments of the game, despite Morton's commendable defense, Jordan admitted he could hardly see the hoop, relying solely on instinct. Yet he still managed to score. While Jordan's remark elicited admiration for his seemingly boundless prowess, astute observers shifted their focus to Morton's defense, particularly his hand that obscured Jordan's vision. Upon reading the news that morning, Morton felt a pang of dread, realizing that the technique of obstructing an opponent's sight might soon become a trend in the league, and that he had unwittingly usurped Battier's legacy, a grave misstep indeed. He speculated that this revelation might stir considerable excitement within the media. Witnessing the spectacle at the training ground, he lamented to himself, "I have underestimated Jordan's immense influence." Mr. Morton, what was the essence of your dialogue with Mr. Jordan yesterday? What inspired your unique defensive tactic of using your hand to shield the eyes? With your recent standout performances while filling in for the injured Aaron, and with starting point guard Richardson poised to return, do you feel confident in reclaiming your starting position? Though the barrage of questions posed by the reporters lacked sharpness, a careless response could easily provide them with ammunition. Despite his inner turmoil, Morton maintained a serene smile and resorted to fabricating responses. "Oh, Jordan is my idol. It would be a tremendous honor for him to remember my name." As for the meaning behind his words, you would need to inquire with him directly. This initial reply doused the reporter's eager curiosity with cold water. When asked about his inspiration, Morton fabricated a tale. "During my recovery on the hospital bed, I reflected deeply on my performance, contemplating my shortcomings and areas for improvement. One day, an epiphany struck, and I conceived this method." Although this statement was entirely contrived, was he supposed to confess that his injury had limited his vertical leap, compelling him to emulate another's defensive strategy? No one aspires to be anything less than a starter, yet I shall always adhere to the coach's directives. For the sake of the team's triumph, I am willing to accept any role, be it starter, substitute, or otherwise. These three responses, with the last one being somewhat acceptable, failed to satisfy the reporter's inquisitiveness. They toiled diligently from the early hours, not merely to endure Morton's nonsensical ramblings. When they failed to receive the anticipated answers, they were resolute in their pursuit, obstructing Morton from departing. However, Morton was not one to be easily deterred. He promptly called upon the security personnel at the entrance. Under their protection, he extricated himself from the incessant barrage of reporters, dismissing their clamor as he strode towards the training facility. Upon his arrival at the training center, the coach had yet to appear, and the players were engaged in various drills. Among them was Healy, who had sustained an injury during yesterday's match. Fortunately, it seemed his condition was not severe. Additionally, Morton spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar figure amidst the crowd, Paul Richardson, who had begun participating in team practices and was likely to make a return in a matter of days. Nearby, didhe appeared rather discontented, though it was unclear whether his demeanor stemmed from lingering shadows of yesterday's defeat or from the impending return of Richardson, which jeopardized his starting position. After a brief interval, Coach Fitch finally emerged before the team, his eyes red-rimmed and his expression weary. With a grave tone, he delivered two pieces of disheartening news. Rogers had sustained a fracture in his right foot, with a conservative estimate of 1 month on the sidelines. Roberts had aggravated his injury from the previous day, pushing his return date to the end of January. Upon hearing this news, Morton felt an unsettling premonition, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. Turning to observe the glimmer of delight in Otero's eyes, Morton experienced an epiphany, grasping the underlying implications. The injuries to Rogers and Roberts had rendered the Clippers' already fragile interior even more desolate. During their absence, the only reliable substitute left for the Clippers was Otero. Neither Fitch nor Baylor appeared inclined to place the burdens of the team's interior defense upon such a blue-collar worker. Coincidentally, the guard line was somewhat congested, suggesting that the Clippers might soon consider adjustments to their roster, which was the origin of Morton's foreboding. The Clippers possessed a substantial number of perimeter players with trade value, with Richardson and Healy firmly established as starters. It was unlikely the team would trade them for a backup center. Piakowski could competently fill both the shooting guard and the weakened small forward positions. Yet his trade value was relatively low, making it improbable to secure a quality interior player in exchange. Consequently, the remaining candidates for trade were didhe, Barry, and himself. The thought sent a chill through Morton's heart. It was possible they had already been placed on the trading block, and rumors might soon surface. After a 2-day respite, the Clippers faced the Orlando Magic at home. With the formidable Shaquille O'Neal absent, Penny Hardaway found himself alone in the fight. Despite a remarkable performance, hitting 13 of 19 shots for 38 points, 5 assists, and 2 rebounds, he was ultimately outmatched, leading to the Magic's retreat from Los Angeles. Morton remained a substitute, managing only 5 minutes on the court, during which he scored 5 points, assisted twice, and grabbed 1 rebound. Fitch's actions deepened Morton's dissatisfaction, yet he could do little more than patiently await his opportunity. After the game, as Morton emerged from the shower, he was taken aback to find 3 unfamiliar individuals in the locker room, 1 man and 2 women. The man, likely in his 50s or 60s, had dyed his hair black, yet the sagging skin on his face betrayed his true age. The 2 women beside him were considerably younger, in their 20s, adorned with thick makeup and possessing alluring figures, closely entwined with the elderly gentleman. Having finished a shower first, Morton found the expansive locker room occupied solely by these 3. Their presence left him somewhat incredulous. While basketball locker rooms were not as sacrosanct as those in football, they were not open to just anyone, let alone 2 women during players' bathing time. At that moment, Morton felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he had donned his clothes before stepping out. His teammates harbored a peculiar habit, rather a custom of lingering in their birthday suits after showering, parading around before finally dressing. Though Morton had adjusted to the environment, he did not share the same level of openness as his foreign counterparts. He always made it a point to dress promptly after showering, at the very least donning his underwear. As he contemplated this, didhe emerged from the shower in his natural state. Upon noticing the unexpected presence of 3 individuals, he exhibited only a momentary surprise, displaying no further reaction. He neither sought to cover himself nor hurried to dress, behaving with the same nonchalance as usual. Morton's reaction, both ordinary and peculiar, struck him as exceedingly strange. Were foreigners truly so open-minded, unconcerned about being exposed? The 2 women in the distance, along with the elderly Caucasian gentleman, exhibited no signs of discomfort, instead whispering and gesturing towards the AI before redirecting their attention to Morton. The elderly gentleman leaned down to kiss the face of the woman on his right, then, with an arm around both women, approached Morton. As they drew closer, Morton realized that the women were quite young, likely not yet 20, though their attire suggested a more mature appearance. He mused inwardly. This was indeed a case of an old bull indulging in tender grass. "Why are you dressed like that?" the elderly gentleman inquired, a question that left Morton momentarily speechless. What do you mean by dressed like that? Was he implying that Morton should not wear clothing? Noticing Morton's silence, the elderly gentleman's expression soured. At that moment, the woman to his left suddenly reached out her small hand towards Morton's chest. Reflexively, he recoiled slightly, casting an annoyed glance in her direction. The woman sheepishly withdrew her hand, looking up at the elderly gentleman with a playful demeanor. "So what do you think? Aren't these gentlemen quite robust?" Morton could no longer tolerate the expressions of the 3 individuals before him, as if they regarded him merely as an object to be toyed with and admired. Had it not been for the uncertainty surrounding the origins of the elderly white man, he would have confronted them long ago. Yet, he felt compelled to avoid confrontation, wishing only for a quiet exit. However, before he could take 2 steps away, he was abruptly halted by a voice from behind. "Stop, come here." The elderly white man spoke with a smile, yet his tone was unmistakably authoritative. "Is there something you need?" Morton halted, turning to inquire. "My companion wishes to experience your physique. Is it that you cannot satisfy her?" "I cannot assist with that," Morton retorted, suppressing the fury bubbling within him. The elderly white man's face flushed crimson, clearly incensed, as he demanded, "What is your name? Who are you? How did you gain entry? And what gives you the right to question me?" Morton, equally agitated, stepped forward defiantly, dismissing his identity. Beside him, he looked on with incredulity, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of schadenfreude. The elderly man and his 2 female companions instinctively recoiled a half-step from Morton's imposing demeanor, but they quickly regained their composure. Very well, you are quite something," the elderly man replied, a smile twisted by fury. "Mr. Sterling, this young man is impetuous and lacks decorum. If he has inadvertently offended you, I hope you will not take it to heart." At that moment, Otero arrived on the scene, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation and rushing over to mediate. Upon hearing Otero's name, Morton felt a pang in his chest as realization dawned upon him. He finally understood how these 3 had managed to enter the locker room, and why he had shown no reaction upon seeing them. The elderly white man was none other than Donald Sterling, the most powerful boss of the Clippers. If he were to kneel and apologize, perhaps in a good mood, I might consider sparing him. Sterling reveled in Morton's astonishment, relishing the fear and submission that washed over the faces of those he deemed inferior. Otero glanced at Morton, his expression fraught with concern, but before he could utter another word of mediation, Morton spat out 2 words. "In your dreams." Morton felt a surge of fury threatening to erupt from his chest, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to deliver a blow to that detestable face. Yet, apprehensive of the potential criminal repercussions, he reconsidered and ultimately refrained, storming out in a fit of rage. Antonio Otero called after him several times, but Morton paid him no heed and continued on his way. "Mr. Sterling," Otero turned back to plead for leniency, yet Sterling did not spare him a glance, merely snorting disdainfully before departing. Once Sterling and the 2 women had left, who had witnessed the entire farce unfold, could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, fully aware that Morton was finished. Sterling was not a magnanimous elder. Having been publicly slighted by one of his players in front of his female companions, he would not let the matter rest easily. Had Morton been a superstar, Sterling might have begrudgingly accepted the situation for the sake of the team's performance. But as a mere role player, Morton would undoubtedly face the consequences. An expulsion from the team was imperative. Once Morton departed, he found himself devoid of a rival, which undoubtedly brought him great joy. The Clippers set sail, Chapter 46. The trade. Morton did not depart in a fit of rage. The truth is, he had long ceased to desire remaining with the Clippers. The team's dismal performance, the management's lack of ambition, and the ostracism from teammates had all contributed to his disillusionment. Initially, he was willing to stay due to the coach's appreciation for his talent. Yet now, after playing merely 7 minutes across 2 games, it would be disingenuous to claim he bore no resentment towards Fitch. Today, having inadvertently offended the team's owner, he decided to embrace a reckless abandon. Whether he was to be traded or released, he accepted it. After all, his circumstances could scarcely be worse than remaining with the Clippers. As for whether any team would desire his services, he was not overly concerned. Although he had played infrequently, his performances were still well remembered, and he believed he would not fade into obscurity. Thus, upon returning home, Morton felt no apprehension about the future. He slept more soundly than ever, free from worry. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the ringing of a phone. Upon answering, he discovered it was Fitch calling. The coach said little, merely requesting Morton come to his office, his words tinged with a faint sadness and profound fatigue. Morton responded with a calm acceptance, fully prepared for whatever outcome awaited him. That morning, he leisurely perused the day's newspapers, the basketball section primarily reporting on the previous day's contest between the Rockets and the Jazz for the Western Conference lead, while briefly mentioning the Clippers' surprising victory over the Magic. However, there was not a word about the events that transpired in the locker room afterward, for Morton understood that such matters were rarely spoken of by players. After breakfast, Morton boarded the bus to the training facility as usual, then sauntered toward Fitch's office. His relaxed demeanor gave his teammates the illusion that the previous day's events had merely been a fleeting dream. Upon arriving at Fitch's office, he was greeted by Nelson, who opened the door. Fitch sat in a chair, staring vacantly out the window, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally withdrew his gaze from the view outside. "Anthony, you're here. Please take a seat," Fitch said, managing a faint smile. "Thank you," Morton replied courteously. At Morton's expression of gratitude, Fitch's demeanor faltered, and the smile on his face subtly shifted, revealing a hint of self-mockery. In that moment, Morton perceived the frailty and solitude of the elder before him. "Anthony, you are to be traded." "I know." Morton had anticipated this outcome. "We still couldn't keep you." Fitch sighed helplessly, continuing, "Long before Roberts was injured, the management had considered acquiring a different rotational big man. Elgin initially intended to put you on the market, but I opposed it, thus it was shelved. Yet, I feared that your exceptional performance would draw attention from other teams, prompting them to inquire about your availability for trade, so I delayed your return. Even when you did return, I limited your playing time to suppress your performance and statistics, preparing to grant you more freedom once the trade was finalized. However, I never expected that it would still come to this." Morton listened to Fitch's narrative, increasingly astonished and burdened with guilt, until he was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by remorse. He recalled the concerned tone in which Fitch had called him, the unwavering promise of a place for him on the team. How he despised himself for not understanding the truth back then, for misjudging this elder for such an extended period. "Now I cannot protect you any longer," Fitch paused, then continued, "but rest assured I shall not discard you frivolously. Your strength and potential are commendable, and many teams will be interested. You may engage with them, and when the time comes, inform me of your preferred choice." Upon hearing Fitch's words, Morton felt his eyes welling with tears. He comprehended Fitch's message clearly. Seek out the team that shows the greatest sincerity and offers the most advantageous opportunity for your development, and I shall facilitate your trade to that team. Although coaches in the NBA lack the authority to trade or sign players, they can still exert influence over such transactions. Prior to any trade, general managers typically communicate with the coach. Otherwise, the arduous efforts to acquire a player may result in a clash with the coach's strategies, leading to criticism of the coach's competence. Is it the player's ineptitude or the manager's folly? Perhaps a bit of both. "Thank you, coach," Morton said sincerely as he stood to express his gratitude. "Indeed," Fitch nodded. "Go now. Take these days to rest well. Sterling will not allow you to play until the trade." "Understood, coach. I will inform you of any updates." In the following days, whether facing the Bucks on the road or the Pacers, Morton did not join the team on their travels, opting instead to remain in Los Angeles, savoring the solitude. He seized this rare opportunity to explore the city, knowing that once he was traded, he would become an adversary upon his return, unable to indulge in such leisurely enjoyment again. Moreover, when he arrived at his new team, if asked by his new teammates about the attractions of Los Angeles, he would be utterly at a loss, which would be quite embarrassing. During these days, after being put on the trading block, several teams expressed interest in acquiring Morton. However, few reached out directly to him. Even those who did merely mentioned aligning with the coach's tactical plans, at most offering him a primary rotational position. Naturally, such prospects did not satisfy Morton, prompting him to decide to bide his time a little longer. Morton was unhurried, yet others were anxious. If the situation dragged on, Rodgers would inevitably return. Fitch informed him that Baylor had issued an ultimatum, necessitating the identification of a trade target before the game against the Heat. With only 4 days remaining until December 14th, the deadline loomed large. At that moment, Morton received a phone call, leading him to spend the afternoon in a CAF with a middle-aged man. What transpired during their conversation remains a mystery, but afterward, Morton placed a call to Fitch. On December 13th, 1995, an event that now seems trivial but would later alter the landscape of the league occurred. Anthony Morton departed for the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors, 76ers, and Clippers engaged in a three-way trade. The Raptors sent Tony Massenberg, Elvin Robertson, and A.C. Green to the 76ers, while the Clippers relinquished Anthony Morton and Stanley Roberts. In return, the Raptors secured Morton and Roberts, the 76ers acquired Massenberg, and the Clippers received Robertson, Green, and Ed Pinckney. Despite Roberts' hefty salary of $3 million, the Raptors, as a new franchise, had ample room beneath the luxury tax threshold, making the acceptance of this undesirable contract entirely feasible. While this trade appeared rather abrupt, signs of its occurrence had long been evident. A fortnight prior, the Clippers had been actively seeking to bolster their frontcourt, with Morton momentarily placed on the trading block, engaging in substantive discussions with several teams. However, for reasons unknown, the Clippers had subsequently closed the trading window. Just a week later, it reopened, making the transaction seem entirely reasonable. In the NBA, player trades are commonplace. Even star players and venerable veterans are not immune, let alone a mere substitute like Morton, rendering the situation unremarkable. This is the essence of the NBA. It is merely a business arena. Years later, when people reflect on that trade, most scoff, deriding the Clippers for their short-sightedness in missing out on one of the greatest players in franchise history and squandering the opportunity to transform into a formidable team. However, given the circumstances at the time, no one could justly claim that the Clippers erred. Some even lauded Baylor for executing a shrewd transaction. They were unaware of the latent potential within Morton. To them, exchanging an unproven, undrafted rookie and a burdensome contract for 3 capable players seemed not only justifiable, but even a slight enhancement of the Clippers' prowess. Elvin Robertson, a superstar guard capable of averaging over 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists during his prime, returned to the court 2 years later at Thomas's behest, maintaining commendable competitiveness. Since the commencement of the season, he has consistently held the position of starting shooting guard, averaging an impressive 9.3 points, 4.2 assists, and 4 rebounds per game, with a commendable shooting percentage of 47. As a substitute, he adeptly compensates for the loss of Morton and is equally proficient in both guard positions. Ed Pinckney is the embodiment of a perennial backup, whose capabilities should not be underestimated. He once showcased a modicum of offensive prowess in the post, yet his technique remains rather rudimentary, and he has failed to further develop his skills. As his tenure in the league extends, his proficiency in positioning and rebounding has sharpened, relegating him to a blue-collar role focused on rebounding and defense. Averaging 20 minutes on the court, he secures 6 rebounds, undoubtedly bringing the much-needed intensity to the Clippers' interior. As for A.C. Earl, he is a versatile big man capable of playing both power forward and center, serving as an excellent addition to the Clippers' bench depth. Although his current skill level may not be formidable, his youth affords him ample room for growth. Even if these 3 players struggle to acclimate upon their arrival in Los Angeles, the Clippers would still emerge unscathed, for they have shed the considerable burden of Roberts. Moreover, the arrival of veterans Robertson and Pinckney can provide the much-needed experience to aid the development of the Clippers' younger players. Regarding the 76ers' involvement, it is purely a strategic maneuver to clear salary cap space in preparation for a significant foray into next year's free agency, while also engaging in a calculated tanking effort to vie for the first overall pick, evidencing the 76ers' long-standing tradition of rebuilding. At that time, all industry insiders concurred that the Clippers would not incur losses, with the 76ers making a modest gain. while the Raptors might only have Thomas believing they struck a remarkable deal. Regardless of the present or future conjectures, the swirling rumors have had little impact on Morton, whose mental fortitude has become increasingly unshakable. Thomas has granted him a week to attend to personal matters, requiring him to report back to the team by the 20th. Upon hearing the phrase personal matters, Morton could hardly suppress a laugh, as he found himself at a loss for any personal issues to address. The only task he needed to undertake before his departure was bidding farewell to friends, which would not consume much time, given his sparse social circle in Los Angeles. Following Kaler's departure, the only individuals he could truly consider friends in the vast city, aside from the men like Ronnie and Fitch, were Autro and perhaps Barry, who could only be deemed a half-friend at best. In a gesture of respect, Morton made a point to visit Ronnie and Fitch individually, both of whom expressed profound regret over his departure. Ronnie, in particular, a man who devoted all his time and energy to the team he cherished, had the longest acquaintance with Morton and possessed the deepest understanding of him. He was also the most optimistic about Morton's future. Had he not been a man of modest means, he would have exerted every effort to retain Morton. Otto, while feeling a subtle sense of loss regarding Morton's departure, was predominantly filled with genuine happiness, along with a hint of envy and concern. Morton comprehended Otto's sentiments. The Raptors, as a burgeoning team, represented an unparalleled opportunity for role players eager to showcase their talents. Otto was sincerely delighted for Morton's newfound opportunity, wishing him well and harboring admiration, yet devoid of jealousy. When Morton visited Barry, he was taken aback by Barry's heartfelt joy and sincere blessings. Upon reflection, Morton understood that with his exit from the Clippers, Barry would indeed gain more opportunities. Although Robertson was a formidable player, he was nearing the twilight of his career and posed no threat to Barry's standing. In the absence of conflicting interests, Barry left a rather positive impression on Morton. Emerging from Barry's residence and strolling along the bustling streets, Morton suddenly recalled the two most significant individuals he had overlooked, James and his wife, the proprietors of the Aegean Hotel, who had selflessly offered their support without any expectation of reward. Morton felt a twinge of guilt since his arrival in the league. It was the first time he had thought of the elderly couple after so many days. They lived in the same city, yet he had failed to visit them even once, an oversight that now seemed utterly unforgivable. Noticing that the day was still young, Morton hesitated briefly before hailing a cab to Jacob's Inn. Although it had been nearly 6 months since his last visit, his memories of the place where he had once stayed during a difficult time remained remarkably vivid. As he revisited the site, the weathered walls and crooked sign evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he had stepped into another era. He entered the inn slowly, observing White, who was behind the counter, trimming something while wearing his reading glasses, entirely oblivious to Morton's arrival. "Hey, old man, it's time to pay the protection fee," Morton declared with a playful ferocity. "Protection fee?" White seemed momentarily taken aback, slowly removing his glasses and gazing at Morton with curiosity. "Uncle James, do you not recognize me?" Morton smiled, looking at White. "Ah, it's you. I thought you had forgotten about your old uncle." White finally discerned Morton's features, his expression a mix of surprise and delight. "How could I?" Though he spoke confidently, Morton felt a pang of guilt, for indeed, he had momentarily forgotten about White. "You come to bid farewell, haven't you?" White smiled, choosing not to press further on the matter. "How did you know?" Morton was astonished. This transaction was of little concern to most in the league, so how could a modest innkeeper be aware? White raised the newspaper in his hand, saying, "I've been keeping an eye on your news." As Morton leaned in, he noticed a thick scrapbook on the counter, filled with clippings about him. It chronicled everything from his debut in the league to this recent transaction, including articles he had never seen before. He was surprised that White had compiled such a collection. "Uncle James, you're the most prominent guest this inn has ever hosted. Once you achieve fame, I shall adorn the walls with these clippings, and my humble inn will be bustling with patrons. Stay for dinner tonight." "Sure." That evening, Morton set aside any concerns about alcohol's detrimental effects on his athletic career and drank to excess with White in the quaint inn, losing all sense of self. Chapter 1. The rise of the Raptors. Morton did not truly wait until the 20th to travel to the Raptors. Instead, he arrived in Toronto 2 days earlier. However, the coach did not deploy him during the game against the Pistons on the 19th, opting instead to have him observe from the stands. The Raptors are one of the youngest teams in the league, having entered the NBA in 1995 as part of its international expansion initiative, with their home base in Toronto, Canada. Their name, derived from a public contest, embodies ferocity, swiftness, and remarkable leaping ability. 2 decades later, they stand as the only non-American team in the league. Despite their brief history, the Raptors quickly evolved into a formidable contender in the Eastern Conference merely a few years after joining the league. This ascent was largely attributed to the visionary decision of the team owner to appoint Isaiah Thomas, the smiling assassin from Motor City, as the team manager. Thomas's accolades from his playing days are well documented. He is celebrated as one of the 50 greatest players in history and led the Pistons to suppress Michael Jordan's Bulls for 3 consecutive years, solidifying his legacy as one of the greatest diminutive players in the annals of basketball. However, his tenure as a manager and head coach has garnered mixed reviews. Those familiar with the NBA are aware that the recent decline of the New York Knicks is closely linked to his involvement. Upon assuming control of the Knicks in 2003, he made a series of perplexing trades. Not only did he take on several undesirable contracts, such as those of Anthony Hardaway and Jerome Williams, but he also acquired a slew of similarly styled players, including Stephon Marbury, Steve Francis, and Jamal Crawford. Moreover, he hired 2 Hall of Fame coaches, Lenny Wilkins and Larry Brown, only to be plagued by rumors of discord with both. Eventually, Knicks owner James Dolan could no longer tolerate Thomas's erratic performance and appointed him as head coach to rectify the mess. Viewed strictly through this lens, Thomas appears to be a rather inept manager. However, when considering his tenure with the Raptors, one might reconsider. His selections of Damon Stoudemire in '95, Marcus Camby in '96, and Tracy McGrady in '97 showcase his keen eye for talent and may prompt a re-evaluation of his managerial prowess. Morton is indifferent to why Thomas's management career has experienced such a roller coaster trajectory. He is solely concerned that Thomas remains the Raptors' vice president and will fulfill his promises. Morton was inclined to join the Raptors due to a promise made by Thomas, assuring him that he would enjoy the same status and privileges as Damon. Upon hearing these words, Morton felt a surge of emotions within him, yet he swiftly recognized the dilemma. Stoudemire was also a point guard, and their positions were in conflict. How could they possibly enjoy the same status and privileges? When Morton expressed this concern to Thomas, he vividly recalled the subtly mocking smile that adorned Thomas's face as he replied, "You said you must play point guard. Do you truly believe that your height and weight confine you to that position alone?" Morton was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He realized that he had grown 2 centimeters taller over the past 6 months, now standing at an impressive height of 1.98 meters. This stature not only qualified him for the role of a point guard, but also rendered him capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of shooting guard or even a small forward. Initially, Fitch had intended to utilize him as a dual threat guard in the upcoming season. However, due to Richardson's injury, Morton had been confined to the position of point guard. With Robertson's departure, there existed a void that needed to be filled by a player capable of compensating for his absence. Thomas's words were unequivocal. With the starting shooting guard gone, a new one was required. After a brief moment of contemplation, Morton nodded in agreement. As for why Thomas personally sought out Morton, it was not only due to his high regard for him, but also to secure Morton's commitment to a contract extension. Morton initially signed a 1-year contract with the Clippers for a modest sum of $200,000, which is set to expire next summer. The NBA has established regulations regarding the contract renewals of rookies, aside from first-round picks. Second-round selections and undrafted players who have not spent 3 years in the league will become restricted free agents once their contracts expire. Thus, when Morton's contract concludes next summer, he will be classified as a restricted free agent. This designation means that other teams may extend offers to Morton, who has the right to accept such proposals, while his original team retains the authority to decide whether to match those offers. Although the original team holds the ultimate matching rights, securing a commitment from the player himself would undoubtedly be an advantageous outcome. Morton ultimately made this commitment, for if he were to enjoy a core position akin to that of Stoudemire, then signing a long-term contract with the Raptors would not be out of the question. While many high-profile stars may shy away from the frigid climate of Toronto, Morton finds himself quite enamored with this nation, which proudly displays the maple leaf upon its flag. It is one of the wealthiest and most economically advanced countries in the world, renowned for its high quality of life. Toronto, as the largest city in Canada and the 4th largest in North America, epitomizes this distinction. It is not without reason that the NBA has established one of its 2 overseas teams in this locale. In today's home game against the Pistons, the Raptors fell to a score of 82-92. Stepping into the starting shooting guard position vacated by Morton was a player named Jimmy King. In his 35 minutes on the court, managed to score 10 points, along with 4 assists and 4 rebounds, demonstrating a performance that can only be described as mediocre. Morton is not particularly familiar with this player, nor does he know many others on this makeshift Raptors team. The point guard is Damon Stoudemire, the most renowned player on the team and the one he knows best. When Stoudemire's name is mentioned, most fans conjure images of the towering, athletic Alma. Yet they often forget about the diminutive but equally airborne figure of the 178 Mighty Mouse. Even among the average height of Americans, he is not considered tall, let alone in the NBA, where height is paramount. Nevertheless, through his unwavering determination and indomitable spirit, Stoudemire not only secured his place in the league, but also emerged as the Raptors' inaugural core player, surpassing renowned talents like Joe Smith, Kevin Garnett, and Rasheed Wallace to claim the Rookie of the Year title. Although constrained by his height and innate limitations from achieving further breakthroughs, his performance was sufficient for all to remember his name. In the small forward position is Swingman Willie Anderson, who was selected by the San Antonio Spurs as the 10th overall pick in the first round of the 1988 draft. He served as a primary shooting guard for the Spurs until a series of debilitating injuries led to a decline in form, resulting in his disappointing release from the team. This year, he was chosen by the Raptors in the expansion draft. The power forward position is held by John Salley, a player whose fortune can only be described as extraordinary, averaging merely 7 points and 4.5 rebounds. He is notable for being the first player in league history to win championships with 3 different teams. This alone would suffice. But he also experienced the infamous bad boys of the late 1980s, the Bulls dynasty of '96, and the Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo of the 2000s, blessings not afforded to many. As for why he remains with the Raptors, it is simply because he has yet to be released. After playing half a season with the Raptors, he was let go and subsequently signed with the Bulls for the remainder of the season. However, it remains uncertain if he will be cut again after the Raptors parted ways with 2 of their interior players. At the center position is Oliver Miller, arguably one of the most densely built players in the history of the league, standing at a modest height of 2.06 meters, yet weighing an astonishing 150 kilograms. Figures like Rivers and Roberts pale in comparison. Due to his imposing physique, many owners and managers expressed dissatisfaction, resulting in Miller's journey through 6 teams over his 7-year career. The outspoken Charles Barkley once jested, "You might not be able to jump very high, perhaps not even touch the rim. But if you place a colossal hamburger on the rim, you would certainly achieve that." Additionally, the Raptors bench features center Zane Tabuk, versatile big man Carlos Rogers, power forward Dwayne Whitefield, small forwards Tracy Murray and Martin Lewis, and a dual position guard Vincenzo Esposito, among a host of lesser-known role players, both from the past and present. There is also Stanley Roberts, who lies bedridden. While the team's roster may be underwhelming, Morton feels a sense of excitement rather than despair. For a newly established team in the league, the expectations are simple: avoid an embarrassing record. As for the number of wins or making it to the playoffs, even the most fervent fans and owners do not harbor such extravagant hopes. In such a team, devoid of minimal targets and external pressures, and faced with evidently less capable teammates, Morton can finally unleash his talents without reservation. Chapter 2. The clash with Rodman following their match against the Pistons. The Raptors will enjoy a 2-day respite. During this time, Morton participated in team practices. True to his word, Thomas ensured that Morton was assigned to the starting lineup during every scrimmage. Head coach Brendan Malone initially intended to devise tactics tailored to Morton's strengths, but due to unfamiliarity, he decided to observe for a while before proceeding. Brendan Malone is renowned in the NBA, yet his prowess is rather limited, as he has primarily served as an assistant coach. Throughout his 27-year coaching career, he has only held head coaching positions twice. Once during this season and again for 18 games in the 2004 to 2005 season with the Cavaliers, making a total of exactly 100 games. When his son, Mark Malone, assumed the role of head coach for the Kings in 2013, he briefly came out of retirement to assist. It is noteworthy that Morton, upon his arrival, secured the position of starting shooting guard without any dissent, not only due to the lack of confidence among his peers in competing for the spot, but also because the upcoming opponent is the Chicago Bulls. They are reluctant to become mere background players, or perhaps more fittingly, weeds alongside the legendary Michael Jordan. Morton could not help but lament the narrow paths of fate. Merely 2 weeks prior, he had faced off against Jordan, and now, upon joining a new team, he found himself pitted against him once more. On December 22nd, Morton traveled with his team to Chicago to challenge the Bulls, marking the second encounter between him and Jordan. Notably, during warm-ups before the game, Jordan's expression upon seeing Morton was one of sheer disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He struggled to comprehend how, just a fortnight ago, he had encountered this fellow while battling the Clippers, only to meet another individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him while facing the Raptors. Perhaps they were twins? Hello, I am Anthony Morton. Remember this name? Morton thought, observing Jordan's astonished demeanor, which struck him as somewhat endearing. Suppressing a smile, he approached to offer a greeting. Upon hearing the familiar name and tone, Jordan quickly realized that the two were indeed the same person, merely traded. Given Jordan's stature, it was hardly surprising that he would not concern himself with the triviality of Morton's trade. Michael, who is this little fellow? Before Jordan could respond, a burly figure with yellow hair and tattooed arms approached, his demeanor menacing. Without waiting for Jordan's reply, he turned to Morton. Are you here to provoke? Rodman. I know who you are, Morton retorted, unperturbed by Rodman's brashness. I don't care whether you recognize me or not. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Rodman continued to press forward aggressively. Morton glanced at Jordan and noticed that Jordan had no intention of intervening. He and Pippen stood nearby, clutching the ball and observing the situation with an air of amusement. The Raptors' teammates, unfamiliar with Morton due to his recent arrival, recognized that the circumstances were unfavorable for him, yet showed no inclination to offer assistance. Morton found himself in a predicament, torn between two choices. To leave would mean sacrificing his pride, and in the forthcoming match, his morale would inevitably suffer. To stay, however, was equally unappealing, as he had no desire to engage in a contest of wills with this fearless rogue, knowing that whether through words or actions, he would ultimately be the one to bear the consequences. Just as Morton grappled with his dilemma, an epiphany struck him, recalling a timeless phrase from his past life. Mr. Rodman, you are my idol, and my admiration for you flows like an unending river, akin to the relentless flood of the Mississippi. As Morton recited this iconic statement, which had been echoed by countless individuals online, he not only managed to momentarily stun the fierce-looking Rodman, but also captured the attention of the surrounding Chicago Bulls players, who watched him in bewilderment. Moments later, laughter erupted from their lips, while Rodman's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he found himself unable to retaliate. The words spoken by Morton were evidently insincere, crafted merely for amusement, yet each phrase was imbued with a profound admiration for him. Should he persist in his entanglement? The moment word spread that Rodman had turned hostile even towards his admirers, resorting to violence, he would indeed find himself utterly disgraced. Rodman let out a dismissive grunt before pivoting to return to his warm-up routine. Meanwhile, Morton, watching Rodman's departing figure, silently offered his apologies. Forgive me, Master Stephen Chow, for this moment of imitation. This was merely a fleeting episode before the match. Apart from Rodman, it was unlikely that anyone else would take it to heart, merely dismissing it with a laugh. As the time for the game approached, an ever-increasing throng of fans gathered at the United Center, with the venue, which could accommodate over 20,000, nearing its capacity. More importantly, the fervent atmosphere was palpable, as these fans, some draped in the iconic 23 jersey of Jordan, others donning the 33 of Pippen, and even a few clad in the 91 of Rodman, exuded an unmistakable confidence and zeal, a unique aura reserved for the supporters of a championship team. Even before the game commenced, the arena was already alive with cheers, chants of MVP, and exuberant applause. During the preseason game against the Jazz, Morton encountered a similar scenario. However, it was merely a preseason match, and the Jazz could not be compared to the Bulls with Jordan, so the experience did not resonate as deeply. In the lead-up to the game, Coach Malone focused less on strategizing and more on alleviating the players' stress. Yet, this seemed somewhat unnecessary, as Stoudemire, being a newcomer, was eager to impress in front of his idol, Jordan. Morton, having faced numerous challenging away games in his previous life, was unfazed by such pressures. Anderson, a seasoned veteran of the league, had weathered the highs and lows with a remarkably calm demeanor. Saley, a member of the Bad Boys, had a long-standing rivalry with the Bulls. As for Miller, the carefree individual who only cared about food, tension was a foreign concept to him. With the starting five exuding confidence, it was only natural for the bench players to follow suit. Morton secretly mused that it was the coach who seemed more anxious. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in the jump ball. The Bulls center, Longley, faced off against the Raptors' power forward, Saley, rather than Miller. According to the coach, I can jump higher than he can. Saley, a versatile big man, standing at 2.11 meters, found himself at a disadvantage against Longley, who stood at 2.18 meters, ultimately losing the tip-off due to Longley's height and reach. Harper secured the ball, dribbled past half-court, and passed it to Jordan. As Jordan controlled the ball, his piercing gaze fixed on Morton. While he found the young player intriguing, he would not tolerate repeated provocations. Today, let me see if you are worthy of my remembrance. Under Jordan's watchful eyes, Morton felt an involuntary surge of nervousness. Compared to Kobe's intimidating glare, Jordan's penetrating gaze was far more formidable. Jordan slowly bent down, lowering his center of gravity, signaling the onset of his drive. Morton's heart raced inexplicably. Suddenly, Jordan accelerated, charging straight at Morton without altering his path. Morton stayed closely aligned with Jordan, neither interfering nor attempting to steal the ball, merely aiming to prevent a sudden jump shot. As for what would happen if Jordan penetrated the paint, that was beyond his concern. Defending against Jordan was a collective effort. Miller, noticing Jordan nearing the 3-second zone, hastily abandoned Longley and wobbled over to intercept Jordan. Morton, observing Miller's positioning, inwardly cursed his luck, as Miller had failed to seal off the baseline, inadvertently aiding Jordan instead. Indeed, Jordan maneuvered through the gap between Miller and the baseline with the ball, and as Morton could no longer follow due to Miller's obstruction, he quickly circled around to the other side. Poor Miller, caught off guard, suddenly realized that the two figures before him had vanished, one to the left and the other to the right. As Jordan leapt over Miller, preparing for a slam dunk, Morton arrived from the front of the hoop, soaring into the air to block Jordan's shooting space. Observing this, Jordan retracted his hand, gliding his body beneath the basket, and executed a reverse dunk, the basketball obediently finding its way into the hoop. Morton could only watch helplessly as Jordan executed a magnificent dunk. Upon landing, Jordan shook his head at him, as if to convey his inadequacy, before nonchalantly retreating to the backcourt as though nothing had transpired. Morton turned to Miller with a hint of irritation, intending to offer guidance on his positioning. However, to his surprise, Miller gazed back at him with a pair of innocent, wide eyes, as if to convey that this goal should have been scored, and it had nothing to do with him at all. Morton sighed in frustration, feeling as though he was unable to live up to expectations. He sprinted to the baseline to receive the ball, only to suddenly recall that he was playing as a shooting guard on the court, prompting him to dash back towards the front court. Once Stoudemire advanced the ball, he certainly would not pass it to Morton as Harper did to Jordan. In reality, Jordan was not only the Bulls' most formidable asset in offense, but also arguably their strongest defensive player. The Bulls' starting lineup exhibited its most notable weakness in the matchup between Stoudemire and Harper, as well as the center, Longley. While Stoudemire sought opportunities at the arc, Morton found himself entangled with Jordan in a positional battle on the other end. Why did Morton position himself so strategically? Was he aiming for a back-to-the-basket play, aggressively attacking the paint? Not quite. In truth, Morton is not adept at one-on-one plays. His tussle for position with Jordan was purely a tactic to exhaust Jordan's stamina, even though Morton's own endurance leaves much to be desired. Had Jordan been aware of Morton's limitations, he would not have exerted such effort to contend with him in the low post. The crux of the matter is that he was completely oblivious to Morton's true capabilities. This ignorance led to a spectacle of both physical and verbal skirmishes between the two. "Hey, little guy, what is your name?" Jordan's remark carried a hint of mockery. It was predominantly a blatant insult. Are you senile or just forgetful? I just told you my name, and you can't even remember." Morton was no longer the defenseless newcomer he once was, having emerged from a renowned background of critics and possessing extensive experience in online forums. He could occasionally deliver sharp retorts. "Even at 80 years old, I could still annihilate you, rookie. Let us see if you make it to 80, while I hope to still be around when you do." The banter between them had escalated, evolving into mutual curses. Fortunately, the Raptors' offensive possession came to a timely conclusion. Stoudemire broke through Harper's defense, drove into the lane, and, after drawing the attention of Longley, passed the ball to Miller. Miller's shot was disrupted by Longley, prompting Jordan to rush inside for the rebound, temporarily halting their confrontation on another front. When it was the Bulls' turn to attack, Jordan didn't even wait for Harper to bring the ball past half-court. He demanded the ball immediately, determined to teach this individual a lesson they would not soon forget. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Morton hastily stepped forward to intercept. The ideal outcome would have been to confine Jordan beyond the three-point line, for it was widely acknowledged that Jordan's shooting from that distance was far from reliable, perhaps even difficult to behold. However, Morton's somewhat naive ambition was evidently unattainable. Everyone in the league was acutely aware of Jordan's struggles beyond the arc. Had he been successfully contained outside that line, Jordan would not have earned the revered title of basketball deity, and the league would not have regarded him with such trepidation. With a swift sidestep and a deft pivot, Jordan effortlessly left Morton in his wake, accelerating towards the paint without hesitation. As Morton beheld the sudden disappearance of his adversary, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without a moment's pause, he pivoted and gave chase. The other Raptors players were equally caught off guard by Morton's swift bypass. It was not until Jordan breached the 3-second area that anyone reacted, rushing to defend. Unexpectedly, Jordan leaped off the ground, intending to execute a soaring dunk. Yet, sensing a presence behind him, he instinctively altered his approach to a low layup, not only evading the outstretched hand of his pursuer, but also successfully drawing a foul in the process. After Morton's descent, he gazed with discontent at the basketball that had slipped through the hoop, feeling that he was mere moments away from blocking it. To his surprise, Sealy approached him during the brief interlude before the free throw. Morton assumed he was coming to chastise him for failing to defend Jordan twice in succession. But to his astonishment, that was not the case at all. Sealy leaned in and whispered, "Next time, be more aggressive." Morton smiled faintly. As a member of the Bad Boys, although Sealy was not a primary player, he was by no means to be underestimated. He was well-versed in dealing with Jordan. At that time, the Pistons even devised a defensive strategy specifically targeting Jordan, famously known as the Jordan rules, employing various methods to staunchly defend against him, resorting to any means necessary. When they found it impossible to contain Jordan, they would allow him to score while focusing their efforts on the other 4 players. Regardless of how many points Jordan accumulated, if the remaining 4 players scored minimally, the Bulls would ultimately lose. Of course, while the Pistons claimed to let Jordan go, they actually assigned one player to exert every possible effort to disrupt the dithe's rhythm, employing any tactics, even fouls or intentional harm, to unsettle Jordan's offensive flow. Looking back 5 years, Laimbeer and Mahorn were the staunch adherents of the Jordan rules. Morton smiled at Sally, neither expressing agreement nor disagreement. Yet he had never truly entertained such an idea in his heart. If it were the decisive moment of a Game 7 in the finals, he might contemplate such a course of action for the championship. But this was merely a regular season match, and the outcome bore little significance for the current season. Morton was unwilling to resort to such dubious methods. Jordan effortlessly sank the free throw, then turned to Morton with a smile that brimmed with disdain and mockery. Within less than a minute of the game as commencement, he had already scored 5 points, clearly indicating that the Airman was in formidable form today, presenting Morton with a significant challenge. As for the Raptors' soaring ambitions, I must request a few days of sick leave due to an unfortunate cold contracted last night, which has left me with a high fever. I had intended to write some content, but I find myself unable to continue, hence the need for a brief hiatus. In Chapter 4, titled As Beautiful as a Painting, when the Raptors were once again on the offensive, Stoudemire brought the ball into the front court and reluctantly passed it to Morton. The tactical arrangement for Malone in this match was for Morton and Stoudemire to alternate in orchestrating the offense, aiming to penetrate the opponent's interior defense. Morton offered Stoudemire a warm smile, yet to his surprise, Stoudemire turned away with a displeased expression, disregarding Morton's gesture of goodwill. Stoudemire was not a selfish individual. If his teammates were superstars like Jordan, Pippen, or Hardaway, he would willingly relinquish the ball without a hint of complaint. However, the sudden emergence of an enigmatic Morton seeking to claim half of the ball sharing did not sit well with him, even if he refrained from voicing his discontent due to the coach's arrangements. Jordan, perceiving a rift between the two, provocatively remarked, "Looks like your teammate isn't particularly fond of you, huh?" Morton, undaunted, retorted, "Humph, once I outshine you, he will surely come to like me." "Oh, is that so? I eagerly await the spectacle." Morton was reluctant to engage in lengthy discourse with Jordan, whose prowess in trash talk was as renowned as his skill on the court. With a quick wit and effortless cleverness, Jordan's repartee was formidable. If Morton were to persist in this verbal entanglement, he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Morton beckoned, signaling Miller to come forward for a screen. At this moment, Miller's imposing physique finally showcased its worth. Although his screen was not exceptionally effective, it successfully impeded Jordan's path entirely. With a burst of speed, Morton darted past the switching Longley, who persistently pursued him, continually striving to disrupt his progress. Upon reaching the basket, Morton discovered that Longley's towering stature and extraordinarily long wingspan thoroughly obstructed his shooting space. Any attempt to shoot would likely result in rejection. In desperation, Morton passed the ball to the trailing Miller, who, disregarding the presence of Jordan, intended to execute a powerful dunk. However, he was met with a resounding block from Longley, stationed nearby. Given Longley's height, there was little distinction between facing Morton or Miller. His advantage was so pronounced that he could suppress Miller's dunk without even needing to leap. Miller, staring at his empty hands, displayed a look of confusion and bewilderment, prompting Morton to perceive this amiable giant as rather endearing. Were he an opponent, Morton would undoubtedly find the situation amusing, perhaps even unable to stifle a laugh. Regrettably, as a teammate, he could only helplessly slap his forehead. After Longley swatted the ball away, Harper seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, glancing up to see Pippen charging towards the opposing basket. Without hesitation, he executed a long pass, successfully assisting Pippen in taking flight. Witnessing this unfold, Morton felt a mix of frustration and amusement. There was no need to retreat on defense now. Stoudemire, slightly vexed, sprinted to the baseline to receive the ball, silently resolving to take charge of this offensive play and ensure score. As he dribbled past half court, facing Harper, Stoudemire began to accelerate. Standing less than 6 feet tall, he faced a considerable height disadvantage against nearly all players in the league, especially against Harper, who towered a full 8 inches above him. Yet, Stoudemire's unique advantages, speed and agility, enabled him to make his mark in the league. Speed is paramount in professional basketball. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, no fortification can withstand the swift. Stoudemire's agility was his signature skill, marked by smooth, natural changes in direction rather than elaborate spins or complex crossovers. His drives were seamless, rendering defenders mere obstacles as they watched him glide past without reaction. At that moment, Harper found himself in such a predicament, unknowingly left behind by Stoudemire. The nearest defender, Pippen, abandoned Anderson to provide support, yet Stoudemire, undeterred, accelerated past him. Having navigated through 2 defenders, Stoudemire found himself with a clear path and promptly shot. The ball swished through the net. After scoring 3 consecutive points for his team, the Raptors finally registered their first points of the game. Following the basket, Stoudemire glanced back at Jordan, seeking validation, his expression akin to that of a child eager for parental praise upon receiving an award. To his dismay, he noticed that Jordan hadn't even acknowledged him. Hastily moving towards the front court, feeling overlooked, Stoudemire reluctantly trudged back to the defensive end. As the Bulls prepared for a baseline inbound, Harper dribbled up the court and passed the ball to Jordan, positioned on the right side of the free throw line. Jordan, with the basketball held aloft in his right hand, first surveyed the court and discerned a lack of favorable opportunities. Perhaps in his fury, he perceived that no one else had a chance as promising as his own. He pivoted partially while leaning against Morton, tentatively applying pressure backward, only to find Morton's stance resolutely firm. Recognizing the futility of exerting further effort, he abandoned that approach. On either side, Selly and Stoudemire were acutely attuned to Jordan's every movement, poised to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Yet, Jordan regarded them with a disdainful indifference, barely revealing an expression. Lowering his center of gravity, he nudged Morton and then pivoted, stepping back while leaning slightly backward. As he leaped into the air, his body arched dramatically, his abdominal muscles contracting momentarily. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared forth. The entire sequence unfolded like a graceful dance, truly deserving of the phrase as beautiful as a painting, as the 20,000 spectators erupted in cheers for this exquisite shot. Morton, dismissing all extraneous noise, leapt with determination, endeavoring to disrupt Jordan's shot. Unfortunately, the extent of Jordan's lean rendered any effective interference impossible. This time, Morton refrained from employing an eye-blocking defense, as prior studies had indicated that such tactics had minimal effect on superstars like Jordan. Moreover, Morton was not adept with this defensive strategy. While it could be effective on occasion, relying on it consistently would surely diminish its efficacy compared to employing his natural defensive instincts. His previous resort to the eye-blocking maneuver had been born of desperation due to insufficient jumping height, rather than a deliberate choice. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before crashing against the front of the rim, where Anderson, positioned beneath, secured the rebound and passed it to Stoudemire. Without pausing to assess the situation, Stoudemire surged forward like a racing steed, hoping to catch the defense off guard during the transition. Alas, his hopes were dashed. The Bulls had retreated swiftly, and by the time he advanced into the front court, Rodman and Pippen had already established their positions. Realizing the futility of forcing the play, Stoudemire opted to wait for Morton to arrive before passing him the ball. Upon receiving it, Morton encountered Jordan's gaze, rife with mockery and provocation, causing his expression to darken. Miller scampered over, eager to set another screen for Morton, but was impatiently waved away by Morton, who was determined to manifest his earlier proclamations through action. He intended to engrave his name in the annals of the league's memory. Morton initially emulated Jordan by holding the ball with one hand, a posture that seemed deliberately imitative. However, to Jordan, it appeared more as a provocation. He wiped his hands on his jersey, then spread his arms wide, intending to demonstrate to this audacious young man a lesson in humility. Morton remained unfazed, half turning away from Jordan. Observing this action, Jordan's anger intensified as he scoffed. "You mere imitator. Are you preparing for a fadeaway jumper next?" "As you wish." Though Morton verbally acknowledged this, he refrained from executing it. With his feet shoulder-width apart and knees bent, he lowered his center of gravity, cradling the ball before him. Shifting his weight onto his left foot, he propelled off the inner ball of his right foot, pivoting on his left foot as he stepped towards the basket. He pressed his left shoulder forward, dribbled with his right hand, and leaped forward with a powerful stride. Jordan, deceived by Morton's words and focused solely on guarding the anticipated fadeaway jumper, was caught unawares when Morton executed a clever spin move, slipping past him effortlessly. From the outset of the game, Rodman had been fixated on Morton. This notorious rogue had no understanding of the principle of delayed vengeance. For him, even a 10-minute wait felt excruciating. Upon witnessing Morton finally breach Jordan's defense, he disregarded the team's defensive strategy and rushed forward. His eagerness was understandable. In his eyes, Morton's success at evading Jordan was sheer luck. And if he failed to confront him now, who knew when another such opportunity would arise? Rodman's impulsive departure from his assignment shattered the Bulls' defensive plan. Pippen, who should have provided support, halted mid-run, only to promptly pivot to defend Selly, leaving Anderson to fend for himself. The question of which posed a greater threat, a perimeter player receiving the ball from mid-range or a power forward in the paint, was unequivocal. For Morton, whether to pass to Pippen or the unguarded Selly, or even to the completely open Anderson, were all viable options. Even a miss would not fall on his shoulders. Yet, Morton did not choose any of these. It was not due to a firm resolve to score, nor was it a reaction to Stoudemire's provocation, but rather the fierce approach and menacing demeanor of Rodman that compelled him. It wasn't his intention to engage in hostility. Rather, he feared that opting for a pass would signal weakness to Rodman, who would then become even more audacious in the future. This phenomenon elucidates why many mild-mannered players transform into fierce competitors once they step onto the court. They seek to intimidate defenders, thereby indirectly safeguarding themselves. Morton paused briefly, seemingly poised for a sudden jump shot, yet in reality, he was merely shifting his center of gravity. He stepped forward with his right foot pivoted to the right, and lowered his shoulder, transferring his weight forward. With the ball in his right hand and his left foot's toe pushing off the ground, he lunged forward, leaving the approaching Rodman, who sought to embarrass him, in his wake. After surpassing Rodman, Morton cradled the ball against his abdomen and, with two swift strides, charged towards the basket. At that moment, the Bulls' paint was devoid of defenders. Rodman had ventured out to guard Morton, while Longley failed to anticipate that the team's interior stalwart could not even impede Morton for half a second, leaving him momentarily stunned. Without a hint of hesitation, Morton sprang into the air, delivering a powerful and thunderous dunk. Jordan, observing the figure in the number 95 jersey swaying above the rim, felt a wave of nostalgia. He was momentarily transported back to his youth, rebellious and unafraid of obstacles, resolute in his pursuit despite overwhelming odds. Previously, Morton donned the number 48 while with the Clippers. Upon joining the Raptors, he initially wished to retain the same number. However, the coach advised him to select a different one, suggesting that such a large number is typically reserved for interior players. Morton, being a person of adaptability, merely cast a glance at the coach and promptly resolved to change. After all, it was merely a number. Thus, in the face of the coach's incredulous gaze, he opted for an even larger number, 95. Morton's selection of this number is imbued with profound significance. As a quintessential embodiment of the black-skinned, yellow-hearted, Morton resides in America, yet harbors the essence of Chinese heritage. The meaning of the number 95 is abundantly clear. 9 symbolizes the yang line, while 5 represents the 5th line in the hexagram, indicating the position from the bottom upwards. The combination of 9 and 5 is emblematic of the ancient imperial throne in our nation. The emperor, regarded as the son of heaven, embodies righteousness. In antiquity, this was referred to as the exalted status of 9-5. As stated in the Book of Changes, Qian, 9-5, the soaring dragon in the sky, is auspicious for meeting the great. Kong Ingda elucidates that 9-5 signifies the culmination of yang energy reaching the heavens, hence the phrase the soaring dragon in the sky, which is a natural phenomenon, much like a sage endowed with dragon virtue, ascending to the celestial realm. Consequently, 9-5 came to represent the imperial position. Morton likened himself to an emperor, revealing his grand ambitions. In stark contrast to Jordan's emotions, Rodman perceived the swaying figure of Morton, and with his intellect, he felt no pangs of nostalgia, only a profound sense of humiliation. Disregarding the potential consequences, he charged forward in a fit of rage, seemingly intent on employing some unorthodox methods. Morton seemed to sense the impending threat and immediately released his grip, dropping to the ground. He turned to see Rodman charging towards him with clenched fists, which startled him considerably. This was not the kind of confrontation one would expect from an amateur like Russell. Rodman was a seasoned veteran in this regard, having faced countless battles and possessing a wealth of experience. Morton recalled that Rodman had once engaged in a boxing match off the court with his arch-rival, Karl Malone. If he would be struck by those massive fists, Morton feared he would find himself back in a hospital bed. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Jordan snapped out his reverie and immediately intervened upon witnessing Rodman's menacing approach. "Dennis, don't be impulsive." Unlike Rodman, Jordan's taunting of Morton was more akin to a mentor guiding a prodigy rather than genuine animosity. Therefore, upon seeing Rodman advance towards Morton, he quickly intervened. Although Rodman's expression did not soften, he nevertheless halted his advance. Within the entire league, Jordan was perhaps the only individual capable of restraining Rodman. During their time with the Pistons, Rodman was an unwavering enforcer of the Jordan rules. Upon joining the Bulls, inspired by Jordan's formidable charisma, he transformed into a steadfast supporter of Jordan. While Rodman did not follow Jordan's words blindly, he seldom contradicted him. I recall a particular game when Rodman was in exceptional form, dominating the paint. During an offensive play, he attempted a mid-range turnaround jumper, the outcome of which was predictable. Upon witnessing this, Jordan erupted in exasperation, exclaiming, "Dennis, just secure your rebounds." As Morton observed Rodman come to a halt, his courage slightly swelled, and he defiantly challenged him with a glance. Rodman, upon noticing this, was incensed and prepared to retaliate, but was restrained by the approaching Jordan and Longley. "Dennis, rest assured, I will help you reclaim this situation." Jordan's words were ambiguous. It was unclear whether they were meant to console Rodman or revealed his true sentiments. Yet, Morton sensed an unfamiliar intensity in Jordan's gaze. Chapter 6. The block of the Batman when a basketball deity fixates on the game. Nothing on earth can impede his path, be it Morton or Peyton. At the age of 22, 32, or even 42, none can thwart him. He had completely forgotten about the impending back-to-back challenge against the season's greatest adversary, the Utah Jazz. He resembled a sovereign whose territory and dignity had been encroached upon, fiercely defending his authority and reign against the encroaching challengers. As the first quarter concluded, Jordan played the full 12 minutes, unleashing his full prowess, hitting 4 out of 6 field goals, 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and sinking all 3 of his free throw attempts, amassing 12 points. 1 assist, 1 steal, and 3 rebounds. Morton, on the other hand, also played the entire quarter, yet his statistics paled in comparison to Jordan's. His defensive exertion left him depleted, resulting in a lackluster offensive performance. He managed only 2 out of 5 field goals, failed to convert any of his 3-point attempts, and missed 1 free throw, ending with a mere 5 points and 1 assist. The contrast between Morton and Jordan's performances in the first quarter serves as a microcosm of the Raptors and Bulls matchup today, with the score standing at 22-31 in favor of the visiting team, leaving the home team in the shadows. Akin to fireflies struggling to compete against the brilliance of the sun and moon. The inside presence, once held in high regard by the coach prior to the game, proved to be a source of disillusionment, nearly becoming an object of ridicule. While it was understandable that Selly found himself bereft of opportunities due to Rodman's relentless defense, as he is not a player known for his offensive prowess, Miller's dismal performance of 4 attempts with no success, despite the unwavering support from his teammates, is quite indefensible. Moreover, it is not merely the lack of scoring that raises eyebrows. The fact that he was blocked 3 times by Longley is an affront to any center's dignity. Had it not been for the commendable performances of Stoudemire and Willie Anderson, the Raptors might have considered surrendering early in the contest. Fortunately, during the intermission, the team maintained a relatively positive atmosphere, devoid of any signs of frustration or despair. This team, in comparison to the Clippers or any other in the league aside from the Grizzlies, seems more predisposed to accepting deficits and defeats with ease. It is not a matter of disillusionment or a lack of desire. Rather, It is a form of resigned self-hypnosis in the face of inevitable setbacks. Even if a championship eludes them, the game must continue, and if the playoffs are out of reach, life must carry on. As the second quarter commenced, Malone finally substituted Jimmy King for Morton, allowing Morton a brief respite, while Stoudemire remained on the court, leading the second unit, hoping to narrow the score during Jordan's absence. Alas, this strategy faltered, as Cole, who replaced Jordan, delivered a remarkable performance, leaving defenders bewildered. Stoudemire could only exert himself to maintain the score without further widening the gap. Any aspirations for advancement seemed utterly unattainable. Just 3 minutes into the second quarter, a somewhat revitalized Morton was reintroduced to the game, with Stoudemire still on the floor. Morton couldn't help but glance at him, surprised that he remained. Was he intent on playing the entire game? Was he a mere mortal or a superhero? What Morton did not realize was that Stoudemire's average playing time during his rookie season was an astonishing 41 minutes. The Raptors lineup now consisted of Stoudemire, Morton, Anderson, Selly, and Tabak. Where was Miller? That perpetually innocent-looking hefty player had been benched by Coach Malone in a fit of anger, likely to see little playing time for the remainder of the game. Upon his reentry, Malone made slight adjustments to the defensive strategy, assigning Anderson to guard Jordan, employing fouls and subtle maneuvers to disrupt his offensive rhythm. Morton, on the other hand, was tasked with the relatively easier assignment of defending Pippen, where his height would not be a significant disadvantage, thus allowing him to dedicate more energy to offense. Consequently, when Jordan advanced the ball once more, he was met by a somewhat unfamiliar face defending him, causing his fighting spirit to dissipate entirely, resulting in a profound sense of frustration, leading him to pass the ball to Harper. Harper certainly did not disappoint the Raptors, successfully missing the shot, yet the rebound was snatched by Rodman, who was stationed beneath the basket. Rodman swiftly passed the ball to Pippen, positioned beyond the three-point line. Morton, lacking the instinct to secure rebounds, had already sprinted towards the front court, oblivious to the fact that the ball might be lost. It was only upon Rodman claiming the rebound that he turned back. This meant that Pippen faced an open opportunity. Without hesitation, he took the shot. His three-point shooting was notably superior within the team, certainly more reliable than Jordan's. As Pippen released the ball, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. This shot was destined to find its mark. Thus, when he spotted a hand emerging from behind the ball, his eyes widened in disbelief. With a sharp sound, Morton swatted the ball to the ground, which was then collected by Tabak, who had initially prepared to defend Pippen. Without pausing, Morton dashed forward once more, and seizing the moment, Tabak executed a long pass that landed perfectly in front of Morton. After a couple of swift strides, Morton scooped up the ball and, upon reaching the basket, executed an audacious windmill dunk, unfazed by the absence of defenders behind him. Oh, an incredible burst of speed, unimaginable leaping ability, a clean and decisive block, and a thunderous dunk radiating sheer dominance. Though he is not our comrade, Anthony Morton from the Toronto Raptors still deserves commendation. The commentators, witnessing this dunk, expressed their astonishment, their tone imbued with a hint of excitement, devoid of the usual tension and concern. Perhaps in their minds, they recognized this as a contest lacking parity, adopting a relatively relaxed and joyous demeanor as they narrated the game. Pippen, feeling a twinge of regret, lightly tapped his head, having misjudged Morton's speed and jumping prowess. This error not only cost him a three-pointer, but also allowed the opponent to score 2 points in retaliation, widening the gap by 5. In this stress-free domination, little could be gleaned. Had it been a critical match, such a play might have determined the outcome. It was unforgivable to have committed such a basic mistake after so many years in the league. Seizing the opportunity during a baseline inbounds, Jordan leaned towards Pippen and whispered something in his ear. Morton, observing the two friends conspiring in hushed tones, felt an ominous premonition, though he could not articulate its source. When Jordan turned to him with a smile, that feeling of foreboding intensified. Before long, the reason for his discomfort became clear. After Harper advanced the ball into the front court, Jordan once again raised his hand for the ball, to which Harper naturally obliged. Upon receiving the ball, Jordan neither attempted a drive nor organized an offensive play. Instead, he called for Pippen to set a screen. Morton and Anderson switched their defensive assignments, and soon, Jordan found himself face-to-face with Morton once more. "Kid, are you afraid? Why won't you guard me?" Jordan dribbled, seeking to provoke Morton into revealing a weakness. Afraid? What a joke. Had it not been for the coach's directive to switch defenses, I would have surely exposed your true nature today, you pretender. Morton retorted fiercely. Expose my true nature, you say? Very well. I shall reveal it for you to witness." With that, Jordan flashed a grin at Morton, reminiscent of an ancient beast unveiling its ferocious maw. The sumptuous feast has only just begun. Chapter 7. Ejection. A splendid alley-oop. Courtesy of the illustrious Michael's pass. He maneuvered past Morton, penetrating the paint and successfully drawing the attention of 3 defenders before delivering a magnificent assist, allowing Scotty to redeem his earlier disgrace. After executing that remarkable assist, Jordan cast a haughty glance at Morton, who merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Faced with the harsh reality, all justifications appeared utterly feeble. When it was the Raptors' turn to attack, Stoudemire dribbled past half-court before directly handing the ball to Morton. Having exerted considerable effort for an extended period, he recognized his waning stamina and wisely chose to minimize his involvement in the offensive play to conserve his energy. Morton discovered that upon joining the Raptors, despite a shift in his position, his influence on the game had not diminished. Rather, it had increased due to the team's elevated status. Although his shooting touch from beyond the arc was not particularly favorable today, or perhaps it was due to Jordan's exceptional defense that his attempts were consistently disrupted, he opted more frequently to penetrate the interior, seeking to draw fouls. At the very least, this strategy served to unsettle the opposing defensive formation. Morton cast a glance at the Bulls' interior, a faint smile gracing his lips, and beckoned to Selly. In perfect accord, Selly emerged to set a screen for Morton. Although Selly's physique did not match Miller's in breadth, his meticulous positioning and unwavering seriousness rendered his efforts equally effective. After Morton extricated himself from Jordan's grasp with the assistance of Selly, he found himself face to face with Dennis Rodman. Upon confronting Morton, Rodman's pent-up fury erupted, and his defensive movements became noticeably more aggressive, precisely the effect Morton desired. As he maneuvered past Rodman toward the basket, Morton feigned a shot, provoking Rodman, overwhelmed by anger, to leap recklessly. A smile crept across Morton's face. As long as he took off with the shot, it would at least result in a shooting foul, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps a chance for a 3-point play. However, his smile quickly faded upon realizing that Rodman was not targeting the ball in his hands, but rather him. Rodman lunged at Morton with the force of a raging bull, as if embodying the sheer strength of a primate. In that split second, Morton had little time to consider the possibility of drawing a foul. He merely shifted his body slightly, only to be overwhelmed by the monumental force that sent him crashing to the floor, the ball rolling away to the side. Rodman, having planned the assault and cushioned by Morton's body, landed relatively unscathed and quickly rose to his feet. Morton, left sprawled on the hardwood, felt an overwhelming wave of numbness throughout his body, wishing he could remain there indefinitely. "Anthony, are you all right? Did you hurt anything?" Selly inquired, approaching him with genuine concern. "I'm fine, just help me up," Morton replied, extending his hands. Selly grasped his left hand firmly, while his right was caught by Stoudemire. Morton paused momentarily, then offered a grateful glance towards Stoudemire. As Morton rose to his feet, he suddenly noticed Rodman charging through the crowd, vociferously shouting accusations of flopping. It became apparent that upon standing, Rodman had been met by the referee, who promptly issued him a second-degree flagrant foul, resulting in his ejection from the game. This is a quintessential illustration of the incomprehensible nature of genius. Rather than seeking to clarify or defend himself upon realizing his expulsion, Rodman's immediate thought was one of indignation. How could that young player remain unscathed while he faced such a penalty? Feeling that the foul he incurred was somewhat trivial, he resolved to seize the moment amidst the chaos to instigate further mischief, thereby imbuing his infraction with a semblance of significance. Although Morton was unaware of the underlying reasons, he felt a surge of anger upon hearing those words. If this was merely a feigned fall, then he too had put forth considerable effort. He was known for his amiable temperament, yet that did not imply he was devoid of anger. After all, when faced with bullying, even a clay figurine possesses a semblance of spirit. Without regard for his injuries or the stark disparity between the two competitors, he instinctively prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained in time by his companions, Selly and Stoudemire. The referee, observing the chaotic antics of Rodman, found himself at a loss. The second-level intentional foul and ejection constituted the most severe penalties available in the game. He could not issue 2 intentional fouls, so he hastily urged the staff to escort this volatile player back to the locker room for a much-needed cooling-off period. The impending conflict, which had been fated to erupt before the game even commenced, was ultimately quelled through the combined efforts of both teams and the officials, nipping it in the bud before it could escalate. Rodman emerged as the sole casualty, receiving a second-level intentional foul and ejection, with further sanctions to follow post-game. The Raptors were awarded 2 free throws in possession of the ball, translating to 2 shots and 1 throw. As for the other principal in the conflict, Anthony Morton, he faced no repercussions due to his commendable performance. In truth, his apparent prowess stemmed from the fact that he had yet to fully engage. He had deliberately lingered on the ground for a while, and by the time he rose, the situation had already resolved itself. Thus, while he was involved, the incident bore little direct relation to him. Following Rodman's exit, the fervent atmosphere of the United Center remained unscathed. The Bulls believed that, even in Rodman's absence, their formidable strength would suffice to dispatch their opponents with ease. Stepping in for Rodman was Tony Kukoc, often referred to as the European Jordan. Morton approached the free throw line, engaging in a brief warm-up before receiving the ball and effortlessly sinking 2 points. During the interlude of the free throws, Jordan took the opportunity to engage in a profound dialogue with Morton regarding Rodman's foul. He articulated the notion that Rodman, in his usual demeanor, is a remarkably kind and gentle soul, but on this particular day, his temperament was exacerbated due to the circumstances at hand. Morton expressed his requisite agreement and understanding, tinged with a hint of well-wishing and remorse. To be candid, the atmosphere on the court today was indeed intriguing. The banter between Jordan and Morton was relentless, charged with palpable tension, suggesting that a conflict could erupt at any moment. Yet they remained peacefully coexistent. Conversely, Morton and Rodman had encountered each other only 3 times since the start of the match, maintaining an appearance of calm while beneath the surface, turbulent currents were stirring. Ultimately, Rodman could not contain his emotions, leading to his own undoing. After Morton scored 2 consecutive goals, Malone called a timeout to make some tactical adjustments following Rodman's departure from the court. As Morton returned to the bench, he immediately heard the coach's praise. "Well done, little fellow." Noticing the knowing smiles of those around him, Morton realized they had misunderstood his intentions. His sole aim had been to draw a foul from Rodman, with no intention of causing him to exit the game. To his surprise, Rodman had reacted with such fervor and compliance. In Chapter 8 of the Raptors Ascend, upon re-entering the court, Stoudemire, invigorated by the preceding conflict and the subsequent pause, displayed an exuberance that was both enviable and tantalizing. However, instead of opting for a personal play after receiving the ball, he chose to pass it to Morton. In his view, this offensive opportunity was one that Morton had rightfully earned and thus should be handled by him. Morton, undeterred, continued to implement the coach's strategy of penetrating the paint after receiving the ball. Following Rodman's departure, the Bulls' already fragile interior defense became even more precarious, revealing a myriad of vulnerabilities. Although Morton was unable to break through Jordan's tenacious defense, he nonetheless seized an opportunity to pass the ball to Tabak beneath the basket, assisting him in a successful dunk. The Croatian player displayed remarkable energy upon entering the game, utilizing his nimble footwork to repeatedly outmaneuver the Bulls' interior defense, scoring with finesse, which led the coach to keep the starting player, Miller, firmly on the bench. As Kukoc entered the fray, the Bulls exhibited an even greater dynamism on the offensive front. Apart from center Longley, the remaining 4 players were capable of orchestrating plays and executing ball-handling breakthroughs. This lineup truly maximized Jackson's triangle offense to its fullest potential. Whether through individual isolations or constructing a triangle passing scheme to create space, the Bulls players, with their patient organization and strategic ball movement, rendered the Raptors' defense ineffective, creating an even more precarious situation than when Rodman was on the court. Jordan persistently engaged in isolation plays, invariably seeking Pippen for screens before exploiting mismatches against Morton. Over time, Morton ceased switching with Anderson, opting instead to confront Jordan directly, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications and the potential for gossip. Throughout the remainder of the second quarter, Morton did not rest, meaning he spent a mere 3 minutes on the bench in the entire first half. Such ample playing time and opportunities for performance were a luxury he could scarcely have dreamed of with the Clippers. The prolonged high-intensity competition brought Morton a bittersweet sense of exhilaration amidst the discomfort. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the Bulls strode into the locker room with a 7-point lead, the score reading 44-51, the visitors ahead of the hosts. While the score might suggest a tightly contested match, the reality on the ground told a different story. The entire first half unfolded at the Bulls' tempo, who maintained a firm grasp on the game, leaving the Raptors powerless to counter. That slender lead felt like a mirage, seemingly within reach yet perpetually elusive. During the halftime break, the team physician conducted a thorough examination of Morton's condition. Once assured that there were no hidden injuries, Malone exhaled a sigh of relief. Losing a key player in a game with slim chances of victory would have been an unacceptable loss, despite the trade's physical examination indicating Morton's robust health. The management remained apprehensive about his physical resilience, given that he had sustained 2 injuries within a mere 3 months. The fact that even a minor concussion could render him unconscious only deepened their concerns regarding Morton's physical condition. Morton displayed no signs of dissent or dissatisfaction, as the brief inspection would not consume much time and would ultimately be beneficial for him. At the commencement of the second half, Tabak replaced the underperforming Miller in the starting lineup, while on the Bulls' side, Simpkins took the place of the ejected Rodman. Kukoc continued to embrace his role as the 6th man. Morton observed that the Bulls played with greater ease and caution in the second half, as they were preparing for a back-to-back clash against their longtime rivals, the Jazz, a match that could not afford any mistakes. Malone, perceiving the situation of the opposing team, could surmise a few things. They too faced a back-to-back challenge, this time away against the Knicks. In comparison to the Bulls, the Knicks seemed to have a relatively lighter task ahead, though it was still not an easy endeavor. With Christmas Eve and Christmas approaching, aside from 2 marquee matchups on Christmas Day, most teams would have no games during these 2 days. Thus, the atmosphere surrounding these days was charged with anticipation.